This might be the biggest compilation of scary stories that happened in the mountains on the internet. This episode contains 85 allegedly true mountain horror stories that I've told in the past. That's almost 12 hours of terrifying tales, all gathered from across my 3 podcasts: Unexplained Encounters, Tales from the Break Room, and Alone in the Woods. You can even download this episode as an MP3 via the link in the description. If you like what you hear, follow and rate one or all of my shows on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. For now, though, throw a log on the fire, because the night is still young. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against livestock. The Monongal, from Synonymous. I don't remember a lot about my grandpa. I was only 7 when he passed away, and we only visited once a year. Grandpa was an immigrant from the mountains of the Philippines. He came over when he was in his early 20s with my grandma. Before that, he lived on a small cattle farm with his family. I remember the last time I saw my grandpa. I had a bad case of the flu, and back then, my parents could not afford to take a week off work. So I stayed on the couch with my barf bucket, watching TV with my grandpa, who quietly read a book next to me on the recliner. Eventually, I turned off the TV because of the pain it was causing my head. Grandpa wasn't much in the way of an entertainer. As a father, he spent most of his time working, leaving the children with my grandma. When he asked if I wanted to hear a story, I was hesitant, but I reluctantly agreed. The following story always stuck with me, and with the help of my mother, who had heard the story many times herself, I will retell it to you. I did my best to recreate the way he told me this story. It was a busy day on the farm. We were working to repair the damage done by a massive storm which had swept through that area. My brothers and sisters worked tirelessly on damaged fencing and the various structures we used to house machinery and animals. Back then, we had no weatherman telling us the weather of the days to come. The storm was a big surprise to us. We could tell it was going to rain, but we'd had no idea the severity of it. We spent so much time reinforcing the house in cold rain that we'd forgotten to make sure the cows were sheltered in the barn. It was my duty to find them in the fields and make sure they were okay, especially one particular female who was with child. Flashlight in hand, I walked through the dark, muddy field in the early hours of the morning, before my siblings would begin repairing the damaged structures that day. Our field was particularly unkept, with small segments of forest and lone trees where the cattle could find shelters from the storm. There weren't too many predators in the Philippines. At least, no predators that could have threatened me in that field. The worst threat were cobras, and I was fairly confident that my rubber boots would protect me. After some time, I found the herd, and they looked to be in mostly good shape. If anything, they were a little dazed and frightened from the storm. Or maybe it was from the person shining a light in their eyes as they slept. I did a quick count of the cows, and after recounting, I came to the realization that one cow was missing. I quickly realized it was the pregnant heifer. This wasn't particularly surprising. Pregnant cows will usually separate themselves from the herd. I groaned as I walked to find her. It wasn't all too difficult to find her, it was just tedious, as she had a tendency to hide in a small wooded portion at the very back of that field. As I approached the small bundle of trees, I was shocked to see that the cow was not there. If she wasn't there, I had no idea where she could be. I was beginning to worry the cow had found a break in the fence and left its field. I wanted to be sure, so I made sure to recheck the fields as I walked back. I shone my flashlight in all directions, looking for her, just in case. What I happened upon, however, was much worse than I could have expected. In the distance, I landed my light on something. It was too far to tell exactly what, but I could see red. I walked towards the thing with apprehension. As I approached, I finally realized what it was. Not because I recognized it, but because the smell of copper filled my nostrils and brought a sense of dread. Blood. It was blood, catching the morning breeze just right and traversing right to me. I'd never seen something like this, especially on this scale. I'd seen the odd rabbit bitten by a snake, but to see a fully grown cow slaughtered so brutally, it was terrifying. I was fairly certain there wasn't something big enough to kill a cow out here, except maybe a crocodile, but the nearest river was too far away. And the marks that were left, it could not have been a crocodile. These were claw marks, distinct large claw marks that covered its disemboweled stomach. I stared into the animal's lifeless eyes, frozen in the moonless night. As I stood with a blank, fearful mind, I heard the loudest, most terrifying and powerful sound I'd ever heard, or will probably ever hear in my life. From directly behind me, there was an ear-piercing screech that made me jump forward. It's hard to describe the sound. If I tried to, I'd have to compare it to something like a cat screeching and an old woman dying, all meshed together with rusty metal scraping. I fell forward onto the corpse of what once was our cow. I crawled on hands and knees before trying to get up, yet slipping on the entrails of the beast and falling hard on my chest. I dared not turn around to face the source of this nightmarish noise. I tried to stand and run, but fell forward again, tripping on blood that soaked the grass. I made one final push to stand before I finally got to my feet and ran away. I'd never sprinted so fast in my life. I must have looked a sight as I whipped through the field with the entirety of my front covered in blood. I ran towards the house, and as I did, I heard the cries of that thing losing volume as I put distance between us. I burst through a dense section of trees to see the path back towards the barn. This led to a small area at the base of the barn where cows could be fed and watered, or even transferred to another field. The problem with that is because it's where they spend most of their time, the grass didn't grow, leaving a massive dirt patch, and the storm before had turned it into mud. Normally, on such a wet day, I would stick to the sides of the path where the grass overlapped into the mud. But when you're running for your life, mud is not on the forefront of your mind. My eyes widened in fear as I took my first step, sinking just past the sole. By the second, the mud was now up to my ankle, and the third consumed my boot completely. As I desperately tried to pull my feet from the mud, I heard the faintest call of the terrible screech echoing off the hills. This calmed me to know that the thing had fled, or at least had followed me in the wrong direction. As I stood and caught my breath, feet pruning in the mud beneath me, I panted and clasped my knees. I knew if I just waited for sunrise, my parents would notice me missing, sending my siblings to search. I wasn't too far from the house. I could even see the corner of the garage, peeking out from behind the barn in the distance. Whoosh! My eyes widened as the recognizable sound of large wings flapping from behind me startled me out of my state of shock. I turned. Only a few feet away from me, I saw a creature born of nightmares. It was around 40 feet away in the air. In the dark of the morning, I first could only see the large wings, but as it drew closer, I saw the feminine figure of a woman's torso between them. As this thing slowly flew closer, I desperately tried to move, tugging and pulling against the mud, further digging myself into the mud. I settled on leaving my boots behind as I stepped out of them to gain no more than 4 feet of ground between me and that legless form moving towards me. I stood, shoeless feet stuck in the mud, unable to move. What was almost certain death flew towards me at a breathtaking pace. I stared in awe and prepared for unspeakable pain. Suddenly, light began to illuminate the horror before me. It didn't even register in my mind. I just took in the blood-soaked maw and razor-sharp teeth of the creature. Where its legs were supposed to be, there was only blood and leaking entrails, hanging from the hole in the middle of the creature. The beast opened its mouth in a painful cry, but what came out was a distant cry which echoed off the mountains. The thing shielded its face before flying off into the night. By the time it was gone, it finally hit me that the light was caused by the breaking of dawn's first light passing through the trees. It took another half an hour before my brother eventually wrenched me out of the mud. When we returned, my family had many questions. Why was I stuck in the mud? What chased me away from the field? Where was the pregnant heifer? I didn't know how to respond, so I just took them to the body. While my mother and brother stood in shock, examining the body, my father took me to the house, giving me the rest of the day off. He would later explain to me that the thing I'd encountered was called a manangal, a creature that tears from its lower body in the dead of night to feast upon the unborn, and I had narrowly escaped it. I'm ever thankful to this day for the opportunities this country has given our family, but I'll also be thankful to be as far away from that thing as possible. Grandpa's story scared me more than he expected. After hearing it, I was up for weeks worrying about a half-woman with massive wings climbing her way into my room to devour me. Of course, my mom was not thrilled with my grandpa, but I would always remember my grandpa as the hero who escaped it. Ghost in an Alaskan Home, from Shax HS111. These brief encounters happened to my sister and I in either 2012 or 2013. My parents' younger sister and I had moved from the lower 48 states to a town about an hour away from Anchorage, Alaska. I was only 10 years old then, and my sister was 6. Even though this happened a decade ago, and I no longer live in Alaska, I can still easily recall the beautiful view of the mountains surrounding our town. The house my parents were renting was equally as beautiful. The house had 3 floors, the main floor with a living room and such, a second floor with a bathroom and 3 bedrooms, and a basement, which had 1 large open room, a smaller closed-off room, and a half bathroom with utilities. Like many basements, ours was inherently creepy. We used it mainly for storage, so we weren't down there very often. The basement had a crawl space that served as more storage and access to the house's pipes or something. Each Christmas, when my sister and I were tasked with pulling out the decorations from the crawl space, we would get chills down our spines as our knees hit the unconventional flooring. Surprisingly, my story takes place upstairs, both in my bedroom and my sister's. Here's my encounter. I've always been a late riser, constantly lying in bed until the very last possible minute, hoping to get a few extra minutes of sleep. One morning, I was awakened by my mom to get ready for school, which was the norm. I lay in my bed half asleep, facing the wall, when I heard my bedroom door open. Oh man, I don't want to get up, I thought. A pair of hands placed themselves on my shoulder and pushed me down. They began to shake me. I was instantly more awake then, but still I was determined to stay in bed longer before school, so I pretended I was sleeping. Still, I was a bit confused. My mom doesn't usually do this. Instead, she'll softly say my name until I respond. But these hands, they pushed down on me, similar in style to how CPR is performed, but not quite as hard. I continued lying there until my mom left, and eventually I fell back to sleep. When I woke up again, I noticed it was late morning. Weird, I thought. Was there no school today? I rose out of bed and went downstairs. My parents and sister were having a late breakfast. "What day is it?" I asked, groggily. My mother looked at me. "It's Saturday. Why?" I groaned, annoyed that someone had tried to wake me up early on a weekend. "Then why did you try to wake me up earlier?" I asked. "I didn't," my mom replied. I frowned and looked at my dad and sister. "Did either of you guys?" They both answered that they had not tried to wake me up. I was skeptical of my sister, as she was a little kid who liked to bug me. But she showed no signs of lying. I told my parents what I felt this morning, and they brushed it off as me just being tired. I've always been interested in ghosts and the paranormal and such, so the experience freaked me out a little bit. However, I personally never had anything similar happen again, aside from the occasional unexplained footsteps down the hallway. Now, these are my sister's encounters. I believe this happened after my experience. I remember my sister coming to me and telling me about something that happened to her. She said she had woke up in the middle of the night. She felt uneasy. She stayed in bed, trying to go back to sleep, when she felt something poke her closed eyes. She described it as the signature eye poke from the Three Stooges. I believed her, mainly because of what had happened to me. These last encounters were also technically my sister's, but they were told to me by my dad, who witnessed them. It was several years later when he told me this, but it occurred in that same house. He said that he waited to tell my sister and I about it because he didn't want to scare us. Like the other encounters, these were quite brief. My dad was walking down the hallway one day past my sister's bedroom when he heard my sister talking. He thought that maybe she was trying to get his attention, so he stopped and looked into her room. My sister was indeed talking, but not to my dad. My sister sat crisscrossed on the floor with her toys around her, facing the corner of her closet. Her back was turned towards my dad, and she was looking up, talking to, apparently, nothing. At the time, my dad believed it was just my sister's imagination, but he took that idea back when he walked past her room a second time in the middle of the night. He told me he was coming back from the bathroom, and he heard mumbling coming from my sister's room. Now, because it was in the middle of the night, she should have been in bed sleeping, so he went to investigate. When he looked into her room, he saw my sister standing in front of her closet with her head slumped on her chest, asleep. She was mumbling groggily, so my dad couldn't make out what she was saying. Gently, he guided her back to her bed and tucked her in. Then he went back to bed himself. My dad doesn't spook easily, but he said he was very creeped out by this. I apologize if you find these stories uneventful, but I'm grateful that they were. I've been listening to this podcast for a couple of years now, and I'm glad I haven't gone through anything half as terrifying as some of these stories on here. I don't know exactly what was behind these encounters, but I've always chalked it up to being a ghost, since nothing terribly severe happened. My grandfather visited me. From Anonymous. My story took place when I was 14 years old. My mother and I had been living in a small town by the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia for about 8 years at that point. My parents were separated. Back then, my grandpa and I were very close, and he would always care for me. But he would later have a stroke and pass away soon after. What I can remember about that day is that my mom and I had traveled several hours to the mall. As we were entering the town, my mom made the decision to halt at the gas station near our house. She requested that I fill up her gas tank while she went to get some snacks and use the restroom. I asked her if she would be paying inside, since she was already on her way, and she said that she would. She instructed me to fill only $20 in the tank. After getting out of the car and beginning to pump the gas, I suddenly felt as though someone was watching me. I began to look around, but there was no one else there, so I dismissed that sensation as coming from someone inside the building who was looking out the window, someone that I couldn't see. I ignored it then. After all, I was at a public gas station. I finished pumping the gas, put the gas nozzle back in its place, and shut the gas tank. As I began to twist the cap back on, I felt like someone was staring at me again. This time it was much stronger than before. I quickly finished everything up, closing the cover on the gas tank. My mom hadn't gotten back yet, so I turned towards the front of the car to see if she had. She hadn't, but instead of seeing her, I saw a person. But this wasn't a normal person. They were completely white, lacking any distinguishing features. I'd never seen anything like it before, but I immediately felt at ease, like I recognized them as my grandpa. It was then that I remembered he passed away a few years earlier. When my grandfather was dying in the hospital, I was visiting my dad at the time. I recall that I never had the chance to tell him that I loved him and that we would be reunited in the afterlife. And now here he was in front of me. I believe that was his angel. Then it was like we spoke without talking out loud. I told him it was wonderful to see that he arrived at these shiny gates, as we called it, heaven, without incident, and that I was sorry for not properly saying goodbye. He assured me it wasn't my fault, and I couldn't have done anything about it. He told me he loved me and wished me to live a successful life, before saying that he had to leave immediately, and he just disappeared. I was powerless to stop him. After this event, I made my way to the passenger door and slid back inside the vehicle as my mother exited the gas station. I was then questioned by her. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah, why?" I responded. She commented that I appeared to be tearing up, so I simply said that I just got dust in my eyes. I then wiped my eyes with my sleeve to look as though I was attempting to remove the dust. We then returned home, and I went to my room, where I promptly went to bed. Now that I've told my tale, I want to let everyone who didn't get the chance to say goodbye to a loved one know that they already know. Watchdog, from The Tear Man. This was a horrific encounter I had during a getaway to a mountain cabin. After a long drive, we finally made it, pulling into the driveway of that cabin. It took longer to get there than we expected, our journey hampered by snowfall, but we made it. I stepped out of the car to get a better look at the place, shielding my eyes from the frigid wind and snow blowing around me. It was pretty much perfect, a squat structure on top of a snow-dusted hill, the only sign of humanity for miles around. My boyfriend and I had been looking forward to this trip for months, a weekend tucked away from the world in a corner of the Irish countryside. "It's beautiful," said my boyfriend, joining me outside the car. "Let's get inside before we freeze to death." We grabbed our things from the car and scrambled our way up the snow-strewn path to the cabin. The short journey from car to cabin alone was enough for me to lose feeling in my fingers and nose. However, the bitterness of the cold was soon forgotten when we had a fire roaring in the pot-bellied stove, steaming cups of tea in hand and stew bubbling on the range. The absolute darkness of winter fell about the cabin soon. The snowfall passed and the fire burned down to glowing embers. My boyfriend and I, holding hands, looked out at the star-speckled sky above, a crescent moon silently making its journey overhead. I rested my head on his shoulder as I tried to, and failed to, fight off sleep. At some point, I lost that battle. I stirred awake, still on the sofa where I had been watching the stars. It was still completely black out. I looked at my phone, wincing at the bright screen. 3:32 a.m. I needed to go to the bathroom. The cabin was a one-room structure, with a communal bathroom about 20 feet down the path from it. During the peak summer periods, it would have been shared with those staying in the other cabins, dotted about the premises. But my boyfriend and I were there in January, very much the off-season. I unfurled myself from my boyfriend, careful not to wake him, and I padded across the floor to the door, slipping on my shoes. I stepped outside into the darkness. A security light above the cabin suddenly activated, giving just enough light to guide me down the snowy hill to the bathroom. I made it without incident, did my business, and started up the path to the cabin again. I was about halfway up the path when I noticed there were large paw prints in the snow, going from right to left. My eyes followed them until they disappeared into the darkness near some brambles. I hadn't spotted any animals during the brief window of daylight we'd had when we arrived. I carried on up the path to the cabin, a little thrown. I didn't like the idea of being out here alone with something lurking around the cabin. Gently, I closed the door behind me. My boyfriend stirred a little in the chair, but didn't wake up. I got undressed and climbed into bed. As I lay there, I began to drift off to sleep until light suddenly shone in through the door. I quickly looked up to see the security light had activated. It was triggered by movement, maybe a tree swaying in the night, or maybe some nocturnal animal running about. Then, a shadow caught my eye, long and lurching across the cabin floor. Something, I couldn't tell exactly what, was approaching the cabin door. My heart thumped a little harder. The shadow grew longer as whatever it was came closer. From my angle, I didn't have a clear view of what it was, but as it reached the cabin door, I could make out something like a muzzle pressed against the glass. The glass fogged up with every breath from this creature. I tried to call out my boyfriend's name, but I could only manage a whimper. Then, almost as quickly as the creature had approached, it retreated, and the shadow pulled back across the floor. After some time had passed, the security light went off, throwing me back into total darkness. When I'd calmed down a little, I managed to rouse my boyfriend from the sofa, and I told him about what happened. "Probably just some farm animal that broke out. I wouldn't worry about it," he said, kissing my forehead. I didn't mention the fact we hadn't spotted any animals in the fields around the cabin and doubted there would be any out in this weather, but I was unable to offer any other rational explanation. The next morning, I spotted paw prints in the snow coming up the path, which seemed to circle the perimeter of the cabin before heading off and disappearing on a snowy hill. "See," said my boyfriend. "Just a lost sheep or something that headed back to where it came from. Nothing to worry about." But those were paws, not hooves, I thought. Even someone with a basic understanding of animal anatomy knows farm animals are generally hoofed creatures. The rest of the weekend passed without incident, yet I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Everything around us on that snow-covered hill seemed to have a sense of foreboding. The stark black branches of the trees clawing up to the gray skies, the looming mountains all around us, the complete silence, just waiting to be interrupted by something horrible. I won't lie, it felt good to get home. Time and distance pushed the unease from the front of my mind, and I was thankful to be in the comforting familiarity of the city again. I live by myself in a terraced house tucked tightly in a row between hundreds of houses identical to my own. Each of these rows of houses backs onto an alleyway, used mainly for rubbish bins. It's here where my second strange encounter occurred, almost a week after returning from that cabin. Late one evening, I was taking the rubbish out to the bin, which was at the far end of the alleyway. The weather had improved slightly, but was still well below freezing. I carefully edged my way along in the darkness, the light from my phone guiding me, slipping on the odd patch of black ice. I made it to the end of the alleyway without falling, depositing the rubbish and turning to make my way back to the house. A low, rumbling growl came from somewhere in the dark behind me. My heart pounding, I looked back, shining my phone light. A wolfhound of unconscionable size stepped out of the gloom, teeth bared in its gaping maw, thick globs of drool falling, and its red eyes staring at me. Without thinking, I began to run in the opposite direction, immediately slipping and falling on the ice. My elbow cracked the concrete and sent a blistering white lightning shot of pain up my arm, causing me to drop my phone and sending it scuttling into the darkness. I flipped onto my back, only to see those red eyes looming ever closer out of the black. I closed my eyes, ready for this creature to sink its teeth into my flesh. But after what felt like forever, I opened my eyes once more, finding only darkness. No snarling creature, only the sound of my ragged breath and the distant low droning murmur of nighttime traffic. After some hesitation, I managed to get up and grab my phone. I shone it around the black alleyway, but nothing was there. Once I made it back to the comforting warmth of my home, the whole thing had seemed absurd. Our alleyway is gated at both ends, so nothing could have gotten in. Besides, we have no wild animals resembling what I'd seen alive in Ireland. No wolves, coyotes, nothing as incomprehensibly large as what I thought I'd seen in that alleyway. The closest would be the Irish wolfhound, a domestic breed of dog, almost 3 feet tall. Whatever creature I'd seen, though, stood at least a foot taller than that. I put the episode down to tiredness, but to ease my mind, I double-checked all my doors, making sure they were locked before going to bed that night. Some hours later, as I was getting ready for bed, I went to the bedroom window to draw the curtains. I froze. Staring up at me from the dark alleyway below were those 2 menacing red eyes again, peering out of the blackness of the night. I blinked hard, only to find the eyes were gone. I closed the curtains quickly, crawling into bed, disturbed by what I'd seen. It was at this point I began to question my own sanity. One instance of seeing something out of the ordinary, it could probably be explained away. 2 instances, perhaps just some coincidence or my mind playing tricks on me. But 3 instances, then you're entering the territory of either being correct or mad. I didn't turn out my bedside lamp as I lay there, the dull ache in my elbow coming in waves, making my incident from earlier in the evening hard to forget. Too afraid to sleep, I picked up my phone and did a little searching on the web. I discovered a black dog as a recurring motif in English folklore, a supernatural creature often associated with the devil. Naturally, this didn't help abate my fears. The idea of some demon dog following me around is not conducive to sleep. I lay there terrified for hours. Eventually, my tiredness must have overcome my fear, and I drifted off. I was startled awake by a bang on the door. I sprang up. Another bang. It was like something was throwing itself at the door with all its weight. The door rattled in its frame as whatever was outside continued to pound away. I was completely paralyzed, watching the door shudder, threatening to smash the door to splinters. The thing snarled and growled as it thrashed at my door. I was sure whatever it was would burst through at any moment, and then I seemed to inexplicably wake up. Morning light shone around the edges of the curtain. Had that awful encounter all been a dream? Emboldened by the idea all of this lay within the realms of my mind, I made my way to my bedroom door and opened it. My stomach sank. There were muddy paw marks across the white paint of the door and down the hallway. I followed them down the stairs and through the kitchen to the back door, which, despite having locked it last night, sat ajar, letting cool morning air rush inside. These muddy paw prints were huge, almost as large as my feet. I pulled the door closed, locking it again, with the fleeting fear that I might be trapping in whatever had come in last night. I sent a picture of the paw marks to my boyfriend, who called me back immediately. Through tears, I told him what had happened in the alleyway and last night in bed. He had to work that morning, so he couldn't come over, but he told me to call the city council to have them send animal control out. This alone was enough to settle me, that someone could come out and capture whatever creature had gotten into my house last night. After several long holds and transfers, I was eventually connected to City Dog Control and Animal Welfare Department. "You're through to Dog Control and Animal Welfare. How can I help you?" said a voice unenthusiastically. "Hello, I'd like to report I paused for a moment. A large dog which broke into my house last night." Silence on the other end of the line. Frankly, I didn't blame them for this. The sentence sounded absurd as it left my mouth, and I would have reacted the exact same way if someone had told me the same. "Okay, and what time did this break-in occur?" "I'm not sure exactly," I replied, "but sometime in the middle of the night. The dog was big." "How big? German Shepherd?" came the voice. "No, bigger," I said. "Could you tell which breed of dog it was?" she asked, exasperated. "I couldn't, but I do know it was huge. I can send pictures of paw prints it left in my house." She gave me an email address and I sent the pictures through. "Oh, those are some really big paw prints," she said. She suggested to me that city employees are hired on their ability to state the obvious. "I'll let the patrols know to keep an eye out in the area, and if you see anything else, don't hesitate to contact us." With that, she took my details and address and hung up. It was some small comfort to know that people in the area were at least looking out for the animal, not that they would have had to try particularly hard. If it was still about, a giant dog wouldn't be the most inconspicuous of things. I set about cleaning up the muddy paw prints but couldn't scrub them off my carpets, a permanent reminder of the night. This was in equal parts traumatizing and relieving. On the one hand, I would think of that horrible night every time I saw the paw prints. On the other, it provided some relief that this entire episode was not just in my mind. There was physical proof of its presence. The rest of the day was, much to my relief, unremarkable. I went into the office thankful for the company of others, met my boyfriend on the way home, and made him dinner. He tried scrubbing the paw prints out of the carpet himself, but it was no use. They remained impervious to whatever cleaning product, despite how hard he scrubbed. It was like they were seared into the material. I waited, but the Dog Control and Animal Welfare Department never did call me back. That animal was still out there. My boyfriend stayed over every night for the next week, and while I shuddered whenever I saw those paw prints in the carpet, I gradually thought less about what happened. Time has a way of dulling even the worst of feelings. I decided to try a night alone in the house. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" "I'll be fine," I said. It took a little more to convince him, but eventually he relented. "Fine, but call me if anything, and I mean anything, happens." As I closed the door behind him, I was struck by the silence of my house. It was the first time I'd been alone in a while. I went about my usual nightly routine, cleaning up a little, reading and ironing clothes for the next day. Around 11 p.m., I settled into bed, and with my heart rate rising, turned out the light. I expected to see red eyes staring back at me. Instead, there was only darkness. I put on a news podcast to fall asleep to. At some point, the whine of a hinge pulled me from my slumber. Half dazed, I looked up. My heart lurched right into my throat. My bedroom door was slowly opening. The air filled with this overwhelming musty odor of wet dog. And there it was, padding along at the bottom of my bed, muscular haunches rising and falling with every step, red eyes fixated on me. The beast stepped right at the foot of my bed, only inches from my feet under the duvet, It glared at me with deep crimson-red eyes like jewels studded in black. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I was drawn in by their hypnotic gaze. Eyes which had borne witness to unspeakable evil, things I could not even imagine. Eyes from beyond the mortal plane of existence, blood-red eyes which saw and spoke death. The creature cocked its head slightly to one side, looking pitifully at my weak mortal body lying there. Flesh and sinew it could rip into and tear apart in an instant. I tried to will myself into believing I was just imagining it. Just some monster escaped from the dark recesses of my imagination. As if to prove me wrong, it lifted one of those huge paws and placed it on the bed, my mattress sinking in under its weight. It was as real as I was. The red eyes glinted, and a wet tongue slipped out from between the salivating lips of the dog, revealing a hint of the sharp teeth behind. This was it. Do something or die. Something in me, I don't know what, triggered. I couldn't end like this. I at least had to fight back. As if a switch were flicked on in me, my body suddenly shook with adrenaline. In one swift movement, I tossed the duvet over the dog, grabbed my phone, and sprinted to the door. The thing roared behind me, but I didn't dare look back. As I reached the doorway, I caught my foot on the frame, which sent me sprawling into the hallway. I managed to retain some balance, enough to get me to the stairs and down them. I yanked on the front door, but it wouldn't open. It was locked, and the key was in a dish on a side table. Heavy steps bounded across the floorboards above me. My shaking hands managed, but only just, to grab the key from the table, and, after a few shaky attempts, get it in the lock and throw the door open. I ran into the rain-soaked street, expecting for the dog to land its full weight on me at any moment. It wasn't until I'd made it to the top of the street did I dare look back. Nothing was there. The sleepy street was perfectly quiet, sheets of drizzle falling under the glow of street lamps. Panting, I called my boyfriend. "I'll be over in 10 minutes," he said. I sat on the pavement, just staring at my house. It seemed to taunt me, daring me to go back in alone, to get out of the cold, wet night. I didn't move from that spot until my boyfriend arrived. After comforting me, he pulled a hammer from his car. I didn't want him to go back into the house, but he insisted. I followed, almost whimpering, right behind him. We didn't find any dog, only wet paw prints and my sodden duvet, now with a massive gash through it. I never spent another night alone in that house. A few months after this, I moved in with my boyfriend. While nothing quite like this has ever happened to me in the years since, I don't think I'm totally free yet. It's small things, like when I'm working in the office and from the corner of my eye, I catch a large black shape on the street below looking up at me. I turn to look and nothing is there. Or when I'm on an evening walk and I swear I can see a large mass moving along in the bushes just ahead of me. When I'm alone on the couch and the inexplicable musty odor of wet dog fills the room, that black dog, it's watching me. Possible Wendigo in northern Alberta. From Diliotis. My 3 friends and I all have loved backpacking for years. We don't get out as much as we'd like to these days, but at least twice a year, we'll take off into the mountains for a 2-night backpacking trip. Usually, it's just an excuse to feel like cavemen, eating beef jerky and cooking over a fire. This past summer, I called up my friend Jay, asking him if he'd like to try something new. Last year, we'd gone out to Katamin and hiked up to a cave high up in the mountains. Although it was a great trip, Marmots had come back to their cave during the night, and I wasn't anxious to have our food stolen and our shoelaces chewed off again. "How about Greater Slave Lake?" I asked, knowing he would never say yes if he knew how long of a drive it was. "We can hike from the road and camp along the lake."
"That sounds nice,"
Jay said.
"When do you want to go?"
We arranged the time, and since he lived with our other two friends, A and D, he promised to convince them. 2 weeks later, we got into my truck and took off. Jay had decided that since I didn't tell him that it was a 16-hour drive, it was my responsibility to provide the transportation, which I was more than happy to do. Hours later, we were talking at a rest stop, stretching our legs and getting some of the good food out of the back. D said, "Hey guys, have you heard of any weird creatures up this way?" D was really into that kind of stuff, but none of us ever really believed in it. "Nah," A said. "What kind of stuff are they supposed to have?" D continued, "There were a couple of people saying they saw Bigfoot, and the local tribe says that historically there have been a lot of Wendigo in the area." None of us really took that seriously. Soon we were driving again, laughing about how if Bigfoot did come, we'd just make friends with them, like those advertisements from the early 2000s. When we finally arrived, we were getting all of our packs balanced. Jay kept acting jumpy, always looking behind himself. Finally, he just put his back against the truck and scanned the woods. For the record, Jay is usually an extremely calm person. He doesn't really get scared. If we hadn't been talking about the supernatural before coming, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. I went over to him and asked, "You okay, dude? You're looking a bit uncomfortable." He gave me a weird look and seemed as if he were about to brush it off, before reconsidering and giving me a weighing expression. "I don't know, man. Ever since we got out of the car, I've felt like I have a bullseye on my back. I can't shake the feeling something's watching me." "That's weird," I said, not really knowing how to respond. "I haven't noticed anything." At this point, A and D had started listening and came over to us. "It's probably just the new environment and how far out we are this time," D stated confidently. "I imagine that about 100 squirrels are watching us right now, too," he said with a lopsided smile. Jay laughed it off, and we all took off into the woods, knowing that if we wanted to make the best of our trip, we would have to get at least 1/3 of the way to the lake before setting up camp for the night. That evening, we had all set up our sleeping gear, and we started a small fire. We sat around and joked about how badly A was burning his hot dogs. He's a really good sport, coming back at us by saying how much more he enjoyed them with a nice crunchy outside. As we laughed, suddenly Jay went very quiet. He told everyone to shut up. I personally hate being told to shut up, and I was about to keep talking out of spite when I noticed it too. The woods had gone dead silent. Other than the crackling of the fire, we couldn't hear a thing. Usually, this wouldn't be weird in the woods. Animals usually stay quiet when people are around. But that wasn't the case here. We'd been hearing the usual nightlife: crickets, birds, frogs, and the occasional coyote. But there wasn't even the sound of the wind anymore. It really freaked all of us out. We sat there in the silence for minutes, straining our ears. It was like all of our survival instincts kicked in, and we were like deer when they're trying to detect predators. After a while, I began to calm down, and I looked around the fire. I saw A frozen, with his mouth open, and his hot dog 6 inches from his mouth. I couldn't help but smile and laugh out loud, thinking about how long he'd been holding it like that. Everyone else laughed too, as soon as they understood what I was looking at. It was like a release from the tension of the last few minutes. Pretty soon, we'd all forgotten the events of those moments and went back to our normal, joking conversation. The next morning, as we were packing up, D was talking in the background, telling us about his dream he'd had the night before. It was like I was looking at our camp from the trees, he said, excitedly, with a twinge of fear in his voice. I could see all of us sitting there. Then the next second, I was running through the woods, moving faster than I thought possible. A and I studied him for a second and looked at each other. I didn't want to say it, but it seemed like he was trying to scare us. I could tell A thought the same thing. We didn't really talk about supernatural stuff for the rest of the hike. If you've ever had someone try to scare you and do a bad job of it, you'd understand how A and I felt. We were annoyed. We didn't believe in supernatural things, and it was almost insulting to have D try to scare us now. By the time we got to camp, everything had settled down. It was about 6 p.m. and the sun was still pretty high, as it always was in Canada during the summer. The water was beautiful, and we'd found the perfect spot for our camp right on the side of the forest, looking out over the water and the sunset. Jay had brought a backpacking fishing rod, and we were trying our luck with the 2 lures he'd brought. Honestly, it was so surreal and beautiful that if not for what happened that night, we'd probably still be going out there to this day. The plan was to spend 2 nights there, then hike all the way back in 1 day, because we'd be able to get a much earlier start. So that day, we were all expecting to be able to rest our legs after the long hike. Jay and I asked the other guys if they would be willing to make us some food while we went swimming, and they agreed. We didn't go very far or deep, but the water was so serene and warm that we spent a lot of time in there until nearly sundown. We got out and joined the other guys at the fire. Later that night, it's hard to tell how long, but quite a while after sundown, D had gotten up to go to the bathroom. Nobody really noticed him go, but we heard a scream coming from the forest, followed by loud swearing, and D running back into camp. "What the heck?" he said, obviously very distressed. "Did you guys see that?" None of us had been looking in that direction, and he'd wandered pretty far into the woods. "I saw something in the trees. I heard a sound and I shone my flashlight up, and I saw these eyes staring at me from the trees." I'd be lying if I didn't say I was shaken up from that story, but at that moment my mind went to Moose. "It's all right," Jay said. "It's probably nothing. We can go check it out just to be sure." D shook his head vigorously and stammered, "There's no way I'm leaving this fire. That thing, it was 7 feet tall at least." "It's okay, man," I said, trying to stay calm. "The rest of us can go to see what it was." I grabbed my flashlight out of my backpack, and I looked over at him. "You shouldn't go out there, and there's no way I'm staying at the fire alone." After some discussion, it was decided that Jay and I would go, leaving D and A at the fire. D didn't want any of us to go, but I was pretty confident that with my flashlight, we'd be fine. My flashlight was like 80,000 lumens and could light up an entire football field all on its own. Jay and I slowly walked into the woods, trying to follow D's directions. We did notice again that the woods had gone completely silent, but even with my high-powered flashlight, we didn't see anything, not even any animals. When we went back, D had calmed down quite a bit. We stood there talking for a while. Then something caught my eye, slightly above the other guys and over to the side. I flicked my flashlight over, and there it was. In what must have only been a few seconds, I saw something with broken deer-like antlers and what looked like a deer head, but with a snout that was a bit too long, coming from a creature that might have been 8 feet tall. The crystal clear way that I saw it, fully illuminated by my light, it was the last thing I was expecting. It all took literally fractions of a second, but as soon as Jay made a half-scream, half-choking sound and fell backward, my brain just shut off. I then made an attempt to run backwards, and I fell on my back hard. I scrambled around, trying to get up, but the sudden darkness and chaos around me disorientated me even further. I called out to my friends, "Hey, everyone stay close." D had seen both of our reactions, and without even looking behind him had bolted over top the fire on all fours, burning his neck a little, but the worst part was that he had smacked his knee really hard on one of the stones for the fire, and burned his hand. He was lying beside it on his back, wide-eyed looking over into the woods. Since I was already on my back, I scrambled for my light and flicked it on, pointing it back in the direction I saw it. But it was gone. A was still sitting where he was looking, freaked out, but glued to the spot. We all gathered back around the fire, and we were nervously talking, trying to find out what happened. A said that as soon as the rest of us had freaked out, he heard a high-pitched roar coming from behind him, and he'd heard crashing off through the bushes. Jay and I both described seeing a very tall, hunched-over creature with very skinny arms and legs. It had hands and walked on two legs. I remember it being incredibly skinny and having very long fingers with sharp claws on the end and sunken-in yellow eyes. Jay agreed, but said it almost looked like someone had hung it in the trees and looked so skinny. We had to decide what to do. D was burned pretty bad on his hand, but less badly on his neck. What was really bad was where he had banged his knee on the rock. It had already swollen up severely, and he could hardly put weight on it. We discussed every option we could think of, but it came down to either we hike out in the dark or we stay until morning, trying to make a break for it afterwards. We all knew that none of us would be able to sleep if we did stay, and we'd have to have one of us keep watch. But in the moment, we chose the worst of the two decisions, deciding to hike out while we were more awake, compared to just trying to sleep but staying up all night anyway. We honestly talked for way too long, arguing about everything, like whether we should take our backpacks or just go. We could walk faster without them, but I hated the idea of not having something on my back to protect me, even a little bit, if I was attacked from behind. I'm ashamed to say it, but none of us could stand the idea of putting out the fire, so we left it burning, just clearing anything flammable from around it. None of us wanted to plunge ourselves into instant darkness. My flashlight, the really powerful one, had a very short battery life, so we couldn't use it the entire time. But we did also bring headlamps, and other than D, they all still had battery power. We walked with me in the front, carrying both my flashlight and A's, thinking we could use mine as a weapon if it got too close. At the very least, we could blind it. Second came A helping D walk, and lastly J, who was carrying D's backpack on his front as extra protection. We got almost halfway there, talking very little, but we all felt like we were being watched. There was still no cell phone reception, but we were on the only trail in the area, and it was very visible. It was also the darkest time of night. At one point, when we all stopped to see if we could hear anything, which we'd been doing once every hour, I decided to turn on my flashlight and look around. Then we all heard it, plain as day. It was D's voice from the woods, sounding like it was all around us, but especially behind us. It sounded like his voice had been altered, with two voices overlaid on one another. I jumped, and after all the adrenaline that night, I accidentally dropped my flashlight. It landed perfectly on one of the rocks beside the path and broke. I couldn't even move then, I was so scared. The voice paused for a second, then began laughing, and a voice that sounded like mine. The same laugh from the first night we were out here. None of us could move. We were too terrified. Before that point, we could pretend that it was just our imaginations, but those two sounds assured us that we were in a lot more danger than we could have ever imagined. The laugh went on for so long. I looked down at my flashlight, and I knew it was broken. Our best and perhaps only weapon against this thing. We all circled around, facing outward and talking in low voices. The woods had gone back to being silent, and we did not know what to do. Finally, we decided to move up to a spot in the path farther along and get D to start a fire while we all stood in a circle around him. We got the fire going, but gathering kindling for it was a nerve-wracking experience, where one of us would dash to a stick we spotted, grab it, and walk backwards back to the fire. Meanwhile, all that night, we would hear one of our voices coming from the woods. I've never been so scared in my life, and I hope I never feel that way again. Once the morning came, the voices from the woods stopped and the sounds of nature returned. At that point, we felt better, continuing our walk back to the truck. Thankfully, Dee's knee wasn't damaged that badly. The doctor said it was a pretty minor fracture, that he would need to stay off of it for a few weeks. We've talked about it a few times since it happened, but each time we do, we all get scared again. We have been hiking since then, but we always go back to the old spot. If I had any advice to say after all this, I'd say take a moment to calm down, even during a crisis. You never make good decisions when you're scared. Spear Finger. From Ojak. A few buddies and I do this annual backpacking trip in the Smokies. We've been best friends since high school. Me, Mike, and Steve. We make a whole long weekend of it, every fall, when the leaves are changing. Usually it's awesome. We drink beers, hike all day, roast hot dogs, and chat by the fire. Real quality guy time. One November, when we showed up at the trailhead near Gatlinburg, the park ranger warned us some other campers had found these freaky, mutilated deer carcasses the past few nights. He said it looked like something had stabbed into them with a knife or a spear. It was obvious it wasn't an arrow. Worse yet, their organs were missing. Sounds like some careless hunters or poachers, Steve said with an eye roll. He'd grown up and hunted in these parts as well, and had little patience for disrespectful outdoorsmen leaving their messes behind. The ranger shook his head grimly. These wounds were not caused by a bullet or arrow. Looked almost ritualistic, too. The way the corpses were just hollowed out, abandoned in certain poses. He gestured with his hands cupped, miming the action of scooping out innards. Mike laughed uneasily. What, like some satanic stuff? People wearing cow skulls, doing blood sacrifices under the full moon? Steve slugged him in the shoulder. Yeah, right. Lay off the creepy podcasts, dude. But Mike's joke hit a little too close to unsettling. The ranger held up a hand. We're not speculating at this point, but do be vigilant on those trails, especially at dusk and dawn. We've had other complaints recently. What kind of complaints? I asked slowly, that prickle of unease creeping up my neck. Just some campers passing through, saying they've had feelings of being watched from the trees at the edges of their campsites, especially when the lights get low. The ranger shrugged it off with a wry half-smile. Probably just some peeping deer or a nosy bobcat. But I figured I'd mention it. Watched, huh? Steve grinned, the ominous feeling seeming to slide off his back like always. Mike better keep his banana hammock swimsuit packed away then. Mike flipped him off good-naturedly as the ranger chuckled. The eerie tension eased. We hefted our heavy packs. Pastoral scenic paintings of quiet forests adorned the station walls around us. The ominous incidents now seemed vague and distant compared to the friendly, well-lit room. Well, happy trails, boys, the ranger said amiably. You know these woods about as well as any visitor. Just take care of each other all the same. We waved him off lightly as we trekked up the sun-dappled trail, leaves cascading around us, like some sort of idyllic movie set. Just 3 close friends on a peaceful annual retreat. A retreat we'd taken dozens of times before. Nothing strange whatsoever in the pleasant mountain air or vibrant, struggling afternoon light. We hiked out maybe 5 miles the first day, just enjoying the vibrant fall colors and crisp air. The trail was deserted, not another person in sight. We set up camp in a small clearing as the light started to fade. Mike got a roaring fire going while Steve and I set up the tents and unpacked our grub. Once the flames built high, Mike plopped down on a log and cleared his throat dramatically. "Boys, the night has fallen, so allow me to regale you with some of the chilling tales I've learned about these very woods." He widened his eyes and wiggled his fingers at us in mock spookiness. Steve scoffed. "Is this that Ghost of McClellan Creek bullcrap? Give me a beer and leave the campfire stories to professionals." But Mike launched in, eagerly, despite Steve's skepticism. "In a remote corner of this forest, there lies a long-abandoned village called Banner Elk. They say it was originally settled by people with strange ways of living, unnatural rituals, symbols carved into trees, folks glimpsed dancing madly under the full moon." I shifted uneasily on my log, tossing a small branch onto the flames. They leapt and crackled. "Legend tells it that one harvest moon, as the village performed their ceremonial dances, something emerged from the looming shadows of Pisgah Ridge. A tall, spindly creature the elders called the Night Traveler." Mike continued, dropping his voice. "It glided right into the chaos of their ritual and began silently slaughtering villagers with impossibly long, pointed fingers." Steve snorted. "Come on." Mike cut him off. "They say it dragged dozens of corpses into the Black Forest to feast, leaving strange stick-like totems nailed to trees in its wake as both signposts and warnings. By dawn, the entire village populace was dead." He paused for effect while an owl hooted mournfully in the distance. I could feel my shoulders tense up. The abandoned ruins are said to remain buried deep in the untamed forest, and on certain moonlit nights, echoes of those frenzied dances can supposedly still be heard. Or perhaps it's the shrieks of the night traveler, lurking nearby, awaiting fresh meat. Mike sat back with a self-satisfied grin as Steve slow-clapped. I exhaled, shaking off the chilling mental image of the spindly monster. "Nice, dude. Very spooky." I tossed a pebble at Mike's chest, with Steve miming a huge yawn. The tension eased from our bubble of firelight, again, as Mike dodged my pebble with a laugh. We drank late into the night, forgetting the ominous tale amidst our camaraderie. The ghost story seemed far distant from our flickering camp, with its protective circle of close friendship keeping the darkness at bay. At least, for now. It was the second day when things started to feel off. As we set off down the trail in the morning, a heavy fog clung to the rugged slopes, muffling any far-off views. The trees looked strangely still and colorless through the haze, like shadowy giants looming over us. When the fog finally burned off near midday, the forest remained eerily silent. Our voices sounded oddly flat and dull, absorbed by the ancient trees. Eventually, Steve paused on the trail, brow furrowed. "Do you guys hear that?" he asked quietly. Mike and I halted, ears straining into the heavy silence around us. "Hear what?" Mike whispered back after a long minute. "All I hear is nothing, dude. Actually, where are all the birds?" It was true. The woods were void of their usual chatter and wildlife sounds. No squirrels chittering or hawk cries or rustling bushes, marking small critters darting about. Just our isolated footsteps, crunching on the leaf-strewn path. The sheer absence of sound felt heavy, almost watchful. "Not even any wind," I murmured uneasily. The skeletal upper branches remained motionless above us. They were like charred bones against the muted gray sky. Steve shook his head and adjusted his pack straps. "Let's just keep moving. I'm sure it's nothing." But his eyes continued to scan the lifeless trees as we hiked on. A mile later, we came around a kink in the trail, and there was one of those stabbed-up deer carcasses half hidden in the brush. Dark blood clotted around the grisly abdominal cavity, now crawling with flies. We all froze instinctively. "What the heck?" Mike began, taking an involuntary step back. Steve moved cautiously forward like he might poke the bloated thing with a stick. I grabbed his arm, nausea rising. "Dude, don't touch it. This is messed up. We should bail." My voice sounded muffled and thin against those motionless trees. Steve shook me off. "I just want to see something." He crept closer and gingerly shifted the deer's stiff hind leg with the toe of his boot. It revealed the full wound. Ragged flesh peeled back from a deep hole savagely stabbed into its torso. Organs and entrails had been removed crudely. Dark blood soaked the leaves underneath. Steve reeled back, cursing under his breath. Mike nearly heaved. And then, even we began to feel watched. Like something was out there in those old woods. We hurried on as the day's dying light began leaching color from the world once more. That night, none of us could shake this creeping dread. We passed a flask around to calm our nerves as the shadows lengthened. Mike swore at some point he saw a freakishly tall shadow lurking just at the edge of our firelight, peering out from behind a tree. But when I looked, it was gone. Probably just a branch swaying, but it put me on edge. It put all of us on edge. None of us slept well that night, with all the odd noises drifting through camp. Seemed like those noises slunk in a little closer once the moon rose high. By the third day, we were all exhausted and unnerved. A tense fatigue settled behind our eyes from the ceaseless nerves and poor sleep. We pressed on, hoping to make better time so we could get the heck out of there. As we plunged deeper, we stumbled upon these little stick figure totems. They were nailed to trees lining the narrowing trail. They reminded me of voodoo symbols, with their spindly pokeberry limbs and empty predatory faces. Steve paused to examine one, anxiety etched across his worn features. "These remind me of the protective totems the Cherokee used to ward off evil forest spirits," he murmured. Mike and I exchanged an uneasy look. "Evil spirits?" I echoed, scanning the dense trees crowding closer on all sides. I could have sworn hungry eyes watched us from the blank spaces between warped trunks and drooping pines. Mike pointed a shaky finger down the path. "Why would anyone bother to put these here? Unless..." He trailed off, Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. "Let's walk faster," I suggested tightly, a cold worm of dread unraveling in my gut. We continued at a near jog, leaves and soil dislodged by our pounding boots. The totems increased in frequency until we felt surrounded by their sightless gazes, peering out from every angled branch and accusing twig finger. Protective circles made from knotted grass hung at precise intervals, filling the air with an unsettling herbal aroma. "Someone really doesn't want company out here," Steve muttered, as we skirted another perimeter of small wooden fetishes, nailed at eye level to the trees. Then he glanced up and went abruptly still. "Oh God," Mike whimpered behind me. I followed their frozen stares to a gnarled oak ahead, its bark scored deeply with symbols and slashes. A rust-colored smear painted the center in a gruesome starburst. It was undoubtedly old blood. Beneath it hung a buck's head, Sightless eyes rolled back, tongue lolling. No body or blood trail in sight. Just this disembodied trophy head with spiraling bone-white antlers, left like a deliberate marker of malice. A warning. "We need to run. Now." Mike spat through gritted teeth, already backpedaling. Shrill panic bled into his voice, heightening my urge to flee blindly. But Steve grabbed our sleeves before we could bolt off trail into the watchful maze of trees. "Don't panic," he hissed sharply. "We stick to the path no matter what. No shortcuts. We need to trust it'll lead us out if we just keep..." He trailed off as a blood-curdling scream pierced the air behind us. It was ragged and inhuman, but somehow undoubtedly a human throat uttering it. It made no sense. We spun to face the direction we'd came. There, between two twisted pines, stood an impossibly tall, spindly shadow, peering out at us from across the narrow ravine. Watching. Waiting. As the shriek faded, the silhouette seemed to tilt its head as if in gleeful appraisal. Then it raised one elongated arm to point at us. With the other arm, instead of a typical hand, it extended a single long spear-like finger that stretched all the way to the forest floor, tapping one claw-like tip against the soil, beckoning. We ran. Just pure instinctual panic. We crashed blind through the undergrowth for what felt like hours, branches whipping our faces and exposed arms. Finally, we stumbled onto a main trail right as the light was fading. We half jogged, half fell down the mountainside until the ranger station lights appeared through the trees. We practically collapsed inside, soaked in sweat and wheezing. We probably looked like madmen with our ripped, muddy clothes and bleeding scratches everywhere. We couldn't form a sentence between us for a solid 10 minutes. The ranger eyed us warily, especially Steve, who kept raving about another legend he'd heard, claiming that that's what we saw. Spearfinger. He kept pointing and shaking a finger accusingly at the woods through the window. They set us down and eventually we choked out some version of the events after lots of skepticism. In the harsh fluorescent lights, it really did sound insane. What we saw out there, if anything, surely had some sort of rational explanation we were missing. It was getting dark then. We were stressed, so who knows? They insisted on checking us all for injuries or heart problems. Dehydration and exposure can make you see things, apparently. They didn't find anything wrong with us, and they never did find anything unusual out there when a team swept the location of our report the next day. No creepy stick figures, no mutilated animals, no impossibly tall shadow creature, no evidence of one. It was just a quiet stretch of woodland. I think deep down we knew even telling the story that it all sounded nuts, that we can't prove any of what we experienced beyond our own fevered memories of blind panic and terror. Maybe it was just a wicked, intense, shared nightmare somehow. But I swear as we left the ranger station the next afternoon, I spotted a little wooden mannequin nailed above the doorway that had not been there before. Its spindly pokeberry limbs tied in the same pattern as the ones we'd raced by in the darkened woods. Steve went sheet white when he saw it too, a reminder just for us that whatever we fled from out there, whether real or imagined, could find us again if we crossed its path unprepared. And it had been here. Nowadays, we take a beach trip for our annual outing. No interest in challenging that thing to track us down twice. Once was plenty. Rippling Bones. From Calm Carrot. I've always loved fishing, ever since my grandpa took me as a kid. There's just something peaceful about spending a morning on the river, with your line in the water. Leaves rustling, birds chirping, real tranquil, you know? So when I found myself with a 3-day weekend free last month, I decided to treat myself to a little solo fishing retreat up in the Smokies. Found a cozy-looking cabin tucked back from the road, available to rent by the river. Looked perfect in the photos. Big stone fireplace, creaky wood floors, queen bed, basic kitchen. Heck of a lot nicer than my studio apartment, that's for sure. The listing said they'd just restocked it with firewood too. I figured I'd get some good fishing in during the day. Then I could grill my catch over the fire at night, enjoying a couple beers. I drove up Friday evening. Only took me a few hours. The cabin was tucked exactly as deep into the woods as I'd hoped. Real secluded. I unloaded my gear and wandered the grounds. The river nearby burbled gently beyond the back deck, maybe 40 yards downhill through the trees. Couldn't quite glimpse it from the windows, though. The fire pit out back had a couple split logs and kindling already stacked. It was getting towards dusk by then, so I tossed my bags inside, dug my fly rod out of its tube, and hustled my way carefully down the wooded embankment towards the water. Didn't have much daylight left to try my luck, but I flicked that line for all I was worth. I caught 2 nice rainbow trout before full darkness crept in. Felt like a good omen. I trekked back up to the cabin, cleaning the fish outside at the little work table. I brought them in to store overnight. I was already imagining how they'd taste, crisped up over the open flames. I finally got that fire going in the cozy den. The wood was so nice and dry it took right off. I curled up in a big leather chair near the hearth and cracked open a beer that I'd chilled earlier. Pure contentment, I kid you not. The gentle roar and crackle lulled me into total relaxation. That was until these noises shattered the quiet from somewhere beyond the dark tree line outside. It was kind of guttural grunting at first. Then there was what sounded like sticks and branches snapping rhythmically. I tensed up, listening hard. Probably just a black bear rumbling around, I figured. They were common round these parts. I've even seen a few back home. Another louder snap made me jolt, though. That one was a sizable branch breaking. Had to be one big old bear, I thought. The grunting got more agitated until it turned into these weird, almost shriek-like vocalizations. Enough to raise the hairs on my neck, for sure. I scoffed at myself and shook it off best I could. City boy spooked by nature's noises. But I brought my second beer to bed with me rather than lingering by the vulnerable windows. Eventually, sleep took me, but all night long I kept startling awake to those same infuriated wails and screams echoing faintly through the glass each time. Very primal, you know. Like whatever was making them was in a killing rage. In the morning, I almost convinced myself the midnight disturbances had been vivid dreams. Almost. After breakfast, I grabbed the fly rod and hiked back to the river, just as dawn peeked over the treetops. The rhythm of the water soothed away the last bits of unease from the night before. I landed 3 gorgeous trout before noon. I trekked back up to the cabin, cleaned and prepped them up, just like before. This time I'd fired up that grill and settled in beneath the back deck overhang to watch fat raindrops patter onto the long grass. The savory scent of lunch sizzling filled me with contentment again. Until once more, the shriek split the air. So piercing and inhuman it jolted me straight upright. It seemed to come from across the river, uncomfortably close. The storms must have stirred up some territorial fights between native critters of some sort, I reasoned. But it put me on edge. I wolfed down my meal, hurriedly, and ducked back inside. I made sure the heavy sliding door was locked tight. The afternoon crawled by silently enough aside from the steady rain outside. I must have checked all the locks and window latches 3 times over, all while skimming a novel that I could not focus on. As dusk fell, I kept peering out into the thickening downpour, praying I wouldn't spot some hulking shape prowling between those dark, dripping pines. The cry didn't sound again, but I wasn't taking any chances. I burned through a few more logs, rebuilding that fire nice and tall. I made sure my fishing knife and bear spray were within reach too. Call me paranoid all you want. I'd rather be that than sorry. Or dead. I managed to doze lightly in the recliner for a couple of hours as night crept in around me. That is, until some godforsaken crashing sound jolted me fully awake. It sounded like something huge slammed itself against the cabin wall outside. There were scrapes and heavy thuds. It sounded like whatever it was pacing around, pawing aggressively at the wood planking. My heart was lodged in my throat, pulse going like a jackhammer. I scrambled to peek out the front window by the door, barely parted the curtain. I did not want my face visible if that thing out there looked in. I couldn't see much through the stormy blackness, but I soon spotted two glowing orbs shone from the wood's edge. They hovered far too high to belong to any four-legged predator that I knew of. As I watched, paralyzed, they drifted closer, resolving into a pair of huge gleaming eyes round as saucers. Then, as my sight adjusted more, the shape behind them emerged. It was absolutely massive, filling the narrow window frame from top to bottom. Looked almost like a gigantic dog or wolf, but no fur whatsoever. It had just pinkish, sinewy muscle and pale skin I could see right through in places, like cellophane wrapped tight over bones that seemed to move under its transmitted flesh, like they shifted and clicked around inside, independent of their connections. But from the look of it, I couldn't be sure its bones were connected at all. And the tail, that thing had no tail stump like it should, not even a little nub. There was only this long protruding spine twisting slowly, stretching the thing's thin hide until I swore it would tear open. Beyond unnatural. More wrong than any bear or cougar, whatever this monster was. It didn't belong here in this world. As that notion slammed home, the devilish face turned towards me, lipless mouth gaping. Our eyes met for one horrifying second. Then I slammed the curtain shut, gasping like I'd been sucker punched in the gut. It continued its relentless pacing and scraping against the weathered exterior all night as I cowered, speechless in front of the now dying fire. I couldn't bring myself to peer outside again. The sun could not rise fast enough. That thing never got in. I couldn't even tell if it was trying to, or was simply sending a message. I'll be eternally grateful that I remained safe inside that cabin. It seemed to just toy with me as the endless hours crawled by, and right at sunrise, the commotion finally ceased. I gave it another 20 minutes, still shaking in the clinging darkness of early dawn, clutching my useless knife. When I could finally convince my jelly legs to carry me, I flung open the front door, ready to bolt to my truck. But in the hazy light, I spotted no sign of the horned horror from my nightmares. No massive tracks either, from what I could tell. The cabin exterior looked untouched, albeit waterlogged. The only evidence at all something had occurred were several smashed bushes right where I saw it emerging the night before. They were twisted and mangled, as if a combine had plowed through in the night. You better believe I hauled tail home faster than I ever had in my life, knuckles ghost white on that steering wheel. I haven't really slept right since. I can't prove anything, obviously, because I left immediately. I didn't file a report or notify anyone. except all of you now who might be reading or hearing this. I just figured that people would think I was crazy, babbling about seeing a demonic werewolf ghost-like thing. But I know what stalked me in that forest, what drove me from the first night with its screams. That thing was just biding its time, hurting me somehow until it revealed itself. To be honest, I don't know why or how I escaped. Dumb luck, probably. But seeing what I saw, I ain't never going to a cabin alone again. At least, not without a shotgun, and maybe a priest as a bonus. And even then, maybe not. That thing I looked in the eyes, it'll haunt me forever. And I can't help but think it knows my face now too. Part of me feels like it's still out there, watching the cabin, waiting for the next sucker, looking to relax with their fishing line dangling. True unimaginable terror waiting in those dripping pines. It flies above the farm. From Nowhere Moments. Growing up on my family's old farm, right on the edge of the Great Smoky Mountains, has always grounded me in a sense of tradition and hard work. The land's been ours for 3 generations. Life here was predictable, bound by the seasons and the rhythm of farm work. Until everything changed. The first sign that something was amiss didn't come from the usual suspects. No coyote howls or bear tracks near the bins. It came through Alex, my youngest, who's got a knack for finding trouble, or in this case, trouble finding him. It was an ordinary evening, the kind where the sun dips below the horizon and paints the sky in strokes of orange and purple. Alex had been out, probably chasing frogs by the creek or seeing how close he could get to the barn swallows without scaring them off. But the way he came running back to the house, you'd think he was being chased by a bear. "I saw something," Alex gasped, out of breath, his face drained of color. I've seen all my kids spooked before, but this was different. This was raw fear. "What did you see, Alex?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. His eyes darted around, as if he expected the thing to be lurking just outside our window. "A shadow. Big, with wings. It went over the barn," he stammered. I considered the possibility of an owl. We had plenty of those around. But Alex shook his head fiercely. "No, Dad, bigger. I felt scared. Really scared." His insistence, the way the fear vibrated his voice, it got to me. I've taught my kids to respect nature, to understand that we share this land with all sorts of creature, but fear like this wasn't normal. That night, after tucking Alex into bed, assuring him I'd check around the barn, I did just that, stepping outside. The night air was cool, carrying the mixed scents of earth and the faint sweetness of honeysuckle. The barn stood silent, calm. I made my way over, flashlight in hand, half expecting to find a logical explanation. A part of me even hoped Alex had just seen a shadow, maybe cast by the moonlight through the branches of an old oak. But then the horses started. It was a sound I'd never quite heard before. Pure panic. I broke into a run, the beam of my flashlight bouncing erratically as I approached the barn. Inside, the horses were wild-eyed, their coats slick with sweat. There in the dim light, I saw it. Not the creature, but the aftermath. One of the horses had slash wounds, deep and precise, unlike any animal attack I'd seen. The vet later told me the same, puzzled by the wound's nature. We spent the rest of the night tending to the injured horse. The family gathered in the barn. There was a sort of silent agreement among us that nobody wanted to be alone. The incident with Alex shook us, but we weren't quite sure just yet how wrong things were. In the days that followed, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe a mountain lion, though they rarely ventured this close and certainly didn't fly. I reached out to my neighbors, to local wildlife officials, anyone who might offer an explanation. But all I got were shrugs, uneasy glances, and the typical excuses we already went through. Alex kept to the house after that. His adventurous spirit seemed to fade a bit. Can't say I blame him. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often too. It felt like we were being watched. A month after Alex's scare, it was Jamie's turn to close up the chicken coop, something we've all done 100 times before, without a second thought. Jamie was my teenager, 16 years old and a live wire. She was running a bit late. The sunset seemed to come around a bit faster than usual. I remember I was in the kitchen, cleaning up after dinner when I realized it was getting pretty dark. I thought, Jamie should have been back by now, and I felt a twinge of unease. Then the front door slammed open with such force, it sounded like a gunshot. Jamie came barreling in, her face as white as a sheet, gasping for air, her eyes wide with terror. Before I could even utter a word, she spilled out her encounter between heaving breaths. I was just locking up the coop, she started, her voice trembling. And this scream ripped through the air. Not a normal animal, not a person, something else. Then I saw wings, huge, flapping wings, like nothing I've ever heard or seen before. Dad, it was right behind me. She paused, swallowing hard. I ran so fast, but I could feel it. This massive presence just behind me. I thought I was going to die. Listening to her, seeing the genuine fear in her eyes, hit me so hard. This wasn't a tall tale, or a mistaken sighting of a normal animal. We sat there in the kitchen, the two of us, trying to make sense of it all, trying to calm her down. But how do you rationalize something that feels so beyond the realm of normal? How do you protect your family from something you can't even identify? The adults weren't spared either, and honestly, that scared me more than anything the kids had said. You think as an adult that you're immune to fear, well, at least the same kind of fear that grips your children. After all, you're the one checking under their beds for monsters. But what happened to me one night shattered that illusion. It was well past midnight. I was out in the yard because the dogs just would not stop barking. I figured it was a raccoon, maybe a stray cat, something mundane. I grabbed my flashlight, the real heavy-duty one I keep for checking on the animals, or if the power goes out. I then headed towards the hen house, where the commotion was coming from. The air was thick, the kind of humidity that told you rain was on its way, but hadn't decided when. I remember it because my shirt stuck to my back, making me feel even more uncomfortable. As I neared the hen house, the chickens were going absolutely berserk inside, flapping and squawking like they were trying to run away from something. That was when I saw it for the first time. Two glowing red eyes floated in the darkness beyond the fence line. I froze. You know how they say your life flashes before your eyes? Mine didn't. All I could think about was how exposed I was, standing there in the beam of my flashlight with whatever those eyes belonged to, watching me. I called out, more bravado than sense. "Who's there?" As if a person would be skulking around with eyes like coal embers. The eyes didn't move. They didn't even blink. They just kept staring at me. That's when the fear really took hold. A primal kind that makes your stomach drop and your hands shake. I backed up real slow, not wanting to turn my back on it. But that's when I heard it, a sound no human could make. A low growl that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my feet. I don't mind admitting, I ran. I ran like I hadn't since I was a kid, racing my siblings across the fields. I burst into the house, just like my kids had with their experiences, wild-eyed and panting. Jordan, my wife, who was half asleep on the couch waiting for me, jumped up, asking, "What is it? What happened?" "There's something out there," was all I could manage, my heart pounding like it wanted to escape my chest. Jordan's skepticism was evident, even in the dim light of the living room. "Honey, it's probably just a bear or a coyote. You know how they get into the trash sometimes." But I shook my head frantically, trying to find the words to explain. No. It wasn't that. The eyes were red. It was like they glowed, and it made this sound. I've never heard anything like it. This wasn't an animal, not any kind we know. We stayed up the rest of the night, talking about what to do, jumping at every little sound outside. Jordan wanted to brush it off as stress, an overactive imagination, but she couldn't deny the fear in my voice and the way I refused to even look out the window. That was a turning point for us. The realization that whatever was happening wasn't just the imagination of our kids or mine. Jamie, my brave, curious girl, sensed it too. The next morning over breakfast, she looked right at me with those knowing, serious eyes of hers and asked, "What are we going to do about it, Dad?" I didn't have an answer for her then, and I'm not sure I even do now. Even Jordan, who's always been the level-headed one, thinking there's a logical explanation for everything, couldn't find any reason for what happened to her that night. Yep, she had her own experience. She was driving home. It was already dark, something we tried to avoid lately due to these encounters, but she'd gotten held up at the market. I remember she called me, telling me she'd be home late, and I could hear the unease in her voice. Imagine that. Adults, parents no less, scared of the dark. We both tried to brush it off, thinking we were just paranoid. But what happened next still makes me sweat. She was on that long stretch of road that cuts through the woods, the one with barely any streetlights. Out of nowhere, this massive shadow, something huge, just swooped down right in front of the windshield. She said it was like nothing she'd ever seen, much bigger than a bird, with a wingspan that seemed to stretch across the entire road. She swerved, almost hitting a tree, and slammed on the brakes. Freaked out, she told me she just sat there, trying to make sense of it. Then she did something that, thinking back, was both brave and maybe a bit crazy. She grabbed the flashlight we kept in the glove compartment, stepped out of the car, and shone it into the trees, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever it was. But it was silent. No rustling leaves, no animal sounds, nothing. It was like even the forest was holding its breath. She would later tell me, "I stood there, feeling like the biggest idiot, shining a flashlight into empty woods, but I swear for a moment, I could feel it watching me. Something big, something not very friendly. It wasn't just the darkness playing tricks, I could feel it in my gut." Anyway, after what felt like ages, she got back in the car, locking the doors and driving home a bit too fast. When she made it back, her hands were trembling so much she could barely hold the keys. Following these incidents, we've had to adjust our lives significantly. The idea of wandering outside after dark has become unthinkable. We keep flashlights nearby. We've reinforced the home and barn, taking extra measures to protect livestock. Our farm, once a haven of peace, now feels like a place of watchfulness and unease. We've done a lot of thinking about what it is out there, the thing that seemingly wants to eat our livestock and the kids. Maybe it's an undiscovered species, a migratory animal of some kind. But the history of the Smoky Mountains and the folklore surrounding them suggested maybe something more. I grew up hearing stories meant to scare children away from straying too far into the woods. But now, those same stories feel like they might have a kernel of truth. Our children no longer play outside with the carefree abandon they once did. And we have an unspoken rule: be inside by dusk. Conversations with distant neighbors have revealed we're not alone in experiencing these strange events. Yet everyone seems very reluctant to talk about it, as if acknowledging the thing gives it power. I'll be honest, the idea of leaving has crossed my mind. Abandoning the land that has been part of my family for generations, but that feeling feels like a betrayal. Not just to my heritage, but to the life we've built here. But the fear is real, for me and my family. We don't know if the thing in the woods is gone, or if it will be back. We don't know what it will do, if and when we encounter it again.
So I was a few stories short of a full episode of Smoky Mountain Monsters. So take these two older stories that are lesser known.
It couldn't pass my property line, from Sulphur Eyes. I've hesitated to share this story for many years, and truthfully have only shared it with a very select number of people. Perhaps if I get this off my chest, I'll feel better about it, like therapy. To begin, I'm Christian. Though I consider myself non-denominational, I grew up in a Pentecostal background, which teaches of the Holy Spirit, sometimes giving gifts to believers in the form of discernment, prophecy, and tongues. The gift of tongues is understood to be a language, which has no inherent meaning to people except that it's a holy language, spoken through us by the Holy Spirit. Now, on to the story. When I was about 14 or 15 years old, my mom and I lived with my aunt and uncle at my grandparents' old homestead. My grandparents had passed several years prior, and my aunt and uncle bought the property from my mom and the rest of her siblings. My mom and I had fallen on hard times, which is why we resided with them. The home was a brick home settled in the woods away from any true major towns or cities, by at least a 30-mile circumference. It was part of an unincorporated establishment that could be easily missed if you didn't know where to look. My grandfather had built the place for him, his wife, and 6 kids to get away from the bustle and noise of Houston. The home was well removed from the road and surrounded by tall pine trees and a creek further back in the woods. No one ever came down the road leading up to the house, so it was quite peaceful. One of those idyllic country homes nestled at the end of the dirt road, where at night there would be bonfires and stars reached on endlessly. I played there a lot as a kid, and nothing truly scary had ever happened. One evening, while my aunt and uncle were out of state, my mom turned in early after I fed all the animals, 1 dog and a few cats, leaving me to watch the Discovery Channel by myself. It was during the summer, and my mom never really minded me staying up late, as all I did was watch documentaries or anime. Normally at night I would entertain myself just fine, watch a couple of shows and then go to bed. But that entire evening had felt wrong. I stayed up very late into the night. I was so bothered. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread or worry. I would look up from my spot in the recliner toward the window, and I could feel the sensation of being watched. All I could see, however, was just the dirt drive and trees surrounding the property, illuminated by the one street lamp outside the house. There was nothing there. Figuring I was paranoid, I decided to just screw everything and go to bed. I knew I was tired. My room and Mom's room were next to each other toward the front of the house, and that aforementioned streetlight shone directly into my window. My headboard was centered beneath the window, but for whatever reason at the time, I slept with my head towards the foot of the bed. I lay there for several minutes, maybe even an hour, and still the feeling of dread was getting worse. I tried to pray for my anxiety to go away, but the words felt empty and stuck in my throat. My ears were picking up all the noises of the house. The clock ticking, the ice machine in the kitchen, my box fan, and my mom snoring heavily in the next room. I huffed and rolled over onto my back. Then everything stopped. Freezing in place, I became aware of the lack of sound that the house was just full of. Instead, another more sobering sound rang out. It was Smokey Joe, my uncle's miniature German Shepherd, going ballistic. Smokey normally was a well-tempered dog and never barked at anything unless someone he didn't know drove up to the house. And even then, it was a couple of barks, then he'd stop. What he was doing now, though, was beyond description. I guess you could say it was like he was rabid. His growls of rage were coupled with such loud barks that it sounded almost like intermittent roars. It sounded as though he was just below my window outside. My first reaction was to try and roll up to see what was going on, but something told me to freeze right where I was. It wasn't a voice so much as an absolute instinct of knowing. At that moment, a couple of things happened that I'll never forget. One moment I was staring at the ceiling in terror, and the next I was looking outside. It was like the images were placed in my head and I could see exactly what was going on from a point of view that wasn't mine. The other thing that happened was I could hear my mom, who was sound asleep, but speaking in tongues. Her voice was loud and commanding, and in my mind I could see Smokey Joe, hackles raised, snarling and livid, just beneath my window, staring dead ahead at this thing standing motionless under the street lamp. This thing was like an undulating blot of ink. That's the only way I can describe it. It had density and mass, but no discernible shape. There was a head, but the rest of it resembled anomalous shadow. No features, no face, nothing like that. And the thing that frightened me the most was that even though it was standing directly under the light was swallowed up in the presence of the mass itself. I could hear my mom get louder, and chills ran up my back. I couldn't understand what she was saying, but it was quite clearly a language, precise, syllabic, and authoritative. As I hear her get louder, I saw the inner portions of this shadow ripple like water, but way too thick and slow, and from the center of it, I heard this hissing sound. It was pissed. But I noticed something else. For whatever reason, it could not cross the property line. It was as though something was stopping it. It didn't fight to try and get across like I thought it would. It just stood there, angry that it was being denied entry. It was the strangest thing, and in my mind I felt that moment of knowing again, and this time it told me that this thing was not allowed here, and I felt calm immediately. The moment that realization hit, I was once again staring back at the ceiling of my room. Smokey had stopped barking and was just huffing until he was silent again, and Mom gradually grew quiet, going back to just snoring. The clock, the fan, the ice maker, and the normal sounds returned all at once. I must have laid there just a little longer until I bolted up and looked out my window. I found Smokey Joe staring curiously at the now empty spot. Seeing him standing there looking at that spot, more than anything, made me realize I wasn't dreaming. I briefly asked my mom the next day if she remembered praying in her sleep, but she remembered nothing, and even all these years later, she believes what I told her about this event. I believe the Holy Spirit saved us, but from what? I have no idea.
Smoky Mountain Ravenmocker by Bill. My father and I have been hiking for years in the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina and Tennessee, but one incident has caused us to never be out after dark, not in those mountains ever again. We went on a fishing trip in what was one of the most remote areas of the park, the Upper Raven Fork of the Oconaluftee River above Cherokee, North Carolina. The trip went according to plan until we couldn't find the unmarked trail to where we were fishing. So we took off through the ivy, mountain slaying for mountain laurel, and it was so thick we were walking sometimes 10 feet off the ground. After an hour of this, we finally emerged on the riverbank. We went up the stream, fishing along the way, and finally reached what is called Three Forks, where we spent an hour or two fishing and having lunch. At 2 o'clock, we left the Three Forks and made our way up the right fork of the stream, instead of going back through the ivy. Bad idea. An hour in and we hadn't traveled a quarter of a mile. We encountered a bear cub and her mother along the way, but that was only the beginning. We ran upon a cave beside the stream and decided to take a break inside its rather deep mouth. That's when, from upstream from us, we heard a raven's cry. But it was wrong, so wrong. It almost had a human-like cackle in its voice, something that sent more than chills up my already wary spine. We were already lost in the middle of nowhere. I looked at my dad and whispered, "What on earth was that?" He replied shakily, "Just a raven, a very loud raven." We soon left the cave and continued upstream. Again, a bad idea. About another quarter mile up, we decided to just make our way to the ridgetop through a world of ivy thickets, more akin to the underworld than Earth. About halfway up the mountain, we again heard that strange raven, but something else struck me as odd. It was on the opposing ridge on the ground, not on a branch, not in the air. We booked our tired selves out of those woods as quick as we could. When we reached the park trail, there were still 4 miles to go, and that raven thing was still behind us, apparently just out of sight. We finally got about half a mile from the car when I finally picked out what was making the noises. It was a person, maybe. It didn't have the head of a raven, exactly. More like it was wearing a giant one, and it had wings in place of its arms. I screamed, "Run!" to my dad, who, though he hadn't seen it, was already on edge enough to listen right away. We took off, just slow enough not to go falling off the mountain, and every time I looked back, that raven human thing was a little bit closer. When we finally got to the car, we both climbed in through the driver's side, backpacks still on, and took off down the road. By then, it was pitch black out. Whatever was chasing us now was keeping pace with us, floating along with us down the dirt road. After 10 minutes of chase, we were almost back to civilization, but it finally made its move. The thing landed on our hood. My dad slammed on the brakes, and we stared for a moment at the thing as it stared back at us. Then it flew away, screeching that awful noise through the night. Then we sped on home, worried that that thing might find us again. When I told my great-uncle about this, he instantly knew what it was. He told me we were lucky to escape because apparently that was the Raven Mocker.
Stolen Breath. From Anonymous. I have no idea how to begin this. I suppose I could start by describing my home. It's a fairly stereotypical creepy environment. A large house in the middle of the Blue Ridge Mountains, deep in the woods. It's not an old house, but the land it's on is old and has a lot of history. From dozens of slave deaths and building long-forgotten roads, to a Native American burial ground, and even moonshining. So a lot has happened here. I don't know if some of this is connected, but that's all I know about it. I've lived in this house since I was 11, and since the beginning, it always felt off. My parents had always been fairly involved with the whole energy and crystals New Age spirituality, and had gotten me accustomed to it. So from the beginning, I was trying to figure out why I had such a chilling feeling about the place. I assumed it was just getting used to a new home in the woods. But it wasn't just odd feelings for long. After a few months in the house, a lot started to happen. I'm getting chills just writing about it. It was mainly little things, like lights coming on when they weren't meant to, and electronics consistently malfunctioning. I obviously didn't think much of it yet. I thought it was just crappy electricians we had to work with. Until the electric battery-powered candlelights we had in our living room table started to do the same. Even at one point, there was a putrid smell of rotting flesh that I've never been able to forget. It came from upstairs, where my bedroom was, and it filled the hallway. We searched and searched for a dead animal but found nothing. After nearly a week of checking every possible angle, we smudged the room, as we'd been planning on doing anyway, and the smell went away. Sometimes when I was alone, I would feel like I knew I wasn't alone, especially when I started to hear footsteps on the floors above me, even though no one else was in the house. I never fully doubted the existence of spirits, so I would say things like, "You're no longer living, please move towards the light." Or if I was really freaked out, I would yell, "Go away." The moment I didn't feel safe anymore happened when I was a teenager. I was around 15 or 16, I think, sound asleep at around 2 a.m., when I remember waking up immediately with the most intense fear I've ever felt in my life. I couldn't breathe. I was choking on something, gasping for air. I felt something warm on my face and wiped at it to see what it was, but I could see nothing on my hand in the pitch-black room. The fear that rocked my body was 10 times beyond anything I've ever experienced. At the foot of my bed, towering over me, was a dark figure hidden in the black shadows of my room. But I could most definitely tell it was the shape of a person. I could clearly make out a head, shoulders, arms. I can't remember if the thing was also in my dream, that maybe that was why I woke up. All I do know is that as soon as I woke up, I knew to look at the foot of my bed to find it. I was almost out of breath completely, and honestly, everything was hazy. But I ignored my fear of whatever was at the foot of my bed and bolted as quickly as I could to the bathroom, where the light was always left on and there was a large mirror. I had to figure out what was happening to me, why I couldn't breathe, what was on my face. I was dizzy the whole way there, my vision completely messed up. Black spots, blurry colors. I staggered into 2 walls, but made it into the bathroom. I used the sink to keep myself up. I began to cough and gag and spit into the sink. Then I looked into the mirror, trying to get my vision to focus a bit. When it finally did, I could make out the red of blood all over the bottom half of my face. I've never been prone to having nosebleeds, so the sight was completely unexpected. Still feeling dizzy, and with my body feeling absolutely drained of energy, I fell to the floor and managed to lean against the far wall. There I sat, staring at the open door, waiting to see whatever had been in my room coming around the corner. But it never did. I sat there, my mouth tasting of copper, for about half an hour until I felt that I was able to stand. My vision had cleared, and I cleaned myself up. Needless to say, I didn't get back to sleep that night. The nosebleed by itself wouldn't have been so bad, but the fact that I don't get nosebleeds, and I've not gotten one since, along with all the other circumstances, has given me an experience that makes me smudge this house once a month now. I've only ever told one other person this story, but it still messes me up today. Oswong Manolungal Dream, from Anonymous. To give some background of this lengthy story, which not only involves myself, but mainly my mother, as it's her first-hand account, it would be best to give some knowledge on when it first occurred. In a small village in the mountains of Cebu, Philippines, my mother was raised in a very remote location that is mostly agricultural. Her family lived in poverty, but maintained a poor existence through the working of the land. They lived in a small hut, which isn't an uncommon standard of living within her village. In our culture, families tend to share a room, so it's not irregular for the adults to share a bedroom with the kids, as poverty tends to limit means of quality of life. Now, the first occurrence took place when my mother was 12, on a full moon night. The moon illuminated the entire room through the thin screen used to cover their makeshift windows. My mother also shared a room with my great-grandmother, my great-grandfather, my Suya Robert, and my Suya Danny. Suya refers to my uncle, or a term of respect for male elders. Both Danny and Robert had just been born within that year. Both were fairly still in their infantile stages. On that night, my mother wasn't sure what time it was, so the only information I knew about how late it must have been was because everyone in the room had gone to sleep for the night. My mother would position her sleeping mat next to the window, as space was quite limited, but it would be by this chance night that would make her sleep the farthest away from the window for the rest of her life. As I mentioned, it was a full moon that night, and in Filipino folklore in the mountains, everything paranormal would be more active during full moons. My mom awoke slowly to a rhythmic, soft, haggard breathing that kept disturbing her dreams. But when she opened her eyes, as I'm told, she had become utterly still, in shock of something that was dragging its long, dagger-like nails along the window screen and proceeded to slice it open. Slowly but surely, the hand attached to those nails emerged. It was a dark, burnt brown color that seemed otherworldly to behold, but my mother remained silent, watching for what was about to happen next. Through the thin screen, she saw a detailed face that was near black, with bloodshot eyes seeming to glow in the moonlight. Dirty yellow teeth were revealed then, with black, kinked hair that looked as if it had never been combed and was raggedly unkempt. With the breathing that was becoming slightly more haggard as the hand kept stretching and extending towards something, my mom was horrified and confused as to what this creature even was. Then, to her horror, the limb of the arm began to extend to inhuman lengths. It was as if it were being stretched like putty, outstretching towards the babies. Right away it clicked that this creature was an aswang. The aswang is known very little in the monster encrypted world. It is said they are witches that have sold their souls for eternal life, gaining inhuman and animalistic abilities. This being is typically seen with large bat-like wings and haft down the midsection of its body horizontally, legless and simply a torso. All in all, a nightmarish horror to behold at the age of 12. But what really sets them apart from other monsters is they not only live in the most remote parts of the mountains, but their diet mainly consists of fetuses and infants. Legend has it, pure young life was needed to maintain the longevity of their own demonic powers. They are shapeshifters of sorts. They're able to blend in with human civilization, typically very quiet and withdrawn beings that are able to transform during a full moon. Seeing this creature stretch its entire arm to an inhuman degree terrified my mother into silence. She kept quiet as time passed while this thing tried to grab my uncles. But it couldn't reach as they were the furthest from the window being cradled with great-grandparents. The irritation in the creature's breathing became apparent. It had registered they were too far to reach and began to remove its hand and arm. Withdrawing from the window, it backed away to where my mother could finally hear it take off with large wings. And just like that, as swiftly as it had arrived, it was gone. The next morning, my mother told her story, but my great-grandmother warned her not to lie about things like that. But luckily, there was proof to her story. Before my mother was punished, they saw my uncle's forehead. A large scratch went across it. To this day, he has a long scar from that scratch. There was dried blood already crusted over. This shocked my grandmother, and that very night their hut was blessed, all the windows covered with garlic strands in order to protect them. Why is this of any importance? Well, fast forward decades later, where young 9-year-old me was born and raised in the USA. I began to have dreams at night of a creature I'd never seen before. A creature with half a body, black kinked hair, claws scratching at me, A creature that would be above my bed, scratching my limbs, scratching my body, cutting me into pieces. This nightmare haunted me throughout my life, and to this day, it's now my omen of when a disastrous occurrence is about to happen in my life. In that nightmare, I can't wake up until it registers that I'm dead. No amount of realizing it's all a nightmare wakes me up or scares me enough to make it all stop. What's worse is that on occasion, I've sometimes changed perspectives in which I'm the creature killing me. But I had no knowledge of my mother's past. In fact, in her words, she had tried to repress it, along with the messed up memories that occurred. I never spoke of my nightmares to anyone until I was 18, when I brought it up in casual conversation to my mother. I saw my mother's face drop at my description of the creature. She was shocked, horrified even. My mother asked but one question: did the creature have wings? A feature I neglected to mention. It was then I knew she knew something about it, and that night it came spilling out. I've always been able to see things, but the fear of knowing my nightmare was more real than I thought was enough to make me refrain from ever visiting my mother's village in the mountains. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against animals. Something crawling on my roof. From I Am Scared of the Dark Now, 7881. One day, a few years back, I think 4 years ago on a June night, something happened to me that I'll never forget. First, let me tell you where this happened. I live on a farm in the mountain region of North Carolina. Even though I have a few ducks, chickens, and geese, my main job is to be a landscape architect. I've got a good house with a garage, a front door, a deck, and a porch. Next to my room is my hobby room, where I indulge in building things. I also enjoy watching the geese chase the squirrels sometimes. On that particular night, I'd finished reading a book called Chasing the Demon, which is about the history of airplanes and how a group of pilots broke the sound barrier. My eyes got watery from reading for so long, so I looked down and noticed my cat, Leo, and if you must know, his full name is Leonardo DiCaprio, was not leaving my room, even though the door was open. Usually, when I close the door in the room he's in, he starts banging on it to get out after a while. But this time, he was loafing around on my beanbag, which I found strange. After about half an hour, I decided to go to sleep, as it was 10:30 p.m. by then. As I lay down, I asked my Alexa to play my playlist of soft piano songs, which supposedly helps decrease thoughts and aids in better sleep. However, despite the soothing music, I just couldn't fall asleep. It felt as if my mind was warning me of danger, that something bad was about to happen if I fell asleep. Whenever I looked away from the window, I felt this burning, itching sensation on my back, as if someone was staring at me intensely. I also heard something walking on the roof, scraping against the metal or rock. I tried to convince myself it was just a squirrel. Then the noise moved. I stayed still, because now the sound was right next to my window. Suddenly, I heard something that made me want to scream in fear. Tap, tap, tap.
I see you.
It had a sing-song voice, deep and gruff, with an eerie echo. Something had just talked to me. It was 11:37 at night, and I could see the shadow of something coming from my roof. A mixture of horror and curiosity got the better of me, and I made the worst possible decision. I looked. What I saw still baffles me. This creature, it was extremely skinny, bones and lungs visible. It was solid black. Its face resembled that of a corpse, with no nose, but its teeth were terrifying, numerous, and sharp. The weirdest thing was its eyes. They were electric blue, glowing and shining with a red eye shine when it turned its head. I was freaking out, stuck staring at this unexplainable thing, afraid to move, fearing I would provoke it. Then it locked eyes with me, starting to bang on the window. I was absolutely horrified. My cat woke up then and began to screech. Suddenly, the creature ran off of the roof and began to scratch, trying to find a way inside. When it finally left, disappearing, I got up, closed, and locked my bedroom door. Throughout the night, I heard it attempting to open the doors to my house, tapping at various windows. Around 2 a.m., it finally grew quiet, and I hoped it was gone. So eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning after having breakfast, I looked outside and I saw the damage. Some of the roof had been torn up, doors were scratched, one of my windows was even shattered. Even in the daytime, I felt a sense of being watched. I hurried to feed my animals, but one of my barn cats, Mary, was missing. I thought she had gone to sleep in the barn, but my other cat, Steph, was acting strange. His ears were flattened. He hissed at me when I entered the barn. This was odd, as Steph was usually very friendly, never aggressive. However, as soon as he saw the bowl of cat food, he came over and rubbed against my legs. I set down his bowl and left him to eat. I prayed that creature on the roof was not the reason Mary had disappeared. Unfortunately, I was wrong. I found Mary, farther out in the field. She had been torn apart. It was a gruesome sight. I buried her that day, hoping that her end had come quickly and painlessly. I discovered as well that all my geese had been killed. Their coop had been destroyed, they'd either been eaten or had their necks broken. What was especially eerie that night was that there had been no noise from the animals at all. After cleaning up the mess and washing away the blood, I felt relieved when I saw Steph eating some of the remains of the geese. Leo was always on alert now, and sometimes I would catch him staring out the window into the woods behind the field. I would occasionally hear these screams and shrill cries coming from the woods. Even creepier, sometimes I would see blue lights moving in the field. I have no idea what this creature was. There is no cryptid I've found so far that matches its description in North Carolina. If there is a lesson to be learned, it's to get better blinds and never, never, ever go out at night to investigate strange noises. The Screaming Woman, from Suki. I want to tell you about something unsettling that happened to our family a long time ago. This isn't my story, as I was a kid. This happened to my parents. Several years ago, when I was less than 5 years old, my dad used to work a government job for which he had to travel to different cities, staying for a few months at a time. This time he would be stationed at a very remote village in India. I honestly forgot the name of it, because it's a pretty old name, and since then, the village has grown into a town and changed its name. I can describe it to you. It's a mountainous or rather hilly location. There are houses placed on top of each hill and long rivers were running around near the hills. There was a small local village that was barely populated. There was no electricity, as it was that long ago, and remote villages didn't have access to the wires, nor did they have the money. My dad had been stationed there for several months. During that time, my mom, who was pregnant with my sister, was staying with him. I was back at home with my mother's sister and grandma for school. My dad went to great lengths to get electricity in their home. He got the cables, installed them in the power stations, and brought the wires near their home. In the end, their house was the only one with any electricity. Now that you've got a sense of the place, I'm going to tell you my dad's story which to this day sends a chill down my spine whenever he tells it to us. It started one evening when my parents were in the house near the village. It was at night, around 8 to 9 p.m. They were doing their work when suddenly they started to hear screaming. They both got a bit puzzled and startled and went to check it out. My dad said they could hear this woman screaming on the opposite side of the river. It sounded like a woman who was running for her life, screaming bloody murder. So the scream would start at one end and continue until the end of the river, where the scream suddenly stopped as if whoever had been pursuing her had caught up to her and ended her there. Obviously, this freaked out my parents, who were terrified and worried at the same time. My dad said the scream was unnatural, like it was distressing, and at the same time bone-chilling. They quickly went in and closed the doors. The next day, things seemed to return to normal, although the screaming was never far from their minds. However, that evening the same thing started. They could hear a woman shrieking and screaming. It seemed to be the same woman. The scream would start at one end of the river and continue until she reached the end, with the same results as before. This happened for 2 more nights, which greatly worried my parents. After that, my dad went down to the village below and went to talk to the local tea vendor. A few men were gathered there, and they started to have a conversation. He brought up the subject very casually, like, "Oh, so have you heard a woman screaming at night?" They looked at him puzzled. While the village was not near the river, he was sure they might have heard something, as the scream was so loud and shrill. The men, however, answered that they never heard any woman scream, and it wouldn't be hard for them to miss it, as it becomes quiet at night due to the low population and the darkness. So my dad left and went home. That night, the same scream started up again. My parents were now convinced it was something supernatural. It continued for days, and sometimes there would be no screams for a few days, then suddenly it would start up again. One day, my dad's mom came to visit. That night, she too heard the screaming. She came out of her room and asked her son what that screaming was. When my dad explained what was going on, she was concerned, warning them that this was not good. The scream was something evil. She felt very unsettled by that scream and advised my mom to sprinkle mustard seeds around the perimeter of the house. My mom did as she was told. Apparently, mustard seeds guard you against evil. I'm not sure if that's true, but my parents did as instructed by the elders. As the screams went on and on, my parents got used to it and didn't really acknowledge it anymore. Soon, my mother was nearing her due date. My dad's duties were almost over, but he still had a few loose ends to tie up and finish his jobs. He brought my mom back to the city so she could prepare for the birth, but he had to go back and finish up his last remaining days before he could leave that place for good. While he was alone, some of his subordinates came to the house to celebrate and have a farewell party. They brought the booze and food. They eventually started to ask my dad about the butni, which is our term for a female ghost. They wanted to hear the screaming too. Apparently, the gossip had spread a lot about a screaming ghost, and my dad's subordinates wished to witness it for themselves. My dad, who had become very casual about the whole thing, almost disregarded the presence altogether, saying, "Yeah, you guys can go and listen to it, but I'm tired. I'm heading to bed." So he went off to his bedroom. He went to bed while the party continued outside. Eventually, he was awakened when one of the men came into the room and began to shake him to wake him up. "Sir, we heard it." There was visible terror and a tremor in his voice. My dad looked at him. The man was horrified. He continued, "We heard the butni," he kept on saying. My dad dismissed him. His reaction was cool. Yeah, he said. "Good, now let me sleep. Honestly, he told me that at that point he just didn't care anymore. It had been months of this. A few days passed after that, and it was my dad's final night in that house. There had been no screams for the past few days. He had wrapped up his work and was leaving the following morning. Since he had nothing more to do, he poured himself a glass of water and sat in front of the small TV, flipping through the handful of channels available. Suddenly, the screams started up. This time, they did not stop at the lake. My father said he could hear the screams coming closer and closer to the house. He had never been more scared when he heard the screams reach his house, and it was now coming closer to where he sat. My dad remained in his chair, staring at the TV, unblinking for a second, when suddenly it sounded as if the scream entered his room and was right next to him. That woman, or whatever it was now screaming directly in his ears, and he said he could feel there was something right by him, maybe just an inch away. He dared not to turn to look at it. He kept his eyes fixed on the TV, his whole body shaking in absolute terror. He said if he had turned, he was sure he would have seen what it was, but he did not want to see it. The scream continued in his ear for a few moments, and then, with a final loud scream, it whooshed out of the room. My dad sat there for maybe an hour. He was shaking so badly during the screams that he spilled his drink on the floor and on himself. He never heard the cry again. He was only too happy to leave that place forever. My dad thinks that whatever it was, maybe it felt disrespected by how my father was totally ignoring it, and it came over to remind him. They theorized that maybe the cry was never coming from beyond the lake, but it was on the land they were on. Otherwise, how else did the villagers never hear it? Only they did. It was there all along. Beast of Mount Howl, from Wolfman 20. I can't really remember much about this horrific experience, but I can say with all honesty, what happened was real. It was the summer of 2011. My mom thought it would be a great idea to visit my grandfather at a trailer park, where he would stay during the summer. It's not that I wasn't an outdoorsy kid. I loved being outside. I always visited my grandpa, but there weren't many kids my age around there. However, that year was different. When I arrived at the trailer park, I saw a friend of mine, whom I had known since kindergarten. We hung out for a little bit, introducing each other to our grandpas. My grandpa was a man of the great outdoors. He knew the surrounding woods like the back of his hand, including the mountains behind them. During my time there, my grandfather, my friend, and I would camp out in the woods whenever we felt like it. But on June 10th, that's when it all started. It was early in the evening, and I decided to go for a little hike. The summer breeze was amazing, and the sound of the rushing river and animals was so serene. I would see squirrels and chipmunks, and I could even hear wolves howling in the distance. I sat down on a log to rest, noticing the mountain near the trailer park. I always asked if the mountain had a name, and everyone around seemed to call it Mount Howl. I did hear a lot of howling coming from that mountain, assuming that wolves or coyotes lived there, which is how it got its name. But that evening, I heard a howl coming from the mountain. It sounded louder than the typical howl, like it was coming from something much bigger than a wolf. I decided to head back to the trailer as it was getting late. Little did I know, that night would be the scariest night of my life. Later into the night, I was sleeping peacefully to the sound of nature, when everything went quiet, including the wind. My grandfather had taught me a lot about nature, and a saying he always told me was, if nature ever goes quiet, there's a predator nearby. I began hearing leaves and twigs breaking. I decided to take a peek from my window. That's when I saw it. A big creature with black fur. At first, I brushed it off, assuming it was a black bear. Until it stood up on two legs, I could then see it was too slim to be a bear. In fact, the thing looked far more wolf-like, but I could easily tell it was taller than your average wolf. It howled then. The howl was the same one I'd heard from earlier that evening. It sniffed the air as if it were hunting something. Then it turned its head, looking directly at our trailer, looking at me. I was frozen to the spot. This humanoid-looking wolf-like thing was hunting, and now its eyes were on me. I snapped out of it, quickly ducking down under the window, hiding under a blanket. The footsteps grew louder and closer until they stopped. I waited for a little while before I made the biggest mistake I could have made. I looked out the window again. There it was, that huge wolf-like humanoid thing, claws and sharp teeth and all. My eyes widened. My fear enveloped me to the point where I couldn't even breathe. It turned its head to the right and walked away. I thought maybe it lost interest in me, but then I heard a shaking noise. It was the sound of the trailer door, and that creature was now trying to open it. How did it know what a door was? Eventually, I was able to run out of my bed and keep the door from opening. But since I was only 8 years old, it obviously wasn't enough. Suddenly, the sound of a gun being fired shook the entire trailer. There was a howl, and the creature ran away. When I no longer heard footsteps, I opened the door and I saw one of my neighbors, John. "You okay, kid?" he asked. But the only response I could muster was, "What was it?" Thankfully, he replied, "The reason we call it Mount Howl." For the rest of that summer, I stayed either with my friend, my grandpa, or inside the trailer. I never hiked in those woods again, and I'm glad John stopped that creature. Otherwise, I don't think I'd be here to write this story. Bravery is for the foolish. From Nicholas. I'm from the Middle East. The story I'm about to tell you happened in one of my family's vacation homes in the French Alps. For as long as I can remember, my family has had big expectations of me. I come from a long line of politicians, CEOs, and doctors. Growing up, I had everything anyone could ever wish for. A private driver, chefs, multiple houses, numerous cars, guards, and the privilege of flying on our jet. I apologize if I sound boastful, but that was my reality. One day, my mother approached me, expressing her desire for me to continue competing in ski competitions, as I had done so in the past. She suggested sending me to one of our vacation homes in the French Alps to train. I agreed, asking if I could bring some friends along, and I requested we have no guards or security. Hesitantly, she agreed, and a couple of months later I flew to our house near the city of La Clusaz in the French Alps. It was a beautiful area, with snowy mountains, forests, and long icy rivers surrounding the city. Truly breathtaking. The house itself lived up to my expectations, resembling a luxurious alpine chalet nestled amidst the majestic mountains. It offered stunning panoramic views, spacious living areas, and elegant decor. As I stood outside the chalet, the air was crisp and biting. The moon illuminated the snow-covered peaks, creating an almost ethereal ambience. Inside, my friends and I reveled in the comforts of our abode, enjoying the warmth of the crackling fireplace, sharing stories, laughing at our friend, who had fallen numerous times during the day. However, as the night went on, an unsettling silence descended upon us. The wind outside grew stronger, howling through the trees, causing the shutters to tremble. Suddenly, we heard a strange sound which resembled a roar. A shiver ran down my spine. An inexplicable sense of unease settled in the pit of my stomach. The joyful atmosphere faded, replaced by a growing sense of apprehension. Unable to ignore the growing curiosity, I made the decision to venture out into the frigid night to see if I could find the source of the disturbance. Equipped with a sturdy flashlight, its beam piercing through the dark, I stepped out onto the snow-covered ground. The cold immediately enveloped me, gnawing at my skin and making my breath visible in the wintry air. Crunching through the deep snow, I followed a set of enormous footprints which appeared to have been left behind by some massive person or creature. The tracks were deep and clawed. This definitely wasn't a person, an unnerving sight that sent a chill down my spine. Yet my determination to uncover the mystery pushed me forward. My friends joined me in the venture. As we delved deeper into the forest, the trees closed in around us, creating a dense canopy that blocked out the moon's gentle light. A palpable sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air, suffocating our spirits. The silence grew deafening, broken only by the sound of our own breathing and the crunching of snow beneath our boots. Then the silence was shattered, with a blood-curdling roar that pierced through the night, reverberating through the trees. We came to a sudden halt, frozen in our tracks, hearts pounding in our chests. In the eerie glow of my flashlight, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in an otherworldly aura. It was tall and imposing, towering over us with glowing red eyes that seemed to pierce through the dark. Its sharp fangs gleamed ominously in the moonlight, its matted fur giving off a nightmarish appearance. The creature gave off a primitive look, as if it embodied the very essence of the untamed wild. Fear gripped me. It felt like time slowed down. Every detail of the scene etched itself into my mind. The creature then let out another bone-chilling growl. That guttural sound resonated through the forest, causing the ground beneath our feet to tremble. I panicked, but found my voice, shouting at my friends to run. With hearts pounding and fear propelling us forward, we sprinted back through the snow-laden forest, footfalls echoing through the night. The world blurred as we raced toward the safety of the chalet, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. The warm light inside made it feel like a sanctuary. We waited until sunrise, then we called the police. They arrived relatively quickly and began to question us. When they were done, they were definitely suspicious of our claims, but I couldn't help but feel they knew something we didn't. They suggested we were simply scared, our minds exaggerating the sighting. They said it was probably a bear or a wolf, but we found that hard to believe, considering they're not very active during ski season. At that point, we didn't care. We just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. The next morning, we boarded a flight back home. To this day, I can vividly remember the glowing eyes and fangs we saw in the dark. I've never again chosen one of our houses over a hotel now. This experience will always stick with me. Skinwalker tried to kill us. From Anonymous. In 2018, a few buddies, Gage, Kobe, and I, took a trip to my grandfather's house outside of Colorado Springs. We were quite literally in the middle of nowhere, planning to go on a little riding trip. I hopped on my Honda 3-wheeler, which had a huge LED spotlight on it and a rifle rack on the back. Gage had his Honda 4-Trax, and Kobe had borrowed my Honda Recon. I was the only one with a gun, a 30-30 Winchester. We took off to ride some trails up in the mountains and sleep under the stars. We left at 3:30 p.m., driving through the mountains, having a grand old time. We stopped somewhere in the middle of that nowhere, about 20 to 25 miles away from my grandpa's house. That would leave us around 50 to 60 miles away from the nearest town. There was no one around, but we all stopped to talk, drink some water, and check the handheld GPS. By then, it was roughly 6:30 to 7 p.m. Suddenly, a scream rang out from somewhere. Startled and confused, we headed in the direction of the scream, wondering if someone had been hurt. It sounded very close, maybe less than a mile away. If it wasn't a person, we figured it might be a dying rabbit or coyote. Sometimes they can sound human when getting killed. After finding nothing, we went back to our trail, gassed up, and drove until about 8:30 to 10 p.m. Eventually, we stopped and went to sleep. Kobe woke me up in the middle of the night, I think around 1:30. He said, "Grant, something or someone is out there messing with us." I thought he was messing with me. "Dude, if it makes you feel better, I'll stay up and watch camp." He agreed. He lay down and went to sleep. It wasn't even 10 minutes into my guard duty when I heard Gage out in the woods yelling, "Grant, get over here!" I started up my Honda, flipping on my spotlight, pointing it into the woods. I saw something there, something that looked like a large wolf, a wolf that looked as if it had eaten nothing its whole life. I could see every bone in its body. Its eyes were all messed up too. It was hard to describe them. It was looking right at me, and I was frozen there. I yelled again, "Gage! Kobe!" Gage yelled at me, saying, "Grant, shut up." Then Kobe shot up, starting to shake Gage awake. I reached around to my Winchester, grabbing it and aiming it at this wolf. I racked around and pulled the trigger. I watched it hit. I saw the wolf fall to the ground, and for a moment I was relieved. I thought it was over. But then I watched it get up, stand on two legs, and run towards me. So I leveled the rifle again and fired at it. By this time, Kobe and Gage were already starting their rigs up. I started mine and took off. I watched this wolf running beside me, even though we were going about 50 miles per hour. We didn't stop until we made it to my grandfather's house. We pulled up, shut our machines down, and ran inside. None of us set our parking brakes on the rigs. I held my rifle close. When we ran inside, I slammed the door shut and deadbolted it. Kobe and Gage were running around checking and locking the other doors and windows. At 4 a.m., we tried to get some more sleep. Eventually, I woke up to my dad banging on the front door. At first, I was confused, but then I realized my dad would have been able to get back inside the house because he knew where the key was hidden. Then it was clear that his voice didn't sound right. Whatever it was that sounded like my dad grew angrier by the second, demanding that we open the door. My grandpa came out of his room yelling at us. "What in the world is going on?" I said something was outside. He grabbed his revolver, then peeked out the window. I saw him jump. He then told us to get in the basement immediately. Kobe and Gage ran downstairs. My grandfather and I went after them. Eventually, the banging stopped. When we went outside in the morning, we saw that our rides had rolled away a bit, but they were fine. However, on the Honda Recon, there were some distinctive claw marks in the front right fender. Since then, we haven't been back to Colorado. Not sure if I want to go back for a while. I got sent to a boarding school in 2021, and when I talked about it with a Native American kid I met, he mentioned it could have been a skinwalker, but he was real hush-hush about it, not even saying its name, though I did manage to get him to write it on a piece of paper. He warned me to never say its name. I believe that's what we may have seen, but I can't be sure. He saved me. From Died 42. I was in Flagstaff, Arizona. I was driving my 4x4 Silverado from the Midwest to Flagstaff, Arizona. Unfortunately, when I arrived to pick up my brother, who was supposed to be getting out of rehab the next morning, he didn't sound so sure. Later, I found out he had run away and just checked back in a few days earlier, planning to run again, pretending he had made it the full 60 days. I was livid. I'd given up my apartment, left everything except my clothes, guns, and music equipment. Our plan, like that of many early 20-year-old artists and musicians, was to go to California, play music by the beach, live off the wealth of California and taxpayer dollars, and if necessary, resort to our old St. Louis pastime, living off the expenses of others. Of course, we had our own honor code. We would only rob dealers and steal from corporate businesses. We never gave or did anything for free, except for playing music on the street. We had about a 2-hour set that we could play repeatedly for 8 hours without anyone noticing, but if the crowd grew big enough and we ran out of material, we would freestyle or play unfinished songs. I should note here that I do have anger issues. I've been fighting it my entire life, mentally against myself and physically against pretty much everyone else. I left Flagstaff after only being there for an hour. Night crept over the seemingly affluent area, making me feel like the police would magically be drawn to my presence. I typed Venice, California into my GPS, and I took the most deserted-looking and longest route possible, hoping to encounter fewer obstacles. I was right, but I'll be honest, what I saw that night, I would take my chances with the police and my numerous felonies still alive, but I'm not here to preach. The GPS took me up a winding 2-lane mountain road. It transitioned from forest to desert and back again, giving it an odd Twilight Zone-like quality. I could hear my dog snore, then growl very lowly, then snore again. He did that in his sleep. I then realized he wasn't asleep. He was standing straight up, staring over my shoulder. I began to notice his paws on the center console. Then, after giving me a worried look, he climbed into the front seat, with part of his body in my lap, staring intently outside the beams of light. I rubbed his back, trying to comfort him, but he was shaking. I knew my dog. He would never run from a fight. He had proven many times he would put himself between me and danger. Ask that crackhead with a gun and no clip. That's a different story, though. As he growled, he started to aggressively pound my window with his nose. This behavior was also normal, but only if there was another dog or person outside. Trying to concentrate on the road, I grew slightly annoyed, so I rolled the window down a bit. That way he could stick his head out. That's when the smell hit me fully. Having a 120-pound German Shepherd in your lap and in your truck for most of their lives makes you accustomed to the smell of a dog. But believe me, this scent was different. It was like the smell of a rotting corpse. Chevy, my dog, immediately recoiled, almost causing me to wreck again. I rolled the window up, cursing. I'd had enough. I yelled to him, "Chevy, get back," while fumbling for the handgun under my seat. He reluctantly jumped into the back seat at the sight of what I was pulling out. Old Rusty. He knew her well and panted happily, lying in the back seat floorboard. I knew how loud the sound would be, so after locking eyes with me and pointing his head in the same direction as before, I yelled, "Go sleep it off," trying to keep the truck on the windy road down the mountain. My brakes must have hated me. I was satisfied, though, and figured we were almost out of the woods. I was wrong. The smell was still there. Chevy was back up, paws on the center console. "Hold on, dang it," I said, feeling around in the back seat for the single shot, sawed-off 12-gauge. I'd forgotten about my bad arm, and the pain shot through me as a reminder. Great, I thought. I grabbed my .380 in the glove box. What the heck was that going to do? The road turned into a straightaway, and I eased off the brakes, downshifting the automatic truck to slow down, knowing my brakes needed a brake. I nearly laughed at myself. I'm probably dead. I had a fascination with that idea. The whole time we'd been driving down a steep mountain. As the vehicle almost came to a stop, I unloaded the .380 into the darkness as a quick warning to whatever was out there. With Chevy back in the front seat, I dropped the pistol, hit the cab light, and finally saw where the 12-gauge had landed. I reached back. That's when my rage turned to horror. I heard Chevy's growl change to the sound he made when he was attacking something. A mixture of barks, growls, and I'll let you imagine the rest. Instinctively, I grabbed the gun with my good arm, partially falling into the back seat and catching myself with my bad arm. Pain shot through me, but it must have popped back into place. I remembered the gun case under the seat. It sounds ridiculous, but living in St. Louis, during the riots, people were paranoid. Plus, what 23-year-old didn't want an AK-47? I kept that thing loaded. Yeah, I was dumb. Ripping open the case, I grabbed it. This entire event happened within seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. Chevy's body was blocking the window. I grabbed his collar, pulling him back as hard as I could. What I saw made me realize in an instant that if he wasn't there, I would have been dead. And if I had known what he was facing off with through the window, I never would have stopped. The rage I'd battled with my entire life came back with a vengeance. Tears poured down my face, not knowing if my limp dog was dead or alive. My AK pointed directly towards the blood-stained mouth of the creature. I grabbed the 30-round clip, pulling the trigger until the gun clicked several times. The creature was pale and lanky, sharp teeth stained red. I'd emptied those rounds into it and it fell away from the truck. I floored it then, flying down the road until I could no longer smell its stench anymore. After this event, I would later talk to a man who told me that the name of the creature would draw it to you, endangering you and those around you. So I can't say its name. I would also have that same man bless me and my dog, who received 157 stitches and 42 staples to his face, neck, chest, and front legs. We stayed in a very remote location under a white ash tree until he was fully healed. Psychiatrists say it's all in my head, but I know they're wrong. You believe what you want. But when I met that man, the month I spent on that reservation, the men and women who did everything they could for me, something I'll never be able to repay them for, didn't bat an eye at my story. If I were you, I'd stay out of the mountains of Flagstaff. During our honeymoon in the Smoky Mountains, my husband and I caught the attention of something unknown and terrifying for an entire week. From Reddit user Wolf_Dream. Trigger warning for suicide. About a month ago, a user by the name of Snipa6407 asked if anyone had ever had strange experiences in southern Tennessee and a few other nearby places, particularly in the mountains. I had too much going on to respond at the time, but my husband and I had an experience there that I think is worth telling, although most in our family don't know, because we understand how they would react, so we've never told them. While I realize this post relates many over-the-top experiences, my husband and I both experienced the following as described. I understand that not everyone will believe me, but since this post also contains deeply personal moments in my life, I ask that you please keep comments respectful, whatever opinions you express on the matter. Thank you. This story needs background to convey some factors that were potentially involved. I suspect the events leading up to the trip to Tennessee may have had a direct relation to the severity of the phenomenon we experienced while there. I had never wanted to marry, neither had my now husband. Then we met each other, and we were engaged at 30 and 28 years old. We had a 2-year engagement. We wanted our wedding to symbolize our true soul bond and decided to go completely non-traditional. His giant family wanted a white dress Catholic wedding, so we were at major odds with the family from day one. My fiancé and I began suffering from a huge run of exceptionally bad luck and some odd poltergeist activity at home. Nothing too major, so we brushed it off. Except when we left the house once and came back to find a red clown nose sitting front and center on our bathroom sink. No one had the keys to our place and we didn't own a darn clown nose. That one was freaky. When I told a friend something weird was going on to the point I almost felt the wedding was cursed, he tried to explain it away. I replied, "Watch, something's going to happen today while he's getting his tux, I'm telling you." I get one flabbergasted look before my fiancé immediately called to say there'd been a freak accident in the parking lot while he was getting fitted for his tux, and someone had totaled the back end of his truck. That shut my friend right up. Another glitch was my refusal to have my father walk me down the aisle. I also refused a random stand-in for tradition's sake. I asked my younger brother to walk me down the aisle, and he said he would be so honored. We'd had some problems, but he'd been clean for 7 years, and we'd made up our differences. Losing our middle brother to a drunk driver had driven us apart for a while, but brought us back closer a little later down the road. Then, 40 days before the wedding, unintentionally, my brother committed suicide in his mid-20s. My fiancé and I drove over 16 hours close to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, to say goodbye. I knew my brother, and I knew he would not cross over easily with what he'd done, especially with my wedding around the corner and me counting on him. This really bothered me. His viewing was closed to immediate family only. He was not embalmed due to the complete autopsy required. He was covered in a handmade quilt to his chin. We were instructed not to touch him, although we ignored this stricture. After saying our goodbyes, I walked to the end of his gurney and lay my hands on his feet, a supplicant. I told him I understood it was an accident, and I forgave him. I told him that if he still felt he needed to make amends with me, then he could do so by calling forth my loved ones and those of my fiancé to come witness the wedding from the other side. I bade him bring our other brother, my fiancé's sister, grandparents, aunts, friends, and I began calling by name all those beloved souls whom had already passed. "Do this," I told him, "and there will be no debt between us, and you can rest in peace." The looks on my family's faces were priceless at this point, but I felt this was something I needed to offer. I had a pendant made when I returned to New Orleans. On it was my favorite picture of my two brothers. I wrapped this around my bouquet, and although it seemed to the wedding guests that I walked the aisle alone, I knew that both my sweet brothers were right beside me in spirit, because they would never miss the wedding of their sister, especially with Hector, the one who committed suicide, actively dragging them across the veil to fulfill his last obligation to the living. Later on, my new husband, Eli, and I went to a rental cabin on Bluff Mountain for a honeymoon week. I don't want to name the specific cabin in case I'm not supposed to, but I will say it was very rocky with a raccoon theme. Bluff Mountain is in Pigeon Forge, outside of Gatlinburg in the Smoky Mountains. I was living in New Orleans and had brought a double handful of fresh-picked gardenia blossoms with me. It was a type of symbolic offering to the mountain for having us on such a special occasion. No rituals or anything, I simply arranged them on a wooden box with a fake bird and nest that was sitting on the top of the railing of the cabin porch, and sent up feelings of gratitude and joy. We went out to eat and grab groceries. Upon arriving back at the cabin, the wooden bird box had been smashed into a million pieces on the porch. It hit the ground hard enough to shatter so far and so thoroughly. We thought that maybe a raccoon or bear had done it. Then I noticed that there were no flowers. Maybe the wind. Leaves that had been scattered all over the porch, just like when we left, made me hesitate. Gardenias aren't super light flowers, definitely heavier than the leaves I saw. More curious than anything, I looked all around the porch, stairs, and walkway. I shrugged it off until the next morning, when I went a little way down the driveway to pick some honeysuckle. About 20 feet from the porch, I glanced down and did a double take. There lay my gardenias, all of them. They had been piled up and squished flat as crepes. There were no shoe prints, but it took more than one stomp to flatten the pile like that. Unnerved, I walked away, wondering if the mountain didn't like my offering after all, then laughed at myself for the thought. Night 1. Eli woke up suddenly to what sounded like something big banging the support beams under the cabin. The cabin hung off the side of a hill, so the front half was supported about 15 feet off the forest floor by giant wooden posts. They were being hit so hard that the mirror on the wall was vibrating, which frankly should be physically impossible for anyone to do. Eli said every time he started to drift back off, there was another bang. He gets up fully, and after one more cabin-shaking bang, he decides to wake me. Apparently, he was trying to see if I would wake from the banging, so he would know he wasn't dreaming. But now he was 100% up. As he reached for me, he said the loudest bang or slap came from the area between the sitting area / kitchen, right at the bottom of the bed. It was a one-room cabin. He said it sounded like a giant book getting dropped from high up, but he was looking right there, and there was nothing. This bang was definitely inside the cabin. He began frantically trying to wake me, but he said I was so deeply asleep, he actually thought something was wrong with me. He said he could barely tell I was breathing. Then, this strange metallic jangling sounded from behind the TV, directly across the cabin from our bed. He said it went on forever, but he was too scared to go look for whatever it was, over there next to the huge windows past the spot where the noise originated from inside. It was this insistent buzzing that finally woke me. I remember it was so hard to come back to consciousness. I felt like I was literally swimming through blackness to get back to myself. I kept asking, what the heck is that noise? I thought it was an alarm someone left set. Cute. When I finally woke up enough to move and set up to go find and smash the offending noisemaker, the trilling stopped. Groaning, I fell backwards onto my pillow. Eli began telling me about the banging. I could tell how upset my husband was. I believed what he was telling me, but I was so numb and out of it, I was struggling to come up with any emotional response at all. There was only this debilitating fatigue, and I fell asleep on my husband when he needed me, when a man whom I'd never seen afraid in 7 years was completely terrified. I just zonked out until morning. Normally, I'm an extremely light sleeper, especially in new places. This trip, however, almost every night was like this. No sooner did I put my head on the pillow than I was swallowed by blackness. It was extremely deep sleep, but it wasn't restful. Waking up was worse. It was like falling into a coma every night and slowly reviving every morning. It ironically left me exhausted. Day and night 2. While doing my makeup in the infamous shaking mirror the next morning, I was able to get the full story and talk to Eli about it logically. Maybe a bear was rubbing against the post. He replies, it was solid bangs like a huge fist. No way a bear. And what about the one from the center of the floor on the inside? That reminded me of that stupid alarm. I told him that I was about to disable that thing. At the exact freaking second I mentioned it, that darn noise started blaring from behind the TV again. We both jumped like rabbits and laughed nervously. Heck of a way to time it, I joked. Punny. Looking behind the TV, I was surprised to see it wasn't an alarm clock, but a landline phone. An old one with a bell buzzer, which explained the horrid noise. Of course, I had to answer it. There was a minute of silence, then bursts of static. It really sounded like someone was talking, but static was obscuring their words. I told them to move to get better reception, then asked if this was cabin management. The silence, garbled talk continued for a while before I hung up. I was amused, honestly. especially with the way Eli was gaping at me. When I hung up, he immediately unplugged the phone, said management had both our cells, so it was probably a prank call from someone who stayed here before, but we were not going to play along and end up in a deliverance scenario. Smart man. Phone stayed unplugged for the duration. That night we were in the hot tub on the deck. It was around the back, had a gazebo-type cover around 3 sides, and no lights too close, so bugs wouldn't be swarming you. As we're relaxing, I'm sitting on the open end, facing the enclosing wooden strips, and Eli's facing me in the forest. I kept admiring the blue light behind the enclosed end. It was large, about the size of a cantaloupe, and seemed bright. But the glow over us in the hot tub was very muted. I figured it must be LED of some sort, but I'd never seen a light that shade of blue anywhere. All the other lights in and around the cabin were bright and orangey, so I remember saying how it was sweet they went all out for mood lighting for the hot tub. Eli both looked at and commented on the light as well. When we decided to get out for the night, the light blinked on and off in what looked like a purposeful sequence before shining a few more seconds and going dark. We commented that it was strange how the light burnt out like that, and how we were sad to lose our mood lighting. I decided to call the next morning for a bulb. When I woke up, I first walked around the rear of the cabin to see what type of pole or other fixture was the one we needed serviced. But there was no pole, no fixture, no other light source behind the hot tub, no cables, no wires. The main office later confirmed the instability of the soil back there prevented anything that wasn't heavy duty from being installed, so no lighting was ever put back there. Whatever that light was, we both saw it, and it was apparently just eavesdropping, because we were out there about 2 hours, and so was it. And if it wasn't turning off or burning out, that means it was straight up disappearing. Starting the second night after coming in, my skin started to crawl and every hair on my body stood on end every time I passed the open bathroom. The bathroom was next to the bed area. Lying in bed, you could see the bathroom sink and the small window above it. The window had no curtains, as it faced into the woods behind the hot tub. At this point, I still thought the blue light was man-made, yet I could swear there was something looking in the window. I'd been leaving the bathroom door open because I liked looking out at the forest from the bed, but now I tried to keep it shut without Eli noticing I was being weird. Eli told me the next morning that every time he began to drift off, a resounding bang on the posts under the cabin would jolt him. He said he was freaked out, because no matter how long or short a time he waited to lay his head down, it was like whatever it was knew exactly what he was doing, even though he never got out of bed. Once again, he was wide awake and terrified, and nothing he could do would rouse me even the slightest. Night 3. After scrubbing ourselves as best we could in the highly stinky sulfuric water of the cabin, we were getting ready for bed. Walking from the bathroom to the bed, I realized I forgot to shut the bathroom door. Since Eli was already lying in bed looking at me, I just kept on toward my side of the bed, telling myself to stop being ridiculous, even though I could swear at that moment something was looking in that window. I'd already looked out several times and couldn't see anything out of place, but I could still feel it. Eli quietly asks me if I can shut the door. Why? 'Cause that window gives me the creeps. Talk about validation. That night I had some disturbing dreams, but I can't remember them. Eli, however, suffered a severe bout of sleep paralysis that night, although he swore it wasn't sleep paralysis because he says he sat up, kicked, and yelled at her. Now, however, he says it probably was sleep paralysis. Either way, he woke up to eerie laughter and saw what he described as a grudge-type woman standing at the end of the bed, laughing at him. I wouldn't wake. He said she wore a white dress, had pale skin, black eyes, and a horrible mouth. She had long black hair partially obscuring her face and was surrounded by a swirling black mist. She reached for him, and he sat up, yanking his legs up to his chest. This is when he started yelling at her to get out and kicking at her. Laughing, she faded out. He said he was awakened by her grabbing his ankles and giggling throughout the night, and would also wake just long enough to catch glimpses of her. I was still no help. Night 4. A repeat sleep paralysis experience for Eli, but he said it was even more intense this time. Same lady in white. I had also realized a trinket I brought for luck and put on the shelf next to my side of the bed was missing. It was a tiny cabin, and we tore it up looking for the next 2 days, but I've never seen it again. It was worthless except for personal reasons, and no valuables were missing, so I don't think someone came in and snagged it. Night 5. Whenever I sat up out of the water on the side of the hot tub, I started to get the same feeling of being watched I'd felt from the bathroom window. I would literally break out in goosebumps. It was Friday, and we could hear a group of, educated guess here, college kids, partying hard some distance out, but close enough to hear their screams, whoops, and cheers. Not wanting to give an intrepid, wood-savvy creeper a show, we went in. Not much else happened on night 5, but troubled sleep. At one point, Eli woke to frenzied banging on a support post, but it didn't last long or repeat. Night 6. Final. This was an extra night we received due to the piercingly sulfuric water in the cabin. The filters needed replaced, and so they comped us a night. The water wasn't dangerous, just really stinky, like eau de la terre de la rotten egg bad. And although our nights were weird, we were on our honeymoon and had just been through a tragedy. We spent our days having massive amounts of fun and doing so many awesome things, plus eating great food and drinking the good wine for dinner. Gatlinburg is an amazing place to visit. It was our last night in the hot tub. It was wonderful, until I began to feel that intense regard from the tree line for the second night in a row. This time it was worse. I could actually feel the ill intent in this gaze. Whenever I came up to cool off, I literally found myself unconsciously wrapping my arms around myself and slipping slowly back down into the water. I reminded my new husband how many years he'd known me, and asked how many times he'd known me to be scared or paranoid. I tell him, there's absolutely something aggressive in the tree line looking at me, and it is not a college kid. We could hear them again that night. He scooted over, and I moved to the covered end with him. Within 5 minutes of me moving, we hear a tremendous crashing from the brush behind us, and then something big stomping around directly below us. This is followed a few seconds later by more crashing, and a second pair of footsteps stomping around. They sounded like human steps, but no one could make such a loud noise on the packed earth below the raised deck and cabin. We jumped up and booked it inside, soaking wet. Eli said that night was the worst for the banging. He said there was banging on at least 3 widely separated posts, and it went on all night. He said when they did let him sleep, the woman would come. I slept like the dead though, unresponsive to everything. Morning of day 7, leaving day. Something was demanding my attention, pulling me back towards consciousness. At first, I thought it was the mounted police or one of the mule-pulled carriages that sometimes passed my place. No, this was definitely a whole plethora of horses. Was there a parade I didn't know about? Slowly, I remembered I wasn't in New Orleans, And although what I was hearing sounded like hooves, there were no paved roads anywhere near me at the moment, just the small gravel driveway out front. Quickly snapping awake, I realized the sound was coming from the roof. I checked my phone. It was a few minutes after 8 a.m. I groaned. Why the heck would nobody tell the roofers that the cabin was booked until 11 a.m.? I looked over at Eli. He was pale and breathing very slowly. I half-heartedly poked him a few times, but he was out. Ruefully, I thought of all he'd been dealing with while I slept as deeply as he seemed to be now, and left him alone. I'd been with him nearly a decade at this point, and he had never spoken of things like this before. Whatever had been going on, he deserved sleep. At least it was roofers in the sunny morning and not weird crap at 4 a.m. At this point, it crossed my mind to wonder what roofers worked on Sundays. I listened closer. It definitely sounded slightly metallic, but I decided my initial impression held. It sounded like a horse was kicking the crap out of the cabin roof. Well, what the heck do I know about roofing equipment anyway? I'd have to ask them to stop until we checked out. I pulled back the covers and swung my legs off the bed. The instant my feet touched the floor, the pounding on the roof stopped dead, and the handle to the main door, which was about 3 to 4 steps in front of me, started jiggling violently. Two things. There was no pause between the noises. They went from on the roof, slightly towards the opposite side of the cabin above where Eli was sleeping, to the doorknob in front of me without a time delay. Also, the top half of the door was glass with a sheer curtain, which the sun was shining directly through. I could plainly see that no one was near the door. Yet, I could also see the handle rattling wildly. I yanked my feet up and dove under the blankets up to my chin like a kid, I'm ashamed to say. As soon as my feet left the floor, the doorknob stopped rattling, and the incessant pounding on the roof resumed in the same spot, again with no pause between them during the switch. I'm now staring at Eli, wondering if I should wake him. I'm scared I won't be able to, but I'm also just as scared he'll wake up and won't hear it at all. His eyelids flutter open, taking the decision out of my hands. I ask him if he hears that and thank all the gods he says yes. I'm hesitant to talk about the door when he just opened his eyes, so we talk about what it sounds like first. He also immediately goes to roofers. I ask if that sounds like a hammer to him, and he says no, actually. We agree that it does sound like hooves or something slightly softer than metal. This whole time I realized we've automatically been whispering, and this pounding just keeps going on and on. Looking around the cabin, we see the mirror shaking, glasses in the kitchen area rattling, the cabinets quaking. Whatever was on the roof shook the walls of the cabin repeatedly. The pounding lasted about 35 minutes, because I checked my phone right when it woke me, and right after it stopped, from about 8:02 a.m. to 8:36 a.m., although I'm not sure how long it'd been going on before it woke me. It was loud and strong and absolutely terrifying. We lay whispering for a time. No way was this a person or people. We started thinking, whatever it was trying to bust in through the roof, although the glass doors would surely have been easier to get through. When Eli said he was getting up to look, I told him about the doorknob shaking when I tried to get up. After a brief hesitation, he threw back his covers and sat up. The pounding stopped. He and I both froze. A terrible grating noise sliding on the roof broke the silence. We both looked at each other with big eyes and pale faces. "Was that claws?" I hissed in the quietest voice I could manage. He leapt back up onto the bed, and the banging resumed. The quietest discussion ever followed about if we had really just heard claws up there. We thought it was exactly the sound huge claws would make, but really it could still be anything. Eli grabbed his legally owned firearm, from his bedside drawer before quickly standing. The pounding stopped for a second to allow for another grinding rasp to sound across the roof. "That is definitely freaking claws," I said. The pounding immediately resumed, twice as fast and even harder if that were possible. I could now feel the thumps reverberating through the bed. Eli told me to stay inside and listen. Whatever it was, it sounded huge, and he needed me to let him know what direction I heard it move in if it ran out of his view up there. He burst out the door and aimed his gun at the roof. The pounding stopped. There was absolute silence. There was no sound of running anywhere on the roof, and the roof didn't have a darn thing on it. In addition, being perched on the side of the hill as the cabin was with no trees nearby, there was nowhere anything up there could have gone. We packed at Mach speed, but did have one last smoke in the driveway to help with the shaking and nerves. It was open, so it seemed relatively safe. While we smoked, we could hear the people who had been partying the last few nights. They were all out yelling for a missing friend. We heard them yelling about the last time they saw him, which was apparently the night before. We could hear their panic as they screamed his name over and over. Eli and I tried to find the group to help look and ask if they had seen or heard anything weird. However, the winding one-way dirt roads were confusing, and we ended up lost. We actually think they may have been locals, and we couldn't get to them because we were on rental cabin roads, which don't connect to local roads and driveways for obvious reasons. I really hope they found him passed out drunk in a bush somewhere. I regret not being able to locate them and help them look. I have no idea what this was. Nearly every major paranormal MO showed up, from orbs, weird calls, and poltergeist activity to cryptid-type goings-on and the lady in white. Yet it all really did seem like one thing in different outfits, if you will. After coming home, we had no more weird activity at the time. I did request for the departed to stand witness from a deceased brother who owed me a favor, but I specifically requested only the blessed dead, and only for the wedding ceremony. This didn't seem like protective ancestors to me though, so I don't think it was necessarily related. I actually lean towards some type of nature or elemental type guardian spirit personally, but that is just conjecture. Even though he said differently at the time, Eli now thinks it was a Bigfoot, although I think not. If you made it this far, thank you for your time in listening to my oh so memorable honeymoon. Any ideas on what we may have encountered are welcome. I'd love to hear what everyone thinks. Thank you, and best wishes. The Case of Dennis Martin. This story is not a submission. It is a documented and tragic event that occurred in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Dennis Martin was a 6-year-old boy. He and his family went on what was supposed to be a pleasant outing to the most popular national park in America, that of the Great Smoky Mountains. It was Father's Day weekend in 1969, the perfect time for a traditional family camping trip for the Martins. Together they hiked from Cades Cove to Russell Field and camped overnight. The day after, they hiked to Spencefield near the Appalachian Trail. Once there, they planned to stay the night. Now, young Dennis Martin had allegedly been planning on surprising the adults of his family with his brother and some other children. His father last saw him going behind a bush to hide and wait for the proper moment to surprise everyone. Well, Dennis Martin was never seen alive again. Several minutes later, after the rest of the children had already returned to camp, Dennis's father went looking for him, searching the trail for nearly 2 miles, only stopping when he was completely sure that the boy couldn't have gone further. Searching for hours more, the family then received help from the National Park Service rangers. But, as mysteriously happens with high frequency in missing person cases, a sudden downpour came down on the area. About 3 inches of rain poured over the land in just a few hours, washing out trails and bringing nearby streams to a flood. The temperature also dropped to about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Thus began the most extensive search and rescue effort in the park's history, even today. The search covered 56 square miles utilizing the efforts of around 1,400 people, which included the National Guard and Special Forces. The day after the disappearance, the rains gave way to a deep mist, further limiting search efforts. Footprints were found, but were determined as being those of a Boy Scout who had participated in the search. These footprints, though, did lead to a stream before disappearing, and, stranger yet, the footprints indicated that one of the feet was barefoot, and yet none of the Boy Scout searchers were barefoot. This assumption was now brought into question. A shoe and sock were later found as well. Sadly, the search was called off after a failure to find much else. By June 29th, the search was abandoned. Dennis's father, desperate to find his son, offered a $5,000 reward for information on the whereabouts of his boy. That would be over $35,000 today. Still, no new information was found. Years later, a ginseng hunter claimed to stumble upon the skeletal remains of a child. Unfortunately, ginseng hunting was illegal, therefore he refused to approach authorities with the information or whereabouts of the remains, fearing that he would be charged. That's the end of Dennis Martin's tale. Several theories arose as to what may have happened to the poor boy, but one in particular stuck with the boy's father above all others: the theory that Dennis was taken by someone or something. You see, on the afternoon Dennis disappeared, a tourist by the name of Harold Key, along with his family, reportedly heard an enormous sickening scream, and soon thereafter witnessed a disheveled-looking man run up the trail near the origin of the scream, before he escaped into a white car. Other sources say the man had been attempting to hide himself behind a thicket and seemed to be carrying something over his shoulder. What happened to Dennis Martin? We may never know, but what we do know now is that national parks and deep, vast forests are beautiful places that must be tread carefully. Keep close attention to the ones you love, and never be the last in line. The Mountain Road, from Jacob. I live in the Great Smoky Mountains in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. There are a ton of black bears here, and I've seen so many of them. I know what they look like, and I'm saying that for a reason. Now, I live on the side of a mountain, and our landlord lives up the mountain about a mile away. I used to love walking up that road, so I wouldn't mind walking our rent up there to his house, until one day last week. It was daytime, so I was calm and felt fine. I started my regular walk up the hill until on the walk back I felt this strange sensation. I don't know why, but I decided to turn around, and when I did, I saw something that I couldn't believe. This odd animal. It was big and black and on all fours, and my first thought was, it's just a bear, I'll be fine, until I really looked closer. I realized the two front arms were longer and bigger than the back. Then, even though I couldn't make out any facial features, I noticed it had a flat face. Now, being a little freaked out, I picked up my pace and was jerking my head to look behind me and in front of me, with only a second at most in between. I still don't know what I saw, and I hope never to find out. I know it's only been a week, and I know it was a very quick experience, but I have not taken a step outside since then, except when I'm with another person. Anyone know what this strange creature or misshapen bear could have been?
Werewolf or Dogman Encounter, from Anonymous.
I won't state my name for confidential reasons, but I've lived in rural forests all my life. This story took place in 2 locations within 5 to 10 miles of each other, and it happened to me and 2 other friends of mine. My friends live in one of the most rural areas surrounded by farmland, forest, and the Appalachian Mountains. We were doing things normal people do when they hang out, but as soon as the night fell, the mood changed drastically. I felt as if I was being watched. It was just the beginning of the night, and we started to hear this knocking sound at the back of the house. My friend told me not to worry about it. So we tried to take our minds off of this, but the sound got louder. 3 consistent knocks turned into bangs. My friend had soon fallen asleep, but I couldn't. All of a sudden, I found myself peering outside of a small window. This window was almost 10 feet off the ground from outside. My curiosity soon turned to horror as a massive animal turned the corner of the house. This animal had long ears, ragged hair, and some human-like features only visible by the dim night sky. The one feature that stood out to me was its eyes. These large, glowing yellow eyes with hardly a pupil in sight gazed back at me. I was paralyzed with fear. With nothing to do, I tried to wake my friend, but to no avail. After what seemed like an eternity, I finally just walked away from the window, ignoring it and trying to sleep. The next morning, I told my friend what I'd seen. He didn't want to believe me, but eventually I convinced him I was telling the truth. Nothing else happened during my stay. The weekend went on normally, and I left, not telling anyone else, as I didn't want to be seen as a liar. This next encounter happened after my friends had moved houses, almost 2 years after the first encounter. I'd arrived at their house, my second visit there. My friend had recently told me he had seen something dark and big and beastly looking. We had planned to catch sight of this creature again, but we had no luck. One night, in the dead of night, we were outside, trying our luck again at finding it. It seemed a bit ironic that there was a full moon out. We then heard a howl that sounded like it was a wolf mixed with a man's scream. The look on my friend's face then was like no other. This friend was a skilled hunter, and the way he looked was as if he had never heard this before. My friends also lived beside a cattle field, so when the howl pierced the air, the cows started to go berserk. We joked about it and tried to play it off, but even so, we were scared. As we were heading back inside, those eyes appeared in the dark. The moon's light shined on its body. I could make out more of its features then from where we stood. It was hunched over, still 7 feet tall in that position, with sharp, jagged teeth, those same pointy ears, and what appeared to be a canine-like head on a man's body. I urged my friend to get inside fast, but still haven't told him why I freaked out. I haven't told anyone about this encounter, but I think what I saw was something straight from a horror film. Bear Beast of the Appalachian Mountains. From Doug. This story takes place in southwest Pennsylvania, roughly 40 miles north of the West Virginia border. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love spending time in nature when I'm not working. But one recent terrifying camping trip changed the way I look at the world we live in and what hides in the shadows. This happened in mid-April of 2020. I was out of work due to the crisis going on and decided it was a good time to go camping since it was relatively nice out. So I phoned up 2 good friends of mine to go camping on some state land in the Appalachian Mountains for a weekend. We'll call them Ron and Jake. On that day, we drove out to the most remote area we could find in the mountains. We parked my SUV, unloaded our tents and other camping gear, and hiked a few miles deep into the uncharted Appalachian Mountain wilderness. In case you're wondering, all 3 of us were carrying firearms for protection. We soon found a small clearing in the dense forest, a perfect spot to set up camp. But we did all notice some large scratch marks on some of the trees about 7 feet off the ground. Of course, we didn't think much of it, as it was about an hour before dark, and we needed to set up our tents, gather firewood, and get a fire going. After that, we sat around the campfire drinking a few beers, listening to music, and retelling some old stories. By around 11 p.m., we all decided to call it a night. When we turned off the music playing on my Bluetooth speaker, we realized the forest had gone completely silent. How long it had been like that, I don't know. All three of us knew this was very odd, but we tried not to focus on it too much. We just climbed into our tents and tried to get some sleep. I awoke sometime later to an overwhelming feeling of dread. Something inside me was begging me to get out of there, to leave. And the forest was still silent. Until that silence was broken by Jake screaming not too far away, followed by some gunshots and a very deep, loud, guttural roar. This was like a grizzly bear roar, but far deeper, if you could imagine that. I bursted from my tent along with Ron, now completely sobered up. We had our guns ready. We'd been asleep long enough that the fire had died down quite a bit, but there was enough light there to light up the campsite. Suddenly, Jake came sprinting back into the campsite with his gun drawn, completely pale white and looking absolutely terrified. He yelled at Ron and I to just run, that it was coming. Ron and I were still trying to comprehend what was even happening, but what I saw next will haunt me till the day I die. There, walking up to the edge of the campsite on 4 legs, illuminated by the dwindling light of the campfire, was a giant, hulking beast. It looked like a grizzly bear on steroids. Dark brown fur, extremely muscular body, glowing red eyes, and the detail that showed us it really wasn't a normal bear, or a bear at all, were the large curled horns on top of its head. This bear-looking creature began to growl and bare its teeth at us. When it stood up on its back legs, it easily towered over us at 9 feet tall or so. The intense standoff was then broken by rapid gunshots by Ron. This snapped Jake and I from our petrification. We joined Ron in the fight with our guns. I'm not sure how many times we hit the beast, but eventually it did let out an agonizing pain-filled roar and dropped onto its stomach. The thing was definitely not dead. It was alive and growling, but momentarily paralyzed. I guess we'd pummeled it hard enough with our bullets to buy time, which allowed Ron, Jake, and I to sprint like heck out of there in the direction we'd come from. After a few minutes of running, we could hear not far behind us huge crashing footsteps and thick branches breaking. How neither one of us guys didn't trip and fall while trying to navigate our way through the dark Appalachian mountain forest while sprinting and being chased by some giant bear beast, I don't know, but it's an absolute miracle. Eventually, we did make it back to my SUV, and thank God I had my keys in my pocket. All 3 of us, completely out of breath, scrambled inside as I started up the SUV, that beast right behind us. I threw it in drive and stepped on the gas, speeding us all out of there. A few miles down the road, I had to slow down and puke out the window, due to the fear, anxiety, and exhaustion. The car ride back home after that was completely silent. It wasn't until the next day all 3 of us spoke to each other about that terrifying event. Jake said he had woke up later that night with the urge to pee really bad. He had gotten out of his tent and walked away from the campsite when we were sleeping to relieve himself. He said he heard loud crashing footsteps coming towards him in the campsite, so he drew his gun, and soon he was face to face with the bear beast. That's when Ron and I heard Jake screaming and firing his gun. And well, you already know the rest. We never went back to that spot to retrieve our belongings, and I'm sure what we did leave behind was torn to shreds anyway by that creature. Be aware if you're near or in the Appalachian Mountains. Stay alert at night. There are strange, terrifying things undiscovered to mankind that live within those mountains. Lavender Silence, from Anonymous. The following story is told without exaggeration or embellishment. These events happened exactly as I'm about to describe them here. I would swear to all of this on a Bible under oath in a court of law. None of the following is fictionalized, just facts. However, the names and location have been changed, although I can divulge the general area where this happened, along the Appalachian Trail. I think I'm finally writing this down as some sort of self-help therapy, because I believe I have some PTSD from it. It's always in the back of my mind, and even now I think of it at least once a day, every day. For background information, I don't think that all religious people are crazy. I was raised going to church every Sunday when I was a kid, and I met good, genuine people who were well-balanced and sane. They practiced what they preached, fed the hungry, clothed the poor, and tried to live what they believed. These kinds of people are not the sort I'll talk about in this story. For reasons I won't go into here because it would take too long to explain, my family switched churches when I was about 13 or 14 years old. This new church was of the same denomination, but was a little more charismatic for lack of a better term. Bear in mind that this was also during the mid-1980s, when the Satanic Panic era was in full swing. People began to see Satan in everything, from toys to logos to rock music. So yeah, I went through the whole burn all your rock albums and only listen to Christian rock phase. What a laugh. If only I'd known then what I know now about some of those bands. But that's a whole different story. The short version is, a lot of them were phonies. Now, I only mention the Satanic Panic thing because it seemed to give rise to an influx of strange people that would come into some of these newer churches and claim to have the gift of discernment. They would say things to you like, "The Lord told me that this is wrong," or "You need to get that out of your life." I had one woman tell me that I had sinful homosexual tendencies because I liked men with long hair. Does that make any sense to anybody out there? I'm a girl, but because I liked long hair on men, I guess she thought I liked women instead of men? How does that make any logical sense? Anyway, you can see what I was dealing with. There were plenty of preachers on TV back then who claimed to have these gifts as well. I'm sure you've heard all about the TV preacher scandals and such from that time period, but there were also these off-kilter churchwomen who did things like this as well. I saw several in this church and tried to steer clear of them as best I could. These women never looked happy or joyful, like the Sunday school and Bible school teachers I remembered from childhood. Nope, no smiling faces to greet you at the door or patiently read from the children's Bible to all the kids gathered in a circle for story time. No, these women were only concerned with what was deemed satanic for that particular week. Woe unto you if you happen to be into whatever band or movie they were ranting about. They just looked angry or judgmental all the time and made me anxious and uneasy. This church attracted some personality types I wish now I had never been exposed to. It was like a magnet for them. While the majority of the congregation was made up of what you could call normal sorts, there were several individuals who eventually made me afraid whenever I set foot inside any church door from then on. In time, it went beyond anxiety to outright fear. To this day, I'm never at ease in any church setting. On the few occasions I do go, my anxiety is through the roof. I sit in the back on the last row. I don't like people behind me, and I'm always close to an exit door. If the church is very large with a huge crowd, all that means to me is that there are just more whacked-out people to look out for and avoid. I was a young 17-year-old when this incident happened. I'd gotten used to some weirdos that had either stumbled into this church themselves, off the street, or had been invited by well-meaning people trying to save their souls. We had it all. Drug addicts, alcoholics, and several touchy-feely men, probable predators who always wanted hugs from the young kids, and maybe boys too, for all I know. The preacher was always telling us to hug the person next to you, usually at the opening of the service. Even after several complaints from teens and parents about inappropriate hugging going on, this was still practiced nearly every Sunday morning. To this day, I don't understand why it was allowed to continue. I began to develop an intense dislike of anyone other than my family members touching or hugging me, to the point that I didn't even like to shake hands with strangers. I quickly learned who to avoid at all costs. All of these creepy huggers were men. I don't think any of the creepy women were after a cheap thrill, but these strange women were disturbing enough in their own ways. They would give long-winded testimonies during service, taking up time that was supposed to be reserved for music or the preacher's sermon. As I mentioned before, for the first time in my life, I began to dread getting up on Sunday morning due to having to dodge the predator men and having to duck out the door before the service actually ended, so as to avoid these crazy women. I never got much out of the service at all, trying to keep my eyes on, I'd say about 9 individuals, but none of them were as off-putting as a woman named Vicky. From the first time I saw Vicky, even before she ever spoke to me, and before I ever stood close to her or anything like that, I knew something was wrong. Now that I'm older, I know what these instincts are, that I was detecting an energy around people that's actually a warning sign. Probably a buried survival instinct of some sort, long watered down in our now civilized human brains, similar to an animal's ability to sense these things. If only I'd paid attention to the faint alarm bells going off in my head back then. But I was young and not yet in tune with my ability to sense this stuff. And after all, it had been drilled into us since we were toddlers, to love and accept everyone no matter what. You know, we're all sinners and all that. What I couldn't figure out, and what still puzzles me now, is how quickly this chick moved into the church, and within just a few weeks was singing solos in the choir, participating in the service, and even teaching Sunday school. Yes, I had the misfortune of being in one of her classes, but only 1 or 2 times. I seem to remember getting transferred to a different class, thank God. And of course, she made fast friends with the other spiritual women, gladly joining in when they would discuss all the satanic panic stuff. I don't know who she had initially come visiting with, but they must have been influential in getting her ensconced in a hurry. She claimed to have had past trouble with anorexia and had been healed from it. She looked like a skeleton though, but I thought, okay, maybe she just hasn't gained all the weight back yet. As for her singing, it's not like she couldn't carry a tune, but she was singing solos nearly every Sunday, telling her anorexia story along with it, again and again. Instead of finding this testimony spiritually uplifting, I got the feeling that she was somehow trying to emulate singer Karen Carpenter's story, maybe living some twisted, vicarious version of her tragic life. It was just plain weird, and she didn't have Carpenter's voice, that was for sure. No mellow, low voice. This woman was a soprano. This will be an important fact to remember later in the story. Anyway, this gradual takeover of sorts continued for several months. One incident affected me personally, because even though I was careful to not have much contact with this woman, I could not avoid it entirely. I would also occasionally sing solos during service. I was so young and naive then. You know how it is. Everyone tells you you have a lovely voice. You should use it or God will take it away from you. And my parents were involved with church music all their lives, so everyone expected me to follow in their footsteps. I cringe now when I think of standing up there on the stage singing. So one Sunday morning, I finished my solo, and at the end of the service, here came Vicky walking to the front of the line of people who had gathered to say, "Your song was beautiful," or other general compliments. I saw her approaching, but I could do nothing but stand there and deal with it. I couldn't just run out. That would have looked weird in that crowd of people. She got up to me, hugged me, of course, and said something like, "Nice song, but you and I should get together and talk about your diction." For those of you who don't know, diction is the same thing as enunciation, singing the lyrics clearly. My first thought was, look, woman, I'm not getting together anywhere with you, chaperoned or not, to discuss anything. I was really put off after that, because for one thing, this woman didn't know me or anything about me, and for another, her statement wasn't a compliment at all, and she had said it not too quietly in this large group of people. I don't mind constructive criticism, but she could have said this in a different setting. But on the other hand, I didn't want to be in any sort of setting with her. I don't remember what I said after that, or if I said anything at all. Probably just nodded and moved on. I also never sang in that church again after that. Then came the youth retreat, and as you may have already guessed, Vicky volunteered to come along as a youth counselor. I'll note here that I had some bad experiences on youth retreats in the past. On one youth retreat, One of the young men in our group broke his leg and had to be taken away in an ambulance. And on another trip, several years before that, some guy in a non-church camping group down the way in the next cabin fell 80 feet to his death when he leaned over the edge of a cliff to throw up from being drunk. So it wasn't always fun and games and singing Kumbaya around the campfire. If I'd had the wisdom and outright second sight that I have now, I never would have gone to this retreat. The problem is, when you're still under your parents' roof at 17, you had to abide by their rules. Being at church and church functions every time the door was open was one of the rules. This included just about all youth activities, which was supposed to be a substitute for any worldly functions, which might result in hanging with the wrong crowd. Looking back, I would have rather hung out with my pothead friends at high school than go on this trip. My non-churched friends were cool with me. They knew I didn't drink or smoke, and they couldn't have cared less. We bonded over art and music, most of which I had to listen to covertly, of course. And peer pressure was something we laughed at, as we watched it dramatized in health class films and after-school TV specials. I was, in every sense of the word, scared straight. If someone offered me a drink or drugs, I did a very simple thing. I looked them straight in the eye and told them I was afraid. It worked every time. I wouldn't engage in any activity if there was the slightest possibility that I'd throw up, because I hated being sick. Still do. That's all there was to it. That's what kept me on the straight and narrow, not any religious teaching. And my friends, who were some of the heaviest drug users in the school, totally got it. We got along just fine. Later in life, I'd be their designated driver several times. I'm digressing here, but my point is this. Tell the truth. If I'd told my parents the truth, that I was afraid to go on any more church youth retreats, and that I thought I was pushing my luck regarding bad incidences that had happened on them, they might have balked me at first. But ultimately, I think they would have let me stay home. They might have seen that their child was truly afraid. Then again, maybe not. In the end, I didn't say anything. Even though I had a terrible sense of foreboding, I kept my mouth shut. But I didn't want to go. I had this intense, though vague, premonition that I could not shake off. It was late summer, August, and I only had a week or so before school started back up, and I wanted to just stay home and relax before starting my senior year. As the day to depart for the trip drew near, I resigned to make the best of it, taking my old Super 8mm movie camera. Video cameras had been around for a while by then, but I still liked the look of actual film, so I would save what little money I had to buy the increasingly expensive little 3-minute rolls of film. If nothing else, it would be a distraction. I could film some nature trails and maybe some of the other teens. After all, a few of them were friends of mine. From here on out in this story, I can only remember pieces of what happened, and only a portion of it will be in chronological order. The things I do remember are vivid, but if I tried to fill in the gaps, it would turn into fiction in those parts, and I don't want to do that. I want to tell the absolute truth with no drama or exaggeration. I think because of the trauma I experienced, it's impossible for me to remember some things. It's taken me a long time to get to the point of writing this down at all, and the next paragraphs will be the hardest I've ever written. The anxiety and PTSD are just that bad. My hands are shaking slightly as I write this. For starters, I don't remember hearing or knowing that Vicky was in fact coming on the trip. She seemed to just show up later on the second evening. I don't even remember her being at the church when we left. I don't even remember whose car I rode in to get to the place. If we'd taken a church van, I don't remember riding in it. I must have ridden in one of the counselor's cars. We'd been in this location about 2 years before on a different retreat with no bad incidents, so I don't think my premonitory fear had anything to do with the location itself. However, since the location was on the Appalachian Trail, well, anything's possible. This area of the US has had plenty of evil things happen within its territory, so I would imagine that anything was possible. Everything from ghosts to bad karma, from the atrocities of slavery to missing 411 cases, you name it, it's happened here. I've researched the area where that campsite is located. It's part of a state park, and I've searched online reviews to see if anyone else has had any paranormal experiences there. All the reviews I see are good ones with only minor complaints, such as the neighboring campsite had a dog that barked all night, or that the kiddie playground wasn't very fun. Nothing referring to cold spots, missing people, ghosts, or anything of the sort. If someone has had a really scary experience at this particular place, I've yet to find it, and I've studied it in depth. Anyway, I don't remember arriving, unpacking, or even what we did most of the time, but I do know we stopped at a flea market on the way. I remember walking through the aisles, admiring a doll that was way too expensive for me to buy, and I remember filming some scenery and some of us clowning around, although the film did not turn out well and was sort of faded. I still have it to this day and can remember some of what I filmed. Vicky is nowhere to be seen in the film. That's why I think she didn't arrive until that night or the second night we were there. At some point, we girls gathered in some sort of arts and crafts building to make some small floral arrangements. I don't know why we did this, unless there's something in the Bible about lavender, because that's what they were made of. They were like little dried flower posies made of lavender. To this day, I cannot stand the smell of lavender, real or fake. It's like garlic to a vampire with me. I'll explain why later. The next thing I remember is being gathered around a bonfire, but we weren't close to our cabins. We were instead out in a field, with the fire glowing, and there was some sort of half-barn amphitheater thing off to the side. It looked like something put up for local bands, or it could have been used for a church group gathering. At the time, it was pitch black dark out, except for the firelight and some small outdoor lights on the stage area. And of course, who should be sitting up on the stage, ready to grace us with a song? You guessed right. There sat Vicky, with an 80s boombox and an accompaniment tape, ready to belt out another high soprano number. Another strange thing is that I don't remember her hiking with us up to this place, so she must have drove down there in her car. We could do little but sit still and awkwardly listen to the song, out in the middle of nowhere. Now here's a very strange thing that I didn't remember until years later. Think about this. We were sitting either on the ground or on benches in August, right? I don't remember getting a single bug bite of any kind. We were out there at least an hour or two, because after Vicky's solo was over, I'm sure the youth pastor gave some sort of message or devotional reading or something. I remember we roasted hot dogs and marshmallows. I do seem to remember that, but not one mosquito bite. The next thing I remember is lying in one of the bunks in the cabin. I don't remember putting on one of the long nightshirts I always slept in, so I may have just slept in my clothes. And I don't remember taking a shower, although there was a bathroom in the cabin, so we didn't have to go to a bathhouse or anything. I was kind of a clean freak, especially when I was in any kind of camping situation, so I'm sure I probably did take a shower, but I honestly don't remember doing it. Anyway, the cabin was divided into 2 rooms, with the bathroom between them. On the previous retreat, I'd stayed in the back room, where there were stacked bunk beds. This time, however, I got stuck in the front room with a single bunk against the wall. I say I got stuck because guess who decided to spend the night instead of driving back? Yep, Vicky. I wasn't thrilled about this, and I was even getting concerned, but could do nothing about it. The rest of the girls had all the back bunks claimed. Except for 2 or 3 girls, the rest of the group was younger than I, and looking back, I don't remember how I got stuck with the younger set. Not that I didn't like them, but I felt frankly too old to be on this trip. I was outgrowing the youth group. To give you an idea of my bunk's position, if I got off the bunk to my right, the front door of the cabin was about 11 or 12 feet in front of me. There was a small high window to the right of the front door, high enough so that no one passing by could look inside. It was glass and had no screen. Keep this in mind for later as well. The rest of the bunks were also to my right. There were about 5 or 6 other girls and 2 counselors, one of which was Vicky. The third counselor was in the back room with the rest. I could do nothing except get through this night and dream of being 18 the next year, when my parents would no longer be able to force me to do anything or go anywhere I didn't want to. But for now, what could I do? Where could I go? I knew I wanted to leave, but I was over 100 miles from home, and there were no cell phones then, so I couldn't just call my parents to come pick me up. And I couldn't get one of the other counselors with the guys to drive me all the way home in the middle of the night, so I was absolutely stuck. The bunks weren't all crowded together like what you see in a makeshift disaster shelter, but the room was not very large either, so we were all still close together. I'd say I was probably 10 feet from Vicky's bunk. She was to my right, toward the front door in the middle of the room. She wasn't blocking the door in any way, but if I had decided to leave, I would have had to walk past her. My bunk had a very worn-out mattress, and I remember saying that I felt like a hot dog because the sides folded up around me like a bun. That sounds funny, I know, but later that night, I was glad that it did. It helped to hide me. In addition to not getting any bug bites, I will mention 2 more strange things before I try to describe what happened next. As I said, this was in the middle of August in the Mid-South in a cabin with no air conditioning. At no time do I remember feeling hot, and I'm sure it was hot and humid, because we had been hot and sweating while I'd been filming earlier in the day. So I was lying there in a bunk with some kind of clothing on with a mattress folded up around me in August, and I was not hot. This wasn't normal. The second abnormal thing was that not only did I not have any bug bites, I didn't hear any bugs either. This is worth noting because at that time of year, the noise from cicadas and katydids is deafening. Even as I finally drifted off to sleep in that cheap mattress, I don't remember any sounds from outside. No deer walking around, no sound from the boys' cabin, no bugs, no distant traffic or planes flying overhead, no coyotes, no owls, no crickets, nothing. I know that total silence in the woods setting is abnormal and usually means something's wrong. If I were in the same situation today, I would have gotten up, walked to the campsite office, and called myself a cab. But as I said, I was young, innocent, naive, and thought, oh so wrongly, that I was safe. I was deeply asleep when I heard the crashing of shattering glass. Then there was a long, piercing scream. My eyes snapped open, and immediately I looked at the high glass window thinking in nanoseconds, I can't believe one of the boys would throw a rock through our window. They were all good kids. Vandalism just wasn't something they would have done, not even to prank us. My brain was trying to wake up completely, and after about 2 more seconds, I was wide awake. But I didn't move. Something was telling me, don't move. What I heard then was this. "Did you hear that demon fly out of my mouth?" I raised my face just barely over the edge of my folded-up mattress, and I saw Vicky shrieking this and rocking back and forth. The other counselor sprang up and started to try to console and shush her. She had a flashlight and her Bible opened, starting to read scriptures to her. I couldn't tell if Vicky was crying or just mumbling incoherently. Again, I looked up at the window. It wasn't broken, so where had the crashing of glass sound come from? I lay completely still, although every cell in my body was screaming at me to run out the front door and just keep running. It had finally happened. This woman had gone off the deep end. It was around 3:30 a.m., I think, and here is another phenomenal thing. None of the girls woke up and asked what was going on. They continued to sleep as though they'd been drugged. No one stirred. No one moved. I thought that maybe, like me, they were just too afraid to move. But some of them were snoring. I could hear it, from the front room and from the back of the cabin. I was in survival mode at this point. I lay as still as the dead. Let me also make this clear, that I did not have sleep paralysis. I was wide awake, I could move, but as I said, something inside my head was telling me to freeze. Chalk it up to an angel or my second sight or whatever label you want to put on it, but I was wide awake and staring. At one point, the other counselor looked around in the dark with a flashlight, perhaps to see if any of us had awakened, and when I saw the beam moving over towards me, I snapped my eyes shut. I would play dead if I had to. I listened to the counselor praying, and I remember wanting to jump out of that bunk and run so badly. I was young and lean then, and they most likely couldn't have caught up to me. But I didn't breathe, I didn't pray, and I didn't move. I was being told not to move, and I did as I was told. After about 10 minutes, the other counselor got up and ran to the bathroom. I don't know if she was throwing up or if it literally scared the crap out of her, but she stayed in there for a while, with the door pretty much open, which left me alone with a crazy woman and a room full of slumbering adolescents. With great difficulty, I raised my head only slightly, enough to keep my eye on Vicky. If she got off that bunk, that was it. I would run to the back room and slam the door and barricade myself in with the girls in the back. She was still rocking, with her back to me, facing the front of the cabin. She was still muttering to herself, or at least I think so. I couldn't understand anything she was saying. Maybe it was another language, or knowing her, she probably thought she was speaking in tongues. Then this woman turned her head around to look over her shoulder, looking in my direction. It really was as if whatever had taken over her knew that I was awake, because she didn't turn to look at anyone else. My head was only barely elevated, but I saw her face lit from below by the flashlight, which makes even normal people look creepy. So we have to factor that in here, but what little I did see I never wanted to see again. What I saw was nothing like the silly CGI stuff or demonic makeup in Halloween stores. The problem is, I can't really describe what I saw, but I'll try. Her eyes were dark, but not like those black-eyed kids or something like that, just dark, as if the eyes themselves had sunk into the sockets. The face looked both angry, scared, sad, all of that all at once. She looked right at me, straight into my eyes for only a second, because I snapped my eyes shut again to block her, or it, out. Also, her hair covered part of her face, so I didn't get a clear look, thank goodness. If this woman was doing all of this as a prank, which I seriously considered over the years, then she could have earned an Oscar for her performance. But a prank could not explain the window shattering while somehow remaining unbroken, and it could not explain her sudden bass baritone voice. What she said to me when she looked at me, I don't know, I don't ever want to know. It was some incomprehensible language, or it may have been gibberish. I only saw her mouth move for a second as she spoke behind some strands of hair.
Sortes kivasit. Sortes kivasit.
I fully expected this insane woman to get out of bed and come after me, but she simply turned around and continued muttering in that low bass voice. The high soprano voice was gone. After a few more minutes, the other counselor came back, and Vicky asked her in her now normal voice, "Are you okay?" Whether the other counselor heard the low bass voice from the bathroom or not, I'll never know. I swear on my life everything I've just written is true. It's possible for sopranos to lower their voices, sure. In Mongolia, it's known as throat singing. So maybe this woman had some voice training? Maybe that's what she did. It may have been that she was just a mentally ill individual, and that this was a desperate plea for attention. Maybe she was trying to give us some twisted spiritual lesson on demons. But that does not explain the window. It still haunts me to this day. I do remember looking around the floor in the morning for broken glass, for pieces of the window. When I couldn't find any, I thought that maybe she had broken a glass of water when she shot up from the bed shrieking. And that shriek, I can still hear it, as if it just happened. It never goes away, and I guess it never will. And the silence. No girls stirring or coming in from the back room to ask what was going on. No animal noises or cicadas singing in the trees. I should have been wringing wet with sweat, either from the August heat or a cold sweat from pure terror. Anyway, after all this, Vicky and the counselor collapsed onto their bunks from sheer exhaustion. But I lay awake from about 3:45 to 4 a.m. until dawn. All around the room hung those dried lavender flowers, whose fragrance had now become a sickening, overpowering stench that made me nauseous. They had not bothered me in the slightest until now, as I lie there waiting for an eternity to pass before the dimmest hope of light began to show through the unbroken window. Still, not one of the girls moved, not even to get up to go to the bathroom. The only sound was slight snoring, and even that was muffled. I never took my eyes off Vicky even though she was completely asleep, completely still. I did not move. In the years since this happened, I've pulled all-nighters to study in college and worked overnights in a department store, so I know what it is to be tired from staying awake all night. But none of that can possibly compare to the exhaustion I felt that next morning. I think I pretended to be asleep until most everyone had gone out for breakfast. I don't remember seeing Vicky outside around the picnic tables when we had our Bible study before we left. I don't remember eating either, nor talking to anyone. I found my younger brother and asked which car he was riding back in. Everyone else had claimed their rides, I guess, and no one seemed to want to ride with Edward, the older gentleman in his 70s, who had come out on the trip to cook for us. He had volunteered to help with the guys and brought his old Sanford & Son type truck, with no air conditioning. My brother said he was going to ride with him, so I climbed in next to him. We left the premises, and I never looked back, and I've never gone back to that place. We got out on the 2-lane road to get to the highway, and somewhere down the road, maybe 5 or 6 miles, the sun came out shining bright. Then and only then did I start to feel hot and start to sweat. Normally, I'm an air conditioning addict, but for once, it felt good to feel this heat because the heat felt normal. I was back with 2 normal people in an old rattle-trap truck, headed home. Edward was a quiet, soft-spoken man, and we rode with him all the way back home, listening to his calm, soothing voice as he talked about this and that. I was glad we had chosen him to get us home. Surprisingly, my life went back to normal after that. Within the next couple of weeks, I started school and was glad to be around normal people in a normal classroom. Somehow that dried lavender had come home with me, and I don't understand how that happened, because I never packed it, but you can bet I threw it out. If my brother had caught wind of any of these events, he never did speak about it. As far as I know, neither did any of the other guys. None of the girls seemed to know about it either. They'd all slept through it. We've talked about that retreat in years since, and they've never acted like they knew anything unusual happened, so I kept my mouth shut. I don't know if what happened at that place had to do with the location itself, out on the Appalachian Trail, or if it was brought in by this crazy church woman. The atmosphere seemed normal until she joined our group that evening. Even though I'd felt uneasy about going on the trip at first, I must have been distracted enough by my filmmaking on that first day, because the sense of foreboding was temporarily alleviated. The anxious feeling returned when we arrived at that bonfire, right before she arrived. In time, Vicky seemed to just fade away from that church, going off to act crazy in someone else's unfortunate house of worship. After the incident, I went to church less and less. I got into some heated arguments with my mother over it. It's not like I had a problem with the faith itself. It was just fear of certain people. But I couldn't explain this to her. By the next year, I was legally an adult, and there wasn't much she could do to force me to go. Whenever I would give in and go, I would show up late, barely heard the sermon, and I would duck out as soon as the preacher would start the closing prayer. I just couldn't be around those people anymore. Even though Vicky had gone, there were still some other weird church people to avoid, so I did. I buried what had happened and never talked about it, but I've always had one burning question. Why was I the only one of the youth group to be awakened? Why me? That scares me more than anything else, and I don't know that I want an answer to that question at all. The only time I saw Vicky after she had left the church was about 3 years later in a small grocery store. I ran into an old friend of mine from high school, and we were standing there in the checkout line when the front doors slid open, and in walked Vicky, talking with someone. She didn't see me, fortunately. In an instant, I ducked down behind the magazine and candy stands, and my friend thought I was having a fainting spell or something. She wasn't too far off the mark. I suddenly felt queasy and dizzy-headed. I looked up and asked her, "Where's that woman that just came in?" She told me she'd walked to the far back of the store. So I got up quickly and did the fastest checkout of my life. The cashier knew something was wrong and hurriedly scanned everything for me. My friend helped me bag my items, and when we got outside, I told her that I had a horrible experience with that woman on a church retreat, and I had to get out of here before she came back. She understood, and we exchanged phone numbers to stay in touch. After that, I jumped into my car and sped off. From then on, I absolutely avoided that part of town, and I still do today, just in case. It's possible that Vicky may be dead now. She was in her late 40s or 50s back then, but who knows? My only advice to anyone in church is this. Just because a person goes to church doesn't automatically make them sane or trustworthy. If you're a parent, check out the people going along as counselors on your child's church camp trips. If they claim to be Christian or whatever faith you follow, that doesn't really mean anything. Maybe it mattered in the old days and carried more weight then, but not anymore. And if your child is feeling uneasy about something, anything, don't just brush it off. Children, even in adolescence, are sometimes more in tune with the ability to sense when someone or something is just wrong. And while I personally do not play around with Ouija boards, witchcraft, or calling up spirits, the evil that these crazy, supposedly more spiritually gifted women see is, in reality, not to be found in your latest heavy metal rock album, or action figure, or role-playing game. Sometimes that evil is sitting or standing right next to you in church, and it may want a hug. Coal Mine Road, from Dean. When I was young, my parents moved around a lot. I must have attended 10 different schools during my life. My dad was the kind of man who shouldn't have had kids. He wouldn't keep a steady job and forced my mother and later my aunt to work long hours to support our family, which included 6 kids. He was a schemer and always looking for an angle to work. My earliest memories were bar fights and my dad robbing my piggy bank while he was drunk in the middle of the night. My mom followed him like a god. To this day, I don't understand why. He was physically violent with her, and she stayed with him for over 20 years until all the kids had grown. I guess she stayed for us more than anything. The story actually begins when I was 10 years old. My dad outfitted an old school bus with bunks, and we traveled across the country from Utah to Indiana and finally to Kentucky, where the bus engine died. So the bus was our home for a long time, until Dad finally rented what could only be described as a shack on the side of a mountain. This was near Burkesville, in what is known as the Cumberland Gap. Very mountainous with steep hills, with gravel roads carved into the mountains. The house we rented was from an old man named Howard, who owned a gas station and convenience store where 2 roads intersected. Howard was a good old man who took a liking to my dad. He used to give us the flat sodas from his gas station when we were waiting on the bus. For us, it was a very rare treat to drink anything more than water. There were 6 of us kids altogether. Marty, who was just a baby, Michael, who was in kindergarten, my sisters Jean and Carol Ann, who were in 3rd, and my brother Jim, who was in the 2nd grade. I was the oldest in 4th grade. We would walk down a steep gravel road that was about a quarter of a mile from the house each day to the bus stop. I remember the gravel road was overgrown and had old houses that were dilapidated on both sides. The town had been part of the company housing for a coal mine that closed up back in the 50s. Kudzu and vines covered houses. Old trucks and cars that were no more than rust piles lined the sides of the road, looking out of the brush as if they were trying to hide. Howard called it the Coal Mine Road. The house we lived in was at the top of the hill from the gas station, then about a quarter mile down Coal Mine Road on the right. It was the only house not grown over with kudzu and weeds. The road kept going to a clearing where Howard had an oil rig. I remember there were copperhead snakes, and we'd keep ourselves at the center of the road so no one would get snake bit. Sometimes they would come out onto the gravel and warm in the sun, especially early in the morning. We would throw gravel at them to keep them back. We were warned never to venture off the path because Howard had told us that there were hidden dangers all around. Old cellars that had caved in, uncovered wells, and of course, the snakes. Mom was very careful to keep us all near or in the house as much as she could. But being the oldest boy, I would be sent out to get coal from a coal pile. A potbelly stove was all we had for heat. It was a chance to goof off and look around, throwing old rocks at the windows of those old houses I could see through the woods. One day, Mama asked me to go out and bring in some coal. I was watching TV on a black and white TV set in the bedroom, and I didn't want to get up. So I acted like I didn't hear Mom ask. She finally came in the room fussing and said that if I didn't get the coal right now, it would be dark. So out I went. We had an old wheelbarrow that we used to bring the coal up to the house. Then we'd take a few large pieces in and put them beside the stove. For those of you who don't know, coal is very dirty, and it gets all over you. The old wheelbarrow had a steel wheel that needed grease and would squeal as you pushed it down the road and over to a pile of coal that Howard had brought out for us to keep warm. In a lot of ways, I think Howard worried about us in that old drafty house. This was sort of his way of helping. It was already dark when I shoveled the last of the coal into the wheelbarrow and turned toward the house. Then I saw something. On the road past our home, there was a light. It was dim like an old lantern. Dad wasn't home, that I knew. He was working at a blue jean factory 4 hours away, and he wouldn't be home until Friday. The light bobbed as it came slowly up the road, like someone walking. There was nothing down that road now, no reason for anyone to be coming up from the old oil rig and coal mine, and if it was Howard, he would have taken his truck instead of walking. And yet here it was. A dim yellow light that seemed to keep a steady pace toward me. I gave the wheelbarrow a push. Then I stopped. If they didn't know I was here now, that would have told them. I dropped the handles of the wheelbarrow and made a run for the house, hoping I could beat the lantern carrier. As I ran the 100 yards or so to the house, the lantern grew closer, but kept its steady pace, not pausing. I could see it was a lamp, flickering with a very dirty, dusty glass cover. I could make out a single person in the light of the lamp as it swung at the end of the arm, walking ever closer to me and my home. I burst through the door of the house and yelled, "Mama, there's someone out there on the road, behind the house." Mom came out of the kitchen and came to a halt just inside the living room. There was no doubt based on my face that I'd seen something. I wasn't overly afraid of the dark, and Mom knew that. I didn't spook easily, and she knew I was usually the one who got rid of the snakes and defended the younger kids from bullies. She said in a calm voice, "Lock the door." I ran back to the front door and shut it quickly, not taking time to look for the lantern. I turned the old deadbolt lock and a homemade wooden lock we had made with a nail and a flat piece of wood. Mom came into the living room with a single 16-gauge shotgun. Her dad gave her that gun, and that may be the only reason we still had it, because she refused to let Dad sell it. By this time, the other kids were coming into the room. She told them in a hushed voice to go to the bedroom and lock the door. It must have been the tone of her voice, because they did exactly that. I could hear Marty crying behind the door and my oldest sister hushing him. She walked around cutting off lights, the kitchen, the hall where the potbelly stove was, the living room. The house had those old string lights to a single bulb, so as each light went out, the house grew very dark. The only light was the light of the porch light and the light from under the bedroom door. Mama began to peek out the windows. First, she looked out the kitchen window. The back door was locked, I could see. She peeked out the small window in the door then, and then the living room windows, then the bathroom. Nothing. She turns to me and asks, "Are you sure you saw someone?" I answered quickly, "Yes, they had a lantern and were walking up the road." "From the mine?" She was looking at me intently with a furrowed brow now, her voice raised like she was questioning the information. "You better be telling me the truth," she responded flatly, rechecking each window. I was hurt and at the same time angered by her lack of belief. I then started checking the windows myself, but I didn't see anything either. Finally, Mom opens the front door and steps out on the porch. She goes to the edge and looks up and down the road. I peeked out from behind her and didn't see anything either. The moon was above the trees now, and you could see clearly there wasn't anyone on the road. I guess it would be easy enough to turn off the lantern and slip into the woods, but why? We didn't have any kind of flashlight, so we had to just strain our eyes and see what we could. Nothing moved. No noises came from the woods, but we could hear the other kids bumping around in the bedroom. We went back inside and shut the door. She put the shotgun in the corner by the door and looked at me with surprising compassion after such a scare. "Maybe we have enough coal for the night." She smiled at me.
I really saw something, Mama.
I once again insisted. "Maybe it was Howard. We'll ask him in the morning." She walked back to the kitchen, leaving me standing by the door. The next morning, I woke to a very cold house. No one else was up, but the fire had burned down to cinders, and there wasn't any more coal in the house. I got up, slid on my pants and shoes. I went to the front door and saw the shotgun was still in the corner by the door, where Mama had left it the night before. I peeked out the living room window. Everything that had happened the night before returning fresh to my memory. Unlocking the front door, I opened it and I looked outside. My mouth dropped open. The wheelbarrow filled with the coal I'd loaded the night before was now just sitting on the porch. Someone had taken the wheelbarrow to the house and up the 5 steps to the porch without anyone hearing it. One more thing. Sitting on top of the coal was an old kerosene lantern. I poked my head out into the brisk air. I thought it was cold in the house until that frosty October morning met my bare arms and face. I looked up and down the old road and around the house, no sign of anyone. I brought in a couple of pieces of coal and started up the fire. We never did find out who my mystery helper was. We found out later that day that Howard had been out of town at a doctor's office in Versailles, and Dad didn't come home until later that Saturday afternoon. Howard said it looked like one of the old lanterns in an old storage shed near the entrance of the mine. Dad, Howard, and I walked out the road the next day. I remember I had a hard time keeping up, it was so grown over. Howard toted an old black revolver, and Dad had Mom's shotgun. First, we went to the old shed. The door was bolted, and the padlock was rusted beyond opening. We then traipsed through the tall weeds and kudzu until dark, checking each of the old houses. But they were all still boarded up. There were no signs of entry, except for some broken-out windows that were probably from my rocks. From that day forward, I went out early to get the coal, with the exception of a few really cold nights. Those nights I did venture out after dark, I took my lantern. Terror in the Wild and Wonderful Mountains of West Virginia. From Wayside Strangler 86. If anyone's ever seen the Wild and Wonderful Whites of West Virginia before, it's the exact area where this event occurred. I literally had to drive by their house on the way. Hank Williams III also wrote a song about it, called Boone County Blues, which really captures the essence of the depressing, drug-consumed area. I worked as a lab technician for an independent company. I would run analyses on coal samples to determine the quality. BTUs, ash, sulfur, things of that nature. Part of the job was driving company pickup trucks to various different coal mines, train loadouts, and the river docks to draft barges and collect samples. We got a call at around 2 a.m. to go pick up a train sample over in an incredibly remote area. The mine was miles away from absolutely anything. In order to get there, I had to drive across a place called Williams Mountain, home of Jesco and all the other whites. It's a notoriously steep, curvy, and dangerous mountain, with a very high rate of accidents. I made it to the mine and collected the sample without incident. After about 15 minutes of driving, I started back up the steep mountain. Having made the trip numerous times, I could take the curves pretty fast, especially when it's pitch dark and you can see headlights approaching you. The nearest stoplights, stop signs, or streetlights are a good 30 miles away, so it's a different kind of dark. The complete darkness just perfectly compounds the isolation. It was because I was driving so fast that I was completely caught by surprise when it appeared that there was a vehicle quickly catching up to me. I started to speed up, but before I knew it, they had caught up with me. When they got close, they turned on their high beams. I could tell it was a truck from the height of the lights, but the bright lights had me somewhat blinded. It was then when the terror really began. They started edging closer and closer until they were right up my rear. It didn't matter how fast I went, they stayed right on me. All of a sudden, they just stopped in the road and killed their headlights. Completely weirded out and rattled, I took a huge sigh of relief and began laughing nervously as they dropped from sight, thinking it was just someone's idea of a cruel joke. Never had I been so ready to see that city skyline. Not too long after, and to my complete and utter horror, the lights began quickly climbing the mountain once again. Frantic, I punched the gas, almost wrecking twice trying to flee, but it was no use. Again, the bright lights filled up my mirrors and simultaneously filled my heart with fear and absolute dread. They would back off some, then get extremely close, repeating this over and over and over until they finally rammed me twice. The second time was hard enough to make me swerve, though thankfully I was able to ride it out. I should note, there is absolutely nowhere to pull off while traversing the mountain. Just guardrails on either side, and drop-offs wherever the rails are missing. There's only one little church on a wide spot on the side of the road, so I tried to pull over and let them pass. I put on my signal and turned off, but my pursuers turned off as well and killed their lights. I hid my vehicle and ducked down, trying to watch out for any movement. Nothing. 2 or 3 minutes probably goes by and I made my move, frantically peeling out. To my unimaginable relief, they did not pull out too, but I wasn't convinced it was over. Sure enough, the lights approached once more, though this time it was accompanied by a sound. An unmistakable, gut-wrenching sound of gunshots. I'd heard the term hyperventilate, but at that moment I discovered the full force of its meaning. Barely able to breathe, I ducked down as low as I could and began reciting a nonsensical plea for help. This was before cell phones were popular, but to this day, service there is non-existent. The bullets rang out like a soundtrack for my misery, and all I could think at that moment was that I never would see my loved ones again. Time is truly subjective. It felt as though I was on that mountain for days, but I finally reached the end. I eventually saw a few houses and immediately pulled into the first place I could. The truck didn't turn down the driveway, but lingered in the road with the headlights off. After a couple of minutes, a porch light came on and the truck did a donut, starting back up the mountain. A man emerged from the home, but I left as soon as the truck's lights were out of sight. I yelled, "Sorry," out the window and drove like a reckless lunatic the rest of the way. I ended up getting pulled over for speeding on the interstate. I didn't even attempt to explain, as I figured it was a small price to pay, all things considered. Obviously, I never entertained the idea of ever making that run again, and my boss began collecting samples in the daytime only for that particular site. The mountains of West Virginia are incredibly beautiful, but there's also a lot of danger lurking in the depths of their remote isolation. Places that inspire movies like Wrong Turn. Places where no one can hear you scream. Giggles, from Sidriex. I used to work for a motorcycle company in a very rural province of the Philippines. Unlike other places, my home island has only one city for now, and that's where our main office is located. My job at the time was as a field representative, but I mostly handled the collection of monthly payments from our customers. Most of our customers live in various secluded areas near the shorelines, mountains, and vast forests, hence why I was required to go collect their payments. More often than not, they supposedly forgot their monthly due dates, so it's up to me to remind them. I'm only a 5'6" tall guy, but I'm not skinny like my other coworkers. And before joining the company, I was an avid mountain biker and hiker because I was raised in a very far-off farm with no electricity or motorized transportation. Anyway, because of my nature, the office always puts me in charge of going to the most mountainous areas covered by woods. I didn't really complain at first. All these places that I had to go to were very secluded to the point that even electricity is non-existent, and people there live as if it's the Middle Ages. One of these days, I started off early, since I had to ride a motorcycle provided by the office as a means of transport. This motorcycle was clunky, old, and had had more repairs than a World War II war machine. But I trusted it enough that I called it Ox, because no matter how hard or impassable the terrain was, it had never let me down before. But I do have to repair Ox while on the way every now and then, but nothing major. As I reached the foot of the mountain, I prepared a bit by checking my gas, inspecting Ox, and waterproofing my everyday carry stuffs. I never leave home without a knife, and on cases like these I always brought one of my large blades. I revved up Ox and we started to tackle this steep dirt road used by large trucks heading up the mountain. My client for the day was a tribesman who worked in a mine, and it always takes me 2 hours to get to the top of the mountain where his village is situated. The path there was very hard, and I was the only one who was able to get to the area. There were no houses along the way, just vast, deep woods all around. Usually, in places like these, I would hear the typical rainforest sounds every time, but that day was different. I stopped for a while and had my breakfast on the side of the road. Ox was parked on a grassy part, while my food and hot coffee were placed on top of the gas tank and seat. While I took a sip of my hot drink, I heard what seemed to be giggling sounds behind me. It was almost as if children were playing nearby. I looked around but saw nothing, so I ignored it, thinking it was a bird. When I bit into my food, I heard it again. Something felt off because the surroundings fell silent, and all I heard was the giggling getting closer from behind. I packed my stuff and unlocked the pin holding my knife. I know I sound like a coward, but I'd experienced the paranormal since childhood, and sometimes it can get physically dangerous. I relaxed a bit, trying to focus to where the sound was coming from. I thought about this giggling sound and figured it could be two things. One, just a playful spirit teasing me. Two, it could be a bad one that follows you home so it can torment you for life. My grandparents told me that I needed to be respectful towards such beings, but I should never show weakness nor fear. I pulled out my 14-inch blade and took a stance as if I was ready to strike whatever would jump out of the woods. The ordeal lasted for about 5 minutes. It was quiet. I could hear my heartbeat and breathing. Then I spoke in a very serious tone, stating, "Sorry if I disturbed you. I'm just resting, and I'll be on my way now." It was still silent, and after a few seconds the normal forest sounds returned. The area felt somewhat the same again. I said thank you, and I went on my way. I made it to the small village, consisting of no more than 25 houses. I made it to my client, and he offered me coffee. I got his payment, which was 3 months due. While resting a bit, I recalled what happened. My client suddenly asked me if I encountered any other problems along the way. I said there was nothing else, but I asked why. He told me that one of the villagers died not too long ago. It was very sudden. One day that villager changed and acted odd, becoming paranoid for seemingly no reason, shouting in the middle of the night and running away to God knows where. He went missing for days and was found dead under a tree. The elder shaman said the poor man was haunted by an evil spirit, and it took his soul. The man was never a brave one to begin with, and was easily scared by anything. I thought about what my client said and bid him farewell. I rode down the mountain and passed the spot where I rested and had no other issues. I went home exhausted and dropped onto my bed. I remembered the events that happened and thought about what I encountered back there. Was it the same evil spirit? Did I have a standoff against it and prevail? I had no idea, but I knew for sure that with my line of work, it would not be the last time that I'd encounter such incidents. The Sasquatch Stalker, from Crystal Holly 22. Location, North Carolina. This story happened when I was 12 or 13. I was getting off at my usual bus stop at about 4:30 p.m. in the evening. From there, I had an 8-minute walk down a sort of long, cracked road. Where I lived was a new housing development, and because of this, on my left side of the road was pure swamp and dense woods, while on my right, there were a few houses here and there. As I was walking home, I felt this unease, as if I was being watched. Now, to be honest, I did get this feeling a lot when I was in or near the woods, so I blew off the feeling, chalking it up to me just being scared. At most, it was just some territorial forest animal watching me. As I continued, the feeling of being watched never left. I was about 70 yards from my home when I heard it. The sound of something walking in the woods. Leaves and branches breaking underneath heavy feet. It sounded as if the creature was following me while using the forest as cover to not be seen. So I stopped in my tracks to see if I could see anything in the forest, to see what or who was walking around. But I saw nothing. Nothing at all. I thought maybe it was all in my head, but as soon as I began walking again, that thing in the woods started to walk as well. So I stopped walking once more, and it stopped. Then I started walking again, and it started. This creature was following me and walking the same pace as me, stopping when I stopped and walking when I walked. I found this quite odd, but this seemed to be as if the creature was stalking me. It was watching me, but why? Was it making sure I didn't approach it or come anywhere close to it? Suddenly, I saw a small rock flying at me. Not sure what to do, I picked a small rock up and threw it back into the woods. I wanted to see how the creature would react. Would it run away or would it follow me still? But nothing happened. No sounds of running or walking occurred. Assuming the creature was still there, I hurried the rest of my way home into the backyard where my father was to tell him about my experience. After telling him and my younger brother about the experience, I also went to tell my younger neighbor about it. Together, we decided we'd go into the woods to see if we could find what we all now thought was a Bigfoot. My dad and I loved watching mountain monsters, so we decided we'd do what they did when hunting for a supposed Bigfoot. We grabbed a big stick and hit a tree with 3 large hits. Nothing at first, so my dad hit the tree 3 more times. That's when he yelled at us that he saw something behind a big fallen tree trunk. At first, we thought he was seeing things, until I saw a dark figure behind that trunk. It had thick, dark brownish fur. The creature was huge, very huge, even though it was crouched. Wanting to catch its attention, I picked a thicker branch and slammed it into a tree 3 times. For a minute, it was quiet. Then my dad yelled to run. We listened and came bustling out of the forest to the neighbor's house. Safe and out of the woods, I asked my dad, "Why'd you tell us to run?" He calmly tells me that when I wasn't paying attention, the creature behind the fallen trunk began to rise and stand up. My dad, not wanting to be there any longer, had us run. I don't know what would have happened if we stayed there longer. I love going in the woods, and I still do, but this encounter is one of the many encounters from the woods that is still burned into my memory. A reminder that the forest hides more than just coyotes and bears. It can hide much bigger and scarier creatures that you really don't want to ever encounter. Something in the Colorado Cabin. From Just Some Random Texan. Back in August, my friend group and I went on a road trip to an Airbnb cabin hidden in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. It was a very small town, which took less than 5 seconds to pass on the highway. Because of this, we actually missed our turn at first, because it was the only intersection in the entire town, and it wasn't marked at all. Our cabin was 30 minutes down winding dirt roads, hidden in some woods. It was an older, but still very beautiful 3-story log cabin. Originally, there were going to be more than 10 of us, but some of us got the Rona and others had to stay home for work. So in the end, only about 7 people were in the cabin. Weird things quickly began as we were settling in. We heard footsteps coming from areas where none of us were. Doors opened and closed on their own. We tried not to think too much of it, rationalizing it as wind or drafts. After all, we had doors open, carrying stuff in from our cars. If it wasn't that, then maybe it was some animals on the roof or something. Later that night, we were all smoking and drinking, just like a bunch of 19 to 22-year-olds would on an unsupervised trip to Colorado. That's when things got even more interesting. Doors slamming, what sounded like whispers coming from empty rooms, and even more footsteps. By then, we were starting to get freaked out a little bit, but again, we tried to explain it away. Maybe we were hearing other people at cabins down the road. We knew they were there because we'd seen them walking out earlier, and we'd passed by their cabins on the way to ours. The second day, we'd gone exploring. I brought a camera with me and caught a couple of odd shadows, but those may have been just tricks of the light filtering down through the trees. But the woods itself gave off a very strange and unsettling vibe, like something was off. A few spots in the cabin had the same energy. That night was about the same. Smoking and drinking, footsteps, voices, and doors. The third day is when things started getting a little more strange. A few incidents happened. One of us, Ricky, went out exploring again with Ethan, another one of our group. We'd made a very strict rule that no one was to venture out alone, not even by car. They ended up getting separated, and Ethan came back first, saying he didn't know where Ricky was. Then Ricky showed up, saying he had fought a snake and almost lost. We got on them about getting separated, but we ended up joking with Ricky, saying that he almost lost to a tiny snake. He did admit it was only a small garter snake. Later on, a more serious incident happened. Sarah, one of the girls in our group, was slicing limes for drink mixers and cut a slice off the tip of her thumb. But from the way everyone screamed, you'd think she had cut off her whole thumb. That's what I actually thought, so I kept suggesting we call an ambulance, until I learned how small it was. She got over it quick. Later on, she ended up chasing Brooke, the other girl who's very squeamish about injuries, trying to shove her cut thumb in her face. What happened a couple of hours later, though, was really what made the night scary. Ricky was on the ground floor by himself, picking up a few things after we'd had a big game of pool in the game room. Suddenly, we heard him scream. "What the heck was that?" We all ran downstairs to see what had scared him. we found Ricky staring at the door to the laundry room, which was one of those rooms that had a strange vibe, and we'd heard other sounds coming from it. He explained that he'd heard a girl's voice coming from inside that room. Then we all heard another sound, like a voice. We all went quiet, listening closely. I got out my phone and I began to record. A few seconds later, we clearly heard a girl's voice say, "Hello." Although it came out rather quiet in the video. The video will be linked in the description if you want to hear it. Now, of course, we all go absolutely nuts because we know for a fact that no one was in that room. We were just in there not 15 minutes earlier. We all began to storm up the stairs, and Jack, Sarah's boyfriend, actually pushes Sarah and Matthew, another guy on the trip, behind him so he can get up the stairs faster. Now we're all understandably terrified at this point. Matthew just kinda sits down on the floor in shock. Brooke tries to rationalize it, saying if it's another one of Sarah's tricks, she's walking right out the door. Sarah's known for pulling pranks on us. Harmless ones, though. We then hear Ricky in the background saying, "I'm about to throw some hands," although I'm not sure who he thinks he's going to fight. A ghost? Good luck with that. Brooke goes back downstairs, and the video ends there. But she hears the voice again and comes screaming back up the stairs. We pour some drinks and smoke some, trying to forget what happened by talking to some coyotes we hear out in the woods while sitting on the balcony. The following day, another incident happens. Ricky makes the dumb decision to leave and explore the woods by himself, while the rest of us are still sleeping. My room was on the ground floor, by the way, less than 20 feet from the laundry room. The rest of us wake up and understandably get very worried. Before long, we get ready to go search for him, but then he walks back in the cabin. His jacket is torn, and he's got some small cuts and bruises. We absolutely go off on him for breaking our golden rule. Turns out he'd gone out to record a TikTok and slipped on a cliff. He would have died if he hadn't miraculously grabbed onto a tree root and a rock. The drop would have been about 150 feet onto solid rocks. We were sitting there thinking our trip had been cursed because weird stuff keeps happening. The rest of the day goes by pretty smoothly. Normal footstep sounds and doors doing their thing. But that night, more than once, we caught Ricky on the ground floor seemingly flirting with someone, but he actively denies it, even now. But he was saying things like, "I really like you," and "I'm sure you're beautiful," to something that wasn't there. He didn't have his phone on him at the time either, and he wasn't wearing AirPods. We think he was trying to flirt with the ghost, or something paranormal was just messing with his mind. The 5th day, which was our last full day there, was a big adventure. 5 of us went to a park to check out an alpine slide. Really fun. It's called Winter Park, by the way, and I highly recommend it. Matthew and Ethan stay back for 2 reasons. 1, they couldn't afford admission. And 2, they were starting to get the cabin ready for us to leave. The 5 of us that were going piled into my little coupe. The only other car was Ethan's, and we set off through the mountains. This time we paid attention to the amount of sheer drops out there, always on one side of the road. At one point, we were at a spot with a particularly long drop off our left side, when suddenly around a near blind corner, there are a few mountain goats standing in the road. I slammed on my brakes and began to lose control of the car. My car was older and didn't have anti-lock brakes. We were sliding right towards that huge drop, but thankfully, I got the vehicle to stop. Our discussion then went back to how the trip felt. Cursed, because none of the cars we passed that were driving the opposite direction had tried to warn us about the goats. Anyway, we finally got to the place and had some fun. Then we went back to the cabin without any further incidents. That night, our last night, we had a big smoke session and some jello shots, and I was outside with my camera on a tripod, taking some night sky shots, which turned out pretty well in my opinion. That was when I glanced at the cabin, and I swear to God, I saw the pale face of a girl, a face that did not belong to any of my friends. It was looking at me from my bedroom window. I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked back, she was gone. I went inside to investigate, completely forgetting my camera. I didn't see anything, so I then went back to the group to finish our little party. Other than seeing the girl, no more major paranormal things happened that night. The next morning, we got packed to leave, and I, being the only Christian of the group, said a small prayer and told any entities in the cabin that they weren't allowed to come home with us. Nothing had felt demonic or evil up to that point, but there was that feeling that something was wrong. A couple of us swear to have actually heard a voice say goodbye as we were walking out the door for the last time. Overall, this was the most terrifying, but also the most fun experience of my life. But even after only a few weeks, the experience felt like a fever dream. We do plan on going back one winter to be able to go skiing and to see the mountains covered in snow. If we stay at the same cabin, I'll be bringing some ghost hunting gear with us, namely an EVP recorder, thermal camera, a cheap digital camera that's not my expensive rig, EMF detector, and maybe a spirit box. I'll post another story if anything happens on the trip. Never go to Yellowstone. From not going to work, sorry. I'm a 22-year-old guy, and I don't really know where to post this, but I thought it would be as good a place as any. It all started on a road trip through the national parks out west. My friends, some guys the same age, and I wanted a fun way to celebrate graduating from college, especially after such a crazy year, getting sent home during our final semester due to the Rona and graduating online. We hoped that some fresh air would rejuvenate us before we started real adult life in our jobs. We'd all decided to meet at our favorite bar near our college for one final drink to reminisce about the great times we had. We drove around the eerily empty campus. There wasn't a soul in sight. This probably should have just been a sign for us to cancel, as the Rona certainly wasn't showing any signs of stopping, but we ignored it. We were simply too excited. About 160 miles into our trip, we ran into our first of many problems. The car began to overheat. Don't get me wrong, it was a newer BMW, so we didn't think that anything like this was going to happen. But German cars will be German cars. We took it to an auto shop and got it fixed in a couple of hours, as it was an easy coolant leak, and it just needed a new hose. This was another sign that we all just chose to overlook. Oh, how I wish we would have just cut our losses and gone home at this point. Nevertheless, we trekked on, driving another few hundred miles without any issues. We were all so excited, singing our favorite songs, playing random apps to pass the time, and judging random girls on Tinder that we matched with along the way. However, it was around St. Louis that we would run into our second problem: a flat tire. Once again, we ignored this sign and pulled into a random tire shop, got it fixed, and we were on our way once again. After 2 days of driving, we finally reached Denver. We saw this as a great point to stop for a day and enjoy the city. While it was still pretty much shut down, we still made the most of our time there. The next day, we continued on, hoping to reach Yellowstone by night, but we would run into another big issue. We popped yet another tire. Again, we were near a city, Casper, Wyoming, so we were able to get it fixed quickly and continue our trip the next day. This should have been the final straw. We should have turned back. We'd already blown through most of our budget just from fixing the car. However, we thought, we've already made it this far, what else can go wrong? Oh, how wrong we were. When we pulled into the campsite the next day, We eagerly set up our tents and went on a quick hike. Somehow, we were the only ones at our campsite, as it seemed people were still staying home from the Rona. At the time, we saw this as a massive plus, because to us it meant we could get as drunk and rowdy as we wanted to that night. And as the sun set, that's just what we did. However, something felt off the whole time. You know that feeling you get when you walk in the woods late at night, and you just feel like you aren't alone? Like someone or something is watching you. Like you don't belong there, and you're intruding on something else's territory. That's exactly how I felt the entire time. So while my friends were getting blasted, I built as big a fire as I could, hoping to give myself a sense of safety and ease my anxiousness. Once I finished, however, a feeling of dread washed over me. I'd never felt so scared in my entire life. It came out of nowhere without any explanation. I decided to call it a night after this, hoping that I could just sleep it off while my friends carelessly drank and played loud music that echoed throughout the valley. I was able to sleep until around 3:40, when I was awakened by something scratching the ground outside our tent. I quickly woke my friend up, asking, "What the heck was that?" He groggily told me that it was probably a bear, because they had left some garbage on the ground. I went back to sleep, foolishly trusting my friend's explanation. I would wake up a couple more times before the sun rose, hearing more noises throughout the early morning. When we all woke up, we got out of the tent to find enormous scratch marks all over the ground surrounding our tent. It almost looked like it formed a big circle around our tent. And these were no ordinary marks. They were made up of 3 distinct lines going nearly 2 inches into the dry dirt. My friends decided to once again blame a bear, despite the trash being left alone and no visible bear tracks. While this spooked me, I knew that we were all larger guys, and we were armed with large knives. We had bought them as a joke for the trip, in case we ran into Bigfoot, but that's another story. We continued our day like the one before, going on long hikes throughout the park, enjoying our last full day there before moving on to the next park. I don't know why we did this. I wish we hadn't done this. But before going to bed that night, we jokingly made Bigfoot calls to lure back whatever creature had bothered us the night before. We then scurried back into the tent and got into our sleeping bags, the way little kids do when they know they aren't supposed to be up during a sleepover, and hear a parent coming down the stairs. Anyway, the forest seemed particularly loud as we were trying to fall asleep. So many different bugs, so many little animals rustling through the brush nearby. It all seemed normal at the moment. However, I woke up around 1:45 to something very different. The entire forest had gone silent. Now I'd heard when the woods go silent, a predator is nearby. I chalked this up to being the bear from the night before paying us yet another visit. Hoping to catch a glimpse of this bear, I slowly unzipped the door with my flashlight aimed out towards the woods. That's when I saw it. This image still haunts me to this day. Standing only 10 feet away from our tent was a massive, pale creature. On all fours, it had to have been around 4.5 to 5 feet tall. It had grossly long arms with 3 sharp claws. To put it into perspective, one of its hands was next to a Bud Light bottle, and the claw was the same size. Thankfully, it was facing away at the time, so I quickly turned off my flashlight and re-zipped the tent. Silently, I awoke my friends, whispering to them what was going on as they slowly woke up. Obviously, none of them believed me, so they reached for their lights and reopened the door to the tent. Standing there, only 5 feet from the tent now, was that creature. This is when we saw its eyes. Huge, black eyes that felt as if they were looking through me, right into my soul. It stood there quietly, almost as if it was sizing us up, determining if we were worth the effort. Horrified, one of my friends made a quick movement to grab his knife. In response, the creature made a blood-curdling cry, revealing razor-sharp teeth. It leapt at the tent, landing on top, almost crushing us below. It began to wildly scratch at the tent, tearing it apart with mad fury. We scrambled to get out any way we could, hoping to escape our near-certain deaths. One of my friends and I were able to squeeze out through cuts in the tent, while the other two were still stuck inside, under the crushing weight of that thing. Now free, my friend and I knew that we'd have to get the creature away from the tent if we wanted our friends to survive. I quickly ran to the nearly dead fire, grabbing one of the few sticks still lit, in the hope of scaring it off. I sprinted at the creature with it, looking like a wild man with a torch. However, this only seemed to startle the creature. It took a few steps off of the tent, then stopped, as if first gathering itself before attacking again. My other two friends, still stuck in the tent, took this as an opportunity to get out, as there likely wouldn't be another. We all ran for the car as fast as we could, not looking back, slamming the door shut behind us. Right as the last car door shut, we felt the creature slam into the trunk of the SUV, shaking the entire car. It rammed the car a few more times before beginning to circle it, staring us down. Luckily, my friend had left his keys in the car. After all, we had been the only ones at the campsite. We were able to get it started. This also gave us a better view of the creature. Its off-white skin reflected the LED lights back at us. It was then that the scariest part of the whole experience happened. The creature slowly approached my door, taking cautious step after cautious step. I quickly locked my door and cowered in fear with my other friend in the back seat. As it got closer, it began to look directly at the handle. Then, steadily, it reached out its arm and stuck its claw in between the handle and the door, almost as if it had opened a car door before. It tried to pull the handle multiple times, getting angrier with each failed attempt. Luckily, at that moment, my friend who had been paralyzed with fear had snapped out of it and put the car in drive, flooring it. I've never seen anyone drive that fast in my life. We zipped through the roads as fast as we could, not even checking the rearview mirror to see if it was chasing us. We only stopped once we made it to Cody, Wyoming, needing to fill up our tank as we were running very low after such intense driving. Finally getting out, we looked at the damage, specifically the rear. The entire back hatch had been dented in several inches. I think this was when we realized how close we'd come to the creature killing us inside that car. One more good hit, and the trunk door would have fallen off, giving easy access to 4 tasty humans trapped in an aluminum can. We eventually made it back to our campus, where we split up, and we went our separate ways. I think the friend whose family owned that vehicle told his parents that a truck had pulled a hit and run or something along those lines to explain all the damage, but we all knew we couldn't tell anyone about the experience, or we'd be called liars or crazy. This was something that continues to haunt me to this day, and it's why I will never visit a national park again as long as I live. Take this story as a warning to avoid them unless you want to come face to face with a monster. October and December happenings. From Jade. October is said to be the month where the veil is the thinnest between us and the other side. Being a pagan, I believe in many gods, stories, and believe this statement to be very true. I live in Virginia near the mountains, and the property I live on is small but nice. There are plenty of strange stories I could tell you, but I'll settle for a few that happened in October of 2021 and October and December of 2020. The first story was told to me by one of my friends. For context, We've always felt like there was something around my house and the farmlands around it. Between my sister having been outside and hearing knocking sounds that grew near her, and my brother hearing things outside at night, we think it's something not friendly. They say calling it by its name brings it closer. Maybe this is payback for the time I said it so freely as an atheist. Too many strange things happen for me to stay one, though. For now, though, I call them not deer and tailless things. On Halloween night of 2020, I was having fun, working at a local haunt that has since been closed down. The place was easy to keep going, because we required no contact with people, as they would be pretend zombies that were shot at by Nerf bullets and all that. My friends and I decided to do the haunt together, though Mal had an asthma attack and we had to leave early. Upon trying to leave, we noticed the full moon in the sky, and around it was a ring, like a snake biting its tail sort of ring. Now, as pagans, we could only think of it as an omen. After all, it was Halloween, with a full moon, with a symbol in the sky. Many theories range from Norse, alchemic, or Native American, but all pointed to one thing: a bad omen. We pushed it to the back of our minds, and they drove me home for the night. I told them to be careful while leaving. It was a foggy night, and around the mountains, deer like to jump out in front of people. With that, we exchanged goodbyes and hugs before I went inside to warm up and clean up. I didn't know it at the time, but our bad omen was true in a way. Mal told me a few weeks later, admitting he didn't want to scare me that night, but on the drive out of my area on the back road, something jumped out in front of my friends. My current friend with them said it was lanky, tall, running on all fours, with pale skin. She didn't see the features in detail, as Mal swerved to miss it and floored it out of there. Later that night, they all cleansed their rooms before bed. The next story is one my grandmother told me. I call her my mom because she raised me. Now, my grandmother is an evangelical Christian, a strict one at that. She doesn't believe our house is haunted or cursed in any way, and she's a firm believer that this house is blessed, despite all the things that have happened to her in it. This might have changed that. It was late, nearing November of 2021, just at the tail end of October. Important to note, my sleep schedule is not the best. Needless to say, and I quote from one of my favorite streamers, "Usually my sleep schedule gets destroyed and it alternates every week." So this was why I didn't see this, but she did. One morning, my grandmother, aka Mom, asked me if anything strange happened the night before. I was only up to about 11 p.m., but I do remember something happening. Knocking sounds at the door 3 times. My brother heard it too and looked at me wide-eyed in terror. There shouldn't have been anyone at the door at that time. My sister was already home and it was late. Then there were 3 more knocks after that, and we just stared at the door. I am superstitious as it is, and according to stories, 3 knocks means something wants to be let inside. I steeled myself and said firmly, "You're not welcome inside." And after that, no more knocking. I shrugged it off but told Mom we heard knocking last night while she slept. She stared at me, saying, "Something strange happened to me early in the morning. The sun near our house doesn't fully illuminate things until after 7, but just before 5:30, you can see shapes and outlines well enough." She told me she was sitting near the living room window, looking outside like she always does, across the field, when something bright began to fall from the sky. She said it was like an orb of fire, and fell into the field, hovering, before darting to her. It took my mom a moment to react, and in the time she thought to react, it just vanished into thin air. No trace of it at all. It spooked her. She wasn't sure what it was, but I told her strange things have always happened around here. She just stared at me, and I left as my stepdad talked with her about some things he knew. Bigfoot is a shapeshifter. From C.J. Mullins. I'm no writer, but I'll do my best to describe what I saw. I live on a mountain in West Virginia. Only 3 households live up here. All of us retired, and between us, we own just over 20 acres. Our property borders the summit, a 10,600-acre property owned by the Boy Scouts, and that property borders 70,000 plus acres of maintained, preserved wilderness. Naturally, there's a lot of wildlife in this area. My husband has chickens, and because he likes to keep tabs on what might be messing with them, he keeps a trail cam posted near the coop. We see raccoons, foxes, we've seen a bobcat, a mountain lion too. DNR will tell you West Virginia doesn't have them, but we do. I saw one last summer running across my yard. We've seen a lot of coyotes on it, and every so often a bear. Now, the layout of the property is important. The 3 households own a lot of land, but our homes are situated in sort of an upside-down triangle from my point of view. The neighbor at the top left of the triangle has his home situated far back from the entrance of his gate, and I've never seen any source of light coming from there at night. The neighbor at the top right and up a slight hill has a dusk to dawn light, and we at the bottom point of the triangle have motion lights. When we built our house, we had an attached garage, but later my husband decided we needed a 3-car garage behind the house. He's a retired carpenter and gets bored, so he invents things to build. I took full advantage of this and turned the attached garage into my craft room. Last Friday night, I was sitting in my craft room doing my thing. I like to listen to YouTube videos while I work, so I was picking out a playlist on my iPad. It was about 10:30 at night, very dark out, and I had the garage door up because it was warm. The only light was the light spilling out of my garage and a bit of my neighbor's dusk to dawn light, which from my viewpoint only lightly illuminated part of the drive leading up the hill. My 9-year-old beagle was sleeping on the floor next to me when he began to growl. We've had him since he was 6 weeks old, so I've heard him growl before, but never like this. I looked down at him, and then in the direction he was looking. It was standing in the middle of my neighbor's driveway, about halfway up the hill. I instantly knew that it wasn't a man. It was, I would guess, about 7.5 feet tall. I'm bad at that, but that's my best guess. The thing was standing on 2 legs, and due to the dim light, I couldn't tell if it was facing me or facing the other way. I know bears can stand up. I've never seen one do it in person, but I know they can do that. But this thing didn't look like a bear to me. It wasn't really fat enough, I guess. It was bulky but not fatty like a bear. I then realized I was on full display under the bright lights in that garage, so I took 4 steps to hit the light switch. When I stood up, though, it moved. It didn't run, but walked rapidly. It did look like a man walking, but again, this was not a man. I stood frozen, focusing my eyes on the area it went in. It walked into the wooded area between the 2 points of the triangle between my neighbor's drives. I don't think its fur was black. I got the impression it was a dark brown. Once my eyes adjusted, I could see a shadowy shape in the wooded area. Then I saw it go from a dark color to a lighter one, and for a split second, if I had blinked I would have missed it, I saw the shape of its head and shoulder area change. It wasn't like the American Werewolf in London, slow and painful looking, but it happened extremely fast. It then dropped down, and a few seconds later, the biggest coyote I've ever seen walked out of the area, stopped, looked straight at me, then trotted off into the woods to the left. I know if a coyote had been in the patch of woods, it would have ran out when that thing ran in there. I also know that I saw that thing change. I never believed in shapeshifters. I thought it was just scary stories kids told each other. As far as Bigfoot, I've never had an opinion. I like to believe in him, but didn't ever expect to see one. And I also don't drink or do drugs. I know what I saw that night. I just can't wrap my mind around it. I had my husband check his trail cam, but that thing didn't come near it. I had my cell phone lying next to me on the table at the time, but all of this happened so fast, I didn't have time to try to get a shot of it. Then again, I don't think it would have picked up anything. it was just too dark for a phone camera. If I'd thought to grab it when it was in the middle of the drive with the dim light behind it, I may have gotten a shot of its form, but I just didn't think of that in the moment. Not all legends are fiction. From KK. Let me start by saying most people aren't going to believe this, but this is my memory of it. My husband and I went to visit my mother for Thanksgiving. She lives on top of a mountain on several acres of national forest. Basically, you wind all the way to the top, take a turn on a barely drivable road, punched right through the woods. She spent years building a beautiful cabin where she resides still today. It's like nothing you can describe, really, except one simple thing: isolation. There aren't too many folks up on the mountain, and they like it that way. This is why I'm not throwing out a location. And yes, I know it's convenient, and for some it will be frustrating, but I'd rather keep it private. At any rate, we absolutely loved spending holidays out there, as you can imagine. On this particular occasion, it was November of 2010. We had built a campfire and were sitting around enjoying the sounds of the woods and telling stories. My mother looks up and says, "The craziest thing happened here recently. My neighbor called me and asked me to come over. She had something to show me, so when I went over to my neighbor, she tells me, 'So this morning I went to check on my deer cams. One of my cams was completely destroyed. The cam was in pieces, but I managed to get the SD card. The first picture was of a huge buck. The second picture, well, I got this.' As my mom explained the story, she told us what was in that picture, or at least what she saw. My mom said it was some sort of animal. It was extremely pale with long arms and legs. She said it looked like the flash of the deer cam made its eyes light up too. The creature appeared to not even have a nose." She went on to say, "So after that, the neighbor obviously freaked out, took the photo to the local police. They supposedly laughed in her face and said it was fake. Not long after, the people in town started to talk. They made remarks about her being crazy and a hoaxer. So then she sends it to the state government. I'm not kidding you. And they told her it was a hoax too. By this time, she was getting so much crap about it, she just stopped talking about it altogether." My mom then went on to explain that the last she'd ever heard of it was that the neighbor gave the SD card to her drunk son-in-law. At that point, my husband and I are like, holy crap, no way. Then my detective brain kicked in, so I grabbed my MacBook and made a Google search and came up with a certain picture. I showed it to my mom, and she said, "Oh my god, that's the same thing." I did some more research, and from what I can figure, the SD card was sent to a news station anonymously. I'm thinking that was the son-in-law who did it. Now, for those who may not have heard, and to those who may have already guessed, I'm talking about something that looks like the rake. Now, for the record, I'm not saying the rake is real, but I am saying this story is real. I'm saying that the photo is real. That as far as I believe, it was not photoshopped or faked. It was taken on a real cam in the middle of the night in the middle of hundreds of acres of national forest. Also, my mom has lived there for 20 years and has never seen anything like this. So you decide for yourself. Do you think things like the rake or crawlers exist? Mountain Hiking Monster from Dog Lover 2002. I'm a 19-year-old female and I love hiking, especially when I need a pick-me-up. Well, in August of last year, my friend Gia and I went hiking. I brought my dogs, Bane, a 3-year-old Bernese mountain dog, and Clocker, a 9-month-old Cocker Spaniel. We would be hiking through the Wichita Mountains. We made sure to bring our coats just in case it got cold. About 7 minutes into our hike, I get this feeling that we're being watched. Gia sees the look on my face and asks, "Rainy, are you okay?" I get ready to say something in response when we heard this rustling noise. Bane and Clocker began to growl. Gia, throwing caution to the wind, said, "Hey, who's there?" That's when this tall creature walked onto the trail in front of us. The dogs went crazy. The thing looked half man, half goat. We stood there in shock until the creature began running towards us. We turned around and ran down the trail with the dogs. Bane and Clocker beat us to the car. We hopped inside and sped away. I still have no idea what we saw, but we don't go hiking anymore. Gia was too scared to live on her own after that encounter, so she moved in with me. Clocker has gotten more brave, and Bane growls at every single goat or lamb he sees, except for my goat, Lucky, who Bane grew up with. I ended up telling another friend of mine named Andre about the experience, and the first thing he said was, "Probably a goat man." The Thing in West Virginia, from Tim Roger. This story occurred in Parkersburg, West Virginia. Even though I was originally born in Charleston, I moved to Parkersburg when I was 3. I was raised in an isolated area in the mountains. West Virginia is known for its scary cryptids and the well-known Mothman. But I'm here to tell you about a new type of creature, one never seen by the human eye before, at least as far as I know. I was 8 years old, playing outside with my German Shepherd. I vividly remember it being a nice fall day. The trees were beginning to lose their leaves. Every step I could hear the leaves crunching below me. As I mentioned, I live in an isolated area in the mountains, so my family would have to drive about 30 minutes to town if they wanted groceries or just to take me to school. It was evening, so I was bored, just running around throwing sticks as my dog attempted to go get them. I always loved the outdoors from a young age, but this event almost changed it for me. I soon noticed a stream heading down the mountain. I went over to it and my dog followed. I sat down on a nearby rock and looked up. I could tell it was going to be dark soon. That's when I heard a twig snap on the other side of the stream. I looked over to see a small squirrel just looking at me. My dog barked and foolishly ran across the stream, splashing me in the process. I ran after him but soon lost him. I looked around and soon found that I was indeed lost. I had an uneasy feeling and just wanted to be back home. I tried to retrace my steps, but I couldn't seem to find my way back. Every second that passed, that uneasy feeling would multiply. I scanned my surroundings until I found what was giving me that feeling. To this day, I still regret looking in that direction. What I saw was 8 feet tall. It was skinny and had a weird face like that of a bear. But it definitely wasn't a bear. This creature had patches of brown fur, but it looked like it had gotten in a fight with something. It had long arms, and that stench that came off it was insane. I stumbled backwards, and I was just in shock. It seemed like the thing was just as scared as I was. It went down on 4 legs and scurried off. It sure did remind me of a grizzly bear. But I'm not sure we have grizzly bears in West Virginia. Only black bears, I believe. And if it was a grizzly bear, why would it act like that? The thing I encountered made no noise. It was silent. I just sat there pondering on what I saw. I finally got the nerve to get up, but my legs were so shaky and I was so paranoid. I looked behind me every minute. I tried to run at one point, but I had no sense of direction. Even so, I just wanted to run, and so I did anyway. Eventually, I reached a road. It was the same road that led to my house. I followed it. I made it almost halfway up the road, and my heart sank as I remembered I didn't know where my dog went. I tried to think of an excuse on what to tell my parents, but what would they think? I walked into my house and went directly to my bedroom. I didn't come out that evening at all. Eventually, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night with that same feeling, and I swear I heard something knocking at my window. I was petrified. I felt cold teardrops falling down my cheeks. I was so scared. The next day, my dog thankfully somehow found his way home. I was so relieved, but I could tell he wasn't the same. After that day, I haven't been in those same woods ever again. I've been too scared to. Even now, as I'm 38, I'm just too paranoid. I don't know what was messing with us. From Angel F. This took place in 2013 in Boulder, Colorado. I always think about this from time to time, and I never will understand what this thing was or why this happened. My boyfriend, now husband, and I wanted to go spend some time in the mountains. He invited another couple and his 2 brothers, and we left about 1 in the afternoon. We found the most random spot, then stopped to get out and cook some food. We weren't too deep in the woods because the road was literally right next to us. But if you looked around, there was nothing but trees everywhere and not very many cars passed by. My husband and his friend and one of his brothers decided to go exploring deeper in the woods. Me, his friend's girlfriend, and his younger brother stayed and chilled by the little fire we had going. We were enjoying ourselves when all of a sudden all 3 of the guys came running down the hill. They said they'd found a tent, but it was a weird makeshift one. There was garbage all around it and hair everywhere. My first thought was maybe this was someone's home and they have nowhere else to go, so they took refuge out here in the woods. The hair part was a little confusing though. They also said it was weird because when they were there, they felt as if they were being watched, and the woods were unusually quiet. That's why they'd come back so fast. Mind you, they were only gone for about 10 minutes. I told him not to be messing around, and if this was a prank, it wasn't funny. He said they were serious and thought maybe it was time to go. We'd already been there a few hours by then. All of a sudden, we heard what sounded like a rock being thrown. It definitely wasn't close, as if someone was trying to hit us or the car, because it was still at a good distance. By then, it was already getting dark. I'm not too sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I swore I saw some sort of shadow or something moving so fast between the trees. I yelled at my boyfriend to look, and every time he did, that thing seemed to move away. We started for the car, which was only a few steps away. We rushed in the car, looking around to see if we could see this thing again, but it never showed itself. I felt like the moment we all got in the car, this thing was going to come and attack us. I felt so scared, especially because I was the one who was driving, so I had to compose myself and hope for the best. We never saw what it was for sure, but my husband said he thinks it was a Bigfoot. Honestly, I don't know, but it was definitely a moment I'll never forget. We never did go back there. White River Wendigo from Sea Philly 100. There have been quite a few Wendigo encounters being reported out of the Roosevelt National Forest here in Colorado as of late, so I thought I'd share my encounter as well. It was back in July of 2021. I was trying to get 50 or 55 days in before the 2020-2021 ski season ended. We can ski pretty much year-round here, save for a few late summer months, and looking back, I can't seem to recall whether it was 50 or 55. Anyway, I typically like to backcountry ski out on Loveland Pass, but seeing as how it was the middle of summer, mostly all the snow up there had already melted. I could see from the top of the pass, however, that there was still a solid strip of summer snow over on the west side of the pass, southeast of Arapahoe Basin ski area, a couple of peaks down from Arapahoe Basin's infamous East Wall, an area featuring such ominous route names as Crap for Brains, Idiots, and The Widowmaker, just to name a few. Inspirational, right? Well, I was the wise guy who was going to hike up a nearly vertical granite wall because I just had to hit that number. Funny how I can't even remember that number. Anyhow, I drove down to the pullout down below the ascent, put the car in park, and got out to relieve myself. Now, this particular area used to be part of the Arapahoe National Forest, but it was transferred over to White River back in 1998. It's a wild area that provides significant habitat for deer, elk, mountain sheep, mountain goat, bear, and various other wildlife. It was already afternoon, which, generally speaking, is a no-no in the high mountains of Colorado in the summertime, or any time really, but especially in the summer, when lightning storms are an almost daily occurrence in the afternoons up there, and it was already clouding over by that time. But this was my final chance to get in before a big trip I had scheduled, so I strapped up my boots, threw my skis over my shoulder, and got to stepping. The first part of the hike was difficult. I had to make my way through some pretty thick brush just to get up into the woods. And once I got into the woods, I realized it would be easier to follow what's known as an AV track, which is basically what's left over after an avalanche slides down a natural gravitational fall line. Avalanche paths are subdivided into 3 sections: the start zone, the track, and the run-out zone. So I was hiking up the talus path, stepping from stone to stone almost like a natural staircase. I was stopping every couple of yards to transfer my skis from one shoulder to the other. At some point, the avalanche path turned into a high mountain stream. Mind you, this is right around 12,000 plus feet above sea level at this point in the ascent. Right around the trigger zone of the AV path, I was able to exit the talus path and start making my way up the high alpine section of the ascent. This was just a bit above treeline, where the mountain breaks up into big gullies and steep cliffed-out ravines. There are some high mountain caves up there, some natural and some old gold and silver mines, the latter of which the nearby town of Silverthorne was named after. I'd never been so close to these particular caves before, and I noticed that there were quite a few bones scattered about. Either deer or mountain goats, I'm not really sure. But what startled me was that some still appeared to be fairly fresh, with flies buzzing about and feasting on the little bits of rotting flesh still stuck to the bones. I figured there must be a mountain lion den nearby, as they are a pretty common sight around the area. I wasn't too concerned though, as I had my skis to protect me, and mountain lions aren't really known to be super aggressive unless you provoke them. The thing that puzzled me, however, was the smell. Mountain lions smell like big cats. They have that same strong ammonia smell to their urine, which they use to mark their territory, so you'll smell it when they're spooked. This, on the other hand, was more like a dead, rotten flesh smell, and I'm not just talking about the little bits of flesh the flies were feasting on, more like a dead rooster that's been left out for months to bake in the hot summer sun. Believe me, I would know. I used to live on a free-range chicken farm out on Orcas Island, but that's a different story. No, this was like the kind of smell that makes you want to throw up. Very vile, disgusting. Just then I started to hear what sounded like a chicken squawking, only differently. More hoarse and raspy, like a chicken dying from emphysema, if that makes any sense at all. My spidey senses were tingling as I quickly assessed that there's no way in heck a chicken had managed to get all the way up here. This was far away from civilization. The squawking turned into more of a high-pitched whistling sound, but with the sound waves bouncing off the rocks and echoing around the gully, so I couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. That almost made it sound like it was all around me. Feeling nauseated and a bit disoriented, I then heard a loud popping sound and turned around just in time to see something truly horrific. A giant moose-like creature with sharp, curvy antlers and a face and head like a big elk skull or something, with black soulless pits for eyes, 2 small slits where the nose should be, and complete with long, jagged teeth hanging out of its bony downward mouth, if you could call it that. A skeletal but muscular and rather mangy-looking ribcage, and I could see that it was hunched over on its haunches that looked like oversized deer legs, with the long, extended heel ending in rather large hooves. It had long, skinny arms that it was using to halfway run, walk, and lunge at me in a jerky and uncoordinated fashion, yet it was somehow still impossibly fast and aggressive. It was rapidly crossing the clearing in a disturbed and menacing manner. Not having much time to react, I quickly threw my skis down on the ground and clipped in, and even though there wasn't quite enough snow to ski on, off I went, bouncing down the hill, cranking over rocks and patches of grassy dirt, just praying that I didn't fall. I could hear that thing chasing me, and I knew I couldn't turn around, but I could hear its heavy bipedal footfall behind me, and I could see from our shadows that the thing was gaining on me. There was a big cliff coming up, and I knew I had to take my chances or this thing was going to catch me. Just then, I saw its 2 long, sinewy arms, ending in long black claws that looked like they were stained with layers of old caked-up blood, reaching out around my waist. I shut my eyes and tried to scream, but nothing came out. When I opened my eyes, I was flying through the air, my stomach in my throat, like when you're on a roller coaster. And just like that, boom, I hit the ground. My skis went flying off into the stream, with me tumbling down behind them. It was all I could do to keep my hands out in front of my face, cartwheeling down the mountain, slicing my arms and legs open against the razor-sharp rocks. It's truly a miracle that I didn't hit my head or break any bones in the process. But then my leg got jammed up in between the rocks and a big patch of ice, stopping my fall. I could no longer see the thing, but I knew I had to keep moving, so I pulled my leg out and grimaced in pain before sliding down the ice field and popping out into the trees below. I hoisted myself up against a tree and started to limp down, pushing it for all I was worth, finally reaching the scrubby bush below. From way up on the mountain, I heard the most grotesque and blood-chilling scream. It sounded like a demonic dragon from the movies or something. You can bet I scrambled as fast as my aching body would allow, getting back to my car. When I finally made it to my car, I jumped in and I threw it in reverse, backing out onto US 6 before throwing it into gear and hauling my sorry tail out of there. I think my adrenaline began to wear off at that point, because I could feel myself shaking uncontrollably, and I had to pull over to vomit. My wounds were oozing blood, and I knew I had to tend to them before they became infected. I drove down to the nearest gas station and went into the bathroom to wash my cuts. When I came out, the gas station attendant was looking at me like, "What the heck, bro?" "Trust me," I said. "You don't want to know." Devil's Racetrack Werewolf from Skater 91. In 2013, I lived close to a hiking trail. I would build a fire in a fire pit there and hang out on cool nights with a neighbor. On 2 separate occasions, we heard coyotes barking and howling like they were killing prey, only to hear this eerie quietness, followed by a loud howl, which was much more deep than a wolf howl. It sent chills down my spine. A couple of months later, I moved a few miles away to an apartment with my girlfriend. I was sitting in my apartment with a couple of friends one night. My girlfriend wasn't home at the time. One of them mentioned going for a hike, so we went out. We stopped by our local Walmart to pick up a few things and headed out to the trails. We walked about a mile or so up before settling down and building a fire. I helped get the fire going and went to gather some wood. That's when I saw something. I believed it to be the same creature that made those weird howls. We were face to face. It was climbing up the rocky side of the mountain and stared into my eyes. This creature was 8 feet tall with human-like hands and claw-like nails. Its upper body was like that of a man, but its head was wolf-like, and its legs were dog-like. Its eyes had a red glint to them, and strangely it looked more human than anything. Its fur was as dark as death. The creature snarled, and I ran for my life back to the campfire. When I told my friends, one of them believed me, but the other thought I was crazy. We left shortly after I begged to leave. On the hike back, I think it followed us all the way out, like it was territorial over the mountainside. I never returned there after dark. Pale gray humanoid encounter in the Wyoming Rockies from C. Philly 100. This story was told to me by my friend, but it's pretty wild, so I thought I'd share it here, told from his perspective. I was camping in the Wind River Range in Wyoming, which is coincidentally the highest range in the state. I was getting ready to go to sleep in my car at the trailhead when I saw SAR leaving. They let me know they'd been searching for a hiker who had been reported missing for 24 hours. They said they had to turn back now, though, due to a big winter storm system moving through the area. Before leaving, they said they'd be back in the morning, but to be on the lookout. I said I would, but my hopes were rather low for his survival at this point in time. I set out bright and early the next morning. It had snowed about a foot overnight. My objective was Mount Gannett, which is the tallest peak in the Wind River Range, at 13,804 feet or so. I had my snowshoes on, but it was still rather slow going. I was taking in the natural beauty and enjoying myself when I noticed some fresh tracks in the snow. These were human. They were plowing straight through the trees and bushes and everything else in a straight line. Thinking it might be the missing hiker, I decided to follow them. I'd only gone about 400 yards or so when I thought I heard a familiar sound. It sounded like a baby crying. My human instinct took over, and I started in the direction from whence I'd heard the sound. What struck me as odd, however, was that the pitch never changed. It sounded almost like a recording of a baby crying played on a loop or something. I looked up just in time to see something dart behind a tree. I became a bit confused at that point, as I could no longer hear the baby crying, and I wasn't entirely sure what I was doing there anymore. I went to turn around when something once again caught my eye. Something stepped out from behind a tree. It looked like a pale humanoid creature. The best thing I can think to compare it to would be that white orc from the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit series, although it didn't look exactly like that. The face was similar. No nose and this look of total hatred and malice. It had this sinister grin on its face that seemed to say, "That's it. I've got you." It was about 6 or 7 feet tall and extremely muscular. It didn't appear to have any hair or male or female parts. It began to walk through the snow seemingly without any resistance at all. It never broke direct eye contact with me. The only motion seemed to be a slight bobbing up and down. Other than that, it was very intentional with its movements. I started stumbling backwards, tripping over my snowshoes in my attempt to turn around. I heard a gunshot then, looking up to see an SAR officer wielding a pump-action shotgun. The creature screamed like a banshee before leaping back out of sight, leaving a slight trail of thick dark blood in its path. The officer ran over, helping me to my feet. He radioed that he'd found someone in such and such part of the grid. We made our way back to the trailhead together. We were met by someone on a snowcat. The officer said he'd shot a bear that had been charging me. He looked at me, though, knowingly, and I figured I'd trust his intuition. I mean, who would believe there had been a tall, hairless, pale white man out there preying on people? It turns out the other guy, who had actually been missing, had spent the night on the mountain, hunkered down in a hollow. He had made his way, albeit somewhat unorthodoxly, back down to the trailhead. I am immensely grateful to these volunteers, to whom I owe my life. To all of you listening or reading this, be careful if you're heading out into the Wyoming Rockies. There's something out there, and I have a feeling that shotgun didn't do much to slow it down. Cabin in the Rocky Mountains of Albuquerque. From Anonymous. I'm 50 years old and I've been seeing things you might find interesting since I was 11 or 12 years old. I'll start with one of my newer stories. So I used to live in the Manzano Rocky Mountains by Albuquerque with my black lab in 2000 and 2001. It was a log cabin tongue and groove kit house. One side of the roof was asphalt shingles, the other side was cement shingles. I lived at the back corner of Cibola National Forest. It was very cold in the winter. 2 degrees from November until April, 4 feet of snow. Even though I hate the cold, it was one of the neatest places I've ever lived. I bought a yardstick just to check the depth of the snow. When I dropped it in, it disappeared. I had to turn my head sideways and stick my arm in the snow to find it. This was just a clearing, not a snowdrift like up against the house. I lived there for 1 year, and during my time there, something kept landing on the roof. Something big that sounded like it had claws. You could hear those claws crunching on the cement tiles. It made the house rattle. It was very heavy. I carried a .41 Magnum revolver pistol with me inside the house and out. It's an older caliber pistol, but more comfortable to shoot than a .44 Magnum, and more powerful than a .357 Magnum. I would often smoke outside. I had a deck back then that was 50 feet long. Now, sometimes I would hear that big, clawed thing land on the deck, and let me tell you, whatever it was, it could cover all 50 feet of that deck in about 4 steps. Even if I exaggerated my own steps, I could not cover 50 feet in 4 steps. I'm 6'2", 220 pounds, and that thing was much bigger than me. On 4 different occasions, I almost blew a hole in the roof. I wanted to put a 210 grain bullet in it. One of my friends who came to visit every once in a while laughed at me when I told him about this. He said it was BS. But he wasn't laughing when it happened when he was here. He carried a .25 caliber pistol and almost blew a hole in the roof with me. I never actually did shoot through the roof. I was afraid the roof would slow the bullet down too much, and if it hit that thing, it would just tee it off. Then it could just reach around the roof and take me home as a sandwich. I never did actually see it. I'm glad I didn't. I was afraid it might give me nightmares for the rest of my life. Shapeshifter in the Mountains. From Anonymous. This crazy event took place in the Blue Ridge Mountain region of South Carolina at a fairly popular but very secluded campground right off of the Chautauqua River. It all started when my mom and dad, along with their best friends, another married couple, Stacy and Stephen, decided to go spend the day on the river. To get to the river, you drive through a town a ways up the mountain and eventually go down a road that turns to gravel for a couple of miles, with a parking lot at the end. Then you walk along a trail from the lot about a half mile to the river. There's a big rock everyone always chills on in the river, and that's where they decided to go for the day. Well, Stacy ends up getting trashed drunk from a cooler of beer she brought. She was a pretty big woman and liked to drink. She ends up jumping in the river and floating out of sight. It's about midday at this point, so my mom and dad and Stephen go looking for her. It takes them hours, but they end up finding her down the river assaulting some girl at a campsite in a drunken stupor. My mom gets her off of the girl and apologizes. The campers are chill and let them go. By this point, it's getting dark fast. Now, I don't know how they got separated, but they did. Stephen more or less had to drag Stacy back to the car at the lot, and my parents got left behind and were separated when it got dark. By some miracle, my dad crawled back to the gravel road through the forest and ran back into Stephen and Stacy, but my mom was left behind in the pitch-black mountain forest. My dad yelled out for her and searched for a long time before he just started crawling out, and he never found her. It's the middle of the night by then, and they know they couldn't find her in that kind of darkness, so they all came back to the house. Yeah, my mom got left miles in a forest in the parkway all night all alone. But as soon as we knew day would be breaking soon, we left the house to go looking. It was me, my dad, Stephen, and my good friend at the time, who happened to live with us. We'll call him Alex. We were heading up there in Stephen's Isuzu Trooper. Stephen was driving. Dad was in the front passenger seat. I was behind Dad in the back seat, and Alex was beside me. We made it to the gravel road leading to the lot, and the sun was peeking in the trees now. We were on a good straightaway. Suddenly, we see something ahead on the side of the road shuffling around. It looks like a small possum-like creature, maybe the size of a basketball. It has off-white fur, and it was kind of shaggy. We all had our windows down at the time. It was summer and it was pretty warm after all. Our little group was speculating on what it could be, but we assumed it was just some little forest critter. Nothing too striking, so we didn't think much of it. We were going maybe 15 miles per hour, and we came up to it about 20 yards away, and I'm looking right at it at this point, as we approach. The next thing I know, right before my freaking eyes, this little ball of fur just kind of jumps and spins and morphs right before us into this fairly large anomaly of a creature. It was maybe 3.5 feet tall and hunched with large padded feet and legs, similar to a kangaroo, and a long hairless tail like a giant rat. Its body was fairly stocky with thin arms held tightly to its chest. But I could see little black hands with claws. And yes, I mean hands, not paws or anything like that. Not quite human, but hands with opposable appendages. Now the head was the freakiest. It was like a greyhound dog head, with lots of tiny pearly teeth and a thin snout. But all its skin was black, and its body had thick black matted fur. Yet the head had neatly kept dreadlocks bouncing off the top of its head between pointed ears and nearly hairless face. But like I said before, it was similar to a greyhound dog head in shape and size. This was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. I can't even explain how it made me feel, not evil, but supernatural, definitely intelligent. The whole scene was just surreal. It looked at all of us as it matched our speed. We all freaked out and gawked at it as it hopped beside the car. Oh yeah, it was definitely hopping, extremely fast. Steven sped up to about 50 miles per hour, but it just stayed beside us, seemingly effortlessly. It was on mine and my dad's side. I got a good look at it. Its eyes were like red beads, but glowing like an LED light in the day. It appeared to smile, showing teeth a little from its greasy snout. After maybe 15 to 20 seconds, it bounded in front of the car and disappeared into the forest, like a freaking kangaroo rat dog, whatever the heck it was. It was absolutely wild. After that, we were all in shock and awe, and far more eager to find my mom. Steven and Dad were tripping out by then. I was just like, holy crap, I couldn't believe what we saw. And Alex never said anything. He just had wide, confused eyes. Well, we found my mom later and all was well. She had hunkered down in a stump hole overnight, with a shirt over her head. She was teed off for being left, understandably so. So yeah, me and 3 other perfectly sane men saw a small furry possum-like creature jump and morph into a monstrosity of a beast right before our eyes. And now, I believe in shapeshifters. To put the icing on the cake, I saw the darn thing a couple of weeks later right up the road from my house. My sister was with me in the car that night. She freaked out and told everyone else we'd told the story to that it was indeed real. I live almost an hour from the mountain spot where we first saw it, and it was in the large hoppy rat thing form when it bounced beside me on my way home that night 2 weeks later. My sister was petrified and says she will never forget that and how it looked. She described it identically to how I saw it. So I guess it followed us home. Maybe. I don't know. But it freaks me the heck out. That's my story. Believe it or not, it's true. We don't know what all is hiding out there in the world. But whatever that was, me and 4 other people have now witnessed it. Be safe, especially out in the mountains and the wilderness. Thankfully, the thing wasn't aggressive so far, but it certainly looked like it could do some damage if it wanted to. Take heed to the unknown. Thunderbird Encounter in the Rocky Mountains, from James M.W. I was born and lived most of my life in Ohio, but moved to Colorado at 12. I should say that I do believe in the supernatural and paranormal. I currently live with my mother and stepfather, and the house my father owns has the ghost of one of his friends in it, we believe. He passed away in the home around 5 years ago. Well, 7 years ago, my family and I were homeless, and we were staying in a broke-down RV on land in the Rocky Mountains that belongs to a family friend. Now, being that I was 13 at the time, and in love with nature, I went out into the woods and rock faces behind the RV all the time, and I loved to find different animals that I've never seen before. I found different lizards, and even almost became dinner for a bobcat once. But that was nothing compared to what I bumped into a few weeks later. Now, I'm not full-blood native. I only have a little bit in me. However, through my years of research, I'm 19 now, there's only one being that it could have been that I saw, and I'm not sure if it was good or bad. I just can't find out exactly on the internet what it truly means to encounter a thunderbird. Anyway, it happened a few weeks after I had a brush with a bobcat. I was exploring the land my family and I lived on. I found an old wood building in the forest with some old tools on the broken down floor. Now, this was one of the few times that I went off exploring without my older brother, so I knew I was the only one out there at the time in those woods. That day, I didn't hear any animal noises at all. No birds, no bugs, nothing. The hunters out there listening or reading, you might say that this means that there's a wolf, bobcat, or bear around, but this was different. It was beyond the normal silence. Now that I think of it, I remember hearing small animals in the old building when I first went in. Bugs, rats, a few snakes even. But then they all just stopped, for seemingly no reason whatsoever. It was around 11 a.m., so the sun was bright in the sky. I've got good eyes, so I would have known if it was a normal animal I saw when I opened the door to this old building. Somehow sitting in a tree about 20 feet away from me, staring down at me for about 10 to 15 seconds, was a giant bird. At 13, I was 5'11", so I wasn't a small kid. This bird was twice my size easily, with a wingspan that was well over 13 feet if not much bigger. The animal itself was jet black, no other color at all, as if it were a shadow or something. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring up at this being, and as it looked at me dead in the eyes, all I could do was just stand there. I didn't feel fear or dread or anything like that. It was more that I didn't want to move. I didn't understand what I was seeing. Now, in case of emergencies, I did always carry a large 13-inch Bowie knife on my hip. But I know that if this thing wanted to, there would be nothing I could do to stop it from killing me right then and right there. And by the time I realized what it might have been, it just opened its wings and flew away. All these years later, I now work at a factory, and during the night shift, sometimes I'll see a shadow of a large bird much bigger than me. The current largest living bird in the world, Diomedea excellens, or wandering albatross. It has a wingspan of 12 feet, but this is an island bird, and it's white, so I know it wasn't a known animal or whatever wording you'd use. This was something rare, something beyond belief. To this day, I'm not sure what it actually was, but the only thing I can think of is Thunderbird. Now, believe what you want and say what you'd like, but this did actually happen.
Devil Cat by Reaper. I recently turned 33, and what I'm about to tell you about is something I hope I never have the misfortune to encounter again. The first time I was told about this creature was by my father, who was 69 years old, and he still swears that this was the most horrifying experience of his life. When my father was 8 years old, growing up in the mountains of Southwest Virginia, one source of income was to hunt animals for their furs. Of course, the remainder of the animals did not go to waste, seeing as how various wild animals were always on the menu. One summer night, around the middle of June, my father and my grandfather, along with a couple of my family members, got together and set out on a hunt. This would prove to be a night none of them would forget. My grandfather had just gotten a pair of hunting dogs a few months prior, and they were some of the best he had ever owned, According to my father, they weren't even scared to face off against a bear. The logging road they were hunting on went for miles back through the woods and had an uphill grade on one side, and the other side just continued down the mountain. Their only source of light was the full moon that night and an old carbide lantern. Their only instruments for the hunt were single round .22 calibers, but the ejectors were messed up, so after every round, they would have to pick up the casing out of the barrel themselves. After a few hours of hunting, and having scored a couple of possums, they decided to leash the dogs and start walking back home. About halfway back, they were coming up on some bushes on the hillside of the logging road when the dogs began to sniff the air and start lunging toward the bushes. "Let 'em go," my grandfather told my father. "We'll get whatever's in those bushes before we get home." My father did as he was told, and the dogs began to run straight for the bushes and out of sight. A few moments later, and there was the most terrible sound any of them had ever heard, coming from the direction the dogs had gone. It was a sound of growling and roars, mixed with the dogs' yelps of pain. Suddenly, the dogs both ran limping from the bushes and cowered around my grandfather's feet. Then they saw what had scared the dogs. A creature leapt out from the bushes onto the logging road, crouching down as if ready to pounce. It glared at them with yellow eyes flickering with the reflection of the lantern. By the light of the full moon and the light of the lantern, they were able to see this thing quite well. The creature was 8 feet long, with a tail that was swaying back and forth around the ground behind it, the same way an angry cat would. It was covered in pitch black fur that was much darker than the night around it. Its ears were pointed and stuck straight up from its head, and in the near darkness, the ears looked more like horns than ears. It had an elongated head, similar to that of a horse, but the mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth, complete with 2 very long fangs. Then they heard a sound that made their veins run cold. The thing screamed like a woman from a horror film, only 100 times louder. It hurt their ears so much that they had to cover them. They then couldn't help but fall to the ground on their knees. My father picked himself up and began to run, but my grandfather caught him by the shoulder and pulled him back. I'm sure if he hadn't, I wouldn't be around to tell you this story now. My father was too scared to use the .22 on the creature. The rounds wouldn't do enough, and he was afraid that it would simply anger it. They were only a single shot as well, and he would not have time in that scenario to dig out the casing and place another one in the chamber. That's when he noticed that the all-black creature seemed to be hesitant and staring at the fire flickering in the lantern, and kept just out of the edge of its glow. That was their only saving grace. They stood close together and began to make their way as fast as possible toward home, which I would imagine wasn't very fast, as they all huddled to stay within the glow of the lantern. As they slowly escaped, the creature circled them as they made their way down the logging road. First it would be in front, then behind them, completely silently, then on either side, and from time to time, it would let out that horrifying, ear-piercing scream. When they reached the edge of the woods, they all started running toward the house as fast as they could, and ran through the front door, slamming it behind them. My father, the last one in, locked the door and went to the living room window to look outside. And there, in the front yard, was the black, cat-like creature. It was pacing back and forth, glaring at the house with those yellow eyes, screaming that terrible scream again. None of them slept that night, and none of them were brave enough to leave my grandfather's house until sunrise. It was the only time my grandfather ever let the dogs stay inside overnight. They would never hunt at night again, and no one in the family would hunt in that part of the woods either. Over the years, several members of my family have seen, heard, or have been chased by a similar-looking creature in those mountains. Cousins, uncles, even my own brother have seen it and have been extremely shaken by the experience. I'm in no hurry to come across the thing, but if I ever do, I hope I'm carrying something far more powerful than a single round, half-broken .22. Evil Entity by May Helen T. I was 10 years old. When I was that young, every summer me and my family used to visit my grandpa for a couple of months. He lived way up in the mountains. It was a great and beautiful place, except for the house itself. Specifically, the second floor and the top of the stairs. I seemed to be the only one in my family who had noticed the strange happenings. One rainy day, when I was all alone in the house, I was in the kitchen making a snack, when I suddenly heard a noise, like someone was walking around upstairs. It scared me something fierce, because I knew I was alone at the time. But still, I yelled out, "Hello," to see if someone had come home without me noticing, but there was no reply. I went up to look, and I saw that the upstairs was empty. I went back down again and continued to make my snack. Then I heard the noise once more, somehow scaring me more than before. I slowly checked again. Still, there was no one upstairs. I told myself it was just the house, settling or creaking in the wind. I went down and enjoyed my snack, and I was reading a comic. After a while, of course, I heard it again, and this time something had fallen to the floor. Now I was shaking, and it seemed to take me ages to bring myself up the stairs to check again. This time, the lights that had been on upstairs were out, and the top of the stairs were especially dark. I was scared of the dark at that age, aren't most kids? I remember looking up the stairs, and what I saw, what I remember seeing, still scares the living daylights out of me. There was a dark figure with eyes glowing red. It was looking down at me and smiling. I couldn't bring myself to move even an inch, and all I heard was growling. When I could move again, after what felt like hours, I ran outside, and I stayed there until my grandpa came back home. I told him what happened, and he didn't believe me, nor did anyone else in the family. I didn't mention it again, afraid they would grow irritated with me, or even mock me. But after seeing it once, I continued to see the figure at the top of those stairs, especially if I was alone in the house, or if the lights were out. Years later, I found out that the house was built using logs that had been used to hang people. And all of those logs specifically were used to make the entirety of the upstairs floor. Needless to say, I've never been alone there again. Nowadays, my aunt owns the house on the top of the mountain, and even now, I can still remember the evil shadow upstairs, and I don't like going up there. When I do have to visit, I use one of the nearby cabins to sleep in, keeping me far and away from the demons squatting upstairs. Demon Encounter in New Caledonia by Po Rivateato. I'm a 22-year-old French-Canadian woman from Quebec City, and last year, I experienced something out of the ordinary. I was studying in Tahiti, French Polynesia, for about 3 months when I decided to take part in a 2-week field trip to New Caledonia, organized by my host university. Before joining the trip, I had little knowledge of New Caledonia and the culture of the people who lived there. Many of my Tahitian friends were somehow a little uncomfortable with staying on Kanak's lands due to former tribal rivalries and magic practices. But I, personally, didn't think too much of it. As I said, I knew little about the Kanak native culture at the time, and I thought they were only anxious or superstitious about leaving the island for the first time. The first week of the trip was amazing. We had so much fun discovering Nomea during the day and partying at night. Then for the second week, we left the capital to travel the center of the island, where we would stay a couple of days in the mountains in a nice camp. I shared a room with my colleague, Kat, from Quebec, who was part of the exchange program in Tahiti, like me. One night as our group was heading back to the camp from the restaurant we had enjoyed a nice meal at, I was blown away by the stars in the sky. I had never seen so many in my life. They were shining and sparkling. I stopped walking to gaze up at them, and that's when I felt something weird on my left bare foot. It was a sensation I'd never felt before, as if something was caressing my foot with a million tiny needles. Then I felt a powerful sting, followed by an intense rising pain on the top of my foot. I immediately let out a scream of pain, and tears were rushing down my cheeks. It was so bad, my Tahitian friend Howell ran to me and carried me back to the camp. My teachers ran over to me, wondering what had happened. When they saw my foot, it looked like it had gotten a centipede bite. One of them began to suck the venom out of the wound. I couldn't stop crying. I was in so much pain and angry that I didn't get a chance to see the thing that had bitten me. South Sea centipedes are venomous, but they can't really end you. They just hurt a lot. Another Tahitian friend of mine, Vi, came running and poured a Chinese remedy over my foot, and I felt the pain dim down a little bit. There was nothing more we could do that night about the incident, so I went to sleep, hoping that the next day I'd feel better. Kat was already sleeping when I went to bed. I managed to get myself into my bunk, and I fell asleep immediately. It wasn't long before I woke up with an uneasy feeling. I opened my eyes and saw an imposing dark figure in the right corner of the room. It was standing in the dark just before the door. When I saw it, fear invaded my body. I tried to scream to wake up Kat, but all I could do was squeak a near-silent noise. I was totally aware of my surroundings, and I could see her sleeping in her bed, completely unaware of the situation. I couldn't move at all. I was completely paralyzed. My attention was turned towards those two red eyes coming from the figure. I couldn't see its face, but this thing, this creature, definitely was no man. I remember its arms being so long that it could touch me without even moving closer to my bed. And that's what it was doing. It was caressing me with long, clawed hands. I could feel tears running down my cheeks as I felt it happen. Panic was rising in my mind. It caressed me like that from head to toe for several moments. Then, as it began to claw harder and more violent, my Tahitian friend Vi entered the room unexpectedly, and as soon as he did, the thing disappeared in a quick puff and was gone. I immediately sat up screaming and panicking. Vi had been on her way to check my foot and give me Tylenol. When she asked what was wrong with me, I told her what I had seen. She didn't believe me and laughed it off, claiming that I was just delirious from the bite. But it felt so real. No need to say that I didn't sleep well that night. I've never suffered night terrors before or sleep paralysis, and that's why I keep thinking that I encountered something else that night, something more than a fever dream, Maybe it is linked to the centipede bite. I'd been doing research on the significance of centipedes in the Kanak culture, as well as the Tahitian culture, but nothing matches the description of the event that night. Ever since then, I refer to centipedes as demon creatures, and to this day, I refuse to walk barefoot outside. The Mysterious Children of the Mountain by Homer O. I was in high school when my dad planned a trip to visit our grandparents in the Catanduanes, a province here in the Philippines. When he asked us to come with him, we were pretty excited since it would be our first time there. We could have rode a plane there, but we didn't want to miss the chance of witnessing different breathtaking views. So we rode a bus for 11 hours, a boat ride for 4 hours, and another bus ride for 5 hours from the port to our grandparents' house. Oh, it was a day's worth of travel, exhausting, but well worth it. They were so surprised and delighted when we arrived. My dad knows how fascinated I was with tales of the supernatural back then. He mentioned that my grandparents had a lot of stories to tell, so I kept bugging them during dinner that night until finally they started talking. I eagerly listened to their story. My grandpa came from a family of fishermen and farmers here in the mountains. He remembered one night when he was just a small child. His dad woke him up around 2 in the morning to prepare things needed for fishing. Still confused and half asleep, he slowly got up to help his dad. He carried the fishing rods on their way to the beach. There, they got on a small boat and paddled their way into the open water. They decided to anchor near the foot of one of the mountains and cast the bait into the water. They were on that boat for nearly 2 hours, but they hadn't caught anything so far. Not a single fish was taking the bait. My grandfather was being a kid, was getting cranky and insisting on going back, when, all of a sudden, near the top of that nearby mountain, there were torches, followed by the sound of distant children's laughter and playing. My grandpa seemed scared. He was asking himself who might those kids be? What were they doing on the mountain by themselves this late or early? His dad uttered that they may be one of the neighbor's kids. The next thing they heard was a rumbling noise, and the water under them began to ripple. The sound they heard next was like a big boulder rolling down the mountain, but they could not figure out where it was coming from. My grandfather was growing more scared by the second and demanded that they leave or else they may be crushed. His father told him to stay still and to be quiet. All of a sudden, something started pulling on the line. It was a fish. They put it in a basket, and not long after casting bait again, there was another catch. It happened over and over in some sort of marathon. Something was spooking the fish that way, and some of them were so frightened that they were jumping inside the boat, and all they had to do was grab them. When the basket was full, the rumbling sound disappeared, and the water grew calm again. Those children's laughs and torches in the distance vanished one by one, as if they had been going inside a cave or had been blocked off by something. They went home puzzled, but happy nonetheless. The next day, his dad asked the neighbors to find out if any of their kids were on the mountain that morning. They told him that no one had been there, and nobody goes there, especially at night. Nevertheless, whoever or whatever they were, my grandfather appreciated the help. The Beast of Mount Ophir by Horrible Experiences. I live and grew up in Malaysia, and this story is about a mountain in Malaysia called Gunung Lelong, or Mount Ophir. There are myths and legends revolving around this mountain, such as the legend of Puteri Gunung Lelong, where the Sultan had heard of a celestial princess's beauty and desired to marry her, but she gave him 7 impossible conditions. That's a common legend that you can search up on the internet, and just one story from the region. This story, though, was told by my father. When he was a child, his parents always brought him and his siblings to the mountain, not for hiking, but to go to the waterfall and bathe. My grandparents were poor and could not afford video games for my father and his siblings, so every holiday they would bring my father to Gunung Lelong's waterfall to bathe and enjoy. But they never went hiking, and my grandparents would never let them. Because, legend has it, there was a beast living on Mount Ophir. They say it's a woman who can transform into a lion. It is said that she is immortal because it was a punishment from God to her. God didn't want her to be reborn as she was evil, so she haunts the mountains for eternity. The woman targets men. Many expert hikers who have gone on the mountain ended up getting lost, many of which were never found. Those that did find their ways back came to tell this tale. My father's best friend was one of them. He was in the Scouts. He had gone camping in the mountains a few times. Each and every time, he reported seeing a strange animal. But as they were in a big group, the strange creature seemed to keep its distance and only watch. One day, my dad was driving and had his friend sitting at the passenger side. His friend is Wiccan and believes in things normal people can't sense, and my father happened to be driving past the mountain. All of a sudden, my dad's friend had a panic attack. He said he had seen something dark roaming across the mountain, and that he did not want to go any closer. The thing was, at the time, no one had told him the legend. It was only then, after he said that my dad told him about the beast of Mount Ophir. After everything I've heard, you better believe I'll be avoiding the mountain. No hiking for me. We Called It Jeffy by Mr. Drake. It was around May of 2008. It was me and some of my friends. We were all hanging out at Sam's house. We were 14-ish at the time. At some point, it started getting dark, so we started to tell each other scary stories. I think it was Doug who said, "Hey Sam, what about that thing you and Kyle saw a few years back?" Now at this time, I'd known Sam for just about 2 years. I knew him very well, but he had never spoken about anything paranormal before. Usually, he changed the subject very quickly. At this point, Kyle excused himself and walked away, visibly pale. Then the other Kyle said, "Yeah, that's right. You guys didn't even go home that night you came to my house." Sam was nervous as he looked around and tried to change the subject. However, we were teenage boys who wanted dirt, so he caved. According to him, he and Kyle were on their way home from our friend Taylor's house. When they reached the bottom of the hill on that particular street, they saw something. I don't recall what time of year he said it was, but he said it was foggy that day, and it got dark very early. They continued the story. There it was, crawling right across the street. No noise, no dramatic music, of course. The creature had long, stringy black hair, pale white skin, and it walked like its bones had been broken. It was unnatural and unnerving. At one point it stood up and looked right at us, and with one of its long bladed fingers it seemed to wave at us, just with that single finger, like getting onto a child who was in the cookie jar. Then it shushed us and continued crawling across the road. After that, he said they ran to Kyle's house and spent the night there. The only way back to their houses was through dense woods or miles to the main road. Well, when they woke up, other Kyle's stepdad overheard them retelling the events from the previous night. and to their shock and dismay, he had said to them, "So you guys saw Jeffy, huh?" He went on to tell them every morning when he got up for work, he would see the pale figure of that thing in the woods behind the house while making his coffee. So from then on, whenever he told the story, he would refer to it as Jeff or Jeffy. It wasn't until 2013 that I personally found out that people all over had seen the thing. I started to piece it all together. Multiple people in my own neighborhood, as well as a couple of people in town, said that they had seen something weird. Without mentioning the whole Jeffy tale, one random person told me his story and described the same creature word for word. In the summer of that year, I was exploring and decided I wanted to see if the drain under our street connected to the other side. If so, I thought it'd be a cool place to hide things. I was 14 and lived in the North Georgian mountains. I was too chicken to do it alone, so I talked Sam into doing it with me. We grabbed a flashlight and 2 walkie-talkies, and we walked to the bottom of the mountain. We both climbed down, and I somehow convinced Sam to go first. Now, I honestly expected us to shine the flashlight and just see the end of the tunnel or a log blocking it or something. After all, this was a small 1-lane road. He headed in, and I stood at the entrance. After getting our fill over breaker 19s and copy that over, it started to get weird. He started crawling a while ago, and I could no longer see him, and I could barely hear him except through the walkie-talkie. But I could tell that he was getting scared, so I headed in behind him. I reached him after a few seconds, but at that point I could no longer make out the exit. We both couldn't see the other side, but we kept crawling, pushing ourselves further, but we were starting to feel concerned. By now, we would have reached the other side of the road, because it wasn't that wide. So where were we headed? It was at that time we began to see bones. Not a lot, mind you, just a few scattered here and there, small ones actually. But then my skin tightened with goose pimples as I saw these large gashes cut into the sides of the steel drain pipes, 4 slashes on each marking. At first, I told myself they must be from when the pipe was installed, and it just got banged up. But the cuts were from the inside out, so maybe a bear got in here and got angry? It still didn't make sense to me. I told Sam what I saw, and he looked over at the gashes, and we both screamed like little girls, running out of the pipes as fast as possible. To this day, I still wonder what the slashes are from, and why that tunnel is so long. If you ever see Jeffy up in the Georgian mountains, I would stay far away. His name may be inviting, but those claws say otherwise. The Headless Man by James. I'm 15 years old, and I've been hunting for years now. A few years ago, I was staying over at my brother's place. My brother is about 10 years older than me. I stayed at his house, and it was just me and him in the mountains of Tennessee. I've always had some problem with how his house was laid out, especially since there was about 150 yards of trees in every direction. I remember after school one day, it was the weekend, and being as I was fairly young, my father had dropped me off there to spend the weekend with him. When I made it to his place, I crashed on the couch. I was watching TV and had fallen asleep. When I woke up, I just sat there. I was staying up too late on my phone. Suddenly, I heard tapping at the window. It was pitch black out, save for a full moon outside, and I was wondering right away, who in the world would that be? Around these parts? At this time? It was immediately strange. I raised myself up to peer out the window that it had come from, but there was no one there. I slowly sat back down, but the feeling of never being watched never left me. A few minutes later, I heard movement coming from the same window. I went over and looked outside again, and there I saw a man-like figure 50 yards away from the house moving through the trees. I could only barely make out the silhouette of shoulders and legs, but I could not see his head. I was thinking it was some crazy neighbor or something. I went back to lay down, but about 2 hours later, I was looking at the door, unable to fall asleep. It was one of those doors with windows at the top of it. As I sat there gazing at it, but not really looking at it, I saw movement in front of my eyes and realized someone was standing just in front of the front door. I raised up with a gasp. As I continued to see the silhouette from there, my curiosity got the better of me. I figured if I looked out the window and saw who or what it was, that my fears would be calmed down. Surely it was nothing more than a passersby, a stranger taking a really late walk a little too close to the house. But when I looked out the window to the front door area, I saw that it was a man, but he had no head. If he had one, he would be staring right through the window, given his posture. I screamed. My brother ran into the living room. I told him to look outside, that I saw someone there. He looked out the door window, but there was nothing. But still, being cautious, he checked all the windows, then went outside for a bit to look around. But there was no one there. He messed up my hair a little bit with his hand before going back to bed, telling me not to worry. The thing is, a few months after that incident, my brother sold his house, and he would never tell my family why he sold it. But something tells me he may have seen the headless man that I saw that night. Creepy Lights in the Sky by Noah. I'm 16 years old and live in Chula Vista, California. It's a beautiful and decent-sized city located near the Mexican border. The west side is by the bay, which has the salty aquatic water, while the east side, where I live, smells like plants, which is by the mountains. Me and a few close friends were having a get-together at a boy's house on the same mountain, who we'll call Jaden for privacy reasons. It was getting dark, and it was winter, so it got dark earlier. The sky was a light baby blue and orangish color by then, and you could see the small crescent moon beginning to show more and more. We headed to the local park to go for a small walk, which was less than a half a mile away. We had to cross a small canyon to get there. Now, this canyon was not very wide, but was approximately the size of a football field. There were always coyotes and possums prowling about there, or mentally unstable men smoking out in public, or doing other worse things. After walking there with some friends for a bit, we returned further up to the top of the mountain, which was near a street where cars would always speed by on. 3 of our friends were down in the cul-de-sac in our neighborhood down a trail from the canyon. Me and my friends Max, Cece, and Wendell were walking up to the top. That's around the time we saw a white light filling up the sky towards the south. It wasn't a car. First of all, we didn't hear anyone pass by for about 5 minutes, and secondly, the type of light wouldn't be able to fill up the sky like that. We assumed it was a spotlight, but there were no structures in that direction that would project such a light. And it was still far too bright to be any sort of spotlight. At the same time, Cece's phone kept turning on and off over and over again. That was creepy since it was a newer model iPhone, which is a Generation 6. It wasn't anything older and would run horribly because of its quality. Then we saw a red light fill up the sky and move as a streak and vanish directly overhead. As I struggled to find an explanation to this, I was getting freaked out. There were no cars passing by, no spotlights or anything like it. Plus, how would a red light light up the sky like that, leaving behind a trail or streak? The red light was even more bright than the previous white one. not to mention Cece's mobile phone. The moment the lights had disappeared, the phone stopped turning itself off and on and was quiet again. A minute later, we met up with some of the friends who were down in the cul-de-sac, waiting for Jaden to return as he took care of some things at his place. They had seen the white flash as well, and also mentioned that they hadn't seen any cars all night. Wendell revealed he saw the red flash of light as well. He said it was sphere-shaped, and he even said it left a trail, so we had seen the same things. After that, we charged up Cece's phone and went on with the night as if nothing happened, though it was at the back of my mind the entire time. Rock Thrower of Colorado by Jordan P. Several years ago, my dad was in town on a break from work. My brothers, my dad, and myself decided to go on a fishing trip up to one of our favorite mountains, the Grand Mesa National Forest. On the way up, my brothers had made a joke about Bigfoot. You can obviously see where this tale is going. It wasn't uncommon for us to bring up the subject, as we always talked about Bigfoot when we were younger. We were all very fascinated by the idea. Upon the subject being brought up, my brother had said something along the lines of, "It's like your encounter, Dad." I was confused and instantly asked what they were talking about, and so the story begins. The town we live in is the very same town my dad grew up in. Back then, my dad, Wayne, was in his late 20s. He and his friends decided to go late one night catfishing right off the Colorado River. They were fishing right off the bank and had a nice fire going, drinking beers, talking about girls, and who knows what else. About an hour into their late night fishing trip, they heard a very loud splash in the water. Right away, one of the first things they had thought was it must be a beaver slapping its tail in the water. But not long after that, another splash occurred, closer now. "That sounded like a rock," one of them stated. My dad and his friends walked to the edge of the water. They scanned parts of the bank that were not hidden in foliage. My dad looked into the river itself and on the bank on the opposite side. In the middle of the night, the moonlight cast some light, enough that my dad could see movement directly across from them on the other side of the river, even though it was in a dark shadow. At that instant, a large rock landed just short of my dad's feet, splashing him and his friend Chuck. Instantly, my dad knew it had come from the other side of the river. This spot on the Colorado River is well over 400 feet wide. I don't know how many of you have tried to throw a golf ball-sized rock that distance, but it's not easy. River rocks vary anywhere from 2 inches in diameter to 10 inches. The rocks that were being thrown were at least 10 inches in diameter. As my dad and his friends were staring across the river, unable to detect the source of the rock thrower, another stone was hurled directly at them. The group scattered to avoid it as it hit the soil in between them. One of them grabbed the cobblestone, using both hands to do so. Slowly, they all went back to the fire. There was a moment of silence as none of them knew how to react. Finally, Lopez spoke, saying, "Who in the world can throw a rock like that across a river that big?" An obvious question, but one they were all thinking. A few moments passed and it seemed to stop. They began to loosen up a little bit, enjoying their beer and almost getting to the point of laughing the incident off, when out of nowhere, John screamed, "Wayne, watch out!" My dad ducked, as yet another large stone came all the way across and hit their fire pit. That was enough. My dad and his friends withdrew their fishing poles, jumped into the truck, and left. They had talked a few times trying to figure out what it was. The verdict was maybe some kids had come up with a big catapult or something, and they were just too well hidden for them to see. Well, you all guessed it. There's a part 2 to this story. At the end of the summer, a friend of my dad's named Tim called my dad to see if he wanted to catfish in the boat that night. Tim had bought himself a new aluminum boat that he kept wanting to fish out of. Reluctantly, my dad accepted, since he had turned him down all summer to hang out. It wasn't because of the previous events that took place, those were pretty much in the past by then. Tim, even though he was a friend, got on my dad's nerves. It was a full moon that night, and they decided to hit the river with the boat. Most of the night had been pretty uneventful, catching a few fish, having a few laughs, and obviously downing a few beers. It was the last leg of their journey when out of nowhere, something hit the boat. It was a very loud ping that shook them both awake in a half-dazed state. "What the heck?" was all Tim could say before there was a loud splash in front of the boat. They both looked around, and it was there that my dad spotted it. On the south side of the river was a large silhouette. The river's pace had them just drifting along, but the moon and sky were clear enough that my dad could see the figure. He said it was big, whatever it was. The large silhouette bent over and grabbed another rock. My dad fired a shot into the air. The figure rose suddenly, and in the same awkward throwing motion, hurled another rock which flew over the boat, splashing behind it. My dad, fed up, fired again, but this time in front of the shadowy figure, not trying to hit it, but definitely trying to scare it. It didn't work, and the figure stayed side by side and pace with them. Tim, being the cowardly type, was freaking out. My dad was scared, but very curious as to what it was, why they were so big, and why they had been messing with them. He would not get his answer though, as the river began to pick up pace, and in doing so, the silhouette sped up its walk in an effort to keep up with them. Finally, the figure just stopped and stared at them. My dad never stopped looking at the figure until it was out of sight. So you might be thinking, okay, your dad told you a Bigfoot story, but there's a problem with that. If you know my dad, he's very down to earth. If my brothers and I tell him a story about how big a fish was that we caught, my dad underestimates the size, even if he's wrong. The point being, he under-embellishes it. Even when he told me this story, he made it sound like it was no big deal. And he's never once said that it was actually a Bigfoot, though he still can't explain who or what it was. That Creature in the Woods by Carlos. This happened when I was backpacking with friends through rural Arkansas high in the mountains. We were backpacking with fellow church youth. On the very first day, I noticed how quiet it was out in the woods. It was sort of an empty kind of quiet, as if all the animals and bugs had gone on vacation. Growing up in the country, you never hear anything like that, so it was strange. After a long and tiring 5 hours of walking, we finally decided to stop and rest for the night. The guys in the group, being young and stupid, decided to explore before it was dark, and we ended up finding a cave around 30 feet away from the camp. The cave was empty, but entertained us for a while. After that, we went to eat dinner, and for some reason we didn't make a fire. After dinner, our counselor told us that we needed to use the buddy system when going out into the woods, especially when using the bathroom, and after that we all went to bed. That night, I woke up with a very bad urge to pee. Thinking that I'd be fine and not wanting to wake anyone up, I decided to go alone. I climbed up the nearby hill to pee behind a tree near the top. Now I know it was a bad idea, but I was half asleep. As I was going up, I heard a branch break nearby. It startled me pretty bad, but I assumed after hearing no sounds afterward that it was just an old or decayed branch. But a few moments later, there is a low and guttural growling nearby. It was very close, and as soon as I was done, I raced down the hill in a panic. As I sped by a figure that was nearly 6 feet tall, I realized that I had run in the direction that the sound had come from. I didn't turn to look back at the figure. Already terrified that I had run towards it, I ran into my tent and stayed covered in my sleeping bag for the rest of the night. Luckily, I didn't see or hear anything after that. My friends didn't believe me, but that doesn't change what I saw. I Don't Know What It Was by Koi Koi. To begin, I live in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains of East Tennessee. I was raised there. My best friend, who I'll call B, was born and raised here as well, and we've been close since we were barely 13. We're like sisters, and spent most of our time together, until we both got married and had families of our own. Now that you have a little background, I'll share a short but creepy 2-part story about what we saw one night by the river on Highway 129. B and I were working together at a local grocery store and had recently lost a coworker and good friend in a tragic accident. For the past couple of years, we had been going to a special boat docking ramp where you could walk in and out of the river safely. This had been our favorite spot to let loose in the summer and go swimming. It was close with easy access and it was free, perfect for a bunch of broke girls. We had decided to honor our friend's memory there instead of trying to remember where her family had scattered her ashes. We figured one special place was as good as any to celebrate our memories, so we made a habit of going swimming there. One year, about 8 years ago, B and I had parked on the gravel pull-off, climbed out of the car as the sun was getting low, and walked to the chilly water. This is a welcoming feeling in the early June heat, even at night, so we plopped down as close as we could on the concrete ramp without sitting in the water, just quietly gazing out over the river and the thick foliage that lined the banks. A few minutes of soaking our feet had passed when B said out of nowhere in her casual way, "You know, this would be a great place to hide a body." Now, she didn't mean this in a creepy way. We said off-the-wall things like this all the time, but never meant anything by it. So, knowing her the way I do, I laughed and agreed but jokingly shared my ideal place to hide one, should I ever have to. Once my rear was numb, I rolled up my pant legs and waded into the shallow parts of the water, while we began chatting about other things like work and video games. Everything had been pretty calm and quiet, except for the occasional passing car just above us. The sun had finally set, and the water was too dark to safely tread, so we sat on the ramp and began to stargaze. With more idle conversation, we were just admiring the brilliant night sky, when suddenly, a nearby bush began to rustle. We looked at each other and I said it was just a critter to ease our minds. Of course it was a critter. We lived in the country where small rodents were always being cleared off the roads. We continued looking at the sky, but it didn't last long when that same bush and the flimsy surrounding trees started to shake again. As dark as it was, all we could see were the outlines of the leaves and branches bouncing as something shook them. Now we had our eyes fixed on the plants about 10 feet away, mildly curious as to what might scurry out from the brush. All of a sudden, B's eyes widened with horror as she shouted, cursing under her breath. We booked it up the ramp. I was behind her, sprinting up the hill and across the gravel in my bare feet, faster than I'd ever run before. Before I even opened the door, B had the car in reverse. As she peeled out and onto the road, I suddenly felt silly and wanted to laugh at myself for getting worked up over what was probably nothing. But before I could, my breath hitched in my throat. I was peering into the passenger rearview mirror when I saw the most terrifying sight. A tall, dark, and slender creature with gangly limbs stepping out onto the road from where we had just been seconds ago. The dull orange street lamp barely illuminated the shadow for me to even see an outline, much less what it actually was. I immediately darted my eyes back to the road ahead, hoping it was my imagination,
hoping I had only been spooked by some animal. That's when B finally spoke up. "You saw it too, didn't you? You saw that thing." I didn't want to overreact, so I asked in turn, "What are you talking about?" "That huge thing," she replied, "across the road in the woods behind us." I could hear the nervousness in her voice as she spoke. Knowing she would know if I was lying even with a simple answer, I finally said, "Yeah, I did. What was that?" "I don't know," B answered. "But I do know that was no person, and it wasn't a bear either." That was the last time we went to that spot together, but it was not the last time I went. Fast forward a year later. I told this story to my new boyfriend, now husband, and it really piqued his interest. You see, he's a skeptic in every sense of the word, and was interested in potential proof of something supernatural. So we went as the sun was going down, and we sat there on the boat ramp once more. I bowed my head in a moment of silence for my lost friend, then started talking quietly with my boyfriend about how much she loved that spot when she was still around. We hadn't been there 10 minutes when all of a sudden, that same bush and trees surrounding it started shaking. I laughed nervously and told him that's what happened last time. I shrugged it off as coincidence and we carried on. But again the foliage began to shake violently, but there was no wind, not even a breeze. Not moving his eyes, my boyfriend said sternly that we should leave just to be safe. I thought he was more worried about it being someone rather than something, but when he said to back up slowly and walk to the car, I began getting nervous. Once inside locked doors, I asked him why he didn't want us moving fast, and he replied, "I can't explain it, but I felt like we were being stalked. I didn't want for whatever it may have been to chase us. I don't even know if I was overreacting, but better safe than sorry, I guess." I wish I could say we saw something that night, but we didn't. I haven't been back either, because I don't want to be caught off guard by whatever lives out there by the river. If you're ever driving down 129 on your way to Cherokee, North Carolina, be wary of the dangerous back road curves and the creature that might still live in those woods. No one knows what it is, but I do know it wasn't anything natural. Appalachian Mountain Wendigo by Dark Stories Anonymous. It was an early Monday morning, cold and crisp. I had just begun to pack up for a week-long hunting trip. I had the tent and the bear traps packed into the back of the truck and tied down with a couple of bungee cords. I began the long drive at around 7 a.m. in order to get to our usual spot. My friend Clyde decided to tag along this time. It wasn't unusual for him to be interested in hunting, but this time he said something that I will always remember. "Can I go with you this time?" he said. "Be a shame if you went alone and never came back." He did sound confident in those words, but he was my best friend and I couldn't say no. We stopped for a little snack at the base of the mountains at a small gas station. There was an old man sitting outside in a rocking chair. He must have overheard me talking about the trip. Then again, me and my camo and hunter's orange was probably a giveaway. He said something to me that shook me to my core. "You'd better be careful up in those mountains. It's about time for the Wendigo to come." Now, I was far from a believer in mountain folklore and urban legends, so I brushed off his warning. Little did I know the trip would indeed be cut short, due to an encounter that I will never forget. It was almost 6 p.m.,
and Clyde had turned on the radio. There was a rapid decline in grizzly bear population about this time of year every year. I had asked Clyde if we should be worried, and he said not to worry about the grizzlies, as we were about to go set up traps anyway. I nodded in agreement and sighed a shaky sigh. It was 8 p.m. now, and the sun was going down. I grabbed a flashlight and headed down the trail with my friend Clyde. We had walkie-talkies to stay in touch over long distances, in case we got separated. They were for emergencies only, but we would occasionally use them to joke around. I had come to a small opening in between two bushes and decided to set a trap there. I covered it up with branches and leaves and marked it with a stick standing up out of the ground for extra precaution. On my trek to meet up with Clyde, I heard something, almost like a scratching noise, coming from my left side. I shone my light over to the side to see what it was. Oddly, the noise seemed to stop the moment my light flashed over the area. I walked closer to investigate and found 4 long scratches in one of the trees. Each one of them were about an inch deep and a 1.5 feet long. I brushed off any ideas and just went with the old bear story. About 30 minutes into the walk, I heard a distant screech. Not much of a screech as it was a roar, really. It sounded like the squealing of brakes of a freight train, mixed with the growl of a dinosaur. My radio suddenly came to life with Clyde's voice.
Tell me you heard that.
His voice sounded scared. I decided to tell him to meet me back at camp. Later that night, I told him that I was going to go check the traps as a routine hunter would do. It was about midnight now, and visibility was low due to the snowfall and darkness. I had come up to the trap that I had set earlier. Nothing seemed wrong, but the trap wasn't there. It was everywhere. It had been ripped in half. The bolts and springs were lying all over the place, and the leaves and branches were scattered about. To the right of the trap was a game trail, about 30 feet from the field. I had shone my light over there as I heard rustling leaves, and what I saw will forever give me nightmares. It was a tall, 8-foot humanoid creature with long claws the size of my forearm. Each breath it took was heard from my position, 30 feet away. It growled at me and slowly began to get down on all fours. Its limbs began to pop and crack into place as it leaned its body against a tree. It slowly made its way back into the brush line, leaving me alone and horrified. Or so I thought I was alone. My light began to flicker, and as it did, the creature must have become agitated. It began to speed walk towards me, each stride covering 5 feet in length. Angry, it no longer wanted to leave. As it stretched out its arms towards me, the high-pitched screech I heard before I heard again, and the creature stopped, only 6 feet from me now. It opened its wide jaws. Then I heard Clyde's voice from about 40 feet behind me, calling my name. I had never felt so relieved in my life. His approaching flashlight beam had caused the creature to return to the woods with an evil-sounding hiss, etching itself into my mind forever. We ran back to camp, and I had tried to convince Clyde about how I saw the Wendigo, but all he did was laugh. He didn't believe in any supernatural entities or creatures, and he said he wouldn't start now. I finally convinced him to pack up our things and leave, and when I got back home, I just stood on my porch and waved bye to Clyde. I suddenly felt like I was being watched as well. I stared out into the woods across the road, and I swear I saw it once more, standing there, staring at me. Moments later, it went back into the woods, and I never saw it again after that, though I do hear that same screech from time to time. To this day, I don't tell anyone else about it, afraid they wouldn't believe me. I never went back up in those mountains after that night, and you couldn't drag me there against my will. El Duende by Leviar Bladke. My name is Amori, and I live in Mexico. I'm 21 years old, and to be honest with you, I've had a lot of weird experiences. Back when I was 16, I was very athletic and used to go running every day after school to a big baseball field that's close to my house. There are a lot of hills and mountains all over the place there too. One day I was jogging around the baseball field because I had gotten tired from running on the hills and it was starting to get dark. I was going near the biggest tree as I was jogging, and I had a really bad feeling. The kind you get when you think you're in danger or you're about to be, and you need to get the heck away as fast as possible. But I turned to see in all directions, yet there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even so, the feeling did not stop. I just wanted to keep jogging and do as many laps as I could before it got all the way dark. On the very next lap, I was getting near that tree again, and the feeling came back worse than before. I stopped jogging and instead began to walk. I was looking all over the place, searching for the source of this feeling. At this point, it was getting irritating. My paranoia was keeping me from finishing the run. When I passed by the tree, that's when I heard a voice. I quickly turned around and saw that I was still alone, but I kept staring toward the tree until I heard the voice again. This time, due to its brief and subtle movement, I was able to see where the sound was coming from. There was a small, ugly thing with long and sharp nails, with a nose very long and covered in warts. It was laughing a horrible laugh when I saw it, and I was so surprised that I was paralyzed. I wasn't able to move as it began to laugh more and more, pointing one of its nasty nails at me. As if randomly, all of the sensation came back into my body, and I was able to tear up the soil once again, running for my life away from this thing. I ran and didn't stop until I got home, where I nearly collapsed. But I didn't tell anyone else about the experience until just a few months back. I was talking with a cousin that is Christian, but he also believes in fringe things like aliens. He was telling me that when he used to go to that baseball field himself, he would also get this strange feeling. And before I ever said anything about that tree in particular, he explained how there was a weird tree by the field, and that every time he passed it, all he felt was pure hate. And at one point, he began to avoid it entirely. I'm not sure what it was that I saw that day, but from the folklore and mythology I've read and heard of, it matches a duende, a small and mischievous fairy-like creature, one that you don't want to get on the wrong side of. Northeast Ohio Skinwalkers by Skinwalker Blackout. I'm 22 now, and I'm an avid hunter and outdoorsman. I've always had a creepy, uneasy feeling about the woods near my house and all around the area, like something evil was always watching me or listening to me. I don't feel that way everywhere. My first encounter with what I believe was a skinwalker was about 7 years ago. I was out fishing with my best friend. We stayed up late fishing at a campout church thing that was being put on locally. I looked at my digital watch that had a built-in light. It was around 2:30 a.m. We were determined to win the little fishing competition the rest of the camp had going. There was also a fire about 120 yards away from us. We were sitting in lawn chairs by the nearby pond. My dad was set up in a tent about 300 yards up the trail beyond the tree line. And when I say pond, I mean a large banana-shaped pond that was stretched about 150 yards long by about 35 yards wide. A land bridge cuts across the middle that is wide enough for a truck or jeep to drive across. Now, we had been talking the whole night and had already been joking about Sasquatch and the like. We had a time where we weren't catching anything and we were quietly talking, when all of a sudden, we both began to hear whispering coming from the opposite side of the pond. It sounded like it was coming from the trail in the woods. On the other side of the pond, there is a runoff creek and a hill that jets up into the thick woods. I was perplexed by the sound and asked him what it could be. Nobody else was up at the time, or if they were, no one in their right mind would be walking in there at almost 3 a.m. That's when we saw my dad coming down the drive across the land bridge. I walked over and stopped him. He was genuinely worried about us and asked what we were doing. I told him we were just fishing. He asked us if we had been in the woods, to which I said no, and he looked at me funny. Now, this was 7 years ago, so I don't remember every bit of dialogue, but I remember what happened next so vividly, it's ingrained in my mind. My dad told me he had heard a whispering sound, but wasn't worried about it. But he also said that if anything weird happened, we should go straight to the tent so that we could get leaving. I nodded my head and said okay. Then I went back to my seat next to my friend. Sometime later, we heard a loud splash in that creek on the other side of the pond. I froze as a chill shot down my back. We didn't dare make a sound as we scanned the side of the pond. It was sufficiently light because of the full moon, and it was Friday the 13th. Yeah, I know, right? What are the odds? I thought to myself as I clenched my airsoft that I had laying next to me. My friend told me it was probably a deer and we shouldn't worry about it. I looked at him and said, "But deer don't go in the water at night. They can't see how deep it is." I don't remember his response, but he didn't agree with my statement. Then he quietly began acting a little more freaked out. Apparently, he had noticed something that I didn't. Then something happened that made us almost fall backward in our chairs. The most bone-chilling animalistic scream I'd ever heard in my life echoed across the campsite. It sounded like the high pitch of a mountain lion or cougar, but had a deep guttural growl like a bear. He got up and grabbed me, and we ran back to the fire. I quickly said to him, "We're definitely looking for tracks or signs of that as soon as the sun comes up, before all the other kids get up." Sure enough, the next day when we did go out there were huge footprints with 7 toes on them. From the depth of the claw marks on them, I would say what made them was at least 400 pounds. My most recent encounters include having 2 or more skinwalkers messing with me, running circles around the house and making ungodly noises deep in the woods, always following, always watching. They only seem to show themselves when me or my friend does something to anger them. I've been chased by something in my truck that was all black, like a living, breathing shadow. But there's another figure that's all white. I've even had full apparitions of medicine men staring at me on hunting trips and other activities in the same area. This is an ongoing nightmare. I'm not telling you what to believe or what to think. If you do believe me, great. But if you don't, that's fine too. But I feel like I've kept this story to myself long enough. A skinwalker is most definitely a shaman or Native American who performs rituals and essentially sells their soul for immortality. They gain the ability to shapeshift into animals or even other people. And that's what I think I'm dealing with. I know if these things wanted to take my life, they would have done it a long time ago. Nowadays, I sleep with a loaded and chambered 1911 45 ACP under my pillow every night. I never know when that shadowy black one might be on my porch, or the white figure one might be climbing the side of my house. So now, I'll always be ready. Early Morning Sighting by Anonymous.
On a night not too long ago, I decided I should sleep on our trampoline outside. It was hot inside our house, and we didn't have an AC unit. So I wanted to sleep outside, as there was a nice breeze blowing in, with a wondrous moonlight above. I fell asleep quickly around 10 p.m., having thought it would stay quiet, until around 3 a.m., when I was awakened by sounds of something roaring or yelling. I had heard similar sounds before. I live on a reservation in San Carlos, Arizona, and there can be a lot of drunks at times. But this was different. I mean, at first I naturally assumed it was drunks, but then I really heard this ungodly cry. It made my eyes widen. My heart felt as if it had stopped beating for a moment. I arose with excitement and immediately ran inside to get my shoes and grab a flashlight. I wanted to investigate. I ran back outside and still continued to hear the sounds. They were a good 3 miles from my house. So I hopped on my bike and set out to investigate. I had to follow the back roads that lined up with the train tracks as I got closer and closer to the noise. I also began hearing dogs barking. My 2 dogs were following me as well as we continued heading toward the sound. The bike ride took maybe 20 minutes to get within closer range of about 500 yards of the sound. It was then and there that I had to ditch the bike because of the soft terrain. I started walking with my flashlight, ready to spot this thing. I could then hear footsteps that were so loud and heavy that they shook my chest every time they hit. It sounded as if something was running through soft sands. I continued, trying to catch up with the thing. But whatever it was way too fast. I didn't know if I was going to be able to catch up with it. Eventually, I decided to yell out to it. It was nearly 4 a.m., and I was 5 miles out in the middle of nowhere at that point. I began walking back and came onto the train tracks when that ungodly cry echoed again. I looked up to see this creature walking onto the train tracks as well. Crossing it, it was maybe a good 200 yards from me. With the moonlight as bright as it was, I was able to see this thing somewhat clearly. I estimated it was about 8 feet tall, had dark brown fur, and those eyes, I swear to God, they glowed like an almost yellowish red. And it stank. It reeked like rot. My dogs that were beside me began crying. Then they bolted away from me, going back home. This creature, which I was guessing was a Bigfoot, had looked at me for a couple of seconds and then left, completely disinterested from me. I was frozen with fear and yet also filled with excitement. I should have run home afterward, but I pressed on after it. I had to see more of it, but little did I know I'd get what I wanted in a terrifying way. Now the time was 4:16 a.m., and the sun's light began to slowly show over the mountains. I kept going and going until soon I had lost sight of my target. I continued to look, but it was like it had vanished into thin air. I was puzzled, thinking, where could he have possibly gone? And then I heard movement behind me, rapidly approaching in my direction. I turned quickly to see this thing running up to me. I just barely dodged it, jumping out of the way. When I looked back up, I saw that it wasn't just one of the things. There were 3 of them. I thought to myself then that this was how it ended, that I went too far with my curiosity. They slowly began to close in around me. I backed myself up against a tree, knowing even if I tried to fight my way out of it, these creatures were just too strong for me. I prepared myself, grabbing a large branch, ready to defend myself with all my might. One of the creatures screamed. It was around that time that a group of angry and ravenous wild dogs appeared and began to nip, bark, and attack the creatures. There, I saw my escape and did not hesitate. I threw the big branch down on the ground, and I ran like a bat right out of the underworld. I soon made it to my bike
and just as I was about to pedal off, I saw a massive stone coming right for me. I jumped out of the way and saw it hit my bike, busting off one of the wheels. So now I was running until I made it back to the train tracks. There I saw the bridge, and I began to run over it. I eventually made it home, terrified and exhausted. It was easily the most terrifying and exciting experience of my life. Later on, I did go back for my bike, and when I did, I found one terrible reminder of the events of the previous night. One of the wild dogs that had attacked the creatures lay there, lifeless, its body bent and broken almost beyond recognition. I couldn't help but wonder, that could have been me.
Stalked in the Mountains, submitted by Umbreon Knight. It happened last year, May 11th of 2016 to be more specific. I don't know what it was. To this day, I still only have a few ideas of what it could have been. However, whatever it could have been, it really gave us quite a scare. Now, if you don't believe my story, that's just fine. It's not gonna change my mind, because I know what I saw was real, and it's an experience that will never leave me. I enjoy hiking and I love animals. I consider myself somewhat of an outdoorsman, or outdoors woman. On that day, it was very nice and sunny, not too hot and not too cold, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I was at my aunt's house during that day, and we didn't have anything to do but clean up around the place while listening to music and such. Once we were done with that, we decided to take a small break. At one point, my aunt looked at me and asked, "Do you want to go for a hike with me?" I replied, "Definitely, but where?" My aunt shrugged, replying that she would quickly think of a place as we got ready. So we packed some small hiking bags. I was messing around with my camera once we got into the car. I'm really into photography too. As I climbed inside her vehicle, I saw that she was bringing along a handgun. It looked like a 9mm, and I was honestly a bit surprised to see it. My aunt must have saw my expression because she said to me, "You're not worried about me bringing this, are you?" I shook my head. It was reasonable to take it with us. After all, we lived in bear and mountain lion country. Attacks don't happen often, but it still doesn't hurt to be ready. We leave the house and stop at a store to fill up the gas tank. We also buy some snacks for the afternoon. Soon we were on the road to the mountains. Once we arrived at our destination, a hiking spot in the mountains, we parked the car and headed out. I took a few photos of us at the beginning of the trail before we started our hike. My aunt led the way. It went really well. We were enjoying ourselves, admiring the beauty of the nature all around us. It was a great experience, until sometime later, we came upon the first lookout on the trail. From that spot, you could see the mountain looming over a glacial lake, as well as a boulder jutting out of the mountain's side. I, being brave and a bit foolish, shuffled carefully and as closely to the edge of that boulder as I could, with my aunt warning me to be careful from behind. At this point, we were very high up in the mountain. I laid on my stomach and took some photos from there. They turned out breathtaking, really. My aunt couldn't help from taking some photos on her phone as well. The view was amazing after all. The lake was crystal clear and blue. It was absolutely beautiful with all the other mountains and trees around. We began to speak to one another about something that I can't remember, but we both turned around after taking pictures to see a dog silently standing in the middle of the trail. It startled us. Neither one of us had heard it coming. I thought it was alone, until I saw the small bag strapped around its back. It was a cute dog. "Hello there," suddenly came a voice. We both looked in the direction where it came from, and we saw an elderly man approaching us. "Oh, hi," my aunt replied as I waved. "Is this your dog?" she added. The man nodded, and so the two adults began talking as I listened, and I gave this puppy a massage. The man had told us they had come from the other side of the mountain, but then he gave us a warning that seemed out of place. "You two be careful out here. Earlier we heard some rustling around in the bush, so my pup here went to investigate." The man gestured to his dog. "She ended up chasing a black bear out from where it was hiding. I don't know where it went, but I can imagine it took off somewhere over this side." We were surprised by this, of course. We knew there were bears, but it still was alarming to know they were close by. My aunt then proudly showed him that we had some protection on us, and he nodded in approval. They talked for a bit longer until we decided to keep going. His dog looked up at him until he gave her the okay to go, so she led the opposite way as we said our goodbyes. My aunt and I talked about the man and his cute dog, but due to how nice the day was, we weren't about to get scared away that easily. However, we obviously became more aware of our surroundings. The two of us took some snack breaks as we ascended further up the trail, and when we did, I'd fool around on some boulders that set aside the trail. I like to pretend that I was a professional at parkour. As we kept going, sometimes we would hear this rustling sound ahead of us, making my aunt pause and tense. At one point, we heard this noise, and she froze in her tracks with her hand on the gun. I bumped into her by accident, and I began to listen intently once I understood that something was happening. I looked toward the tree ahead of us where the rustling was coming from, and that's when I saw a red squirrel hopping out from behind the tree. My aunt noticeably got more relaxed. Her hand was taken off the gun. As we watched the cute little animal, I placed my hand on my aunt's shoulder and said, "Careful, it can smell fear." She sighed and gave me this look, and I began to snicker at her. The squirrel then ran off as we kept going, but I had a feeling like something was about to happen, and it wasn't a good thing. The mountain was full of dips and boulders, high ground levels and ditches all around the trails, perfect for anything to hide where we couldn't see it, but it could definitely see us. I couldn't get this thought off my mind. We eventually took another break, eating some more snacks and drinking some water. I was looking through my photos of the hike so far, all while my aunt began to relax. However, the silence was soon interrupted when we both heard the rustling again. At the same time, we both stood up, turning in the direction it was coming from as we hid behind a tree. The rustling was louder than before and much closer. But because of the uneven ground and thick undergrowth, we couldn't see what it was. "Maybe it's just more squirrels chasing each other or something," I said, a bit nervous. "Probably, or it could be a deer," my aunt replied. She gestured for us to keep going as the rustling began to die down. Sometime later, the woods began to get much more dense on the trail. My aunt then said that we were almost at the top. I couldn't wait to see the view from all the way up there, and the photos that I would take would be absolutely amazing. Even here on this part of the trail, it looked like we were in a fantasy forest. Anyway, as we moved on, we heard the rustling again. We both paused and looked around before glancing at one another in slight worry. I began to wonder, were we being followed by something? My aunt pulled out her phone and began to play some Avenged Sevenfold while telling me to make some more noise somehow. So I did, while taking even more photos and following behind her until she had finally pulled out the gun while we walked along the trail. The woods were so dense at this point, we could hardly see much further in front of us, and this part of the trail was very beautiful to see. The way the sun filtered through the tree branches and lighting parts of the rocks in the trail, it made it look like it was straight from a fairy tale. My aunt went from clapping her hands and blaring the music to turning the songs off and hushing me. The top was maybe another 100 feet away, but my aunt froze in her tracks. We listened intensely, and we could hear something slowly creeping up towards us, trying its best to be absolutely quiet. But we could hear. It sounded like something heavy, slowly applying its weight on branches and twigs beneath it, causing it to make slow and audible cracking sounds. We both immediately began to throw rocks in its direction while yelling, trying to scare it off, but that didn't work. Ahead of us, there was a corner we had to climb up. I walked over to it and peered up, fully expecting to see something staring back at me, but luckily, there was nothing there. I then noticed for the first time, there were no birds chirping, no insects making any sort of noise. It was strange. Throughout the entire trail, that's all we could hear, but now it was gone. My aunt ordered me to get back to her side, and so I did. I tucked myself behind her next to a tree, but we could still hear whatever it was getting closer. My aunt shouts to it, "Hey!" attempting to scare it away. It was still coming. "Hey!" my aunt shouts again, but it still creeps closer. Feeling she has no other choice, she carefully raises the gun in the air and fires a warning shot. Then there was complete silence. Once the ringing in my ears went away, I noticed that the rustling had completely stopped. But apparently not for long, because the creeping noises began again. Hearing it once more, realizing that not even a loud gunshot would scare it away, I began to feel fear, absolute horror. We were going to have to fight or run for our lives if it came down to it. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and that's when my aunt announced we were leaving. She led the way, telling me to keep up. When I say we took off, I mean we freaking booked it. I felt as if we were floating back down the mountain. We soon made it back to the more open parts of the trail, the areas where you could see all around you much better. My aunt turned and looked behind us in fear when we heard that the thing was still after us. The rustling was far more aggressive and fast. At one point before it tried to mask its approach, but now it was blatant. We tore out of there like bats out of hell while we could still hear the thing. Once we were on more level ground, my aunt noticed something in the middle of the trail. "Wait, look at this," she exclaims. I slow down to look at what she was staring at. I see a wet mark in the middle of the trail, with claw marks. That's when we noticed that the rustling sound had stopped. You'd think that'd be a good thing, but it horrified us more than anything else so far. We looked in unison back in the direction where the noises had been coming from, and there we saw it. A massive black figure standing 7 feet tall easily. I could make out black fur all over it, behind the leaves and branches that nearly covered it. I could hear it breathing, slow, heavy breaths. I know it was watching us, but I couldn't find its eyes. I know it was the animal that had been chasing us. I could see it breathing. We didn't stare at it for long. We turned and bolted down the mountain. We ran for what felt like forever. The mountain seemed to go on for ages. I never remembered the hike up taking this long. But soon, the rustling and chasing noises began to disappear and fade away behind us. It had finally slowed down. But suddenly, I panicked when I saw something in the distance ahead of us. But my aunt calmed me down, telling me that it's just another group of hikers. We stopped by them and said hello, completely out of breath. The way we looked, panicked and exhausted, we must have been a sight to see. One of the hikers was wearing black, and that's what had scared me. They had brought their dog with them, and as my aunt spoke to the group, she warned them that there might be something in the woods. But she didn't say what she thought it might be. She simply said that there may be a bear. They thanked us for the warning and we moved on. Once we're completely alone again, we stopped to catch our breaths, and I asked my aunt, "Do you really think that was a bear?" "Well, it could be. I mean, I hope it was," my aunt answered. "Maybe a mountain lion?" My voice trailed off as I looked off to the side. There was a cabin in the distance. It didn't look old, but not exactly new either, and this alarmed me. "Maybe it was some freak that decided to stalk us," I added. My aunt glanced at the cabin, and suddenly we hear the weirdest and creepiest sound. It's hard to explain it, but the best way I can is it was almost like a wailing, screaming, howling sound. It was the stuff of nightmares, I know that for sure. We scanned around us, not seeing anything that could be making the sound. Then we looked at each other in shock. The sound lasted for a good minute, which made it even more strange. Then we kept going as the noise finally died down. My aunt called out, "Hello?" However, the noise never started up again. Finally, we could see the beginning of the trail from there and another couple coming up to hike. We gave them our warnings, of course, and the woman reacted like she's never heard of a bear before. She sounded confused as ever at the word, and I couldn't help but think, yes, bears exist. If that's how she reacted to that, whatever that really was up there, I doubt she would be able to handle. They gave us their thanks and we headed to our car. We threw everything inside and left very quickly. On our way home, we just kind of looked at each other like, well, that was the creepiest thing. And yeah, we've told some family and friends of the incident, and they have all also said that it was a creepy story. This hasn't happened to either one of us again or before. I'm not scared of hiking because of this, and I'm pretty eager to go again. But this, it's something I'll never forget. I don't know what it was. Maybe a bear, but I've never seen one that big. Then again, it could have been some weirdo stalking us. I've heard enough weird stories from the woods to know that some really freaky things happen out there. I just never thought I'd have an experience so close to home. Lost in the Mountains, submitted by Dominus. The night I'm speaking about today is the night that I tried to leave it all behind, not knowing the terror that I would experience. So, I'm a 19-year-old guy from Thornton, Colorado. I'm 6'2" at a husky 240 pounds. I grew up in North Commerce City, and I never go anywhere without my axe. It's 2 feet long with a double-sided blade and pick, and despite that, my axe would be taken away as a felonious murder weapon if ever found by the police. But even having it with me on this occasion, I've never felt more vulnerable. Not because of the threat itself entirely, but the horrifying nature of the experience altogether. This took place only 4 months ago. I'd been dealing with an extended depression episode. My grandma had just passed away. I lost my job, and my wife and I were evicted from our apartment in Denver. We lost everything. We were homeless for 2 weeks before my parents finally took us in. But they only felt bad because it was the winter. You see, while living with my parents, my father and I fought constantly. Screaming matches were a daily thing. Just like old times, huh, Pops? One day it got so bad that he and I ended up in a physical altercation. My wife saw a part of me that day that made her leave me for a short time. She was my reason, and I didn't know what to do with myself. So I panicked, and I decided I wanted to disappear. I took to the bus, the westbound 120, which goes into Broomfield, from which I would transfer to the 112. The 112 dropped me off in West Boulder. From there, I began walking towards the Rocky Mountains. It was still daylight out when I entered the threshold of those mountains. I used my compass and began northwest. Eventually, I looked at my phone. There was no reception, and it read 2 a.m. It had been 8 hours now, walking through these mountains. I kept going a little further, but I froze when I happened upon a mutilated moose. I approached it to find that it was still warm. Desperate and hungry, and not really caring about myself any longer, I decided to cut away some slivers of it. With the Bowie knife that I had, I could set up a fire and have a small dinner. At that moment, as I cut away at the moose, I heard something big walking towards me from the right. Immediately, I assumed it was a bear or a mountain lion. I grabbed my axe from its holster that was strapped across my chest. Wielding the knife in the other hand, I waited for the sound of heavy predatory breathing and snarling, but instead, I heard something else. Something I never would have imagined hearing all the way out there. A deep, raspy laugh. I stared in confusion as I looked around me for a moment, only to find a big black pair of shiny eyes staring back at me. I could tell they were eyes, the way they glimmered in the moonlight. I thought to myself, that's not a person. Just from what I'm seeing so far, it couldn't have been another person. If that's true, then who had just laughed, and what was I looking at? Well, I didn't know what to do at the time. Plus, I was not in a good state of mind. So I remember thinking to myself, I'm a man that's had everything taken from me. I've got nothing to lose. I don't care what this thing is, or whatever layer of hell you were spawned from, but you best have brought the devil if you're going to stalk me when I'm trying to eat. It was just a quick thought, something to force a smile on my face and my lonely and desperate attitude. What I never expected, though, was for the creature to reply, I've got nothing to lose. It said exactly how I had just thought it in my own head. My mouth opened wide, and I kept staring at this thing that just spoke. I've got nothing to lose. It said again, a bit slower now. It sounded like it wanted me to hear. I stood there frozen, holding my axe tightly in my hand. Then the creature, the thing straight from my nightmares, stepped from under the nearly pitch-black cover of the trees. In the moonlight, I could see it, tall, lanky, and partially decomposed. It looked like a long dead deer standing on its hind legs. Most of it seemed to have already rotted away, but its front legs didn't have hooves like a normal deer. They were human-like, large and thin, like some sort of human mutation. I stood my ground, but I knew I wasn't ready for this. Because it ran at me, out of nowhere. It bolted towards me on those two lanky legs. I closed my eyes and swung my axe blindly. Part of me wanted to defend myself. The other part didn't want to see this thing up close. I was afraid. I was horrified by the sight of it. The next thing I know, I feel a burning sensation on my stomach, and I hear those hoofed steps run past me and into the forest. I turn and open my eyes to see the creature bounding into the woods, away, but not before leaving a cut on my stomach. I threw myself down on my knees, in an irrational anxiety attack that felt like it lasted a millennium. After I pulled myself together, I traveled and survived for another 2 nights, never seeing that strange beast again, until I found myself in Leadville. It was a rural mountain town from which I was transported by helicopter to St. Anthony's Hospital in Denver. I never told anybody, not the nurses, the doctors, or the police, the truth of what happened that night. When they asked how I got cut like that, I promptly responded, hunting.
Thankfully, my wife and I reunited in a plethora of emotion. She said she'd never leave me again. There are not many things in this world that can terrify or elude me. But that creature in the Rocky Mountains would definitely be a rare exception. Something is in the Woods, submitted by Mike S197. I'm from a small college town in Georgia. I'm 25, and this happened last summer. My girlfriend and I traveled all over North Georgia to see the amazing waterfalls and hiking trails. Let's call my girlfriend Erin. We were heading through the Chattahoochee National Forest near Helen, and we were heading to DeSoto Falls. My GPS was acting up. It led us down this off-road path that's meant for trucks and jeeps. My girlfriend was not happy because her suspension kept bottoming out and hitting rocks under the car. I was glad I didn't bring my car because it's much lower than hers. The road was miles long into the Chattahoochee Forest, and she was sure that we went the wrong way, but we kept following the GPS. Her daughter Mia, who was 9, was crying silently in the back seat, afraid that we were lost. I assured her that we'd be okay. We had plenty of water and food, so I wasn't worried about that. But if she got a flat tire, we didn't have a spare, so that I did kind of worry about. Not to mention, I couldn't find the trail ahead, and I didn't want to say it out loud. We found a gravel parking lot and decided to hike the random path we came across. We were the only car there, but I think we were all just relieved that we had found something. We grabbed our backpacks and water bottles, and then we went off. Erin usually walks in front with Mia behind her, and I walk last, so Mia is always in sight. They both stopped suddenly, and I say, "What's wrong?" She says they need to use the bathroom. They quickly sprinted ahead, and I was trying to keep up, but all the added weight from the backpacks was a challenge. They went behind a huge boulder to do their business, while I sat there out of breath. Soon we proceeded and noticed quickly that this trail hadn't been maintained very well. There were several trees that had fallen onto the path, and there was trash like food wrappers and canned food emptied along the path. But still we proceeded. I noticed that the two of them kept looking around us, as if they were worried or saw something. Both of them were just acting weird the whole walk, but I thought, hey, it's their first secluded hike. Maybe they're just paranoid. When we reached 3 miles in, it began to get cloudy and dark, so we turned around and began to rush back. Once we made it back to the car, it was almost pitch black out. I had to pee, so I went back to the trail to find a tree to go to. But while walking back, I saw something. A broken trail sign saying, "Trail closed." I came back to the car and they were discussing something among themselves, so I asked about it, deciding that I'd tell them that we went on a closed trail after I got the information. They said that they heard something growling coming from the trail after I'd gone back to pee. But I hadn't heard anything or seen anything when I was out there. They were freaking out and wanted to leave, and I just didn't understand why. I assumed it was probably just some raccoon or something, maybe a wild dog. While driving back on that crazy path down the mountain, it was pouring rain, and the car almost got stuck on certain parts of the path. As I drove, Erin was explaining to me why they were acting funny on the trail earlier. Apparently, they had been seeing something along the path. They felt like they were being watched, and every time they'd scan around, they would see something out of the corner of their eyes. They said they knew something was out there. Mia said she heard more growling, and then Erin agreed, saying she thought she was the only one hearing it. I was confused and upset, because they didn't tell me none of this earlier. Erin is the super protective type and is always cautious. She explained that she felt like she was drawn to go deeper and deeper down the trail, but she didn't listen to her gut feeling to head back. As she explained this to me, I found myself looking into each of the side mirrors. I soon felt overwhelmed by the same feeling. Something was watching us. Something was following us. I knew this because I saw something moving beside the car outside. We were driving down a muddy off-road trail in a tiny sedan that couldn't handle it unless we drove extremely slow. As such, we probably could have walked faster down the mountain than we were driving, but it was just safer in the car. Especially considering what I was looking at. Whatever it was black as the night. It walked like a dog and was shaped like a dog, but it was about 1.5 times bigger than a full-grown bear. It was as big as the car itself, but it easily hunkered itself down below the windows, trying not to be seen. I wanted to drive faster, but I didn't want to wreck the car and be stranded there with that thing prowling. I told the girls to be quiet and to not look outside, but that's just a long-winded way to get someone to panic and to do the opposite of what you just said. Immediately, Mia looks out her window, right at the thing. She screams when it looks back at her. I watch in horror, barely paying attention to the path, as the creature opens its mouth to reveal plain yellow teeth that are a stark contrast to its dark body. Then, for some reason or another, to my relief, it takes off to the side of the trail and disappears in the trees. Was it curious? Was it offended by us invading its territory? Why was the trail really closed? I thought to myself it was over, that we all needed to just go home and rest and get this event off of our minds. Later that night, it didn't take long for Erin to pass out as soon as she hit the bed, but she wouldn't close her eyes at all until we promised to stay with her, until she fell asleep. In my own bed, I tossed and turned, and it took me ages to fall asleep. I couldn't get the image of that animal out of my head. Eventually, I did though. I don't know how, but I did. Only to be awakened in the middle of the night by Erin having a nightmare. She was kicking me in her sleep, repeating, "I gotta find her, I gotta find her, I have to find her," tossing and screaming. I'm looking at her. I hug her to calm her down. I guess that triggered her to wake up. She got up quick and sprinted to Mia's room and was relieved to see she was fast asleep. She walked back to bed, and I asked her what she dreamt about. She said a blurry black figure took her daughter. She was running, looking for her in the dark woods, and then heard something growling, chasing her, trying to get her. Ever since then, after every hike we go on, she has a nightmare like clockwork the same night. Nowadays, I carry a firearm when we go on trails, and I make sure to only go on hikes when there's plenty of other people around. I don't know what we encountered that day, but what it made us feel, I think it was something supernatural, something we don't need to be dealing with. Devil Beast, submitted by Christina. Where we live isn't a town really, just a holler in a valley. There are maybe 25 or 30 other people that live here. The closest actual town to us is nearly an hour away, and there are mountains all around us. It's a truly beautiful place, but this holler has a violent history. There was once a coal company camp here. It was a booming one. Back in those days, they used a massive furnace as power to pull the carts from the mines, and if someone died and nobody claimed the body, they just put it in the massive furnace and went back to work. When the coal company left this area, a land company bought almost all the land, and my parents rented the land where that massive furnace was. Growing up, I would hear stories about how you could hear screaming coming from that area late at night, but I never paid much attention to it. The summer I turned 13, I saw something that made me truly believe in God and the devil. It was my 13th birthday. I had a sleepover with all the neighborhood kids there. There was about 10 of us, and we were all really close. We'd planned on sleeping on my trampoline that night. Well, we only had 2 light poles out there. They would light up about a 50-foot square perimeter. We had one at the end of the house and one a little further away from the house. At about midnight, we were all still awake, laughing and joking, when we heard a noise coming from the woods. Now, this is completely normal, because we have woods and mountains all around us. There's bound to be wandering wildlife here and there. Seeing or hearing a wild animal isn't strange, so we didn't really pay much attention to it. Some time passed, and we heard a scream like a woman in trouble. Now in these parts, they teach you at an early age never ever go toward the sound, because panthers sound like that. We looked at each other, and one of the boys said that's what it must be, that there's a panther nearby, that maybe we should go inside. So we were about to get off the trampoline when something stepped into the light that was farther out from the house. It was unlike anything any of us had ever seen. It had the body of a bear with huge black claws. But when it turned its face towards us, we could tell that it wasn't a bear at all. The face on this thing was badly deformed. Its teeth hung well out of its mouth, and its eyes were these glowing yellow embers. It looked right at us and screamed. I think we were all too shocked to move until the creature turned completely around, and I swear to God, it smiled at us. We all bolted off that trampoline and were fighting each other for our lives to get into the house. I'd never been so scared in my entire life. At the panic and chaos, my mom asked us what was going on. My dad rushed out of his room. We explained to them what had just happened. My mom and dad looked at each other, and my mom spoke first. She said that her grandma had told of a devil beast that wandered these mountains, but nobody had ever seen it. It was supposed to be half demon and half animal, and preyed on the weak and evil. We all looked at each other. It took us a long time to calm down, and we spent the rest of the night inside, never sleeping. The next day, when everyone went home, I showed my dad where I'd seen the thing, and on the pole where the light was, we found massive claw marks 7 feet off the ground. I'll never forget that monster. After that experience, I never went outside alone. Since then, I've grown up and I've moved away from there, but I will never forget those mountains. Nobody can tell me that demons don't exist in this world.
My brother is my hero. From Paul. Before my brother saved me, he wasn't such an active person, but I enjoyed nothing more than him chatting and giving me life advice. Just a little bit about him. He was a Marine, a big shot finance guy, drank a lot of whiskey, and a general tough guy. I wouldn't want to fight him, even though he had to use a cane towards the end. I can always tell if I should date a boy based on how much fear is in their eyes while I gleefully introduce them to my brother. Only one has made the cut so far. The others usually end up making some excuse as to why they don't want to come to my family outings with me. But based on that look, I always knew. Some girls would have been offended by that a family member would make boys run away. But not me. I always knew he could just tell. My brother could just tell when people had the best interests in mind or not. He loved me unconditionally, and from what I could tell about other people with siblings, this isn't a very common thing. Nothing and no one has ever had a chance to hurt me, and I owe that to him. He has recently passed on, but I know I should tell this story in his honor. He and I used to love to go camping and hiking together. I would do anything with him considering he was 10 years my elder, and I felt that he had a lot to show me. One time we decided to do a semi-large part of the Appalachian Trail,
nearest our New York home at the time. Most of the trail at the time was off limits due to the weather, but we planned to do 12 miles in a single day. It was great for 12-year-old me that he allowed me to go with him, even though he knew it would take a much longer time. I was overjoyed. We talked, we laughed. I laid out all my problems in the open, and he, without hesitation or really trying to think about it, sorted them out and put everything into a different and more convenient perspective. Everything was going great on this trip until I felt his hand on my back tugging on my pack. He didn't say anything, but I could tell that something was wrong. He usually wouldn't do something like that without saying anything. When I looked at him, I saw him looking off into the distance. I followed his gaze over to what he was looking at. I then whispered, "Is that what I think it is?" He whispered back, "No." The dark figure heard us and turned. My brother then said, "Don't run, just get behind me." I only got a glance of it. It wasn't until I approached it that I knew what I saw wasn't what I thought it was. My brother was 6'4", and I knew something bad was about to go down when he unstrapped his large hunting knife from behind him, then stood in what I can only describe as a boxing-style stance. The creature approached us. My first thought of it being a bear was entirely wrong. It wasn't even something I'd ever seen on TV. It wasn't something I'd ever heard of. It wasn't something I would even think could exist. It stood over my brother, and I got a good look of its face. It had massive teeth, soulless, dead eyes. Its shoulders were far too broad, and it seemed to be intent on hurting us. My brother never broke eye contact, and his head began tilting higher and higher as this thing came closer. He was screaming at it, trying to scare it away, to no effect. He knew he had to play aggressive, and it took me a second to realize that he was actually yelling at me. Instructions. He was telling me that when he swings his knife, I had better run the other way and get in the truck. He said that his keys were in his pocket, and that I needed to reach for them. When I get there, I was to hold the horn down until he came. Finally, he said to not look back. I didn't question it for a second, but it did hit me quite hard. He was cursing at me, and I'd never heard him say words like that before. But I obeyed him. I reached into his pocket and got the keys. Then I was ready to run. He didn't swing the knife until the thing was within a few feet from him, and that's when I got the best look at it. It was a hulking creature, more than twice the size of my brother in every way, width, height, weight. Its muscles were rippling across its body. I almost began to cry, but I swallowed it down. Suddenly, I saw my brother pull back the knife and begin to launch himself at it. I turned and ran. Behind me, I heard angry screams and cursing and growling. But the only thing I can really remember was my brother screaming with more ferocity than I knew he was capable of. I did just as he told me. I ran to the truck. I screamed for help all the way there. I honked the horn the moment I got inside. It caught the attention of a few different families, and they in turn got the rangers to come check out the situation. Later on, I was at the hospital crying my eyes out. They told me my brother and I needed to give a statement, and they brought me to his room. He was an absolute mess. IV tubes everywhere, red fluid on the floor, scrapes and deep gashes all over his body, and one eye, I couldn't tell if it was gone or just really badly bruised. They asked us what happened. I haven't said a word to anyone at that moment, not even to my parents. I see my brother smile at me, and he kind of just winks, and he mutters the word, bear. From what I've been told, There was a mess at the scene when they found him. He was hobbling toward the rangers when he saw them at a slow pace. There was no sign of that creature, but I can tell you now with all truth and honesty I have, it wasn't a bear. Whatever it was, it's still in the Appalachian Mountains, and if it wasn't for my brother, I would be dead. My brother is my hero. The Thing, from Psychotic Wisdom. It was a cold October morning in the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina. The leaves were crisp and dew and had already formed from last night. They crystallized upon everything, as if it all had been frozen. I had my way too expensive tent set up, and was aggravated as I already found a tear in it. Now, a lot of people may be confused as to why someone would be camping in such freezing weather, but I was there for a good reason. Something had been eating and scaring my animals for God knows how long, and I've grown extremely tired of it. I was here to see if I could find it, to at least see what was terrorizing my farm. I have a little farm with sheep and cows. They're my pride and joy, and I love taking care of them. And when something began to eat and hurt and scare them, it infuriated me. It all started about 2 years ago when some of the animals began to disappear, and I needed to find out why. People think I'm crazy for not just brushing it off my shoulders and thinking it's a bear or something else more common. Well, if you would have seen the weird tracks it left, then you wouldn't think I'm so crazy. The tracks were like human tracks, but then again at the same time they were different. They were longer and wider than a person's, with a different number of digits. It gave me chills imagining what kind of monster could be putting my animals in danger. So there I was, out in the Appalachians camping and following these tracks. Maybe it was an insane idea to camp alone when something dangerous was out there, but I didn't really have the time to wait for anyone else to join me. Night was falling, so I fixed my bed and hoped that it wouldn't rain. As I slowly drifted to sleep that night, I awoke to an eerie sound. It was like something being dragged in the dirt, right across from where my tent was. Without hesitation, I grabbed whatever I had beside me as a weapon. I clutched it hard into my hands until my knuckles turned white. With the fading light from the embers in my campfire, I could see the shadow being cast across my tent, which meant it was much closer than I thought. It was a very tall, bony shadow. It was quite slender. My adrenaline was kicking in big time. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, trying my best not to give myself away, I began to peek through the small rip in the tent. Immediately, a terrible stench hit me. It was like rot. The smell you're ambushed with if you left the meat in your fridge to rot for weeks and then finally open the door. It was so horrid, I could barely hold back a gag. I may be crazy, but I was not crazy enough to get out of my tent and check out whatever that thing was. Quietly, I laid back down and I waited for the creature to pass. Once it did, and once the smell finally left, I went to sleep. Maybe that's what happens when the adrenaline wears off. The following day, I woke up hoping that whatever that thing was gone still. As I unzipped the tent, I looked around a bit before finally stepping out. That thing had definitely been dragging something. Dirt was drug up from the weight of the object, and there was red fluid in the dirt, a reminder of what I heard last night. And then I saw a piece of wool and realized that thing had probably taken another of my sheep. As the anger built up inside, I reminded myself that I would find this thing and put a stop to it. I began to follow the dragging trail. The red fluid stopped at a large cave dug into the ground. It was lined with old brown pine straw. I wanted to go in, but I knew that would be a bad idea, especially if that's what the creature called its home. I turned around and began to walk back to my tent. I realized I should come back with something I can protect myself better with, as I'd stupidly left everything at the tent. As I'm walking back, everything's more quiet than it was before. The birds have stopped singing, and the wind had even died down. It reminded me to be cautious. As they say, when it all goes quiet, there is a predator around. I slowed my walking down, because whatever it was, I did not want it to hear me. As I continue to walk, I hear a twig crack nearby, and I know for sure that that wasn't me. I slow down and slouch, hoping whatever it was doesn't see me. My heart is practically beating out of my chest at this point. I begin to stand up again, but as soon as I'm all the way up, the creature from last night is standing right in front of me. I've never felt such fear or surprise. I'm frozen there. I'm completely defenseless, looking at something otherworldly. Let me describe it to you as best I can. It's almost human, but not quite. Its skin is a deep gray, like it's lifeless. It's a few feet taller than I am, and I'm nearly 6 feet tall, and its teeth were sharp like daggers. Its hands hang low down to what appear to be knees. It's something straight from a nightmare, and it was only a few feet away from me. I stand completely still, trying not to even breathe. The smell is too awful, though. I'm having trouble keeping my breakfast down. I grab a stick nearby me, and I stare back at the creature. But then everything becomes blurry, then black. When I wake up, I feel like I've been drugged. Maybe it's my mind playing tricks on me. But then I look around. I realize I'm nowhere near my campsite. And if I had to guess, to my horror, I was in that thing's little hole. The one that I was trying to avoid. There were bones everywhere as far as I could see. They were scattered across the floor and lined the walls. I didn't see the creature itself anywhere, and I prayed that it was either gone or much deeper in the cave. As I began to stand up, I suddenly fall. I feel weak, and I have no idea how long I've been out. I begin to hit my legs, pinch them, trying to get the feeling and blood going, so I could leave this godforsaken hole. I was never prepared for something like this. I was panicking big time. Fear of the dark, fear of claustrophobia, fear of that thing being anywhere at any point in time. It had obviously dragged me in here, so it would certainly be back for me. That's when I began to hear the gurgling sound coming from deeper in the cave. My legs are still asleep, but they're getting closer. I'm desperate to stand up now, but I continue to fall every time I try. Closer and closer the sounds come, and I have no way to escape, no way to get further away from them. Then the gurgling sounds stop right behind me. I know it's there. I know it's looking at me, watching me try to escape in futility. I turn and face it, and I'm horrified to see it smiling like it's a person. Then something happened that I still have trouble believing was real. It pointed at me and spoke.
Like me.
I remember thinking, what does that mean? It could tell that I was obviously afraid of it, and that's something you never want from a predator. It reaches out and grabs me by my ankle before I could yank away. My reaction times are terrible, probably because my legs are asleep. I can't even kick or struggle away from it.
Then it stops, turns, lunges at my arm, and sinks its teeth into me. It hurts like hell. Somehow, I'm able to pick myself up. I yank myself away from it, and I begin to run out of that cave. When I turn to look, it's running deeper into the cave instead of coming after me. Is it done with me? I run straight out of there. I check my arm, but it apparently didn't break skin. But how in the world had it hurt so much? I continue on, back to my tent to grab my phone. I knew no one would believe me, but I didn't expect them to. What matters now is that I needed help. I find my phone and dial 911. I speak to the operator and tell them where I'm at. I try to keep myself awake, but I'm still feeling wrong and woozy. I pass out again, only to wake up in the hospital now to a nurse, asking me if I'm okay. For a second there, I forgot everything that happened, but as waking up usually does, it all came rushing back into my mind. My eyes widened, and my arm began to hurt. I was told that they brought me in with apparent hydration problems, that I passed out from dehydration. Maybe I was in that cave longer than I thought. As I lay there, waiting for when I could be released, I couldn't get that thing's words out of my head. Like me, it had said. What did it mean? Was it simply intelligent enough to know that it looked human? Or was it a warning of something else to come? I'm horrified by it, and to this day I have trouble sleeping thinking about it. I keep an eye out on my animals still, but for some reason, the attacks have stopped, and I haven't seen the creature since. Still, I wish I had never stepped out into those woods. Our last story today comes from an episode on January 20th about 10 humanoid sightings. It is the only other Appalachian Mountain story I could find, and it was the last story in that video, so I figured it'd be a good fit here. I hope you enjoy it. The Lightning Figure, from Ferrum Broody. I was 13 years old, and I took a ride with my grandmother down to the cove off the backside of Wythe County outside of Scrooge's, where the Walmart and theater are at now. We were riding in her blue Ford Taurus to pick up my great-aunt Alice from her place. It was cold, it was the evening, and it was raining as well. The lightning was illuminating the clouds overhead. I was never frightened by weather or thunder and lightning. It's a common thing you find in Southwest Virginia. We had pulled into the family farmland after pulling off the back road. The path to the farm was dirt and gravel and muddy as well. It sat back on the hollow of two peaks behind it. As we pulled up, my grandmother turned off the car and waited with me inside for Aunt Alice to come out. I was bored, and like any curious teenager, I looked out the back passenger window. I was just trying to pass the time and let my mind wander. I had just been getting over my other grandmother's passing, so I felt a good way to get over that was to spend time with my only remaining grandmother. As I was looking across the road, I noticed the thunder and lightning become both more illuminating and intense as well. My grandmother leaned close to comfort me. "Don't worry, Tim. She should be out soon, and we'll be on our way then." For a brief moment I felt comforted, but as I looked closer to the hilltop across the road, I noticed something strange. What appeared at first as a midnight blue soon changed to a slight royal navy blue color. I panicked and screamed for my grandma. Quickly she snapped to attention and looked out the window. She looked and saw nothing to worry about and reassured me. She said she was right there and nothing bad was going to happen. I took this to heart. Soon enough, Aunt Alice showed up with an umbrella and cane. She was hunched over in her fragile state. She walked her way out with that fiery spirit of hers, and she climbed into the car. Aunt Alice greeted me and patted me on the head.
The two decided we would wait in the car for the rain to pass, if possible, before departing to go to her home back in town. 20 minutes had passed since my aunt got in the car, and again my mind began to wander. I was now just looking up at the hilltop nearby. Once again, the sky lit up like it did that last time, freaking me out, and my grandmother said it was nothing to worry about once more. But suddenly, after my grandma looked out of her window, she shouted, "Alice, look!" All of us turned toward the ridgetop. At first, I thought it was lightning, but it was in a ball sort of shape. It had a greenish-blue haze about it, but once the haze faded around it, it began to swell and pulse until at that point, the outline took a shape. I began to choke with fright, not sure what I was looking at, but at the same time, I was in awe. All my great aunt and my grandmother could do was pause and glance at each other, then look back up to the ridge. The figure walked in a pace almost tense, anxious, yet determined. It startled me. Lightning is energy. It doesn't take form like a person, and it doesn't have intelligence. I saw my Aunt Alice grab her Bible and the two prayed, and I joined them. From that point, the figure vanished. My aunt and grandma both decided with this tense moment gone, it was time we left. As she started the car and pulled out, we went down the hill and toward the gate. I quickly got out to open it, then close it after the car pulled through. Then I rushed back in and hopped inside. We would drive further down the old road, talking about what we saw. Little did we know that it wasn't over. My Aunt Alice alerted us again. With a gasp, she said, "There it is." At the top of the ridge where it paralleled with the back road, it seemed to be rushing side by side with my grandma's car. It was that figure with no face, no expression, just an outline of energy. It kept pace with us. My grandmother basically floored it, and the engine roared to life. Normally sweet and well-mannered, my grandma was now done with this. The car picked up speed, and we screeched to a halt, seeing a tree fall over in front of us. The figure was behind us on the ridge now, but it was catching up fast. I saw my grandmother grab tightly on the wheel and close her eyes before screaming, "Just leave us alone!" After that, there was nothing. The thunder, the rain, the tree in front of us in the road, and us in the blue Ford Taurus, everything went calm again, and the figure was gone. A driver happened along the scene and helped us move the tree. Afterwards, we got back in and went home. That night, I don't think any of us were getting any rest. My parents would later make it back after spending some time at my mom's high school reunion. My grandmother and aunt would explain the story to them, but they were too tired to care. It had been a long night, I guess. I haven't been back up that cove in a long time, not even after both my grandma and my great aunt passed away. Yet at the same time, I make sure when going down a back road, I know what the weather's going to be, and I'm always mindful of my surroundings. Some things in life are meant to be left alone and not pursued. This was one of those things. What is taking people in the Northern California wilderness? From Wicked Wendigo. This story was passed down to me by my grandfather. I'll be relaying this story from his point of view. He said this happened to him when he was 17 years old. He was born and raised in the lush wooded landscape of Northern California. Our family has roots all over Northern California and Oregon, so naturally most of us are avid hunters and outdoorsmen. My father, grandfather, and I are very experienced with the wildlife that inhabit these woods. So what my grandfather encountered in the woods of NorCal back in 1968 is something still debated amongst our family. It was late spring in 1968. My senior year of high school was coming to a close, and I couldn't help but reflect on the last 4 years of my life.
So much had happened. My childhood best friend, Greg, had gone missing on a hunting trip 2 years prior. No evidence had been found that could help determine what had happened to him. Local law enforcement eventually gave up searching. All that was left of Greg were my memories, and his face with the word missing plastered all over our small town. From the day he vanished, I spent every weekend scouring those darned woods, hoping I could do what all the trained professionals couldn't. I needed some kind of closure. I needed to know what happened. Listen, son, I don't expect you to believe me, no one ever does, but you know Pop would never lie to you. Just don't put me in one of those crazy person homes after this. I'm not crazy, my grandfather told me as he chuckled and cleared his throat. Okay, here's what happened. A long week of school had wrapped up. With college applications and testing coming up, it was hectic, to say the least. I didn't worry too much, honestly. I was focused on finding Greg. Even after all the time that had passed, I still had hope that he was out there. Looking back, I know it wasn't hope I was feeling. It was guilt. I was supposed to go with Greg on that trip. I got the flu, and I had been bedridden, so I couldn't make it. I was hard on myself after he went missing. Maybe if I'd gone with him, he'd still be here. Anyway, it had become routine. I'd done this so many times before that it became normal, almost like brushing my teeth every morning. Just another part of life. I got home around 3 p.m. I told your great Pop where I was going, and when I'd be back, before taking off in my old 57 Chevy pickup. I was heading to the popular local trailhead. This is where most of the locals started hunting and camping trips. The same place I went every weekend. It was the same place Greg entered and never returned. I arrived, threw my pack over my shoulder, and started the long hike up the mountain. The hike up to the camping spot was roughly 2 miles. I arrived at around 6 p.m. I made camp. I unfolded my worn map, filled with red circles and X's, taunting me with all my past failures to locate Greg. I sighed and circled the new location I would be searching. It was a 12-mile hike around the east side of the mountain. The landscape was dense and thick there, but nothing too crazy. I'd hiked the worst areas before. I started a fire and warmed up a can of beans I had in my pack. I let the fire die down over the next couple of hours before I climbed into my sleeping bag and I fell asleep. The familiar sounds of crickets and bullfrogs acted as a soothing lullaby. That night, I had a dream of Greg. Even though finding him was a main part of my life, not once had I had a dream of him. I remember I could see nothing but pitch black. I could hear the sound of trees rustling during a rough windstorm. Then, suddenly, a small light appeared in front of me. It was flickering yellow and red as I walked towards it. I reached the light and I could see Greg's face illuminated by the flickering light. He held an old oil lantern above his head. I stopped roughly 5 feet in front of him. I tried to talk, but no words came out. He slowly started to shake his head back and forth, and then he began to decay in front of my eyes, flesh falling from his skull like ice melting on a hot June day. Greg began to violently shake his head faster and faster in the same back and forth motion until he suddenly stopped. With nothing left but small patches of flesh and skin dangling from his skull, he said in a hushed tone, "No, not safe." I jerked awake with my body drenched in sweat. I felt sick. In that moment, I had no desire to continue my search. I wanted to go home. I wanted to hide under my bed and curl into a ball. I was terrified. I quickly crawled a few feet from my sleeping bag, and I began to vomit. I then sat up against a nearby oak tree, and I began to quietly sob into my knees. After a few minutes, I opened my eyes, and I was met with my necklace dangling from my neck. It was a 1943 silver penny on a dog tag chain. Greg and I found a pair of these matching pennies one day at the local supermarket. We drilled holes into the top of them and wore them as a type of memento to our friendship. This reinstated my overwhelming desire to find him. I knew I owed it to my friend to find out what happened. So I stood up with the morning sun peeking through the tree canopy, and I got ready to start my hike. It was around 11 a.m. when I started the hike up to the east side of the mountain. I had never been on this trail before. This side of the mountain was very dense. Prior to this, I'd searched all of the southern and western sides of the mountain. I just knew I was getting close to finding answers. Those woods held the secrets of what happened to my friend. I just had to search every inch of that cursed place to find them. I stopped to rest and rehydrate around halfway up the trail. I sat on a large boulder facing the direction I'd come from. I took a sip from my canteen when I heard a loud, guttural scream from behind me. It was far away, but I felt uneasy seeing as it came from the direction I was heading to. I told myself it was a mountain lion, and that I needed to stay vigilant. All I had on me was a large buck knife for protection. I stood up and began hiking again when I heard the scream once more. It was a bit closer this time, but still fairly far away. I stopped walking to listen. My anxiety grew, and Greg's words just kept echoing in my mind. No, not safe. I took a deep breath and continued on. I couldn't stop. I reached the 8-mile mark around 4 p.m. I'd been hiking for 5 hours, and I needed to start heading back to make camp before dark. I walked around the area to scout a camping spot for next weekend. As I still had 4 miles of this trail left to search, finding an adequate spot, I stopped and leaned against a nearby tree and began to unfold my map, when I heard something unbelievable. Now listen, this is the part where stuff gets crazy. So listen closely and save your snarky remarks and eye rolls for the end, my grandfather said to me. I chuckled and leaned in, now fully invested. My grandfather's face went serious, and he began again. Something called my name. Tommy. It was Greg's voice. I jolted around quickly to the direction I'd heard it, my eyes frantically scanning from tree to tree trying to locate the source. My eyes filled up with tears as my brain was attempting to rationalize what I heard. Then I heard it again, but this time from behind me. Tommy. I turned around and was instantly met with a sharp pain on the right side of my head. I fell to the forest floor. My vision started to fade in and out until all I saw was black. As he told this story, tears started to well up in my grandfather's eyes. I knew he was serious. I'd honestly never seen him so worked up. Okay, I just need a moment to calm down before I continue. He took a minute to regain himself and began again talking with a shaky voice. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I awoke I was met with pitch black dark. The wound on my head throbbed with pain. It was tender to the touch. I touched my face and realized dried blood was running down the side of it. and along my neck. I sat up and attempted to adjust my eyes to the dark. I was hit with an overwhelming smell of blood with an underlying hint of sulfur. I scanned my surroundings, looking for anything that wasn't darkness. I spotted something to my right. It was dull blue light accompanied by a faint flicker of yellow and red. Deja vu hit me hard. I remembered my dream from the night before. Surely I wasn't dreaming. The pain I felt was very real. I struggled to stand. Once on my feet, I fell to my right and hit a rocky surface. It was apparent now that I was in a cave. My anxiety heightened as no maps of the area showed caves. I put all these thoughts in the back of my mind. I had one goal at this point: getting out of the cave. I made my way towards the light, using the cave wall to help balance myself. I could not put much pressure on my right ankle. Blood was slowly dripping from my right pant leg, but I pressed on. I could see the light more clearly now. It was coming from the mouth of the cave. I could even see the dull blue moonlight shining brightly with the occasional yellow and red flicker peeking from the bottom of the cave mouth. As I reached the cave mouth, I slowly stumbled out onto a cliffside edge overlooking a small valley. I could make out the mountain I'd been hiking in the distance in front of me. I was shocked. How in the world did I get here? I looked down into the valley and noticed a large bonfire with a tent near it. That explained the flicker from before. I could see two men lying on the ground. I assumed they had gotten pretty intoxicated and fell asleep outside. I turned to find a way down the ledge and into the valley. I needed to get down there and get some help. I found a small trail that led down the cliffside, but something caught my eye as I scanned the ledge. Personal belongings were scattered across the ground, leading into the cave. Torn shirts, old shoes, tent poles, even a child's teddy bear. I felt uneasy seeing all these intimate items just lying around. Then my eye caught something reflecting the moonlight. I walked over and picked up a dog tag chain from the dirt. My heart was pounding. I could hear it in my ears. With my hand shaking, I ran my fingers across the chain until I found something round at the end. Then I reached for my necklace. It was still around my neck. A mix of dread and joy filled my body. I wanted to jump and cry at the same time. Greg was here, or he was at one point. I called into the cave in a hushed tone. Greg, are you in there? I started to wobble back into the cave when I heard a loud crashing from the valley below. I placed my back to the ledge and crouched down as to not be seen. I scanned the tree line surrounding the camp when I saw movement. I watched in horror as a long, lanky gray arm sporting 4 bony fingers slowly emerged from the tree line. It grabbed the right leg of one of the men and slowly dragged him into the surrounding brush. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. Suddenly, everything made sense. My dream, Greg's warning, how I was knocked unconscious and ended up in a cave. I had no idea what that thing was, but I knew it would be back. I shoved Greg's necklace into my pocket and made my way down the cliffside trail as quickly and quietly as possible. With adrenaline pumping, I made my way to the tree line towards the mountain. As I reached the tree line, I turned back to the bonfire, still burning brightly. It was roughly a football field to my left. I noticed the second man was gone. I could only assume the creature had already come back for him. I then looked back up the cliff to the cave mouth, and in the moonlight, I saw it. A tall gray mass moving up the cliffside trail, the one I had just come down. I saw its 2 arms, longer than the creature itself, dragging behind it, clutching two dark masses. I could only assume it was the two men from the camp. I quickly ducked into a bush and watched as it disappeared into the cave. I wasted no time. As soon as it was out of sight, I made my way towards the mountain. I stopped every few minutes to make sure I wasn't followed. Eventually, I found a familiar trail. I was so tired, I went off the trail and laid under a fallen oak. I fell asleep rather quickly. I awoke to the sounds of birds chirping and the sunshine blinding me. I sat up, still attempting to process what I saw. My ankle was in a lot of pain. I pulled up my pant leg to reveal 4 purple bruises with dime-width holes at the end of each bruise. The bruises wrapped around my calf and ankle. They matched the long fingers I saw grab the men that night before. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Greg's necklace. I now knew what happened to my best friend. Whatever that thing was, it took him, and it almost took me. Judging by the items I saw at the entrance to its home, it had taken many others as well. I made my way up the trail and eventually back to my truck. When I arrived back home, I told your great Pop-Pop that I had a run-in with a small black bear. We went to the hospital to get my head and leg checked out. I knew that lie was the only way I would stay out of a mental institution. You couldn't just go around claiming to see those types of things back then. Regardless, I finally had closure and a newfound respect for the unknown. I don't know what it was that took my friend, but I know I never returned to those woods. I graduated high school, and eventually I moved here and met your grandma. As my grandfather wiped tears from his eyes, he reached into the collar of his polo shirt. He pulled out an old, slightly rusted dog-tag chain necklace with 2 silver 1943 pennies dangling from the end. He smiled, tucking them back into his shirt. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Son, some things are better left alone." It was born with me. From Jake W. I'd like to preface this by saying I'm still quite a young guy, being sub-20. I'm definitely not a writer or creative enough to come up with some scary story, but I do ask that you believe me when I tell you that everything in this story is true. Now, it all started when I was born 16 years ago. I live in a very small town in southern Utah. So small that unless you really go looking, you won't find it on any map. Ever since I was young, I've had a very strange connection with the paranormal. When I was an infant, I would lie on my back and look in the sky, tracing figures with my fingers. My grandfather was a pastor, and he thought I was communicating with angels. He was wrong. Fast forward to when I was just figuring out how to talk. Still a very limited vocabulary, but enough to get my point across. My family and I were riding in the mountains, specifically a small mountain range known as the Bald Ridges, because a plane crashed there and burned all the trees on the mountain. When we were driving on the dirt road back, I was sitting on my mom's lap, when, all of a sudden, I started screaming, "Mommy! Mommy, make him stop laughing!" My brother pulls over to the side of the road, then speeds off, claiming that when he stopped, he heard footsteps outside his driver's side door. Obviously, I do not remember this firsthand due to my age, but everyone in my family tells it the same way. They even went back to the road the next day. We took pictures of what appeared to be utterly unnatural footprints that some creature left behind. They're still in my father's closet. But that was only the beginning. Strange occurrences continued to surround me. One evening, while my family was sitting in the living room watching TV, I started mumbling, "Where's Dorothy?" My mother figured I had an imaginary friend or something of the sort, but my dad's face flushed pale. Dorothy was the name of my father's stillborn sister. He never talked about it, as he was young when it happened. No one in our family even knew about it. So, how had I? Another strange occurrence happened when we were driving home from the city, grocery shopping and such. We were maybe 5 or 10 miles out of town. All of a sudden, a wolf walked out in the middle of the road. My father slammed on the brakes and this wolf just stood there. Now, we don't have wolves here in southern Utah, so we figured maybe it was domesticated, and that's why it was so calm to our vehicle. But something was off. Then, I swear to God, it smiled. It looked right at me and smiled. Then it casually walked off the side of the road into the darkness. There are too many encounters to name and talk about, but the final and the most important happened one night before my brother died. We were in the Bald Ridges once again. My brothers and I were cruising around the mountains. I was in the back seat, my 2 brothers in the front. Now, cattle ranchers own the better half of the mountain, allowing their cows to roam and feed on the grass. So it's not uncommon to see cows on the road at night. But out of nowhere, we started hearing hooves hitting the grass, like a stampede. All the cows were running from something. And then we heard it, a blood-curdling screech shouting from the bushes. The sound of it kicked my brother into overdrive. He slammed on the gas, driving as fast as he could, trying to avoid the cattle stampede. Then, a bull walked right out in front of the truck. My brother slammed on the brakes, and as soon as he did, there was a crash into the back of the truck, shattering the rear windshield. We made it out of there in one piece, but we went back in broad daylight the next day to find the same type of footprints we found 16 years ago. The messed up part? Both of my brothers are now dead. One killed himself and the other died from sepsis. Is all of it connected? I don't know, but I'm scared. These events only seem to happen when I'm around, and they all started around the time I was born. I think I'm connected to this thing, like it's some byproduct of my existence. If you have any idea what's going on, let me know, because I need answers. A Voice in the Fog, from Anonymous. My family and I love hiking in the mountains. We used to do it every summer. That summer, we went to the mountains of Slovenia. I can remember the green slopes of the mountains while the plane was approaching the Ljubljana airport. We were going hiking for a couple of days as we usually did. During the trip, things went nicely. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything happened after a couple of days. We were walking towards our refuge. The sun was up until we made it to the valley where our refuge was. This valley was perpendicular to the sunlight, giving us a lot of shade, rendering the valley more grayish with the rocks. Before that refuge, there was another one that had closed recently. As we approached the door of the locked building, a paper stating the reason of the closure was pinned on the door to redirect tourists. On it, it read that the previous owner had apparently committed suicide, and that the refuge would stay closed for the summer. A bit shaken up about that information, we decided to continue our hike as it was the end of the afternoon. I do reckon that information probably set us up in a bad mood, but it didn't stay too much on our minds. The next refuge we arrived at was a bit special. Basically, there were no owners in charge, and residents were in charge of keeping the place clear. When we arrived, there was a group of about 6 to 8 people who were already eating at the table. After greeting them, we settled ourselves in and took off our shoes. We joked around and discovered how the toilet worked. The air seemed peaceful. Nothing weird about the place, and there was a stream further away, giving a nice backdrop sound, while the gray shade of the rocks made the place naturally cool too. The refuge itself was just a dormitory with bunk beds for at least 20 people. There wasn't a bathroom, and the toilets were in a separate building. The refuge only had windows on the side that faced the direction of the stream, which was also the entryway. We could see the trail that kept going up the valley toward the passage at the top. Every evening we'd go in, as it was starting to get cold by then, and clouds would gather around the sky. The last thing we wanted was to get rained on. I was fast asleep one night, and I sleep like a rock. I can fall asleep listening to music, and even sometimes the alarms I put on are not enough. My dad often has to shake me awake. But that night I woke up really early. Of course, at first I wasn't stressed about it. It happens. And I can fall asleep again pretty fast. But that night, something kept me awake. Something even to this day I can't explain, and I'm not the type of guy to believe too much into ghosts. When I woke up, the refuge was silent, apart from the storm outside. I love storms. My girlfriend and I would often keep track of them. So I relaxed, listening to the water falling on the roof, and the thunder rolling in a nearby valley. Now, I don't exactly know how long it took me to hear it, but something was calling in the storm. Something was repeating a word, which made my brain light up. I think it's at that moment I noticed I wasn't the only one awake, because my sister then asked what it was. By that point, I was looking outside, trying to see if I could find something, but it was so foggy. I couldn't see past 10 or 15 meters. As my parents were also awake and trying to listen, we all agreed there was something out there calling. Now, what gives me shivers is that the voice sounded like a little boy, maybe 8 or 10 years old, repeating 2 syllables. Papa. Papa. Always the same way, always the same tone and voice. Now that's where I diverged from the memories of my mom and sister. But I believe he was saying something else on top of that. I can't remember, it's been so long, and I tried to let the memory sink away. Now, I wanted to stay in the refuge, in our safe spot. I didn't want to go into the storm, but I watched my dad, afraid that he would jump up and try to go outside to the boy. But I didn't want him to move either. I was tensed up, the fog getting more dense and dense. I was controlling my panic, but I was definitely in fight or flight mode, ready to bounce out of the bed to lock the door. The voice kept calling and calling, but never getting closer or louder, nor did it change. It was the same dreadful voice. It reminded me of an episode of Doctor Who, where the boy's looking for his mama. I felt as if something was out there trying to lure us out of the refuge. After a while, we decided to get back to bed and tried to ignore the kid's voice. The next morning, the storm was gone as well as the fog. The other group of people had not heard the event last night, as they'd apparently been sleeping with earplugs. Our family got ready for the day, preparing to hike up the valley. When we set out, I was in front with my sister, when we noticed someone on a rock. We weren't close enough to see what he was doing exactly, but he was pointed towards a little pond formed by the stream in front of the rock he was on. He had his car parked a couple of meters on the left. My sister, who was older than me, turned around and shouted to my parents about the guy there, but when we tried to look back, neither him nor his car were there anymore. The rest of our hiking trip was normal with no further incidents. As I'm writing this, both my sister and my mom have clear memories of that night. I've tried checking wildlife noise to see if it could have been an animal. Now, a lynx can kind of sound similar, but it's too fast compared to what we heard. The syllables were separated by 1 or 2 seconds, plus why would he make that sound in the middle of the storm? To this day, we don't know what it was. We don't know why it happened. We don't know what it wanted, or if it was even spiritual at all. I saw something on the New River. From Spirit. This happened a few years back. It was the middle of summer in Virginia, in the New River Valley. I was coming home from a party. I had just dropped my sister off at her car and was heading home. I decided to take the river road back to my father's. My town is located in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains. I've lived here for 25 years now, and I know the area, and I'm used to the animals around here. One time there was even a black mountain lion years back, but this story, it honestly makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I feel so uncomfortable just talking about it. Anyway, I crossed the Eggleston Bridge to go down to the river. Then I crossed the railroad tracks to get onto the gravel road. The night was clear, the sky covered in stars as the moon was new that night. The lights from the trailers on the other side of the river lit up the water. I was listening to 94.9 on the radio, relaxing as I had my hand out the window. Traveling halfway down the river, I began to grow slightly uneasy. I looked around as I drove and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Thinking it was my nerves from a few beers I'd had a few hours before, I pulled my hand in and rolled up the window. In doing so, a strange fog began to cover the road ahead. It was honestly too thick at times to see the road, so I had to go slower than I normally would, making me feel even more uncomfortable. As I cut through the first section of fog, a large mass in the road caught my eye. I hit the brakes as I came to a slow stop. I turned on my high beams to illuminate the road ahead, and I saw a large black dog. It looked to be the height of a full-grown German Shepherd. Its fur was as black as the night sky. At first, I didn't think anything weird about it, until I noticed it would not look my direction. It wouldn't even acknowledge my car. Slightly annoyed, I honked my horn at it. As I did, it moved into the brush closest to the water. I kept on driving, feeling a bit freaked out but not necessarily scared. I was thinking it was someone's dog that got loose or was free roaming. In the middle of the mountains, a lot of people don't chain up their dogs. As I passed where the dog had disappeared to, I couldn't help but feel like it was there watching me drive by. I paid this feeling no mind. I believed I was just trying to scare myself over nothing. That was until I made it to the end of the road. Now, at the end of the river road is a small tunnel you have to blow your horn at so people know you're coming. And with that fog, I thought it would be best to flick my lights too, just in case someone was racing down the road, jamming out. That is quite common, as the river road is a hotspot for late-night cruising. As I pulled up to the tunnel, I flicked on my high beams, and there I saw the same dog in front of my car again. I slammed on my brakes, making my tires skid slightly in the gravel. I looked at the dog as I turned off my music, feeling a strong, tense feeling in the air. I turned off the radio as I watched it. It did nothing but stand there. Getting annoyed, I went to blow my horn at it again, until it turned to face me. This would be the first time I'd actually see the dog's face, and it did not look like a dog. Its eyes were a bright red, its top canine stuck out from its muzzle. I froze, with a heavy feeling of dread washing over me. I was petrified, as if I knew I should not move. I don't know how long I was sitting there, but a call from my sister snapped me out of my trance. Quickly, I picked up the phone and continued to watch the dog. Hello?
Hey girl, I was calling to check on you, and also to have you tell my girlfriend that I was with you.
My sister said over the line as I could hear her girlfriend commenting in the background. It took me a moment to respond as I couldn't take my attention off the creature in front of me. Yeah, you were with me, but, Before I could say anything else, her girlfriend screamed at her to get off the phone after hearing my answer. I tried to get her to stay on the line, but sadly she hung up before I could tell her what was happening. I stared at the dog still, and yet it was closer now. I hadn't even noticed it had moved. Quickly, I put my car into reverse, ready to speed off if I had to. But it didn't come any closer. It just stood there between me and the tunnel. It tilted its head slightly as if it was curious about what I was doing. It felt like I was sitting there for hours when it had only been 20 minutes, and as quickly as the dog appeared, it vanished into the thicket closest to the river. Once it disappeared, I sped away, not caring about the potholes or the fog blocking my vision. I just knew I had to get away from the river. I had to get away from that dog. Speeding down the road, I looked around, trying to make sure whatever that wasn't chasing me. Once I got home, I took a breather to try to calm myself. It was now 2 a.m. I kept quiet as to not wake my father. I read up on a few things, and I think what I saw was a hellhound. It is said that if you see a hellhound 3 times, it may just lead you to your death. Reading that made my hair stand up on end. When you really think about it, I saw that dog 2 times. So who's to say when the 3rd time is gonna come for me? It's been 6 years since that night, and I haven't seen another dog like that. So I honestly don't know what to think. But sharing this story helps relieve some of the strain. And maybe someone can help me understand why I saw this thing. Specifically, why I saw it 2 times in such a short amount of time. Tales from a Forest Ranger, from Mayor Bear. I used to work as a forest ranger outside the small town of Blacksburg, Virginia. It's one of many tight-knit communities that dot the line drawn by the Appalachian mountain range. In the 4 years I had that position, I received my fair share of odd calls. But what I'm about to tell you is pale in comparison to anything else I've experienced. My story contains moderate depictions of animal violence, so if you don't like that subject matter, I'd advise you to skip ahead. It first began on Tuesday. That was the first day of the week I was on duty. I remember I was sat down at my desk of the ranger post a quarter of a mile or so in the woods, drinking coffee. I was usually tasked with the maintenance of the trails surrounding the nearby camp area and enforcing bland regulations regarding firearm discharge and the likes. That's why it was surprising when a young couple stumbled into the building. The man dirty, covered in ash with clothes torn, and the woman in similar condition. They asked me for some help, the request that me and the other ranger on duty, Trevor, granted. We were confused as to why they came to the station, rather than calling either of us or emergency services to request first aid. I remember the woman distinctly. She had a stark English accent. She told us that they were both so caught up in running, they didn't even think about making a call. That made me and my partner raise an eyebrow, but we let them continue as we disinfected their wounds and applied rather amateur bandaging. As she alleged, they were on a hike away from camp when they were attacked by what they described as a walking tree. I was as confused as you probably are now. I think I laughed a little as I heard what she said. Trevor was the first to try to place a realistic lens over their story. You ran into a tree?
No, it attacked us. It was moving.
The woman was very passionate as she argued, but her boyfriend calmed her down a little after he saw the subtle looks of disbelief we wore. My only supposition at the time was that they maybe ran into a thicket of brambles without realizing it. Their wounds were very real though, It appeared to have been inflicted by an animal of some kind, but there were no distinct bite or claw marks. I couldn't line it up with the typical predatory wildlife we saw around our area. Regardless, we let them file a report, if you could call it that. About an hour later, I escorted the couple back to their campsite and ensured they retrieved all their belongings safely. Something to note, these parks have communal camping areas. Generally, you pitch a tent in a circle all around a central clearing, where 6 or 7 other groups are situated. Oddly enough, though, we did see other people out and about, but not one came to ask what the issue was. If anything, they were quiet and tried to keep out of my way the best they could, juxtaposed to the usual happy and friendly campers I meet out there. Under normal circumstances, we would have investigated the area for the predatory animal that the couple was attacked by, to ensure there weren't any wildlife getting all too friendly with humans. However, they were so turned around, the best localization they could give us was a direction. Given that, and the ridiculous description of the assailant, we never followed up. The rest of Tuesday passed uneventfully, aside from me having to talk to an intoxicated fella who was urinating all too publicly. Fast forward to Wednesday. It's 11 or so in the morning, a decent chunk of time into my shift. Our outpost gets a call. An older male with a raspy voice informs us that this campsite is filled with
Daddies.
He clarifies that there's a whole bunch of dead animals in and around his fire pit before telling us,
You'd better hurry.
Yeah, I know. A weird call. Fearing the worst, I headed down to the camp area, which happened to be the same one that the couple from yesterday was situated at. I arrived unsure of what to expect. I met the guy outside his RV. Lo and behold, all around us were dead animals. There were at least 15 of varying species. Rabbits, squirrels, birds too. As I recall, the biggest thing there was a coyote, which was taking his final sleep just outside the clearing. None of them had any visible injuries. What was odd, though, was the slight layer of soot that seemed to cover the coat of each animal, staining them an even shade of gray. I remember touching the coyote only to find the ashy residue on my fingertips. I had to call in to administration. Obviously, something was very wrong here. I believe they told me they were dispatching a team to conduct a water test to check for contamination. In the meantime, we had to clear out all the other campers, including the guy who reported it. I remember one hippie-type dude really well. As I was telling him why he had to go, I offered that there was another campsite just a mile or so north. He told me something along the lines of, Nah, dude, I'm just gonna go back home. There's something real wrong with this place's mojo. Despite that campsite being closed, we still serviced the local trails, so I was back on duty the next day. It was almost entirely uneventful, and we spent much of the early morning resorting our documents before it came time for my rounds. The walk from our station to the campground was boring, with no fresh litter to collect, given there were no people. When I finally got to the camp area, it struck me as lonely, almost like a ghost town. Since it was the first time in my career we had to close during a normally busy season, it felt very strange. I lapped the center of the camp area, not bothering to check out each individual site, before I headed back up another path, one that ran almost parallel to the one I came down. That's when I started to pick up a strange smell. It was like charcoal burning, but hotter, if that makes any sense. It almost stung to inhale. Since there weren't supposed to be any campers nearby, I decided to follow it. I seemed to be getting closer as I walked down the path, judging by smell alone. And the further I went, the more acidic the smell became. At that point, I had no clue what could have been producing it. I had to cover my face with a cloth in typical bandit fashion, though it helped very little. Maybe 600 yards down the path from the campground, I finally made it. It was this ball of what looked like wood. About a foot in diameter, it sat in front of me squarely in the middle of the path. Off of it came this silver smog, sifting 8 feet into the air before it dissipated. Getting closer, it began irritating my eyes. Noticing the thing was under direct sunlight, I gave it a hefty kick with my boot, causing it to roll a few feet down the path. What was very odd was, as soon as it hit the shade, it instantly stopped smoking. It just sat there, a charred ball of wooden facsimile. But it wasn't wood. Wood doesn't burn in the sun, after all. I left it there on the path and walked back to the station. The smell faded pretty quick. Anyway, as soon as I got in, I grabbed Trevor. He set the station phone to forward to his cell phone. We both then grabbed shovels, going to find the object in hopes of burying it. Bad practice for both of us to leave the post, I know, but he was real curious to see what it was. Only, as we arrived where I left it, the thing was gone. The only trace that remained was the slightest acidic tinge in the air, but no smoldering ball. It was pretty big, so whatever took it had to have been large itself. Thursday wrapped up with no further events. Then came Friday. Still waiting on the administration to clear the campsite fit for use again. It ran as slow as the day before. Nothing at all happened during the day. Right as I was clocking out though, as the afternoon blended into the evening, a family came into our station. There was the mother, the father, and a little boy, maybe 9 years old. To be honest, I don't remember my conversation with them nearly as well as with the couple from before. But to sum it up, they told me that they had been walking their dog on a nearby trail maybe an hour earlier, before it took off barking at something in the woods. They kept stressing how it never behaved like that, and they were eager to find it considering how low the sun was getting. So I agreed to help. Trevor said he'd follow up with me after the late shift arrived at the post. They told me they lost him about a quarter mile or so from the station. Yet again, I found myself walking back to the same campsite. After asking if he responded to a name, they told me he did. I think it was Rufus or Roger, or some other generic canine title. I think the mother and the kid split off in one direction towards the station, while me and the dad went the other way toward the campsite. We called the dog's name every 15 seconds or so, and as a pet owner, my heart sank a little every time there was no response. The father got serious with me and asked how likely it was he'd run into a predatory animal out here. He told me the dog was a big Alaskan Malamute, and I told him that a mountain lion probably wouldn't mess with a dog like that unless it was protecting its young. I remember mentioning that a bear could take it on, but he doubted the dog would be stupid enough to challenge a bear. Regardless, bears really weren't too frequent at the base of the mountains. I was going to mention the suspected tainted water, but I decided against it, as it was on the far side of the campsite, so it could worry him unnecessarily. Maybe half an hour into our search, the mom called the dad. She told him they hadn't found anything, and the dad told her that we were still looking, and said if they didn't find him within the next half hour, they'd meet back up at the station and call it a night. I felt real bad after that. Then I called the dog's name as loud as I could. All of a sudden, way to our right, in the direction of the campsite, we heard this crashing. Suddenly, that gorgeous dog burst through the undergrowth, running up to his owner and ignoring me. He was moving quick, but with a limp. Further, the white parts of his coat seemed to be stained gray, just like the animals from the clearing. The owner hugged the dog, wiping what seemed to be ash off on his pants. He asked me if I knew what the residue was, but I told him I had no clue. From the direction the dog came from, there was a second wave of crashing. It came closer to us and seemed to stop altogether a few feet into the thicket of trees. The sun was close to setting, but there was still enough light to see decently, Behind the trees, we made out a very strange shape. It seemed tall and thin. As we watched it move, there was this thick crackling sound, almost like a fireplace. It took one step towards us, and the guy, now holding his dog, shouted, "Hey!" That caused whatever the figure was to immediately bolt the other direction, as we heard more of that crackling and underbrush being pushed aside. We picked it up pretty quick, speed-walking back to the outpost. The dog's leg was injured, but it was in good spirits and limped along with us. Strangely enough, I picked up a little of that burning smell from before. I asked the guy if he smelled it, and he said yes, telling me it was like someone was having a bonfire. The night wrapped up with the couple meeting back up. The smile on the kid's face as he hugged the furry beast that was bigger than him really made my night. Trevor met me outside the outpost, and after filing a quick report, we did the 20 or so minute walk back to the parking lot together. Luckily, the night shift guys were real nice and did most of the overhead paperwork for us. On the walk, I told him about the figure we saw and the weird crackling sounds. He told me he never saw anything like it before. He asked if I think that's what the dog ran after, and I said something along the lines of, maybe. That was one huge dog, and that thing out there was not a bear. So what kind of animal was it? Trevor was as confused as I was. Saturday finally came, my last day on duty until next Tuesday. I wasn't feeling great when I got there, only on 5 hours of sleep. Luckily for me, the nearby campsite still wasn't open, and the day droned on quick. I was snapped from my tired robotic work as our phone rang. Trevor picked it up. Listening for no more than 2 minutes, he told me he had to go. He didn't say anything beyond a family issue and left hurriedly. To be frank, this ticked me off, considering I was tired as heck. But the shift was almost over, and I thought about skipping my rounds at the campsite that afternoon, but decided against it. After all, the fresh air of the walks was the only thing keeping me awake. I remember using a Sharpie to craft a very poor "Be Back Soon" sign that I taped onto the station door as I went for my walk. It was really just a formality, as I didn't expect anyone to come by within the 30 minutes I was gone. So down I went, back to the camping area. It was the middle of the afternoon, the sun still bright in the sky. It didn't stop me from feeling uneasy as I began to smell that all too familiar charcoal acid mix, though. It was modest as I worked my way down the path until I finally stepped foot into the clearing. That's when I saw it. Surrounding the communal fire pit, there were 7 large wooden tar balls, like the one I'd seen on the path before, only much larger. They were all smoldering in the sun. At that point, I was convinced some person was behind it. To what end, I had no idea. I called out into the clearing, slightly muffled by the bandana I had to put back on my face. Naturally, no response from anyone. But dear God, did the air stink. So I decided to do what I did before. I made my way into the clearing and nudged the fuming mounds of wood and black material. It took me a good 5 minutes. I didn't want to touch them, and they were all heavier than the one before. I finally got them all out of the sun and into the shade. I stepped back a few paces to inhale fresher air. They gradually stopped smoking. Having no clue what to do, I opted to do another write-up back at the station, making sure to mention the geometric formation. As I turned around to leave, though, I noticed something was wrong. It's that feeling you get when something isn't quite right, but you're unsure what. I looked at the forest in front of me. Nothing seemed amiss at first. I scanned the tree line and then I saw it. Blended in with the wood of the trees, much like a stick bug, there stood a man. At least, what looked like a man. It was spindly and thin, maybe 9 or 10 feet tall. Its body seemed to be a black wooden texture, with its limbs and torso outlined a deep brown. I just stared at it, mouth agape. I think it was attempting to camouflage itself, and when it realized I noticed it, it began to move. Its head was much like a bulb, crafted out of similar material to its body, yet it had no discernible features. It slowly climbed off the tree and out of the undergrowth, moving towards me. I was paralyzed with fear. As it moved, this ear-splitting crackling noise played, much like the one from the incident with the dog. After an excruciating few seconds, it was standing about 15 feet away from me, in the middle of both paths back to the station. It was swaying back and forth as if doing some kind of dance. The smell of smoke and that unnatural burn weighed heavy in the air. It took a step towards me, and my heart was beating out of my chest. It took another, and I still couldn't move. And then, with a great stride covering almost 10 feet, it stepped right past me, as if I wasn't there. I turned instinctually and watched it, as it began picking up the strange, smoldering balls I had just moved. And, effortlessly, as if they weighed nothing, it placed them back into formation around the campfire. As I saw its focus shift from me, I regained control of my body and ran. I sprinted the whole way back to the outpost, entering it and slamming the door shut. I had no clue if the thing followed. It showed no interest in me. But still, I couldn't take a chance. So I gathered all my belongings, locking the place up, and then took off again. This time to the parking lot, leaving the "Be Back Soon" sign still hanging loosely on the door. As obvious as it seems, I never returned to that post. I was contacted numerous times by my superiors and Trevor, but never did respond. Eventually, a notice of termination arrived at my home. I don't believe I ever received my last paycheck either. Not that I care. Under no circumstance will I ever go back there. Call me a deserter or a coward, whatever you like. But know if you saw what I saw that day, and you saw the sheer inhumanity of that creature, you wouldn't go anywhere near that place. As far as I'm concerned, forests are strictly off limits to me now. You simply can't be sure what resides within. And the creature, well, I really have no clue what it was up to. What it was doing with the weird spheres of whatever, I don't know. I have no doubt now that all the odd incidents I experienced that week were its doing, though. I'm just thankful it didn't kill me, because it very well could have. That about wraps up my week. I'll leave you with this, though. I did a modicum of research based on the creature's appearance. The only thing I found related to it was an old Dutch folktale that described a character known as De Takman, or the Tree Man. According to the tale, it was a thin being with appendages much like tree branches that would chase naughty children until they told their parents of their wrongdoing. Whether it was based off of the creature I saw or an innocently crafted bedtime story, I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't think I want to find out. Good luck to all the people working in forests out there, especially those along the Appalachians. Be careful and stay safe. Appalachian Trail Lights, from Anonymous Hiker. I'm a petite woman in my early 20s. I grew up and live in rural South Central Virginia, surrounded by dense woods for miles in every direction. I know what animals, birds, planes, satellites, planets, stars, etc. look like, act like, and sound like. Being no stranger to the outdoors my whole life, it was only a matter of time until I got into solo long-distance hiking, and even during the pandemic I still hike, albeit responsibly, whenever I can on the Appalachian Trail in the western part of the state. Being a petite young woman and always hiking alone, I do take necessary precautions. My family can see my location on trail via a navigation app popular in the thru-hiker and section hiker community. I carry pepper spray and a knife, and I always tell someone where I will be and update them on where I am and how the conditions are. Anyway, this took place in mid-June of this year, 2020. I had planned to summit the Priest Mountain hiking southbound on the Appalachian Trail, starting my hike around 1 p.m. from the parking lot at the base of the mountain and reaching the shelter by 5:30 to 6 p.m. Taking my time as the sharp elevation increase, paired with a busted knee, would add to the challenge of summiting the notorious beast of a mountain. After a good, strenuous, uneventful hike past beautiful waterfalls, gorgeous viewpoints, and the occasional snake or squirrel, I summited. The flat mile-long hike to the shelter was a welcomed gift after the 4,000-foot-plus elevation increase I had tackled for over 5 grueling miles. Once I arrived at the shelter, I set up my hammock, keeping the tarp rolled up in its snakeskin, strung up above my hammock as the forecast was predicting a beautiful warm night. I do my thing, eat some energy bars, refill my water bottle, typical boring camp chores, before turning in at around 8 p.m. Despite the challenges of the day, I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up on my phone talking to a buddy whom I had planned to thru-hike the AT with earlier this year, but we had to cancel due to the Rona. We're texting away, sending funny videos and whatnot until 10 p.m., when I notice a headlamp coming down the side path from the trail to the shelter. Cautious, I hunker down in my hammock and shine my headlamp in the stranger's direction, so that whoever was there knew that I was well awake and that I saw them. In the morning, I found out it was a dude who got separated from his group. If I remember correctly, he was a retired cop going by the trail name 5-0. I watch 5-0 hang his bear bag in a tree by the shelter and watch him set up his hammock on the opposite side of the campsite. Cool, he's harmless, I think to myself. And this was the case, but this story doesn't involve a person or people. This is about what happens next in the skies above. As mentioned before, I didn't have my tarp set up because it was a beautiful night, so I could see the stars and enjoy the nice weather. What I noticed first was that my cell service signal was beginning to act funny around 10:45 p.m. One moment I'd have LTE, then 4G, then 3G, roaming, no signal, and back to LTE. This cycle continued throughout the night until 4 a.m. A moment later was when I noticed it. A few of the stars in the sky appeared to be swiveling and shining very dim, soft spotlights, which didn't reach very far, but it was obvious that these weren't stars. They also weren't airplanes or helicopters. I couldn't hear any audible noise, and I'm 4,500 feet above sea level on top of a mountain, closer to any plane than someone on sea level. Assuming I was tired and therefore seeing things which weren't there, I kept watching, fixating my vision between 2 branches of a tree, watching one of these weird stars do its thing, swiveling back and forth, shining its light. Then, all of a sudden, the sky turned bright red, then pitch black. Everything in the sky vanished. The woods went quiet. I attempted to text my mother out of fear that something was about to go down. "Mom, I love you. There's something weird going on with the sky." The feeling that I shouldn't have seen what I just saw, and that I was unwelcome quickly set in. Being familiar with the woods, I can tell when I've overstayed my welcome, but this was unlike anything I'd experienced in the outdoors before. The vibe I was sensing was mean, hateful, spiteful even. The messages I sent to my mother and to my buddy didn't go through until hours later, as my cell signal was still going through its weird cycle of no service. About 5 minutes later, the sky turned red again, and then went back to normal, with one huge difference. Half of the stars in the sky were missing. Not as if they changed positions in the sky. I know how the Earth rotates and changes the locations of stars and planets. I mean, half of the original stars I'd seen earlier were missing. I could still see notable planets, such as Venus, exactly as they were in the sky before this happened. Everywhere in the sky which had one of those weird swiveling balls of light was blank. The rest of the night I felt uncomfortable, So uncomfortable, in fact, that I pitched my tarp and slept with my pepper spray clipped to my sports bra. I could not get my mind off of what I just saw. It was very similar to a phenomenon I'd witnessed weeks before while driving home from the grocery store back home. I happened to look up at the sky, just as a stationary ball of light warp sped away at a pinpoint. That's the best way I can describe it, like in Star Trek, whenever the USS Enterprise goes into warp speed. It was exactly like that. No crazy colors, no weird shapes, nothing like that. In both of these instances, they were unassuming white, star-like balls of light. Getting back on track the next morning was uneventful. I ran into 5-0's group and we all hiked down the mountain together to our cars in the parking lot below. I refused to mention what I saw the night before until I got home and logged into Facebook to share photos of my hike. Well, the peaceful parts of it. One Facebook group I was in was called All Women, All Trails, and someone had made a post a few days prior asking us about our weird experiences on the trail. This just happened to appear right at the top of my newsfeed, so I shared the story which I have now shared with you, not thinking I would get a response. 30 minutes later, I received an alert that someone had replied to my comment. The woman that replied claimed to live not too far from the Priest Mountain and shared a similar experience she had one night, as she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire. Granted, they were admittedly under the influence, but the parallels between my story and the experience she shared with me were described by her as weird. Apparently, that night when she, her husband, and their neighbors were having a bonfire, they all saw a bright red light shoot straight up into the sky from the direction of the mountain and felt the same discomfort I experienced. Interpret this how you will. I have nothing to gain from lying to strangers on the internet. I feel it's my duty to the hiker community to share my weird experiences in the Appalachian Mountains. I'm not the first, nor will I be the last person to experience something weird. And this isn't even as insane as what other hikers have admitted to seeing or experiencing. If anyone else has experienced something weird on the Appalachian Trail, specifically in the Alto Wintergreen Resort area, please share your story. There's something weird going on in the skies above popular hiking trails, and it needs to be openly discussed. Bad Encounter in the Rockies, from Marcus. My two friends, Joanne, Jordy, and I, were hiking outside of Banff National Park. We were going up some mountain that belonged to the Rockies. I don't really remember which. We're all experienced outdoors. There was a little bit of snow underfoot at the time, but it was sunny and bright out. The mountain was real short, yeah, and we were aiming to set up a sleeping area on top. There it was plateaued and flat enough to chill out for a night, but still high with a pretty view. We were probably 100 feet up the mountain when stuff started to seem out of the ordinary. I noticed that the trail had these deep gouges in it, going like a foot or two down into the earth. They were pretty wide too. There were 4 or 5 of them consecutively, and then they stopped. I asked my friends what they were. They just shook their heads. My best guess at the time was some sort of animal dug it out. But they were really big. Seemed dumb a bear would waste that much energy for something so pointless, and I couldn't think of anything else that had the size or power to do it. Plus, these markings must have been new too, because there was no snow at the bottom of them, despite the path being blanketed in it. Whatever. We kept on going. As we went up the mountain, we saw more and more of these gouges, like every 10 meters up the trail. Given their frequency, we thought they may have been natural or part of some development process. But erosion didn't work like that. And what would park workers be doing all the way up here? The markings seemed to be too random to be man-made. Then we began to pick up on this smell. I don't know how to describe it other than mold. It smelled like mildew. Yeah, back when I lived with my parents, our house got flooded. The basement, anyway. The odor was sort of like that, really damp and musky. Jordy could really smell it, and boy was he complaining. But he was right. The smell didn't belong up on a mountain. It made no sense. We were hiking for 20 more minutes when the smell faded. So did the weird dugouts in the dirt. Stuff was back to normal, pretty much. The sun was starting to hit the horizon, so we picked up the pace a little. Keep in mind we had big packs filled with food, water, and our sleeping bags, so we were going kind of slow still. After a while, close to 700 feet up the small mountain, we made it to the area we were going to set up camp at. Once again, though, the mildewy smell seemed to return, like it was waiting for us. And again we found one of those weird holes. This time it was a lot bigger, circular. It sat right in the middle of the plateau. The only reason we thought it was related to the ones from before was because there was no snow inside, telling us it had to have been made recently. It wasn't too cold up on the top. The mountain ranged up, connecting to others. Just next to the plateau, there was a forest that climbed the ever taller range of the Rockies. Because of the trees, there really wasn't much wind or anything. But Jordy and Joanne still went into the stretch of woods to grab material for a fire. It was late autumn after all. You should note that the two were a couple, so when they took a little bit to return, I wasn't concerned. I was still just focused on setting up the campsite. Normally, we'd construct a pit with a few stones to line the fire and reflect the heat, but this time I didn't bother. I thought the strange dugout in the middle of the plateau would serve as a perfect fire pit. My friends finally came back, both with their hands full of kindling and logs. Something I noticed was that Joanne was real quiet. Ordinarily, she'd be telling jokes or something, but she wasn't speaking at all. When we piled the wood into the pit, I realized the mildew smell had gotten stronger. I asked them if they could smell it too, and Jordy said yes. He mentioned it was darn strong in the forest. I then supposed it was the pieces of wood they brought back. Maybe it was rotted or something. But no, the fire burned great. The strange hole was honestly perfect for it. We heated our food, and it was fine. We could still smell the mold even over the fire, but it wasn't a huge issue. The sun set, but we were still cozy in our insulated sleeping bags. I think we went to bed around 9. Joanne was obviously upset about something. She barely said a word that night. Sometime later, I woke up to shuffling. I sat up in my sleeping bag. The fire was out, so I grabbed my phone and turned on the light. To my surprise, both my friends were gone. I got up, slipping on my boots. I was still fully dressed because of where we were. I called out their names and I kept shining the phone around the campsite. Their sleeping bags were still there, but they were empty. But their shoes were gone. Their backpacks weren't, though. After a minute or two of calling, Jordy suddenly ran out of the woods back into the campsite. He was out of breath and panicked. He shouted, "Joanne's gone!" I was confused. A pit started to form in my stomach. "What do you mean? Where?" Jordy told me that he had awakened to find Joanne staring at him, standing directly over him, breathing heavily. He asked her if something was wrong. She smiled, and that's when she spoke, but it was like she was using a different language, because he couldn't understand it. She then took off into the woods bordering the campsite. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't manage. When he heard me calling, he came back to camp. I relit the fire because stuff didn't feel right, and I wanted as much light as possible. Then we took the larger flashlights we had in our bags and headed into the woods in hopes of finding her. Something really wasn't making sense, though. Jordy was too caught up in adrenaline worried about his girl, and I was too, to an extent. Still, I couldn't help thinking about how the whole situation was botched. Why the heck would she run into the woods pitch black like that? And the stuff about the words he couldn't understand, it was freaking me out. Above that, though, as we entered the forest, the smell of mildew was incredibly strong. It added to my queasiness. It clung to the air like it was a perfume sprayed just a few seconds ago. We were about 20 feet in, still walking quickly. We were calling her name, shining our lights around like mad. And then she responds, "Over here." It sounded like she was close by, off to our left. I shined the light over there, but didn't see anything. Jordy follows up with his light, but we still don't see smack. Keep in mind the moldy smell is still strong, overpowering almost. Then Joanne called to us again, only this time she was on the other side of us, the complete other direction. We both glanced at each other, wondering how the heck she was able to do that. We shined our lights again, and who would have guessed? Nothing was there. It felt as if we were being played with. This went on for maybe 3 minutes. Joanne would keep taunting us from different areas of the woods, and we'd look, but no one would be there. Jordy got real fed up, cursing at her to stop playing. At one point, he ran to where he heard the voice, and still we didn't see a glimpse of her. After that, everything changed. There was this big whoosh sound, like a giant gust of air just blew through the entire forest, and then this laughing started. It sounded like Joanne at first, only we couldn't tell what direction it was coming from. It was as if it was coming from all around us. To this day, I've never experienced anything like it. A few seconds in, it changed from Joanne's voice. It was like the second voice picked up, deep and throaty. It was really strained. You could almost call it masculine, but it was more animal than human. They were both laughing in unison before it picked up into a scream. It was ear-splitting, like a horse and a girl screaming together from every single direction. So me and Jordy booked it. The only reason we knew which way to go was because of the fire. We sprinted right back into the camp, and as soon as we got out of the tree line, it stopped. It was there 1 minute and gone the next. We were freaking out. Joanne was still in the woods. Some real bad stuff was going on. We were up on a mountain in the middle of nowhere, and it was pitch black outside. We just sat behind the fire, trying to think of something. We didn't even bother trying to rationalize it. We were both terrified. After a few minutes, Jordy manned up. He grabbed the little hunting knife he had in his backpack. It wasn't big enough to ward off a coyote, let alone whatever the heck that thing screaming at us was, but he wanted to get Joanne. So I followed him. I don't even know what we were thinking. We strutted back up to the forest, him with his knife, me with my flashlight, preparing for some duel of legend with whatever the heck had been messing with us. The moldy odor stunk so bad as we walked back up to the woods. The air got tenser, and finally, just as we were going to enter the tree line,
Jordy?
It was Joanne's voice again. I shined the light to where I heard it, not expecting to see anything. But, to our relief, there she was. She was dirty and freezing. All she had on was her inner layers. Her jacket and cargo pants and boots were missing. She walked out of the woods to us, hugging her boyfriend. And he was all, "What the heck happened? Why were you messing around in the woods? Where are your clothes?" She couldn't answer at all, like she had no memory of it. So we brought her back to camp, and I gave her the other jacket I had in my bag. All things considered, she seemed okay. We talked it out, and she didn't remember anything. The last thing she recalled was her and Jordy going into the woods to grab some firewood. She said she thought she heard his voice from up a little way and walked over. But that's it.
The next thing she knew, she woke up in the woods in the middle of the night, and she saw us with the flashlight and called out to us. She didn't remember the cat and mouse game or the laughing, screaming stuff, and she was totally sure she never went back to camp, never had dinner with us. She proved it too. She was starving and ate almost all the rest of the food we had packed. The rest of the night we took turns standing guard. I worked most of the night as my friends slept. I kept the fire burning brighter than the sun, let me tell ya. Nothing weird happened. The only thing was I kept hearing branches snap out in the trees. No screaming though, no weird figures, nothing too bad. I went to bed around 3 when Jordy got back up to keep watch. I slept a few hours. As soon as it was dawn and we had the tiniest amount of daylight to work with, we booked it back down the mountain. We were all so tired, and the hike was really awkward for Joanne because she had to make do with a pair of running shoes. But we made it down. I can't say for sure what happened that night. Maybe Joanne was possessed, or maybe it wasn't even her at all. All I can think of is how quiet and alien she seemed to us that night as she ate and hung around the fire with us. There's one last note I'll end it on. When everything was settled and we were back at the hotel we were staying at before the hike, Jordy told me that during his watch, he was about to nod off when movement caught his eye. He focused, and just at the edge of the trees right beyond the light of the fire, he saw Joanne. She was waving at him. It was what looked like Joanne anyway, but the Joanne we had found was in her sleeping bag right by his feet. As he turned to confirm she was still sleeping, he looked back up and into the woods, but whatever it was, had vanished, gone without a trace. By the way he put it, it almost felt as if he was messing with me, but I can't be sure. Warrakin, around Glacier Lake. From Bilbo, 1776. As a younger man, I enjoyed hiking through many of the surrounding mountains of Montana that I grew up close to. The Beartooth Mountains are just one of the many segments to the Rocky Mountains, known for the massive peak in the middle of the range that looks like a giant bear's tooth. I was 16 when I and a few friends of mine decided to take a week and go for a bit of backpacking excursion to Glacier Lake and hike all the way back to Sheep and Goat Lakes. There were 4 of us. I will call the brothers Little G and Big G, as both names of course start with G's, and my other friend M. We all had our army surplus backpacking setups, a one-man canvas army tent, our big backpacks that carried everything from MREs to our clean socks and underwear, all amounting to about 25 pounds of food and clothing for each of us, save for me who had the cooking equipment. The first day went very well. It was the perfect time of year to take our time picking some sweet currant and huckleberries while we hiked. The trail going up the mountain is rather steep. A few hours later, we made it the 4.5 miles to the first lake. We decided to set up camp off the beaten path to the north side of the lake. We looked around for a bit, finding a good space that was relatively flat. We pitched our tents as the sun dipped behind the mountain, and the whole valley behind us grew dark in its shadow. That night we broke out our favorite MREs, mine being chili with beans. We decided to finally turn in after stoking the fire high and making sure to store our food packs in a tree. Little G said he would stay up for a bit. He wanted to make himself a walking staff out of a straight branch he had found. That night, I believe around 3 a.m., I woke up to a branch breaking. I listened for a moment, but I didn't hear anything. I then realized I had to pee really bad. Promptly, I extracted myself from the small tent, and forgetting about the sound that woke me, I stepped just past the tree line around the camp. Now that I was possibly in the most compromising position a guy can be in, and after the relief rushed over me, I immediately felt like I was being watched. I quickly finished up and backtracked real fast to the camp. Getting back into camp, I threw a new log on the fire, all while looking around me. I still just felt as if something was off. Little G had fallen asleep next to the fire and woke up when I put the log in. He looked at me a little bit funny, then promptly fell back to sleep, using his pack as a pillow. I thought about fully waking him, but I felt too darn silly, thinking I was just spooking myself. The fire began to blaze back to life and lit up the surrounding area well at this point. I sat down, my back to my tent, and added another log. I reached into my pack, checking for my pistol, berating myself for not just strapping the thing on at the start of the hike. Feeling more safe and confident with the fire now alive and well, and my pistol at my side, I slowly fell back into slumber. I awoke with the light of the sun just starting to blanket the landscape. Sitting up and looking around, adding a log to the fire pit, hoping some coals were left to restart it, I froze. I had caught something in the dim light, just outside the camp, moving in the underbrush. I slowly looked up, searching and straining my eyes. Seemingly materializing out of the shadows, I see a mostly featureless large animal creeping through the trees. I grab my truck keys, which have a small light on the chain, and click it on, searching for my headlamp with my hand in my pack. The small keychain LED light did not do much to reveal the features of the creature, other than to reveal that it was a dark furred animal, and all I saw was what I believed to be the back legs of it, before it suddenly disappeared behind some brush. I found my headlamp and put it on, and with it lit up, I looked and now saw nothing. I walked to the edge of camp, looking in the trees and underbrush and seeing nothing. I woke up little G, telling him what just happened. In a few minutes, with more sunlight reaching the area and everyone waking up, we discussed what it might be and just reaffirmed that no one was to go away from the group. Most animals never would attack a group of people, especially if the animal was on their own. The next 2 days went by without a problem. We hiked, we fished, set up camp, slept well, only now we had a watchman. The third night came about, and it was my turn to take the first 3 hours of the night watch. We had gathered far more wood since the first night, so we could keep the fire going without needing to search for more. I settled in and began stripping the bark from a stick I'd found to keep myself busy, throwing the kindling into a pile as the night slowly went on. About 2 hours into my watch, around 10 o'clock, I hear once again the snapping of a twig. I turn towards the sound, flipping on my headlamp. There was nothing there again. I scanned the rest of the surrounding forest and the trees and towards the underbrush, and then sat back down. The rest of the watch went smoothly, not hearing or seeing anything else. I traded out with Big G and told him what I'd heard. I fell asleep quickly and woke up to the sunlight bathing the land. Another day of exploring around Goat and Sheep Lake, and beginning a longer trek back to Glacier Lake, all of which was uneventful, outside of seeing some other wildlife, like a group of mountain sheep far off on the side of a taller mountain and some rock chucks. That night, however, would change that. That night, I had second watch from 11 to 2 a.m. M had the first watch and had not seen anything, and by the time he was already asleep, it must have been about 12. I was sharpening my knife as it had dulled from my nights of turning sticks into kindling. The scrape of my wet stone was loud in the relatively quiet forest. Crickets chirped, some cicadas were making their noise. Then, some of that noise went silent. Not all of it, as I could still hear the cicadas thrumming away. I didn't think much of it, just looked around for a minute and went back to my sharpening. A few minutes later, I look up to find eyes on me. Eyes that were hungry. Eyes I had never looked into the likes of before. Quickly, I went for my pistol, dropping my sharpening stone and gripping my knife in a ready-to-stab stance. This creature was weird. It was like some kind of dog-wolf, large yet shaped a bit like a buffalo, with the front legs and shoulder bigger and longer, and the back legs shorter. The head was like an elongated egg shape, almost like that of an English bull terrier, only slimmer to the tip. But the whole animal had long, pitch-black hair at its back that faded to gray, and then a deep red-orange under its head to its chest, and larger than any wolf I'd ever seen in pictures. We sat there for what seemed like an age, staring each other down, me with the intent to only shoot if it moved closer, and its amber eyes looking into me, letting me know it saw me like a juicy steak, as the firelight slowly dimmed away to coals. I finally dared to move, and kicked another log over to the fire, a few sparks flying, keeping my eyes on the beast. It also decided to begin to move then, pacing shortly around the left side of the fire, but not getting closer. It growled then, and what a sound. It both put fear into the air and sounded like a purr, even with the deep gurgle one would expect from such a big creature. For a moment I wondered if I had made a mistake in not shooting first and asking questions later, and that's when it lurched towards me. I instinctively leapt over the fire to the opposite side as it came closer, and I pulled the trigger, and somewhat disjointedly I heard myself yelling like a madman. A very weird sound reverberated through the air then, and a bit of a sick feeling rolled over me. It had been a good shot, at least to the point that it had hit the animal, and it made the sound of a surprised, twisted scream of a child mixed with a dog in pain. It then bolted away and was gone. About this time I turned to look, and found that 2 of the 3 others had pretty much ripped themselves out of their tents, and Big G was struggling with extracting themselves in a panic from a sleeping bag like their lives depended on it, all of them cursing and looking at me like I was a crazed lunatic, questioning away about what the heck that was. I turned, ignoring them, looking with my headlamp around the forest frantically, but it was gone. I finally got them all to be quiet by yelling, "Shut up!" I took one more look through the brush and forest around us. Looking to where I'd aimed to shoot, I found no blood. There was, however, a great amount of pine needles and dirt scattered everywhere, as though something had torn at the ground to leap away with all the force it had. Claw marks dug in deeply. The others joined me in looking at the spot, returning to their questioning but more subdued. After telling them what I saw, we were all up the rest of the night. We packed up camp as soon as the dawn began to light up the area, and we left that mountain. We reported the account to a forest ranger I knew, and we never heard more about it. He said he didn't know what it could have been, other than some wild dog. But through my own research, I have a feeling we had been followed for days by a very well-fed Shunka Warakin, a wild wolfhound species that many natives spoke of in their folklore, the translation being carrying off dogs, as this creature apparently specialized in the old days in coming into native camps and taking their dogs for a meal. I wouldn't say this creature that is still classified as a cryptid, even though evidence has been clearly found of its existence, is any more dangerous than a wolf, though in my opinion it looks far more frightening. I hope this is a reminder for everyone. Keep your friends close and a gun closer. Stay in groups when adventuring in the wilderness. We, after all, aren't always at the top of the food chain, without our numbers and technology. Chased in the Rockies. From A Piece of Pie. The story I'm about to tell you takes place from 1995 to 1998. When I was a teen, it was a traumatic time for me. I don't talk about it much. Me, my mom, and her new husband had just moved to a nice cabin in the Rockies, so it was secluded and big. We had 2 neighbors down the dirt road, but other than that, it was private. It was the only good thing about this time in my life. I could take a walk and forget about leaving my home in Denver with all my friends, just to live with my stepdad, who at the time I hated, even though he tried to connect with me as a father figure. I didn't care though. I was angry and mad that I didn't have a say in any of this. After a few months, I got used to things. I did start to like the place, and every morning before school I would take walks around the place, admiring its beauty. However, one night I was heading back from an after-school walk when I heard someone say my name. "Johnny, come here." It was like my mom's voice, but distorted. I wasn't far from the cabins, so I assumed maybe she was calling out for me, and it just sounded weird. So I rushed home, but once the house was in view, I stopped. I noticed the sound was still going, and it was angry now. "Johnny, come here now." I knew then that the voice was not my mom's. It was too loud and strange. Just then, I could have sworn I heard crunching leaves behind me, but by the time I turned around, nothing was there. I ran off quickly. When I made it home, just in case, I asked my mom if she was yelling my name, but she said no. After that, I was shaken up enough and decided to not go too far on my walks for a while. A few weeks later, I began to explain away the incident. I soon felt brave enough to start walking my usual path again. Of course, this time I brought a large stick with me, and I would walk with my friend Brock, who lived down the road, as often as I could. One day we were walking on the weekend. We were talking about school and hunting when we began to hear whispers. This frightened us, so we ran the rest of the way. We spent the rest of the evening playing my new PlayStation. Brock would be sleeping over. At dinner time, we started to eat dinner in the dining room. My dad was running late from work, so we ate without him. At one point, Brock whispered to me, "So are we going to talk about those whispers?" My mom overheard, so we had to explain to her about these whispers we heard. When we were done, she seemed concerned, but we didn't talk about it. Soon we saw my dad's truck pull in. When he got out, I heard him say hello to me. The funny thing is, I wasn't even out there. I was confused. When he came inside and saw me, his heart dropped. He looked at me and looked at the door and opened it and screamed. He explained that he saw a figure at the basketball hoop in our front yard, and he thought it was me. He was very much shaken up about it. "When I looked out there again, I saw it running away," he explained. He ended up keeping watch of the woods for a while with his rifle, and he even called the neighbors and Brock's parents to watch out. We went to bed, except for my stepdad, who stayed up with his rifle. Later in life, he told me what he saw. These were his exact words. "Around 12, I saw the thing. It was tall and skinny with hollow black eyes. I aimed my gun at it. I thought about firing, but by the time I lined up the shot, it was gone." A few times I would hear it calling for me, saying my name. My mom later admitted she would hear the same thing, hers and my dad's names being called. It stopped after a few months, then went back again. After a while, I realized it would do it for the first 2 weeks in a month. So for those 4 months, every week I didn't go for walks. In 1998, I was heading for college soon. My stepdad, who I'd finally liked now, was working in the garage. It was getting late. It was the last week of February, so I assumed that thing was away at the moment, hunting or whatever it does. My dad said to me, "Hey, can you hand me the bolts?" I handed them to him. He was working on my mom's car, swearing and cursing at it. I helped him until we heard a knock on the garage door. Then something on the other side called our names loudly. My dad, in a hurry, yelled at it and told me, "Get the guns now." I quickly went to retrieve the guns. We made sure they were loaded and ready. We ran out the front door to surprise it. In the dark, I saw it. There was no fur on it. It was skinny and bony, and it looked at us. We fired, but I missed, probably from shaking so much. It ran away though, and we pursued it into the forest. We chased it, firing at it but never hitting it. We kept going until we couldn't see it anymore, and by then it was very dark. Then, suddenly, I heard Johnny. Johnny. We ran home. It tried to trap us by making us follow its voice, but I saw it running after us and my dad fired at it again. I think we hit it this time. The thing slowed down enough for us to get away. When home, we explained what happened to my mother, who nearly had a heart attack when she had heard the gunshots and screaming. Later on, when we were cleaning our guns, my dad made a joke about it, trying to calm the tension. I miss him. He made things better. I wish I was grateful for him sooner. He was the first father figure I had. When he passed away in 2012, my mom sold the place and moved back to Denver. I visit her still. We don't talk about that thing anymore, but we do talk about my dad. I miss him so much, but one thing I don't miss was that place. I'll always remember the horror of living there.
The Howler, from Sneeves0426. Hi, my name is Sam, and I live in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. I've lived here all my life, and I've been hunting in these mountains since I was a boy with my father. I'm also a heavy believer in the supernatural and in cryptids. Dogmen, Bigfoot, skinwalkers, and Wendigo. These have gotten me intrigued in the superstitious. But here in Arkansas we have a legend, and I'm sure you've heard of a legend here, and let me tell you, this legend is very, very real. This is the story of my encounter with the infamous Ozark Howler. It was a cold, misty night in the mountains of the Ozark landscape. My father and I were gathering some firewood for the family. We lived in a cabin that we built ourselves, with my dad being brought up in these mountains by my grandfather, and his by my great-grandfather. Our family consisted of my stepmother and my two younger siblings. I was the oldest of my two siblings. I'm currently 21 and own a couple of firearms, but back then we hunted with an 1870 antique Winchester repeater and a Krag Jorgensen rifle, or better known as the bolt-action rifle that was passed down by my grandfather and was used to hunt game back when trapping was a big thing in the States. Now, we use these weapons as a token of our appreciation to our ancestors. I also use a standard hunting knife and a crossbow whenever I go hunting. We go out hunting often, and we haven't seen much this past winter. We'd see the occasional bear or the occasional mountain lion, but not many deer this season, which was odd, as they are abundant in these mountains. While we were gathering some firewood outside, we heard a howl in the distance. I've heard these howls before, and mostly I assume it to be some coyotes, a fox, or maybe a lone cougar. It was also much colder than normal this night, and as we were chopping the firewood, my father looked at me with sweat dripping down his face. He said, "How's it going over there, champ?" I responded, "Just fine, Dad. It's a lot colder than normal tonight. What do you say we go hunting for game soon? The kids are probably hungry."
"Yeah, I think we should. We don't want to keep the family waiting."
So we went on inside the cabin to gather our weapons. I took my Winchester repeater and my crossbow, and my father took his Krag Jorgensen rifle and his pump-action shotgun. We let my stepmom know we were going to go hunting. Then we set off into the cold, wintry night. We decided to take a trail that was all too familiar to us, to see if we could catch ourselves a big buck or a doe, which would be lucky for us. I was walking through the snow, listening closely to anything that could be lurking in these woods. Luckily, it was a clear night, and the moon was full, so I could see ahead of me. In these mountains, we had all sorts of encounters ranging from bison to cougars, but this time it felt different. The woods were eerily quiet. I felt like something was watching me from the tree line. All I could hear was the beating of my heartbeat and the sounds of our footsteps in the snow. And then we heard it, a loud, very eerie howl that made my blood go cold. I tried to focus on where the sound came from.
I looked over at my father, and even he seemed to be on edge. I asked him, "What do you think that was?"
"I don't know, son, but I think we should keep it quiet and see if we can down a deer for dinner."
I noticed his hands were trembling, but it was a good sight to see that he wanted to keep going. So I went along with him. You see, my dad is fearless, and he's quite a strong man. From what I know, no one would want to mess with him, and to see him want to continue our hunt was a good sign. I kept on listening closely to the sounds that surrounded us as the forest became alive again. Soon I heard something to our left, and up ahead I saw a deer come into the clearing. It was a buck with a very nice set of antlers. He seemed to have not noticed us yet. I quickly but quietly got my crossbow out because I didn't want to frighten the deer. I loaded the crossbow, took aim at the heart of the big buck, and fired. I saw it pierce through the skin of the buck as he tried to run away with the arrow stuck to his heart. We followed the blood trail to the now injured deer as it was letting out cries of pain. I took out my hunting knife and with an act of mercy, I put it down. After that, we heard something to the right of us. I looked down into the tree line to see if anything was there, and I heard a low, deep, guttural growl. I froze in fear. Whatever it was sounded intimidating. But it was odd, as in Arkansas, the largest animals around here were bison or bears. Whatever this thing was did not sound like any predator that hunts in the region. My dad picked up the carcass of the dead deer and put it on his shoulders. He signaled me to follow. As we were making our way back to the cabin, I kept hearing heavy footsteps follow us every few meters. I kept looking around to see if I could catch a glimpse of what it was, and then I saw it. To the left of me, I saw a huge shape moving slowly next to us. It was gigantic. It looked like a grizzly bear to me, but it's odd to see anything this big in these woods. I signaled my dad to look. He turned around and saw it as well and said quietly to me, "Stay close to me. As long as we stay quiet and move quietly, we'll be okay." I nodded my head. We began to sneak our way back to the cabin. We managed to make it back in about 15 minutes. Both my dad and I were on edge as we moved back to the cabin. Along the way, we heard the occasional growl and howl, as it seemed to be taunting us. As we moved into the clearing near the cabin, I heard a booming set of footsteps behind me. I turned around to see the same creature, except this time, I could see it clearly. It did look like a grizzly bear, but with horns and eyes glowing a bright crimson blood red. My dad and I screamed as we ran back to the cabin. We made it just in time to close the door, as whatever the creature was hit the door with brute force. My dad began to panic, placing the deer down and rushing the kids and my stepmother upstairs. I kept on hearing this creature scratching at the door, and every so often it tried to break the door down. It roared so loud my ears began to ring. I decided I was going to try to scare it away. I went upstairs to my bedroom window, opened it up, and got my Winchester ready. I had the massive beast in my sights as I fired at it. After I hit it, it let out a roar and ran back into the woods with the earth shaking behind its every step. Everything went quiet again after that. I ran downstairs and looked outside to see nothing but large footprints in the snow. I opened the door and looked at the damage the creature caused, and all I saw were huge scratch marks. I then went to the footprints left by the creature, and to my surprise, there was no blood, even though I'm sure I shot it. It was only after this event that I discovered the legend of the Ozark Howler. Occasionally, we do hear its howl at night, but my dad and I have learned to respect it. I haven't seen the beast to this day, but Ozark Howler, let's never meet again. The Forest, from John J. I live in a house in Oklahoma, out in the Ozarks. In my time here, since I moved here in 2005 so me and my wife could live close to her parents, I've encountered many things, whether it be supernatural or not. I've seen flashing lights zip through the sky and heard strange howls during morning hikes. Just last week, when my wife drove to the store in town with our 2 kids, they saw huge muddy prints on the porch when they got back. And when she got inside, the dogs were shaken. But the scariest encounter I had was when my brother was visiting us from Utah. He, his wife, and their 3 kids stayed for the week. It was supposed to be a fun week of hiking, hunting, and fishing on our vast property. Our fairly big house was packed with 5 kids and 4 adults, so it's safe to say outside time was much less stressful for me. Nothing happened the first 3 nights, but on the 4th, things started to feel off. When me, my brother, my son, and his eldest son went hunting, something felt weird. I walked faster and faster until I realized I was jogging slowly and I was ahead of our group. Everyone asked why I was rushing like that. I just responded by saying, I don't want to get to the spot too late, that's all. Deep down, I knew I was scared of something watching us. I swear I could hear breathing outside our own. We got to our spot that was perfect for hunting. It was on the far side of the property, so there were more deer here. 3 hours later, and we had nothing. It was getting dark and my son and nephew were bored, so they began to skip rocks in the creek. It was then when we realized the whole time it was very quiet. It was so silent, it was weird and scary to us. My brother made an excuse that we should go home to eat, so we began to walk back, defeated. In front of us as we walked back home, we began to hear a crunch in the woods, and a yell so loud it couldn't be human. It sounded like a screaming girl and a bear mixed into one. I tried to tell myself it was just a mountain lion, but just then, I saw it. A large creature ran across the path. I fell back in shock. The thing had long fur, and it was big like a bear with glowing eyes. I would have said it was a bear, but the horns on it told me otherwise. I tried to think of what it was, but I mainly saw its face and some of the body. We ran home, but I kept telling myself it was a ram or something, but deep down, I knew what I saw was a monster. We were almost home when we heard something running behind us along the trail. It was so fast, we nearly had no time to react. We jumped out of the way, and my brother tried to take a shot at it. I fired at it as well, but the creature ran away into the forest. We recovered quickly and ran inside the house, unaware that everyone else was watching from the back porch after hearing the gunshots. We ran inside, locking the doors and closing the windows, all while trying to explain the situation to everyone in there. My youngest niece, who was only 8 at the time, freaked out. She ran to her older brothers and my kids. Together, they all huddled up scared. My eldest son held his rifle tightly while shaking. After a while, we all sat at the couch trying to forget by watching some TV and playing board games after dinner. But we couldn't think clear. We were all just listening for any sudden moves outside. Our 3 dogs were also scared out of their minds. Even the 2 big ones who stay outside were in here after my daughter protested the idea of them sleeping out there with that monster near us. As the evening progressed, one by one, everyone went to sleep, until the adults were the only ones awake. We played poker and drank coffee until about 11:30, when our dogs went ballistic, barking and jumping and running around, waking everyone. Then we heard a crashing sound from the shop outside. We all were terrified. We grabbed our guns, which were at the ready, and ran out there. My son and nephew were in pursuit behind us. We fired towards the shop, and then, crash, it came running out. We all fired at it, a rain of bullets hitting it, yet the creature didn't fall. My brother shot at it too. He knows he hit the side of it. It ran off making noises that sounded like it was running out of air. We all froze. Soon after, my wife and sister-in-law called in my son and nephew. My brother and I decided to see where the thing had went. With our blood pumping, we tracked it, but the tracks quickly ended at one of the creeks on our property. We went back to clean up the shop mess. I was beginning to calm down until I saw the mess of my tools all across the floor, and the old truck I'd been trying to restore had been dented. We cleaned up what we could, then we went inside to sleep, all the while hearing the howls again. That really scared me, but the howls were different. It sounded hurt and sad. Soon the howls were more distant. I almost felt bad for it, but then I remembered that it tried to kill me and my family, and it ruined months of work on that old truck. The next morning was normal, and we didn't mention it. That morning I went down the dirt road leading to my neighbor's. I asked him if he'd heard anything last night. He said, "Yeah," in a shaky voice. He then pointed to a hole in the ground. "That thing killed my dog." We talked for a little while. He explained the creature came around 9 o'clock and attacked his dog. He scared it away with a shotgun, but it was too late. I went back home once we were done talking to fix up my shop some more and break the news to my daughter that the neighbor's dog, who she was fond of, had died. The next few days were normal. I thought of the events of that night less and less, and when my brother's family left, things went back to normal. Before I knew it, my week off from work was over. As the years went by, I forgot about the thing more and more, until now, 5 years later, because my brother is coming to visit again in a few weeks with the family. I was happy for a little bit, thinking about being with my brother and my son who's coming back from college for winter break. And then I was reminded about that night. It was years ago, but thinking about it gives me chills. I guess the upside is that it's going to make a good conversation near the fire when they do get here. A Haunted High School in the Ozarks, from J.D. A coworker told me this unforgettable story about his time in high school. I'm going to write this from his perspective. Central High School in Springfield, Missouri is haunted. I know what you're thinking. Every kid says their school is haunted. But my story is different. I saw it. Central was actually the first high school in Springfield. The original brick building with its tower still stands, but has now expanded with many new wings. We'd all heard the stories about the steam tunnels that connected the buildings and the supposed hangings, but far more compelling was the story of the deadly principal who would whip troublesome students to death. That would have happened long ago when Springfield was a small town and not the Queen City of the Ozarks. We had heard the rumors, the stories that were likely exaggerated, but being high schoolers, we knew we had to do one thing: be at the school late at night. I was the one who came up with the idea that we needed to join the drama class. They were preparing a performance of South Pacific, and as I explained to my group of friends, the way to get in would be to join the class as stagehands, stay to clean up after the performance, and then just stay. And that was what we did. Well, only a couple of us actually got onto the crew, but after everyone else had left, letting the others in was simple. We split up into 3 pairs, myself and Sarah, Rich and Paul, and Michelle and Dan. We didn't have flashlights, and this was before we had cell phones, but the moonlight from the windows and the familiarity of the halls allowed us to get around the school very easily. After about an hour, we began to think perhaps the stories were just stories. We began to make our way to the gymnasium. We started to compare experiences, but everyone said the same thing. They hadn't seen anything nor heard anything strange. And that's when a chair flew across the gym and slammed into the wall. "What the heck?" I gasped before I saw something else. Swarms of glittering little things crawling across the floor. They were cockroaches. We'd see cockroaches in the gym on occasion, but usually one or two, not hundreds. "Let's get out of here," yelled Michelle, and we hurried to the nearest exit, a stairway leading up to the second floor. It wasn't until we got upstairs that we realized that going upstairs probably wasn't the best course of action, but the cockroaches didn't seem to follow us there. As we stood next to a classroom, catching our breath, we heard loud footsteps down the hall. All of us backed up against the wall, trying to let whatever this was just pass by. As the loud, plodding footsteps came nearer, our tension grew higher. "Oh, screw this," Rich said, and he ran into a classroom, Sarah following quickly after him. The door slammed shut behind them. "Guys!" I called. I almost didn't notice that the footsteps had stopped. Suddenly, we heard them scream and something slammed against the wall. And then something else hit it. They kept on screaming. Paul pulled at the door, but the handle was stuck. Finally, after a few minutes of them screaming and something hitting the wall, it opened. We entered the classroom. All the desks and chairs were knocked over, and some had clearly been hitting the walls. How they'd gone that far was a mystery, as they were pretty heavy. We found Sarah crouched in a corner crying and babbling incoherently, a puddle of moisture underneath her. Rich, on the other hand, was stumbling toward the window. "Get him!" I called, and Dan ran towards Rich, grabbing him. "Let me go. Just let me jump. Let me die," Rich cried. "Guys, this is enough," I said. "We need to get out of here." Michelle and Paul helped Sarah up, and helping Dan with Rich, we made our way back into the hall. As we stepped into the hallway, all at once, all the doors slammed shut. Then they all opened again and slammed again. "Screw this," Michelle yelled, and she and Paul began hurrying down the stairs, supporting Sarah between them. Dan ran after them, and I pulled Rich after me. The cockroaches downstairs had seemingly dispersed as we made our way to the nearest exit. Pushing at the door, nothing seemed to happen. "Come on, push it!" Michelle yelled, and Paul, Dan, and I struck the door together, forcing it open. We pulled Sarah and Rich outside, and as we made our way to the cars, we heard the door behind us slam shut. Dan helped Rich to his car while Michelle and Paul brought Sarah to the car they'd arrived in. As for me, I ran to my own car. As I was about to climb inside, I happened to look back at the school, looking at the tower. There, in the top room, was a window. And very clearly, I could see the outline of someone looking out the window directly at us as we made our escape. It was then I realized the most horrifying thing of all, that we knew there was something in the high school. It knew we knew, and we had to go back to class on Monday. Encounter with a Bear, from LaDonna Steele. This happened in 2015 in November. We had bought a piece of land in Highland, Arkansas. For those of you who don't know Arkansas, Highland is between Ash Flat and Hardy near the Missouri border, just under Thayer. It is extremely rugged and woody, with jagged cliffs and hills that would make a billy goat say ouch. Well, our land hadn't been cleared of trees, vines, or rocks ever. It was as wild as you can get. Plenty of copperhead snakes, too. We set up our tent to stay the night, and got a good-sized fire going. It was a little chilly. As soon as we settled down for the night, it got really nice and quiet. The partial moon was beautiful, just what you camp for. I couldn't sleep, but my husband was out like a light, so I got up and went outside the tent. I tended the fire a bit and whatnot, trying to get sleepy enough. Now, I'm a trucker, so wild things never scare me unless they're bigger than me. I'm 5'2" and about 160 pounds. Strong, like stocky strong. You have to be strong if you drive a truck, and willing to go the extra mile if you have to. About 1:30 in the morning, I hear something coming through the knee-high leaves. Something big. Humans sound different when they walk through leaves, so do deer. But this was large and bulky, and it didn't care if you heard it or not. Now, me and hubby had only brought a .22 long rifle with us. We hadn't taken into account that we might run into a predator able to kill us. Way too much city living. This thing is completely black, and moving like it has no cares in the world. It could see me, but I couldn't see it fully. Fire is a great thing sometimes. What I mean by that is you can't see anything past the glow of the fire. It's like a wall of light and you're blind. It moves past me to my right at exactly 25 feet out, just out of reach of my small, crappy flashlight, dang it. I think to myself, as I'm wanting that spotlight we left at the house, I didn't think we would need something you could flag a 747 down with. I have an iron rod I was stirring the fire with in one hand, the crappy flashlight in the other. Turning to face the invisible stalker as it circles to the rear of our tent, I walk to the sound of its feet going through the leaves. I'm trying to stay away enough to be able to fight it if I had to. I still don't have a clue what it is. My flashlight beam lands on its eyeshine, great blue eyes. I know from hunting deer they have red eyeshine, and most animals have a red or yellow eyeshine. 100% of the time, blue means cows or horses or bears. Now this eyeshine was a brilliant, beautiful blue. So I run at it, saying, "Ha! Ha!" in as deep a voice as I can muster, just a step or two, stomping. It then stands up on its back 2 legs, and I kid you not, it sniffs me. Now real fear is kicking in like a mother. I now know exactly what it is, and we only have a .22. Shaking, I stand my ground, letting it know I will not back down. It walks off into the fallen trees and brush where I have no hope of seeing it for the rest of the night. That's right, it stayed out of sight, but it stayed there making sounds like sniffing and grunting all night until it was almost dawn. I guess that's the best I've been scared of any animal on Earth. I think all he wanted was the hamburgers we bought, as fast food is a weakness of most bears. I thank God he didn't want those stupid things enough to maul me to death. Do not bring food on overnights in the Ozarks, people. It ain't worth your life. The following story is from an episode from last year, titled 5 Scary Stories to Fall Asleep To. It matches this theme, so I've decided to add it. They told me they'd leave you alone. From Pity K. They told me they'd leave you alone. I remembered this story when I was driving home late the other night, and just thinking about it really creeped me out. This didn't happen to me, but I did hear it from my ex-girlfriend's grandma years ago about a friend of hers. We'll call her Grandma Z. Z worked as a therapeutic masseuse at a spa in a nice little town in northwest Arkansas. To give you a bit of an idea of what kind of person Z was, she lived in a little stone cottage with a shrine to a Hindu holy man as its centerpiece, and she carried pipe tobacco in her Volvo to sprinkle on roadkill. Now, she claimed it was a Native American ritual to help ferry the animal's spirit into the next life, or something along those lines. She was a nice enough woman, but obviously a bit eccentric. That being said, she seemed sincere and a little more than creeped out when she told us her story. Another masseuse that Z was close to at the spa, I'll call her M, arrived at work one day in the middle of the week in a haggard state. M was a young woman in her early 30s. She was friendly, and most of the time she had a bubbly personality. But on that day, she was aloof, downcast, and had bags under her eyes. Z noticed this the moment she walked in the door, but with work to do, she waited for a better time to ask M if everything was okay. When lunch came around, Z approached her friend and asked what was wrong. M brushed it off initially, saying that nothing was wrong, that she was simply tired. But Z persisted. M began to tear up then and started to sob. Z embraced her and told her it was going to be all right, that she could share what was on her mind if she needed to. M's sobs subsided a little, and she began to speak, but then stopped. What she had to say, she told Z, was too crazy, and Z would never believe her. Z told M that she'd be surprised at what she may or may not find believable. So M composed herself a bit, and then began her story. M, her husband, and young son lived in a house about 20 miles outside of town. The house and the property were beautiful, essentially the couple's dream home. It included plenty of acreage nestled in a valley in the Ozark Mountains, and the house had a huge picture window in the living room, overlooking the valley and the forested mountains beyond. The night before, she'd awakened around 3:00 a.m. Nothing had startled her awake, no nightmares, no having to pee, but something had definitely awakened her, something that she wasn't aware of just yet. She lay in bed in the dark for a while, listening in the silence, trying to go back to sleep, but she couldn't. She then carefully rolled out of the bed, trying not to wake her husband, and then she made her way through the dark house to the kitchen for a snack. As she walked through the lightless living room, she looked out of the picture window and froze. There was something standing on the deck just outside, a small silhouette outlined in starlight. She studied the shape in wide-eyed fear as it stood motionless on the deck overlooking the valley. It seemed to be looking up. Her shock turned to concern and confusion when she realized what the figure was. It was her 8-year-old son. She quickly flung the sliding door to the deck open and wrapped the boy in her arms, asking, "Are you okay, honey? What's wrong? What are you doing out here?"
I'm looking at the lights,"
he said. Then he pointed out into the clear night sky. She followed the direction of his finger and saw several orbs of soft red, blue, and orange lights hovering over the valley. They were like bright stars at first, but then they moved slowly, deliberately into a formation. First a line, and then a cross, and then a diamond, and finally something that resembled the Big Dipper. There was nothing natural about their movement. They could not be shooting stars or aircraft. They weren't moving like that. It was like they were some sort of signal, almost as if they were communicating with something or someone. Im released her son from her arms
and stood up hypnotized, staring at the lights too, as they changed formations and pulsated from dim to bright and back to dim again. Her son tugged on the hem of her nightshirt and said that he was cold. She broke her trance and took her son quickly by the shoulder, leading him inside impatiently. She slid the door closed behind her and locked it, doing her best not to look back out over the valley. She closed the blinds in the big window in the living room and ushered her son into her bedroom to sleep with her and her husband, with the lights on. Em stopped talking and looked up at Z, who looked back at her with eyes widened in amazement. She began to sob again. "Do you want to hear the really crazy part? The reason why this is so scary?" Z's mouth hung open as she thought about how to respond. Before she could reply, Em continued. Her father was a physicist who'd worked at a government lab in New Mexico. He was never able to tell her what exactly he did for reasons of national security, so to say. While working in the Southwest, he'd fallen in love with the region's harsh but beautiful mountains and desert landscapes. After divorcing Em's mother and retiring early with a handsome government pension, he bought a small ranch in Arizona. In the summertime, Em, then a young girl, would stay with her father at his ranch. It was a very remote property, part of its allure for him. It was in the foothills of some mountains in the desert, but it had access to a water source, and there was a small pond back behind the ranch house, overgrown with tall cattails. Early in the afternoon one summer day, Em's father left the ranch to run some errands in the nearest town. It was a brutally hot day, and Em did not want to ride in the stifling hot truck, so she begged her father to let her stay so she could swim in the pond. Reluctantly, he agreed. Once her father had left, Em put on her bathing suit and made her way down a small path of hot rocks and sand to the pond behind the house. The sky was almost impossibly blue in the clear, torturous Arizona summer heat. A slight breeze rustled the reeds and scrub brush, but it was otherwise silent, as if all the animal life had perished or gone underground to escape the relentless desert heat. As Em rounded the bank of cattails that obscured the pond from the house, she froze at an unexpected encounter. 3 tall beings were standing on the opposite side of the pond. They were all identical and stood facing her as she came into view, as if they'd been waiting for her. Em couldn't move. Whether that was from pure fear or something else, she couldn't tell. All she could do was stare in horror and disbelief at these things. They stood about 7 feet tall, each one completely indistinguishable from the other, as if they were clones or triplets or mirrored images of each other. They were vaguely humanoid, 2 unusually long and skinny arms that ended in spindly hands with long fingers, 2 long and thin legs, slender, elongated torsos, and skinnier necks. Their heads were long but proportional to the height and build of these things, whatever they were. They had ruddy tan and completely hairless skin, and wore what seemed to be blue skin-tight jumpsuits. But the strangest and most awful aspect of these things were their faces. They were completely featureless save for the eyes. No mouth, no ears, no nose. Just 2 somehow human-looking, but somehow not human-looking, eyes set into the blank tanned plane of their faces, staring dispassionately and motionlessly at him. She blinked once, and soon found herself lying on the floor of her father's living room, right on her back. She was wrapped in the towel she'd taken with her to the pond, as if she'd been swaddled in it.
The sun had gotten significantly lower in the sky. She could tell by the way it slanted in through the yellow blinds of the windows at a long angle. She sat up, confused and beginning to panic. She heard the ticking of the old grandfather clock and looked over at it. The time read 5 p.m. She'd somehow lost nearly 3 hours of time. How's that possible? How had she even gotten back to the house? Just as strangely, she was completely dry. Not a bead of sweat had gathered on her, even though her father's house lacked air conditioning and was sickly hot. Her father arrived not long afterward, pulling his truck down the long driveway of the ranch. When he entered the house with his sack of groceries, he found him in a state of distress. She told him in a panicked frenzy what she'd seen, what had happened to her at the pond, how she'd somehow lost 3 hours of her life. The old physicist stared coldly into the distance, waiting for his daughter to finish the story, then told her, "But they told me they'd leave you alone." M was shaking and began to cry again. Z held her and she buried her face in Z's arms. "That's why I'm afraid," she said. "I'm afraid that they came back for my son."
No matter how much I wish it wasn't, this story is completely true. I wasn't drunk and I wasn't high on any drugs. Neither was my friend, but I fear his state of mind might have been permanently altered due to his experience with these beings. Secondly, I like to consider myself a rational, thinking type of person with years of experience hunting and hiking around my hometown in Wyoming. I've seen all kinds of fauna and flora, so I didn't confuse what I saw for something entirely different. It all started when I went to a friend's house to celebrate his birthday. He was turning 18, and I was already 18 myself. His uncle, a man more native to the land than myself, was 27. Let's call this friend James. I finally got to his house at about 4 p.m. that night. It was January 25th. Since he effectively lived in the middle of nowhere and at the foothills of the Rockies, I was keen on bringing something with me in case I ran into some trouble, like a bear or something of the like. So I brought along with me a .357 Magnum and some binoculars in case my friend wanted to try and hunt some coyotes with his .223 rifle. We started doing our normal routine for most of the day, playing games on his computer, watching some TV, and just chilling out and talking about school. His parents were away on a business trip to a nearby town, so they left James and his uncle the house to themselves. The thing that James loved the most in the world was easily his dogs. He had 2 chocolate labs and a golden retriever. The retriever was actually fairly old. This being Wyoming and people not really giving a hoot, the dogs were left out all day. They came and went as they pleased back to his house. Sometime around 8 or 9 p.m., we heard his dogs begin barking at something off in the distance. At this point, the sun was long gone, but the full moon gave an amazing amount of light. I looked through the nearby window in the direction of the dogs barking. Even with the moon shining against the snow, I could not see anything up to the tree line that was nearly a mile away. "There's nothing there," I said. "Are you sure? They don't even bark at deer anymore," James whispered to me. The whole situation was weird. Fast forward an hour, and his dogs have not been heard or seen since the barking started. His uncle was buzzed and watching something on their huge TV. James was beginning to worry that something happened to his dogs. Now, wolves can still be dangerous in the Rockies, and they have no problem taking down a random dog that wanders into the woods. This is the moment where I started to get anxious, partly because he wanted to get his dog back, and partly because wolves sometimes kill sheep or even cows. So if they were desperate, I'm sure they would have no problem with us. Even still, those dogs were his family. So we grabbed our guns and we headed outside. We were armed with heavy clothing, as well as my .357, the binoculars, and his .223 rifle. We braced ourselves and we headed out into the Wyoming winter with temperatures 20 below freezing, going the direction of where we last saw his dogs. The whole time we walked toward the tree line, my veins were being flooded with adrenaline, the same feeling I got every time I hunted. But tonight we definitely weren't hunters. We were about 300 yards away from the tree line when James suddenly stopped. With my eyes trained on the ground and looking for signs of an animal, I almost ran into him. He just stared at the tree line. He kept whispering for me to look at the trees. Slowly, he raised his left index finger towards the foothills of the mountains. As soon as he knew I was looking towards the trees, he readied his rifle and pointed it towards them. I noticed at this point that his breathing was extremely rapid and raspy, like he just witnessed a fatal car crash right in front of him. At that point, I honestly didn't know what he was talking about. I scanned the tree line over and over. I crouched down to sit on the snow. I used the binoculars towards where he pointed. It took me about 30 seconds, but eventually I saw what scared the hell out of him. There was something out there, and it wasn't human, and it wasn't his dogs. Something on 4 legs came out from behind a tree at the edge of the forest. It must have been about 3 feet tall at the shoulder. Of course, at first I assumed it was a wolf, or maybe even a small bear. A few seconds later, several more of these things came out of the woods. I didn't pause to try and count them, but there was at least 6 or 7, and who knows how many more were hiding in the trees still. We watched them slowly walk out of the trees for several minutes. These animals seemed strangely cautious or slow for whatever reason. Maybe they were scared of people. Then they eventually stopped as a howl from a dog or wolf came out from behind us. It was far enough away for us to not worry about it, but close enough for the unknown animals out there to hear the howl as well. I looked back through the binoculars and could almost make out the general texture of these creatures. They were now about 275 yards away. They looked pale and thin. They still appeared to be something like wolves or even large dogs. But my heart began to race when I saw what they did next. These things, whatever they were, picked up their pace fast, reaching speeds of what looked like 15 to 20 miles per hour, judging from how fast they closed their distance to the direction of the howl. And coincidentally, this was almost right at us. After a minute or so, James lost it and tried to get up to run away. I grabbed him and threw him on the ground as he started to run. But this caught the attention of the beasts, and they stopped. James and I, frozen with fear, sat down in the snow, weapons ready. I almost lost it as well when I noticed that the eyes of these things reflected the moonlight. They were orange in color. They didn't really glow like in some stories of cryptids. They were more piercing. We stared at them, and they stared back at us for what seemed like hours until one of these creatures stood up on its back legs. At this moment, all of my knowledge on hunting and animals was meaningless. I knew that some animals could stand up on their back legs, but they could never do it very long. I audibly counted to see how long it stayed like that. 5 seconds, 10, 15. Then James screamed and pointed his .223 to the right. I looked in his direction, and I saw a creature on the left side of the group begin to get up, and it ran away from the pack. Dumbfounded, I turned my attention to the rest of them, and I told James to keep watching the one that ran away. I do a quick count of the ones that remained, the ones that were staring us down. There were only 4. My heart pounded out of my chest. There was no way we could have lost something so large on these plains. They're completely flat and covered in snow. I looked to our left, and then I saw it. It was crouched down and trying not to be seen. I realized how smart these things were, much smarter than I would have ever expected. These things, they were flanking us. I whispered to James my suspicions of what's going on, and he had the same thought. I made up a quick plan in my head, and I relayed it to James, our best course of action. I told him to start backing away slowly, but to always maintain eye contact.
As soon as I finish telling him my idea, I do another quick count. Now only 3 pairs of orange eyes. Another one went somewhere. The one that first stood was starting to walk towards us. I helped James up and I told him to keep an eye on our right side, while I looked to the left. We backed away, but these beasts walked with us, maintaining their distance the whole time. Eventually, we were only about 100 yards from his house before we turned and ran to his front door. We booked it towards his porch lights, no longer caring to be coy about the situation. Foolishly, I stopped 50 feet short of the porch, and I turned around. Maybe it was curiosity. I don't know, but I regretted it the moment I did it. My body seized up the moment I saw it. Those creatures stopped as soon as I made eye contact. With the creatures ever so slightly illuminated by the porch lights, I realized that these things seemed otherworldly. They were tall, probably 6 or 7 feet, and they were insanely thin and lanky, almost like a basketball player. They were so pale, and they stared right back with these intense orange eyes from before. I just looked back, less afraid but more curious, and a few seconds later, James screamed, "What are you doing?" I pulled myself out of the weird trance I found myself in, and I sprinted towards his house. I jumped inside and bolted the door, all while his drunk uncle swore at us for making too much noise. I looked out of the windows with my gun in hand, but I didn't see a thing. Nothing but fresh tracks. I pulled the curtains back where they were, and we heard the strangest noise, anything other than a person I've ever heard. It sounded like a dog's howl, but it repeated, almost like it was coming from a Siamang gibbon, in repeated pulses in different pitches and tones. The uncle looked like he instantly sobered up after hearing it, and he started locking all the doors and windows in the house. To our surprise, all of James's dogs were back, but they were very frightened and confused, cowering in a corner. We watched through the windows for almost the entire night, until I eventually needed to fall asleep, but we never had any other problems since. Whatever these things were, they were fast, they were smart, and they were nothing I've ever seen before. It looked like some strange dog man straight from tribal legend. I'm not a superstitious type of guy, but I hope it was somehow just a really elaborate dream, even if my friend and his uncle can recall the night too.
This story was submitted by Ghost Train 87. Enjoy. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of western North Carolina, the Boston Bridge train wreck occurred on August 27, 1891, just west of Statesville. The accident took the lives of 24 people, making it one of the worst railroad disasters in North Carolina history. Richmond and Danville, R&D, engine number 9, left Statesville at approximately 2:30 a.m., bound for the resort mountain town of Asheville, pulling 6 passenger cars, a baggage car, a second-class car, 2 first-class coaches, a Pullman sleeper, and the private passenger car of the Richmond and Danville superintendent. According to the station agents, engineer William West was 34 minutes late and left Statesville in a hurry, obviously intending to make up lost time. Less than 5 minutes after leaving Statesville, the train plunged off Boston Bridge, a 70 feet high, 5-span brick tower bridge crossing Third Creek. Because of its speed, which would later be estimated at 40 to 45 miles per hour by the coroner's jury, the train was literally airborne when it derailed. The sleeping car hit the ground 157 feet from where it left the bridge. Several battered survivors walked back to Statesville to announce the disaster, and all normal activity ceased that day as the town immersed itself in the rescue effort. The injured were transported to Statesville, which had no hospital, and placed in private homes. As for the dead, they were taken to a tobacco warehouse to be later identified. Once the rescue effort ended, the wreck site became a magnet for the curious. Thousands of people arrived to stare off the bridge at the wreck, or to prowl among the debris looking for valuables of the passengers. Photographers William Stimson of Statesville and a Mr. Van Ness of Charlotte took pictures, and according to the Statesville paper, The Landmark, they sold hundreds of photos in the coming weeks. A news story of the wreck soon featured a Van Ness photograph, specifically Frank Leslie's weekly illustrated newspaper. The Police Gazette of Boston carried a story illustrated with what the Landmark called one of its loud, imaginary pictures. 4 days after the incident, a coroner's inquest concluded that it was caused by unknown persons removing spikes from the rails, though some blamed the track's neglected condition. Inasmuch as the Richmond and Danville was experiencing financial troubles, officials fearing huge damage suits worked feverishly to find the alleged train wreckers. For months, railroad detectives swarmed over the area. Several people were detained and questioned but eventually released. Later that year, 2 men already in the state penitentiary in Raleigh were convicted of causing the tragedy on the strength of their supposed confessions to other inmates. 50 years later, very early in the morning of August 27, 1941, a woman was waiting along the road that ran beside the railroad tracks near Statesville. Her husband had gone to get help after their car had a flat tire. The woman heard a train whistle in the distance. A headlight appeared down the track, sweeping through the trees as the engine approached. The woman noticed the huge bridge in front of the train. As the engine began to cross it, she heard a horrible crash. She saw the train plunge off the bridge, its old-fashioned wooden passenger cars splintering into pieces. They piled into a jagged mound below. The woman could hear the screams and groans of the wounded people. She ran across the road through a field to the side of the creek. Up close, the sight was even more horrendous. The steam locomotive, its tender, the car attached to the engine carrying its water and coal, and passenger cars, formed a mangled mess of wreckage being flooded by the waters of Third Creek. Hearing a car pull up on the road behind her, the woman ran back across the field, screaming that a terrible train wreck had happened. Her husband was in the car with a stranger, the man who owned the country store just down the road. The 3 of them headed back across the field and looked down into the quiet waters of Third Creek. The wreck was no longer there. Of course, the men thought that the woman had fallen asleep and dreamt the whole thing up. But when they continued their trip, she made her husband stop by the Statesville train station to find out if there had been a wreck there. When the couple asked at the ticket window, the station agent looked up from his work. "Funny you should ask," he said. "There was no wreck on the railroad last night, but 50 years ago today, there was a horrible wreck out there at Bostion's Bridge." As he said this, the woman screamed and fainted. She knew she had seen a ghost train. On August 27, 2010, a group of 12 individuals who considered themselves amateur ghost hunters gathered at Bostion's Bridge, hoping to catch a glimpse of the ghost train. Unfortunately for them, a real train came down the tracks at about 2:45 a.m., the same time they anticipated a sighting of the ghost train. The group did not immediately run from it, initially believing it was in fact a phantom train. Christopher Kaiser, 29, who had ventured onto the bridge itself, died at the scene after he was struck by the locomotive, and 2 others were injured and airlifted to a local trauma center. The train engineer tried to stop the train and warn the people on the bridge before they were forced to jump from it. A sad ending to an ongoing legend. Warning: the following story contains depictions of harm against animals. Appalachian creatures stalk my family. From Aggie. I'll start by stating the general area of where this all took place, and actually continues to take place. I, as well as generations of my family, were born and raised in West Virginia, right in the Appalachian Belt. My grandmother has about 7 acres on a mountain, where we all ran wild as kids. Now, as adults, we sit at night around a bonfire, enjoying the peaceful sounds. However, there comes a point in the night where the air grows heavy and sinister. Around these times, my grandmother's 2 large dogs even refuse to go off the porch to do their business. We don't know what lurks in the surrounding woods, but sometimes it makes itself known. When my 3 aunts, mother, and 3 uncles were younger, they did what all of us did as kids, roamed those woods. My grandmother's property has what we call a spring house, which is exactly how it sounds. It's a concrete block structure that has a peaceful and fresh spring that runs right through it. It was used before running water was put into the old farmhouse that sits atop the mountain, overlooking the entire property. At that point, the spring house had been worn down, and the woods began to overtake it, surrounding it so that it was buried deep. The weird thing about this spring house was that the only opening sat atop of it, so in order to even get into it, you would have to drop down from the top. As kids, you aren't really afraid of much except at night. It was apparently broad daylight when one of my aunts, we'll call her In, got the idea to do just that. Drop in. When she dropped inside, all seemed fine. It was pitch dark, but she could feel and hear the water around her. She then began to hear soft breathing. She turned to one of the corners of the spring house. There, she saw an all-white humanoid creature staring at her. They were both stunned to see one another. This thing had sickly white skin, elongated limbs, and dark holes for facial features. All at once, fear pushed to the forefront, and she began to scream at my other aunt, B, to pull her back up. During the commotion, her glasses slid off her face and hit into the water below. She could feel the thing moving around now, and she screamed more. One of my uncles, K, yanked her out of the hole, where she began running towards the house. Her fear spurred the entire group, and they all followed after her. Eventually, she calmed down enough to tell them what she saw, and they never went back to the spring house again. I'm not sure if she told my grandmother, as my grandmother is quite religious, and even to this day, she brushes off any paranormal experience we have at her place. Now, the story doesn't end there. In fact, it's just getting started. Years later, when my aunts and uncles were all grown up with children of their own, the spring house lured some of my cousins and sisters to it. They had heard of the white creature down there, but of course, they didn't believe my aunts. Kids being kids, they went through the woods until the spring house came into view. They planned to drop into it too. My cousin dropped down first. My sister lingered over the hole and stared down at her, not dropping in just yet. It took all of a few seconds before my cousin heard heavy breathing. Her fear immediately spiked, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned toward the sound. My aunt's long, eroded glasses sat in the water beside the same all-white, elongated creature. This time, it did not hesitate. It began to stretch out its limbs to move. She scrambled up and out with the help of my sister, and they too booked it back to the house. They told my aunt and mother what happened. They didn't deny the creature's existence, but instead consoled them as best they could, warning them to stay away from the place. When I eventually came into this world, I was always roaming my grandmother's property too. I rarely liked going to school, and instead I wanted to roam the woods and collect anything and everything I could find. I was often alone out there. Only my grandma's farm dog followed me about. However, the first time I saw the creature, it was during a family get-together. The adults were drinking by a bonfire when a few of my cousins and I decided to play a game called Cops and Robbers. Our version of it was basically hide and seek, but instead of one seeker, There was a group of them, and there was a group of hiders too. I was a hider this time around. I got the bright idea to hide behind an old Lincoln car parked by the barn, since I knew everyone else would be too scared to go out that far. After all, the light barely reached that far, only enough to see shadows. The car was also on the property line with my grandmother's neighbors, where a mobile home sat, unoccupied. The neighbor's house was a few feet away and was dark, as it was late. I sat down behind the car, closest to the trailer. A few minutes went by and I could faintly hear my cousins giggling and screaming gleefully. I shuffled to a squatting position, smiling to myself. Suddenly, I heard a whistle from behind me. I stiffened right away. My body seemed to know something wasn't right before my mind did. The whistle came softly again. It was almost too quiet to hear. A sound used to get someone's attention. I heard it all the time when my great-uncle would use it to call his dog. This time, though, it sounded slightly distorted. I gathered my courage, and I fully stood and began to turn towards the sound. Beside a tall tree near the trailer was this all-white creature. It was also squatting like I had been, but upon seeing me staring in fear, it straightened. The thing was nearly 7 feet tall, a sickly pale white color that shone even in the dark. Its limbs were long and grotesque, and before I knew it, I was running as fast as my legs could take me. I ended up colliding into one of my cousins, who I was very close with at the time, named Jay. She and I then slammed into the dirt. She yelped and was ready to rip me a new one, but she must have quickly seen the fear in my face, because instead, she asked what was wrong. I ended up telling her, and we agreed to quit the game entirely, and went into the house for the rest of the night. A few months later, though, the incident was nearly forgotten by us. Once again, the adults were partying, and we were playing the same game. I stayed well away from the barn at this point, and only hid near the house, staying in the light as much as possible. My cousin Jay didn't. She had a spurt of bravery or something. She went farther out than I'd previously gone, going directly behind the old barn. Behind the barn was nothing but woods for literal miles, and no light reaching that far. The moon was particularly bright, a full moon that summer night. She told me that's why she could slightly see out there. After a few moments, she grew bored and began to jog around the barn instead of just retracing her steps. That's when, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a man in a bright red sweater just sitting on an all-white lawn chair, staring into the woods. Now, we knew who all was there. This man did not look like any relative of ours, nor the nearby neighbors. The creepy thing was, he didn't even jump or move when she came by. She said it was like he was frozen. His skin was sickly white, like the creature's. It almost glowed. Obviously, she was afraid and ran back to the house calling my name. We met up, and she told me what happened. We never really said much to the grown-ups when they were drinking, as they seemed to have a habit of always laughing at whatever we told them. So we took it upon ourselves to investigate. Together, the two of us crept over towards the barn. We peeked around the corner to see the lawn chair empty. No one was around. As we turned to walk back, I heard my name whispered inside the dilapidated barn. Jay heard it too. Her eyes widened as she looked at my face. We both ran, tears in our eyes. That night, we slept with my poor grandma, smashed up against one another. The sound of that whisper still scares me to this very day. Just thinking about it sends shivers up my spine. Although the next night, we slept in the upstairs spare bedroom, as they call it, and to our horror, my grandma's dog kept looking into our deceased great-grandmother's room, growling softly. We shut the door with him inside the room with us until morning, as we didn't dare to step in front of her room to get to the stairs. The following day, after telling my Aunt B, she admitted the upstairs portion of the house always creeped her out. When I inquired why, she told me when she was a little girl, she'd watched a cheesy, scary movie about werewolves. But in her young mind, it was very creepy. Afterwards, her and my grandmother slept in the third bedroom at the end of the hall. She was having trouble sleeping that night due to the movie replaying in her mind. She dozed off and on, but at one point, she began to hear heavy breathing. The room was suddenly hot and moist as well. Her eyes shot open, and she saw a werewolf-like creature sitting at the bottom of her bed, eyes right on her. It stayed like this until morning. Now, obviously, this isn't the same creature we'd all been seeing, but I know skinwalkers can mimic voices and other things, which can scare you. And that night it had been werewolves for her, so maybe this entity or another was similar, and wants to mimic your fears. Anyway, after she told me this, I stopped going upstairs for a long time. Whenever I stayed with my grandmother during the summer, I slept downstairs in the living room on her couch. I was always frightened there at night. I constantly left the TV playing to drown out any noises, as my grandma liked to sleep with her doors and windows wide open. On a few occasions, I was awakened by the shadow of a person stepping in front of the TV to stare. Then it would proceed into the kitchen. This always horrified me, but I would convince myself I was dreaming. However, it always happened at 3 a.m. on the dot, multiple nights a week. Sometimes I swear the kitchen light would switch on, and the faucet in there would turn on, water exploding loudly onto the ceramic. My grandma, who had her bed in the living room as well, due to having arthritic knees and not being able to climb the stairs nightly, never heard any of this. However, her dog, who often slept on my legs, would sit up, ears perked towards the kitchen. Now, this was happening after my great-grandmother had passed, and she was an odd creature herself. When she was alive at 3 a.m. every night, she would go into the kitchen, turn the lights on, and just sit there for hours playing cards on the wooden dining room table. When I asked her why a few times, she always told me, "I can talk to my husband." Her husband had died a long time ago, but as a young kid, I thought this was all very weird. My great-grandmother and I never got along, so if it was her doing this at night, I still didn't feel too safe. I even had a dream about her after the kitchen light flicked on and I dozed off because I was used to it by this point. In the dream, the stairway light was on, and she began to descend the steps. I was shocked to see her, because even in the dream I knew she'd died. I walked over to the steps. The rest of the house was dark besides the one light. She looked like her usual self, in her normal all-white attire. However, when I looked up at her and smiled, she frowned deeply. I sensed something was wrong then, like it wasn't her. She spoke in a deep, harsh tone unlike her usual voice. "Hello." I was scared now, every hair on my body standing up. I tried to wake myself up, knowing it was a dream. "What are you doing here?" I stammered, stepping back. Whatever the thing was that mimicked her smiled cruelly. "I came to tell you something important. You're all going to hell. This is hell. All the demons are here." After the words were out, I was suddenly awake, gasping for air. I kept replaying her or its words all night, unable to sleep. My mind decided all meant my family and I was distraught for days, wanting to go home to get away from that house. So I did. I didn't frequent it much in my teenage years either. I got a job at 15 to help out with the bills, and eventually I moved to a city about 20 minutes away when I turned 18. I don't visit there often, as my family and I are not on the best terms anymore. But one of my aunts has moved in recently to help out my grandmother as she ages. She's told me about how the dogs don't go out at night anymore, how sometimes she hears an odd screech and all the crickets go silent, how one night she heard something scream her name from the woods. She even told me about how the neighbor, who's lived there nearly as long as our family has, called my grandma to tell her he heard such an odd scream from the woods too. He immediately got back on his tractor and drove it into the garage, locking the doors tight. This has never happened before, and to hear how frightened a man who has lived there his entire life was, I was a bit shaken up. When I did find time to sneak up there without a ton of family members being there, my aunt and I found a baby raccoon who had been killed in an odd way. Usually, coyotes kill and eat them, and there aren't any other predators in the area. But the thing about this was, it was whole. It looked like whoever killed it had twisted it, forcing its legs to face the wrong way. There were no other indicators of how it died. All of its legs were seemingly unbroken, even. A few days after this, my aunt called to tell me she found multiple twisted animals, all like that, all placed along the tree line. To this day, my family and I exchange these scary stories. We rarely, if ever, go near those woods at night. If I decide to take my dogs on a small hike, I stay fairly close to the tree line when we're in the woods, even during the day. We have so many stories about the odd happenings there, like mysterious lights hovering near us, screams from the woods, odd lights in the sky, a lot of weird things. The house and land are so beautiful, but something old and haunting lurks around it, stalking generations of my family, and I'm not sure if it will ever leave us alone. The following story contains photographic evidence. Please see the links in the description to see all 8 photos for yourself. Camping at Mount Rainier, from Mr. Anonymous. I recently went on a camping trip with my family to Mount Rainier. It was my father, his dog, who's deaf and 14 years old, my brother, sister-in-law, niece, and my brother's wife's sister. We have this one camping spot where weird things happen to us every time we stay there. The last time was the most unsettling. In the past, we've seen lights in the sky that couldn't be traditional aircraft nor satellites, just blue dots moving in an irregular pattern, and we woke up in the morning nauseous, not remembering what else happened. This time, however, was very different. One of the nearby trees has "in loving memory" carved into it, for a couple that died in 2000 that we didn't notice prior to setting up. The first night we were there, I was up around 12 to 12:30 a.m. when I heard a man singing. The singing was getting closer and closer to our campsite, so I grabbed my knife and held it close to my chest. The singing abruptly stopped, and I heard a male and female having a conversation, but it was too muddled to make out any words. I heard one of them walk in between my tent that I was sleeping alone in and the tree that was about 3 feet away from me. The other walked opposite so they could circle my camp. The strangest part was that there was never a flashlight, and it was quite dangerous to walk around in the camp without light. We had this sort of cliff on the side that went into the Nisqually River. The voices and walking randomly stopped, but they never sounded like they walked away from us. Eventually, it was so quiet for so long, I was able to sleep, though I still clutched the knife tightly. In the morning, I asked around to see if anyone else heard anything, keeping what I heard a secret as to not put thoughts into their heads. My father said he'd heard a man and woman talking that night, and my sister-in-law's sister said that someone shook her tent. I had never felt more validated, yet scared, before, as the whole interaction was about 15 minutes long. Sadly, that's not the only strange thing that happened on that trip either. A day before, when we were looking for other campsites, because we didn't want to stay in the one where weird things happen, we found an abandoned camp. It looked like the people took essentials and ran. They left a $300 tent, 2 queen air mattresses, blankets, pillows, diapers, etc. And on the tent they had a notice from the park rangers saying it was there for over 14 days. I'll add the pictures. The second night there, my family and I were walking down the river for a quiet little night hike. I was ahead of them and got to a small forested section when I started to hear a growl coming from in front of me and to the side. I put my walking stick in a defensive position, as I know there can be bears in the area. I also slowly walked backwards, making sure not to show my back to whatever it was. I told my family we needed to turn back to grab some bear mace from the camp just in case and stay at camp. The next morning, before we packed up to go, I still wanted to adventure over to that area. I went on my own and stumbled upon these 2 prints in the sand. One of them was a human-like foot that was twice the width of mine and about 3 inches longer. The other was a handprint that made mine look like a toddler's hand. I'm not saying it was a Bigfoot or a cryptid, but whatever it was, it had to be over 6.5 feet tall. I'll also be adding pictures of those prints. It could have very well been a tall person with abnormally large hands like my dad has. They're swollen due to an illness he has. But even his weren't even close enough to being that big. Also, I don't know what a person would be doing walking along the side of the river barefoot. If you know anything about Washington, you know that there's constantly sharp rocks along the rivers and ocean with very little sand. I'm not sure what either of these situations really were. My sister, who wasn't there, seems to think I encountered the ghosts of the couple that passed through there, and that I maybe ran into a Bigfoot. I'm skeptical at best. I think there was a couple scoping out our campsite, and a very tall, homeless person walking around the other area, though I am open to suggestions. Creepy Vacation. From Anonymous. I'm 16 years old. I was born and raised in the Dominican Republic, but I now live in New York. I was on vacation back in the Dominican Republic, in a town called Sabana Iglesia, which belongs to Santiago. There are more smaller towns, but Sabana Iglesia is more well known due to its population, which is no more than 7,000 or 10,000 people. I used to live southeast from there, like 10 miles away. There's a much smaller town called El Flair, which holds a population no more than 1,000, and that's 3 or 4 miles from where I used to live, where this incident occurred. It happened back when I lived in the Dominican Republic. Where I lived then, I have to say, the place is beautiful and peaceful. There we all grew up in the woods, and we knew the area well. The small amount of people that lived there made it easy to remember everybody's names and pretty much where they lived. This small place is called El Corral. It's called this because it only has one easy entrance and exit, as it is surrounded by woods, small mountains that will make you sweat if you hike there midday, and also the largest river in the Dominican Republic, Rio Yaqui del Norte, which goes from west and passes to the east, making a curve where I live, blocking most of the ways to get out. That's why it has this name. My cousins that still live there are teens, around 16 I think. One was there when this took place, and the other came from the city of Santiago to have a good time. We were all spending time in the river playing water tag, which is tag but in the water, of course. We were cliff diving too, and a lot of other things. Now, as small as the town was, it had its own scary stories. All of them were related to witches that were said to pass by from 2 other towns called Yerba de Calebre and Loma de Coco. Our parents, grandparents, and most of the people there tell us a lot of encounters about the paranormal and ghost stories. We all believe this stuff due to all of these stories we've been told, and some of us at one point have seen creepy things. Even I think I've seen ghosts twice. Most of the people that live in small towns or in the countryside have had experiences with a certain creature called galipotes. If you try to search for it, it's possible you won't find much information about it. But a galipote looks like a well-dressed man, like a man who has been working in an office. But he could be a few yards next to you, and if you saw him again, he would somehow suddenly be much farther away. Not terribly scary. The last sighting I'd heard about was around 2008 or 2009. But in the 90s and 80s, there were more people living there, and they were more common. As I said, we believe in witches, and stories and sightings of those were common around 1960, but started to fade out in 2008. Now, a different, bizarre encounter you might have that was more common was when you go into the woods in the hills, you would find strings hanging from the tops of trees. People say the witches do this to mark their routes, and it does make sense, I guess. I mean, what normal hiker would put cloth strings on top of very tall trees to mark their paths? That would be way too much effort for a normal person. Not to mention, these would be found in places people don't often go for months. Now, one Sunday, September 3rd, I remember this because Hurricane Irma happened 3 or 4 days after. My friends and I were planning on going to El Flair. We were at the river, which is only 3 minutes from my grandparents' house, where my friend Stephen was staying. Jordan, another friend, lives right next to him, and I wasn't too far from their houses. We were going to have a good time, hiking through and playing in the woods, trying to meet up with some girls. You know, teenager stuff. We were supposed to meet at 7 p.m., and at the time it was 6 p.m. Christian, the other friend, left to his house to change and have dinner. We did the same. I lived with my great-grandparents back then. We ate, and soon Stephen went with me to get my stuff to get ready. We were going to get Jordan. When we got to his place, we called out for him, and he met us outside. Before going to Christian's house, we actually called him on the phone, but he didn't pick up, so we had to walk there and go get him. Now, going to Jordan's house leads to this bad road, surrounded by woods to the right and hills to the left. At the time, the sun was going down. It was 7:05 p.m. when I looked at my phone last. Eventually, we got to Christian's house. We called for him so we could leave. By then, it was 7:17. Christian did come out and joined us, so we made the journey back, went up the road, past another house where one of my cousins lived, and kept walking, reaching this flat area that looks down to my cousin's place, and the other side is a grassy hill. We kept walking past this flat area. We soon made it to the road that leads to El Flair and Yerba del Culebra. As we walked on and on, I soon noticed dark clouds gathering and coming our way, almost blocking the nearly full moon, which was a few days away from being completely full. I told the guys, "Don't tell me we came all the way out here just to have to go back." They ignored what I said, so we just kept walking. Eventually, we made it to where all the folks used to hang out, but that night there was no one there, and all the stores were closed. We took a break, eating some chips and drinking some soda. Afterwards, we chilled, talking and using our phones. By 9:30 p.m., I looked up and saw that the clouds were getting thicker. It looked as if it was about to rain. I let the guys know, but they still didn't care. So I kept on tinkering with my phone. At 10 p.m., lightning struck close to us, and the rain started to come down. Finally, we decided to leave. As we were making the long hike back in the dark and in the rain, suddenly a rock was thrown in front of Stephen, who was leading our group. We stopped then. He looked down to see what was thrown at him exactly. 2 or 3 seconds after that, we heard this strange laughing sound coming from a tree right in front of Stephen, to the right of us. I looked over at the trees. They had wires on them, which were there to separate the land where sometimes my uncle's cows grazed, but there were no cows there tonight. I looked and saw this black bird passing right through two of the trees. Freaked out, we were all about to bolt. We went on, trying to remain calm, approaching my parents' place. When we got there, I told my mom what happened, and she said right away, "That's a witch." She asked exactly where we saw it, and we explained. She then said some weird things happen there sometimes. We stayed there until we calmed down, but then we left to go to Stephen's place. On our walk there, another rock was thrown, this time landing on a metal roof on one of the nearby houses, making a loud noise. We all started to just look at each other. We knew it was none of us. Better yet, there were no rocks around here. It was all grass. Rocks would have been further back where that first rock had initially been thrown. Later on, I end up back at my grandparents' house, explaining to them the night's events, and they too believed it was a witch. The following day, most of the people knew about what had happened to us because word had spread, and nearly everyone believed it was a witch too. In fact, other people, such as Jordan's grandmother's sister, had also had rocks thrown at her when she was going back home one day. We grew up there, and this didn't change how we felt about our home. Even still, it was quite an eerie thing to experience. Ozark Werewolf from Barner 2424. My buddy Rick and I try to take a guy's camping trip to the Ozarks every autumn. We've been doing these trips since high school to fish, hike, and hunt. A few years back, we planned a 3-day weekend camping excursion in early November. As always, we spent the week leading up packing supplies: tents, sleeping bags, cooler, non-perishable food, rifles, ammo. We preferred camping deep in the backwoods, away from other people, because it made us feel as if we had the wilderness to ourselves. We left on a Friday morning, driving several hours to reach the remote forest area we had scoped out on maps weeks before. We turned off the main roads onto narrow dirt paths, rarely traveled except by loggers. Eventually, we reached the overgrown trailhead leading to the secluded spot by a creek we aimed to camp at. We hiked through dense brush and forest for over an hour before reaching the clearing we had chosen as our campsite. The place was perfect. Flat ground to pitch the tents, fallen logs to sit on, the gentle babbling of a nearby creek in which we could fish. We quickly got to work unloading the truck and setting up camp. Soon we had a roaring fire going, and we cracked open a couple of cold ones to toast the start of our weekend. We grilled up some steaks, beans, and potatoes as the sun went down. We were feeling relaxed and optimistic about the days of solitude ahead. Just us two old friends in the wilderness making new memories. As night fell, we occasionally heard distant coyotes howling and owls hooting. But then came these cries that echoed through the darkness, which sounded unlike anything I'd ever heard before. They were like a painful wailing or screaming. Rick and I joked nervously that it must be a skinwalker coming for us clueless city boys. Little did I know, our jokes might hit a little too close to reality. The next morning, Rick and I gulped down some coffee. We geared up for a full day of hunting. The dawn in the forest was serene, mist rising off the creek nearby, and birds chirping in the trees. We hiked over a ridge, finding a spot with signs of deer activity to set up. After a couple of hours passed with no sightings, the stillness of the woods began to feel eerie. Usually, we'd have seen some squirrels, birds, or deer by now, but the forest was oddly silent, like all its inhabitants had vanished. "Something feel off to you?" I asked Rick. He nodded, brow furrowed. We stayed a while longer, but eventually we gave up, heading back to camp empty-handed. Along the way, we discovered strange, huge tracks on the trail that didn't look like any animal we knew. Kind of canine-like, but oddly shaped. A chill went down my spine, imagining what could have left those prints. We decided to call it an early night, anticipating better luck hunting in the morning. But sleep eluded me. I kept thinking about those weird cries we'd heard the night before, which sounded so tormented and inhuman. Sometime deep in the night, I awoke to the snuffling and crackling of something rooting around just outside my tent. I lay paralyzed, listening to heavy breaths and twigs snapping underfoot. My blood turned to ice when I glanced through the mesh window and saw two glowing eyes peering back at me from the dark. I yelled out to Rick, "There's something out there!" The eyes vanished as quickly as they had appeared. We sat huddled together in Rick's tent, rifles clutched tight, waiting for dawn. Both of us were shaken by the undeniable sense that we were being watched from the shadows. At daybreak, we hastily packed up camp, skipping breakfast. This spot didn't seem so idyllic anymore. Rick and I agreed we could not wait to get the heck out of these woods. The two of us hiked back out the way we'd came in, moving at a brisk pace. The sooner we were back in the safety of the truck, the better. We just had to get around a ridge, through a narrow valley, then uphill to the trailhead. Halfway through the valley, we came upon a huge fallen oak blocking the path ahead. Odd that a healthy tree had so recently toppled. We'd stopped just a moment, seconds away from deciding to just climb over it, when we heard a snap of a branch from right behind us. We spun around, rifles raised. There, lurking between the trees, was something so bizarre. A hulking, hairy creature crouched on two legs, staring back at us. It had a wolf-like face, but stood over 7 feet tall, its muscular frame covered in grayish-brown fur. A low rumbling growl emanated from its throat. Rick and I stood frozen in shock and terror. The thing made no move to attack, but its penetrating yellow eyes watched us intently. When I finally mustered the nerve to fire a warning shot near its feet, the beast didn't even flinch. Instead, I saw it bare its fangs and take a step towards us. That's when the chaos really began. Rick tried firing too, but his gun jammed. The creature then let out a bone-chilling snarl and suddenly lunged in our direction. The two of us screamed and reeled backwards, toppling over the fallen tree. I landed hard on my back, the wind knocked out of me. Peering upside down from the ground, I glimpsed the beast's long, jagged claws and muscular hind legs as it briefly towered over us, but in the next instant, it had vanished back into the underbrush. We staggered to our feet, gasping for air, minds blank with primal panic. Without a word, Rick and I began to sprint back up the trail, driven by sheer animal instinct to survive. We didn't speak, didn't plan, only knew we had to make it out of these cursed woods before that thing came back to finish us off. We sprinted through the forest, delirious with fear. The trail seemed to stretch on forever. No matter how hard we pushed our aching legs, the parking lot never got closer. Glancing behind us, I'd catch glimpses of that hulking thing, paralleling our path, easily keeping pace with us. It would duck behind trees or into the brush, flashing in and out of view. I think it was toying with us, like a cat letting the mice think they could escape before going in for the kill. At one point, I tripped on a root and face-planted into the mud. As I staggered up, I came face to face with the beast, who had soundlessly crept up behind me. Its breath was hot, and it reeked of rotting meat. We locked eyes for a split second before it bared its fangs, snarled, and vanished again into the shadows. This told me it could have killed me at any point, if it wanted to. I don't know how, but Rick and I finally stumbled out of the woods and back to the pickup. We floored it down that dirt road like two madmen, reckless and panting, not stopping until we reached the highway. Only then did we trade horrified accounts of what we had just seen. A living nightmare we could scarcely believe. We agreed not to tell a soul what happened. Who would believe us anyway? This thing was no ordinary animal. We'd encountered something unnatural, something evil, in that forest. Neither of us had ever been more terrified or felt so powerless. In the months after, I scoured the internet looking for clues about what we saw. Some cryptid forums suggest it could have been a dogman, or a wolf-like creature they call the Ozark Howler. All I know for sure is we stumbled into the hunting grounds of a monster, one that's likely still roaming the remote wilderness of the Ozarks. No one will ever convince me otherwise. I'll never set foot in those god-forsaken woods again. Thanks for stopping by our little campsite here at Outdoor Terrors. To hear your story on the show, send it to us at darkstories.org. For more scary stories from me, catch me on my other podcasts, Unexplained Encounters and Tales from the Break Room, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Or go to eeriecast.com for those and even more terrifying podcasts. Follow me on X or Twitter at Prevails, and if you don't mind, leave a rating for Outdoor Terrors on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Till next time, I'll see you soon when the campfire blazes once again.